Chapter 23. The Battle on the Western Front. The Fate of Kenshin. Is this truly your answer? Jihua gazed at the four who had made their decision. His tone contemplative. You may never see each other again, and you might very well perish in this war. Even so, do you still wish to proceed with such a choice? Enough of this nonsense, Captain Jihua. Gintoki stepped forward. How could we possibly die? We certainly will not. Huh. Jihua chuckled. Very well, there are 3 teams waiting outside, each consisting of 50 men. You are to head towards the 3 different directions, engage swiftly, and absolutely no mistakes are to be tolerated. Indeed. Takasugi nodded, and the 4 of them strode out of the room. Wait, Kenshin, come in. I have a task to assign to you. Jihua spoke quietly. Kenshin remained silent, merely gesturing behind him to indicate that he understood. Due to the war, the 4 had no choice but to part ways, possibly forever separated by the veil of death. Because of the war, many things would not necessarily align with their desires. Kenshin, this is where we part. Takasugi halted, having spotted the 3 prepared teams, and turned to look at Kenshin, who had been walking behind him. Huh, go on. Kenshin smiled and shook his head. Tame that arrogant temper of yours a bit, Jinshu. This is the first time you've called me Jinshu. Takasugi fell silent. His heart filled with memories of Kenshin. Although Gintoki had been by his side since childhood, he realized that from the moment he met Kenshin, this person had become the one he cared for most, aside from Master Matsumura, and it shall be the last. Kenshin turned his gaze toward Gintoki, yet his words were directed at Takasugi. Also, be cautious in all things. He looked at Gintoki. Gintoki, there is nothing much to tell you. But remember this, should I hear of a certain silver-haired, naturally curly fellow on the battlefield acting recklessly, I shall ensure you receive a proper beating. What a bore. Gintoki waved his hand dismissively. Are you my mother? I don't need you to lecture me. Katsura. Kenshin looked at Katsura, who bore a look of realization. Get a clue. Hey, it's not Katsura, it's Gintoki. And why does it always turn into this when it comes to me? Kenshin, I demand an explanation, you scoundrel. Enough with the ranting. Kenshin observed the 3 who had joined his team and turned, waving farewell to them as they departed. Farewell. X3. What did you summon me for? Kenshin watched the trio leave until they vanished from sight, recalling that Jihua seemed to have a task to assign him. And thus he entered the room to inquire. How strong are you? Jihua posed a somewhat ambiguous question. In this world, there are likely only a handful capable of killing me, Kenshin pondered. Thus far, apart from those advanced weaponry, even the likes of Ryogoku, when faced with my perfected crescent moon slash, were merely frail presences. Then you should head to the old street. It is situated closer to Edo. Jihua turned his gaze to the map. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, please infiltrate the Celestial Command Center and eliminate all the Celestial Commanders. Kujo Street? Is it truly chaotic there? Kenshin inquired with curiosity. Ah, indeed. Jihua sighed. That area is situated quite near Edo on the Western Front, where countless loyalists perish daily amidst the relentless bombardment of celestial artillery. It is the most perilous front line, and my request for you to go is merely to alleviate some burdens from our brothers on the front. Understood. Kenshin rose from his chair. I shall undertake the assassination of the celestial commanders with utmost urgency. If you have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. I have prepared for you. No need. Kenshin interrupted Jihua. A solitary approach renders me a smaller target, and I am unaccustomed to working alongside others. It may hinder my efficiency. I comprehend. Jihua did not press the matter further. Then I shall entrust this to you. Ah, I am off. Kenshin did not wait for Jihua's response and swiftly vanished through the entrance, employing his incredible speed. I sincerely hope you succeed. I have placed all my hopes in you, for if you fail, we shall be left with naught. Jihua's gaze turned towards the table, where a report lay prominently, accompanied by an image of a burning spaceship. Ding. System modification complete. As Kenshin had just departed the base, he was startled by the sudden voice that emerged. Upon seeing the transparent panel before him, he could not help but grumble. System, your presence is so negligible that I nearly forgot you existed. System major update notice. Task system introduced. Daily J acquisition cancelled. Lottery system activated. Weapon shop functions temporarily disabled. Weapons cannot be exchanged. Host's physical attributes assessed as follows. Host. Himura Kenshin physical attributes. Non-human, ordinary, elite, strong, non-human, superhuman, cosmic being, super scion, not human, skills. Amakakaru Ryu no Hiramiki. Suki no Hoko. J acquired. 180J. All items. Muramasa sword, several hemostatic medicines, various bandages, red bean cakes, beef, and fresh water. Evaluation. In the world of Gintama, you are already considered an unparalleled warrior. Current task released. Defeat the Celestials in Kujo Street. Reward. Amakakaru Ryu no Hiramiki Power Level 1, maximum 12. Internal energy increased by 30%. This modification is as follows. Please review. Host. Kenshin was taken aback. Could it be that the system has integrity? Though Daily Free J is no longer available, the task system is a far superior alternative, presenting an excellent opportunity for rapid enhancement. As for weaponry, with the Muramasa in his possession, he has no immediate need for anything else, thus incurring no loss. Overall, this significant update proved advantageous for Kenshin. Ding! The sound resonated like a distant bell, snapping Kenshin from his reverie, and his mind throbbed with a faint ache. Host-specific awakening task initiated. Destiny. Details must be navigated and understood by the host independently. Kenshin paused, pondering destiny? What could it be? Is it the fate that was originally Crimson? Or the destiny that belongs to Himura Kenshin? If it pertains to Kenshin Himura, then he remains silent, devoid of motion, simply staring blankly at his hands. Reflected in his eyes are these hands, stained with countless bloodshed and the anguished wails of tormented souls, lamenting and casting the most venomous curses upon him. Does this mean I must endure a tale identical to his? Everywhere he gazes, a sea of crimson unfolds, mirrored by his bloodshot eyes. Is this the path that lies ahead, one that descends into an endless ocean of blood? Without uttering a word, Kenshin resolutely steps forward, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, Muramasa, his heart steadfast in belief and unwavering in conviction. I shall not tread the same path as he did. In his rapid departure, Kenshin remains unaware that, at the very moment he grasps the sword's hilt, a system notification echoes within his mind. The landscape before him is drenched in red. This is no mere illusion, for he has now entered the ancient street, where countless warships soar through the sky. On the ground, a few solitary structures stand amidst the charred earth, where desperate cries for help ring out, the final screams of those on the brink of death. In the trenches, the loyalists are bombarded by the artillery above, forced to cower beneath the earth, praying they will not be crushed. Is this truly the case? Kenshin understands, drawing his sword and gathering his strength, as the air stirs once more, kicking up clouds of dark earth and smoke. Uncle Jihua, I believe you comprehend the purpose of my arrival here. As Kenshin raises a storm of dust, he is noticed by the celestial beings above, though they are puzzled by his ability to stir such debris. The long-standing frustration of the loyalists towards the warships has instilled in them a profound confidence in their own safety. And what of that fellow on the ground? A matter easily resolved with a single cannon shot. With a crescent blade cutting through the air, he channels the energy into his raised right hand. Focusing it upon the blade, heavenly charge. A dazzling, transparent light cleaves through the sky, obliterating 3 warships in a single strike, the resounding explosions echoing through the heavens. Debris cascading down like confetti, framing Kenshin as he wields his sword. The overwhelming power of this blow leaves all, whether in the sky or on the ground, utterly astonished. The loyalists cheer with exuberance, while the celestial beings stand in disbelief. Why? Are warriors not solely skilled in hand-to-hand combat? What, then, is this shockwave? Such formidable beings exist among humanity. Celestial beings. Stand tall, holding your swords across your chests. True warfare can only be fought under conditions of absolute fairness. Is it not so? With another horizontal slash, the heavenly charge is unleashed once more, cleaving a warship in twain. Loyalists. Kenshin raises his sword and shouts. The opportunity for victory has arrived. I am Himura Kenshin, a loyalist of the Tokai. Follow me. Let us drive the celestial beings away. Initially, there is a moment of silence. Oh. A thunderous chorus of cheers erupts, symbolizing the renewed journey of Kenshin. But is his own fate truly as simple as he believes? Chapter 24. War? Who? In close combat. The crescent moon technique poses a significant risk of collateral damage to oneself. Thus, the blade's energy is condensed to the length of an arm, focused at the sword's tip, poised yet unlaunched, augmenting the power of each strike. Initially, Kenshin obliterated all aerial battleships in the sky, subsequently leading the Ishin Shirshir and the Celestials into fierce combat. unyielding in his advance. He found his visage stained with the blood of fallen celestials. In an instant, Kenshin activated his swift footwork, darting behind an Ishin Shur, cleaving a celestial who aimed to ambush him in two. Do not engage alone. Return to your ranks, he admonished, observing the pale Ishin Shur, now gasping in fright. Take care of yourself, he urged, aware that one could not stray far from allies in battle. Gripping the hilt firmly, he pivoted, unleashing a miniature crescent strike that cleaved the club of a leopard-headed celestial in twain, then executed a horizontal slash. Leopard-headed celestial. Perish. Che, who asked for your assistance? Scoffed the effeminate Ishin Shur, his gaze fixated on the darting crimson figure as he pressed onward to another battlefield. At that moment, Kenshin resembled a firefighter rushing to extinguish peril. Wherever danger lurked, he felt compelled to intervene. If he could not reach in time, a long-range crescent strike would suffice. He sensed the energy within him waning. Prior to this, he had employed the crescent moon technique numerous times to bring down battleships. Facing a depletion of energy on the battlefield would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation for both Kenshin and the Ishin Shur. The conflict must be resolved swiftly. Kenshin pondered, the sword energy entwined around his blade dissipating as he sheathed it. Flying sword technique. With a deft misstep, dragon flash. The hilt shot forward, striking a charging celestial in the head, causing the celestial to collapse in a daze. As the sword, Murakumo, sword, Kenshin stepped onto the head of a celestial, pushing off with force to leap into the air and seize Murakumo. Dragon hammer flash, devastation. The blade descended upon the ground, sending several nearby celestials reeling and stirring up clouds of dust. As the celestial's vision was obscured, a swift red figure emerged, driving a blade into a celestial's breastplate with a thunderous shout as he surged forth. Lord Kenshin. The Ishin Shur witnessed Kenshin's display of might, their morale soaring as the tide of battle shifted from despair to hope. The Ishin Shur's spirits had sunk to such depths. After dashing a considerable distance, Kenshin bellowed, ferociously sending the lifeless celestial flying from his blade's tip. Then without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and executed a horizontal strike. Tornado flash. The whirlwind of sword energy shredded the descending celestials, reducing them to countless fragments of flesh. The remnants rained down, blood splattering upon Kenshin's crimson hair and garb, reflecting the terror etched upon the celestials' faces. Realizing the psychological impact had been achieved, Kenshin opted not to utilize the flying sword technique, instead unleashing the most rudimentary of swordsmanship upon the battlefield. Yet, even so, the divine beings, terrified and rendered powerless, cannot contend with the indomitable spirit of Kenshin. Wherever he appears, the morale of the divine beings inevitably diminishes, leading to their demise at the hands of the loyal samurai. In this foregone conclusion of battle, it is the divine beings who face defeat, with perhaps only a few remnants managing to escape. Lord Tornado Flash, we owe you our gratitude for the war's conclusion. The loyal samurai, having retreated to the ancient streets, sat upon the ground. The injured were assisted by medics who could not fight at the front, tending to wounds and offering words of comfort. Kenshin, bloodied and weary, leaned against a wall, quietly restoring his internal energy and strength while cradling the village rain. Thus, when a voice broke the silence, Kenshin paid little heed until the individual cautiously called out, Lord Kenshin. What is it? Kenshin's fatigued voice replied. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. The individual bowed deeply. I am Kurizaki Chihiro, the acting captain of this frontline squad. Kurizaki? Kenshin remarked, slightly taken aback. Do you have a son named Ichigo Kurizaki? Chihiro paused, then sheepishly touched his nose. My lord, please do not jest. I am not yet married. Understood. Kenshin lowered his gaze. I was merely joking. Chihiro hesitated, glancing at Kenshin and then at his companions behind him, struggling to find the words. Speak freely. I shall not devour you, Kenshin said, still looking down but sensing Chihiro's reluctance. My lord, witnessing your formidable presence today emboldened us to request that you assume the role of captain for this frontline squad, Chihiro declared. Your arrival is surely at the behest of Chief Jihua from the rear lines, correct? Since it is Lord Jihua's suggestion, I wholeheartedly support your leadership. Do you trust me so readily? Kenshin inquired with intrigue. We have only met once, merely fought alongside you in a single battle. Yet you know nothing of me and dare to invite me to lead your squad? Perhaps we have indeed overlooked certain aspects, Chihiro admitted, his tone somber. Yet, In this crucial moment, even if you were a villain of the worst kind, as long as you possess the heart of a loyal samurai, I would accept you as our captain. Chihiro's voice grew heavy with nostalgia. I shall never forget how prosperous this ancient street once was, nor the tragedies inflicted by the divine beings. The atmosphere shifted, the topic becoming somber, and even the previously lively scene gradually quieted. A soft, stifled sob broke the silence after a prolonged pause. Well then, Kenshin interjected, I can be your captain, but do not celebrate just yet. Please remember, should you fail to obey my commands, or if I ever betray or endanger you, I shall not remain in this position. My lord, Chihiro began, excitement evident in his voice. Do you agree? For the time being, Kenshin nodded. Now, how long will you hide that wound on your arm? Go and tend to it. Otherwise, do not come before me. Yes. Dust soared in the air, and the excitement overwhelmed Chen Fei, who, even as he was being dragged away by a few medics, continued to express his gratitude to Jinshin with fervor, leaving Jinshin feeling somewhat bashful. Ignoring the others, Jinshin focused on the invisible panel in the void that was imperceptible to others, which displayed the words indicating the completion of a task. Excellent. His internal energy had increased by 30%. Energy, much like gasoline, was preferable in abundance. Otherwise, who knows when it might run dry. Ideally, it would become as limitless as the 9 Bs. Just the thought of the infinite crescent moon thrust made him salivate. Flying swordsmanship power level 1. What does this 1 signify? Alas, if only his weary body permitted it, he would indeed be tempted to test it out. Ding, second ring task, vigilance. The defeated Celestials, unwilling to accept failure, have summoned more fleets and armies, armed with advanced technology, determined to avenge their previous disgrace. Task requirements. Defeat the invading celestial forces. Rewards. Physical attributes reaching the pinnacle of superhuman capabilities, 1 teleportation talisman, and the breath concealment technique. Teleportation talisman allows one to establish a fixed location and teleport instantly to that point from a distance. Effective range, Earth. Breath concealment technique perfectly suppresses one's aura, enabling flawless concealment. Couldn't I have a moment to rest? Why on earth do they arrive so quickly? Jinshin mused, somewhat exasperated. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, he had just agreed to become the captain of this frontline squad. The Celestials were arriving at this very moment, providing the perfect opportunity to establish his authority. Jinshin declared, I shall take on 100 of them. System. How long until the Celestials arrive? Ding. In 3 days. 3 days. Jinshin's mind was filled with calculations. In 3 days, he was confident that he could elevate the close combat prowess of this band of loyal warriors by at least 1 level. Moreover, he had the fundamental knowledge of evading explosions and bombardments from his time. It appeared that this group of loyal warriors still had a long way to go. Chapter 25. Every team has its standout in any case. All the uninjured individuals gathered here. Once Jinshin had restored his stamina, he stood on the open ground, turning to face a group of astonished onlookers, and subtly issued a command. Most present had overheard Chen Fei's earlier words and had a clear understanding of Jinshin's invincible demeanor on the battlefield. Thus, they felt a sense of joy at Jinshin's appointment as the frontline squad leader. After all, a powerful captain would significantly improve the survival rate and treatment of his subordinates. Upon hearing Jinshin's words, the uninjured or lightly wounded loyal warriors promptly stepped forward, forming a standard military stance before him. Excellent. I simply wish to gauge your close combat strength and physical capabilities. Jinshin's calm voice resonated, as he plunged his sword into the ground and drew the Murakumo short sword into his hand. I want to see your strength. So select your 3 strongest members to face me in battle. I hope not to be disappointed. Is this a joke? As Kenshin's words echoed, a wail erupted from the ranks below. Lord Kenshin, you are a being capable of unleashing sword energy. You are the one who can single-handedly annihilate a fleet. No matter how strong we are, we cannot possibly stand against you. I shall not wield sword energy, Kenshin retorted, releasing his own aura, which pressed down upon the members of the team, making it difficult for them to breathe. Have you succumbed to fear in the face of a formidable enemy? Can this still be called the spirit of a warrior? Where is your resolve for the restoration of our land? This was never a fair battle. Without a heart prepared for death, how can one hope for victory? Indeed, Kenshin speaks true. A voice rang out from the crowd, belonging to Chen Fei. We must not falter. Think back to when we faced the cannons of the Celestials. Did we not charge forward without hesitation? Let me be the first to go, Lord Kenshin. Very well, Kenshin replied, tossing the sword Muramasa, which was embedded in the ground, toward Chunfei. Chunfei instinctively reached out to catch it, only to find the blade searing hot in his grasp, burning his hand. Startled, he dropped the sword, letting it clatter to the ground. What troubles you, Chunfei? Kenshin. Chunfei exclaimed, fear etched on his face as he gazed at Muramasa. Just moments ago, he had envisioned a bloodied figure bound by chains, its crimson essence rendering him too terrified to even raise his gaze. I believe your sword may not suit me. I shall stick to my own weapon. Ah, I see. Kenshin replied, momentarily taken aback, but understanding that a true warrior must wield a weapon that resonates with them. Clearly, Chunfei was such a person. Kenshin, I am coming. Please, show me mercy, Chunfei declared, accepting a long katana, standing nervously before Kenshin, who held a short blade. Come then, Kenshin beckoned, lifting his right hand to hold the short blade casually, awaiting Chunfei's advance. Chunfei, aware that he could not match Kenshin in either presence or speed, steeled his resolve and decided to strike first, the katana slicing through the air toward Kenshin's shoulder. Kenshin was momentarily surprised, not expecting Chunfei's swordsmanship to be so commendable. Yet, surprise aside, Kenshin's reaction was swift. He raised his right hand slightly, dodging with a graceful sidestep, the blades clashing and producing a shower of sparks as Kenshin's short blade locked onto the hilt of Chunfei's katana. This is bad. Chunfei, drawing upon countless experiences from life and death battles, did not hesitate. He crouched low, just evading Kenshin's next swing, and swiftly turned to deliver an upward slash toward Kenshin. Kenshin leaned back, his hair catching the edge of Chunfei's blade, a single lock of red falling away. Before Chunfei could react, Kenshin delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling across the ground. Enough. Chunfei, I have gauged your strength. This shall be the end, Kenshin declared, throwing the short blade into the earth and reaching down to lift Chunfei back to his feet. With a glance towards the remaining members, he added, there are 2 slots left. Consider your choices wisely. Without waiting for Chunfei's sheepish smile, he strode away, bending to retrieve Muramasa, sheathing it at his side, poised for his next challenger. Humph. I shall go. A clear and melodious voice resonated, followed by the appearance of a diminutive figure. It's you, Genshin exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the young man he had rescued during the recent battle. You were chosen by them. Huh. I came out on my own. The young man, with an air of pride, cast a glance at Genshin. My name is Ashwan. Remember it. How amusing. Genshin turned to face Ashwan completely, his not-so-tall frame now exuding a formidable aura. With a name as delicate as yours, you truly ought not to set foot on this battlefield, you nameless noble. What's it to you? Ashwan shouted defiantly, then charged towards Genshin, his body spinning in a movement that mirrored Genshin's tornado flash initiation. Clang. Genshin deflected the strike with the sheath of his sword. Have you learned it merely by watching me perform it once? Without waiting for a response, he pushed Ashwan aside. But you only grasp its form. Jealous, are you? Ashwan grinned smugly. Jealous that I've already mastered your swordplay. If I recall correctly, it's called the flying sword style, right? A flicker of inscrutable light flashed in Genshin's eyes as he replied coolly, come, show me how much you've learned. Haha. Ashwan tossed his sword towards Genshin. Genshin couldn't help but chuckle. It was clearly the initiation of the flying dragon flash. However, Ashwan, having seen it only a few times, lacked the strength and technique to execute it properly. He merely hurled the sword, leading to the follow-up of the dragon hammer flash. How pitiful. Genshin, understanding his intent, raised his hand and sent the flying blade soaring into the sky. As expected, Ashwan leaped without hesitation to catch the katana, laughing exaggeratedly. Haha, borrowing your technique. Crash. Had Genshin wielded that move, it would indeed have been a powerful and forceful strike. Yet, in the hands of the evidently inexperienced Ashwan, it lacked the merit to compel Genshin to evade or even bend. He simply drew his blade to block the attack, then swept his left hand across, causing a fierce whirlwind to swirl, halting mere inches from Ashwan's temple. Genshin regarded the sweating Ashwan with a cold scoff, pushing him away. Ashwan, unable to maintain his balance, fell to the ground. Genshin sheathed his Murakumo short sword at his waist and turned to Ashwan. Report to me later. Do we not continue? Ashwan asked, bewildered. Everyone is tired today. We should rest early. Genshin strode forward decisively. Wait. Come here. I shall teach you my swordsmanship. Ah? Ashwan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Do not squander this gift. Jinshin halted, uttering those words before swiftly departing once more. Dragon Nest Flash, is this the frontline report you've provided me? Do you not find it laughable? In a dimly lit room in Edo, a group of individuals clad in kimonos sat on the floor. At the head of the assembly was a being resembling a panda, flanked by two others with serpent-like heads, one donned in black and the other in white. Below them, approximately a dozen others sat side by side. At that moment, the panda-like being inspected a report in his hands and couldn't help but chuckle. I suppose you are all quite eager to know, he said, surveying the room before passing the report to the black-clad serpent-headed individual. Read it. Yes, my lord. The serpent-headed celestial, with utmost respect, performed a bow and then began to read aloud. Frontline reports indicate that the operation to eliminate the anti-foreign faction in the ancient streets is progressing smoothly. However, an unexpected disturbance has arisen. The red-haired warrior. He has downed all fleets deployed in the skies at that moment and has led the anti-foreign faction to counterattack our celestial forces, which could not withstand the assault and have been routed, retreating to a base 10,000 meters outside the ancient streets, suffering heavy casualties. We humbly await rescue. As the serpent-headed celestial concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. This stillness was soon disrupted. Excellent. The panda-headed celestial chuckled enigmatically. Ha ha ha. Chapter 26. The Flying Sword Technique. The Ultimate Secret. Is it here? Kenshin stood alone beneath a tree outside the ancient streets, observing the early spring season. The leaves, still withered in a pale yellow, fluttered down to the ground as a gentle breeze swept through. Immersed in this scene, Kenshin exuded an air of solitude, prompting an involuntary silence from those around him. Indeed, Ashien too felt the weight of the moment and found her tone unwittingly subdued, lost in her own thoughts. Good to have you. Kenshin plucked a dry leaf from the tree. I wish to impart to you my swordsmanship, the flying sword technique. Ashien appeared somewhat at a loss. Lord Kenshin, please, do not jest with me. The flying sword technique? That is merely from a comic, right? If you genuinely wish to instruct me, please do not concoct a name to mislead me. I am not deceiving you. Reflect carefully on the sword techniques you just employed. Ashien glanced at Kenshin and, seeing no deceit in his expression, began to ponder the 3 moves she had just executed. After a considerable pause, she awkwardly regarded Kenshin. Upon reflection, those might indeed be the spiral flash, the flying dragon flash, and the dragon hammer flash. How dreadful. What do you think? Kenshin remained silent, quietly drawing his sword. Unsheath. I shall teach you the fundamentals, the swift draw. Wait. Ashien exclaimed loudly. Why are you teaching me? The flying sword technique should not be easily shared, much like how Kiyoshi Kudo only passed it to Himura Kenshin as a disciple. I am teaching you only the fundamentals of the flying sword technique, Kenshin replied in a detached tone. Whether you master the spiral flash and the other 2 moves is your own affair. If you truly uncover the techniques, it will be a testament to your own talent. Unrelated to me, Ashien's eyes darted as she contemplated. Very well. Teach me the sky-soaring dragon flash. Kenshin, unusually, did not respond immediately. After a long pause, he slowly replied, I cannot. Huh. Ashien exclaimed dramatically. You cannot. That makes sense. That move is quite overpowered, so it's only natural you might not know it. However, before she could finish, she cast a curious glance at Kenshin. What are you looking at me for? Kenshin inquired. Compared to the sky-soaring dragon flash, I still believe that your ability to release sword energy makes you the truly overpowered one. Ashien nodded earnestly, wearing an expression that suggested she was indeed correct. Kenshin's countenance darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute the assertion. Given that he was now capable of unleashing sword energy, there was no reason he should be unable to execute the Tensho Ryuzen. Although, with the fortification of his body, the Q2 Ryuzen no longer left him fatigued after a single use, an improvement from when he had first mastered it. His inability to summon the Tensho Ryuzen was indeed peculiar. Logically, he should have acquired the technique the instant he inherited the essence of Himura Kenshin. It was merely a matter of insufficient physical strength that had hindered its manifestation. Was his physical constitution still inadequate? Or was the Tensho Ryuzen even more formidable than the Getsuga Tensho? Returning to the matter at hand, he thought to himself, draw your sword. Awakening from his reverie, Kenshin noticed Ashien teasing him with grass, and his expression darkened once more as he swiftly swatted the hand away, disregarding the glare directed at him, and said flatly, Hey, stop feigning indifference, you fool. Lord Aishian, there is certainly something amiss. The white-clad serpent-headed celestial proclaimed in a state of alarm. Oh, what do you mean? The panda celestial replied nonchalantly, blowing lightly on the muzzle of his firearm, while the celestial who had delivered the battle report lay sprawled in a pool of blood below. Regardless of the circumstances, unless the Choshu rebels possessed aerial weaponry, it was utterly impossible for them to strike at the heavens. The serpent-headed celestial analyzed with utmost seriousness. Everything changed the moment that red-haired warrior appeared. So I surmised that the so-called aerial weaponry must have been brought forth by this red-haired swordsman. Ah, indeed. The panda celestial chuckled. Please, go on. If it is merely an aerial weapon, that is one matter. The most powerful known aerial weapon can reach beyond the atmosphere. Therefore, I propose we deploy numerous unmanned bombers to ascertain just how high these aerial weapons can ascend. The serpent-headed celestial continued his analysis. Alternatively, there exists a more decisive method, sending countless warships to indiscriminately bomb the Choshu rebels at their stronghold. However, there is a risk that they might conceal their weaponry. Thus, I do not recommend this approach. The final recourse is to seek the assistance of the shogunate. The shogunate? The panda celestial continued to smile. I recall that warriors should indeed be dealt with by warriors. Lord, you are most discerning. The serpent-headed celestial flattered, trembling with reverence. Then let us employ all three strategies simultaneously. The panda celestial mused, stroking the armrest of his chair. First, we shall dispatch a warship to confront them, gradually increasing altitude until their aerial weaponry can no longer reach us. Throughout this bombardment, we must not allow even a moment's pause. Then, we shall enlist the aid of our good friends in the shogunate. We shall commission them to infiltrate the ranks of the Choshu rebels once we have calculated the altitude, gather intelligence on their aerial weaponry, and subsequently destroy it. What a splendid strategy, my lord. The assembly below applauded, their sycophantic smiles eliciting a wave of nausea. By the way, everyone, the panda celestial said with a slight smile, before long, our grand plan will be set into motion. Do you not think we should attend the ceremony? To witness this exhilarating moment? When the plan commences, it shall mark the demise of the Choshu rebels. The black-clad serpent-headed celestial clasped his hands in anticipation. At that time, we will truly reign over this planet. Then to the east, west, south, north. In which direction shall we proceed to witness the ceremony? The panda celestial chuckled. Let us venture westward. Without awaiting a response from the assembly, the panda celestial mused aloud. Surely, those warriors of the anti-foreign movement, armed with formidable weapons, must be exhilarated. I am keen to observe the moment when their exhilaration meets its demise. It shall undoubtedly be a spectacle to behold. Do any of you dissent? Though his countenance bore a cheerful smile, the celestial beings present felt an eerie chill in the air. Each one hurriedly acquiesced, for to voice disagreement in such circumstances would indeed be courting one's own doom. Thus, let us convene again in a fortnight. The panda celestial rose, declaring the meeting adjourned. You may disperse now. He chuckled heartily. Chapter 27. A test of skill. Adjust your stance slightly forward, and keep your hands elevated. The initiation of the dragon nest slash must commence with either a downward or horizontal strike. Speed must be paramount, and the first blow must be the strongest, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to defend. Once again, in the woods outside the ancient street, Genshin wielded a wooden sword, critiquing Aishien's initiation of the dragon nest slash as utterly flawed. This marked the second day of Genshin's instruction. The previous day, Aishien's draw had barely caught Genshin's attention, prompting him to teach the swiftest techniques of the flying sword flow, notably the dragon nest slash. As for why it was the dragon nest slash and not the dragon nest slash bite, Genshin remarked that Aishien's swordplay speed was still woefully inadequate. Hey, must you be so harsh? Aishien protested, struggling to maintain the posture for the initial horizontal slash. Isn't this sufficient? In the heat of battle, a slight miscalculation could cost one's life. Genshin maintained a stern expression. For the second technique, follow the horizontal slash with a rapid downward cut, then an upward diagonal thrust. Aishien dared not defy Genshin's command. Those who had previously done so had found themselves embroiled in a fierce sparring match, with Genshin showing no mercy. The aftermath was nothing short of devastating. Complying immediately, Aishien held the upward thrust, but during the execution, he lost control of his strength, causing his body to lean slightly forward. Practice these three techniques here. You may cease only when you have met my standards. Genshin refrained from pointing out Xian's mistakes, hoping he would recognize this critical flaw himself. Hey, if it were you, what standards would you achieve? Xian shouted defiantly. Genshin paused, merely turning his head and huffing in response, before swiftly disappearing behind a tree, moving forward with grace. Uft, you're just a poser. Xian scoffed, irritated, and swung his sword in frustration. To his astonishment, the force of his swing stirred a nearby sapling, which gradually split into 3 pieces. Falling to the ground, Xian swallowed hard, examining the smooth cut, then glanced at Genshin, who was resting against a tree with his sword. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Resolutely, he resumed swinging his sword. In truth, he was merely startled by Genshin's prowess. Is everyone gathered? At this moment, Kenshin had departed from the woods, commanding Xian to remain within until she had mastered the 3 techniques. Meanwhile, he gathered the Ishin Shirshir together. After several days of recuperation, most of the Ishin Shirshir had fully healed, while those with more severe injuries were transported to the rear, and new members had been brought in, creating a continuous cycle. Kenshin Dano, everyone has arrived. Chun Fei surveyed the surroundings, noting the gathered squad leaders, and quietly replied, Captain, all 10 leaders, including Vice Captain Chun Fei, are present. Indeed, Kenshin said, picking up a twig. In these 3 days, we have not faced any strikes from the Celestials, which is abnormal. I refuse to believe that we annihilated all participating Celestials in the last battle, so it stands to reason that the Celestials must have a scheme in play. The calm before the storm? Chun Fei murmured. Due to our lack of advanced equipment, we are unable to detect the activities of the Celestials, leaving us in a passive position regarding intelligence. Kenshin drew a line in the dirt to illustrate the layout of the ancient street. We are positioned at the rear of the ancient street, while the Celestials occupy the front. Our battles typically erupt within the ancient street, and before such confrontations, the Celestials usually bombard the area with warships to avoid ambushes. They must have learned from past mistakes. Indeed, a black-haired man with a flat top interjected. A month ago, the Celestials suffered a devastating ambush in the alleys of the ancient street, marking one of our most glorious victories. But afterwards, Kenshin sneered. You believed they would repeat their mistakes. Little did you anticipate that the Celestials would order a carpet bombing, resulting in significant casualties for you. Silence ensued. Indeed, our former commander perished in that ill-fated battle, Chun Fei said solemnly. Enough of this for now. Kenshin drew a circle in the dirt. Recall that Jihua received intelligence indicating that in 1 month's time, the Celestials will implement absolute bombardment against our Ishin activities. Therefore, Captain Jihua has already commenced the search for a new hideout. We can only hold our position in the ancient street for a maximum of 1 month before we must withdraw. Is that true? Chun Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Will the Celestials truly do such a thing? Huh. If I possess technology far superior to theirs, I would do the same. Kenshin scoffed once more. However, before we retreat, we must secure this location. If we falter, the Celestials will receive word, and our rear will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. He marked an arrow, pointing directly toward the front of the ancient street. Thus, I propose that we take the initiative. We should first defeat the celestial forces in the ancient street, and then seize their equipment. By the way, does anyone in the squad know how to operate a spacecraft? Kenshin inquired. Several exchanged blank stares before one weakly responded, I don't think so. Is that so? Kenshin sighed, pressing his forehead in frustration. Well then, surely everyone knows how to handle firearms? A few eagerly nodded, and seeing this, Kenshin continued, in that case, let us prioritize the destruction of the spacecraft. Gather as many weapons as possible. After all, engaging in close combat with mere knives holds little promise. Several individuals lowered their heads, feeling embarrassed by Genshin's words. Captain, how many people should I send with you? Chun Fei inquired anxiously, fearing that if Genshin continued speaking, their group would completely lose confidence in themselves. I will go alone. Nanny. What's wrong? Genshin asked in confusion. Captain, I know you are formidable. Chun Fei exclaimed, but after all, that is a regular celestial unit. It is exceedingly dangerous for you to go alone. Huh? Genshin chuckled, shaking his hand dismissively. Have a little faith in your captain. We shall not launch a direct assault. We will capture the king before the thief. I intend to eliminate their upper command first, and then you all can maneuver around to conceal yourselves in the ancient streets. Wait for my sword energy to emerge, and then you can charge forth. Chun Fei hesitated, but thinking of Genshin's strength, He inexplicably felt a sense of confidence in him and nodded. Very well, but do take care of yourself. Rest assured. Genshin waved his hand, sweeping the map off the ground. Oh, remember to bring that fellow from the woods. He possesses great talent and may even reach my level in the future. Train him well. Understood. Chenfei replied with a serious expression. Disperse. Genshin rose. After lunch today, we shall prepare. Everything will take place tonight. Remember, do not make a sound until dusk. Understood. By the way, do not neglect the military training I assigned to you. However, under special circumstances, you are permitted to train for only 1 hour. Long live the captain. The so-called military training was, in essence, Genshin's way of addressing their inadequate physical condition and overall military quality, as he harbored a bit of obsessive perfectionism. Thus, the daily training was established. And as for the results, anyone who beheld the expressions of fear on the faces of the loyalists in the areas Genshin traversed would understand. Chapter 28. How can a race that has not been destroyed be deemed the strongest? As night fell, a gentle breeze stirred, and the bright moon in the sky radiated its luminous glow. Due to the early spring season, the moon appeared somewhat cold, casting a brilliant pale light over the earth, while the wind rustled through the trees. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, its red hair gleaming ominously. The moon seemed to sympathize with the impending scene, summoning a vast cloud to entirely shroud its gaze. At this moment, the figure sprang into action. Hey, what are you doing? In the celestial encampment, due to the prolonged pressure exerted by the celestials upon humanity, nighttime raids were rare, leading to vulnerabilities in their defenses. If this were in the era of the 3 kingdoms of our great Tianqiao, one might as well seek a swift end. Fear not. Do you think that group of warriors would come after us? The canine-headed celestial laughed heartily, then handed a bottle of wine to another canine-headed celestial. In a certain sense, dear author, you really have outdone yourself. While we are merely here for a meal, is it truly necessary to withhold even our names? Supporting characters have no rights. Be careful. I might let your protagonist Genshin fail to defeat me in an instant. Do you believe it? Hurry and give me an extra chicken leg. And thus, this matter passed. The battle that day was truly perplexing. The dog-headed celestial casually accepted the drink handed to him and sat down on the ground, taking generous swigs. He remarked on how a single human warrior had emitted a dazzling laser with just a sword. Dog-headed celestial be scoffed. Who would believe that? It's clearly his own incompetence. Yet he insists on finding excuses for himself. Indeed, does he think himself an unparalleled warrior? After a moment of laughter, the dog-headed celestial's expression shifted to one of surprise. And dog-headed celestial B, puzzled, shook his head. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. I was merely pondering whether the warrior might accumulate enough experience to evolve into an unparalleled warrior. Hey, that joke is far from amusing. Apologize at once, you scoundrel. You've left me cold. Haha, just a jest. Just as the words left his lips, the moonlight was veiled by dark clouds. It's not that there aren't any unparalleled warriors. In an instant, a figure flashed, blood sliding down the blade and pooling at its tip, dripping onto the ground with a sound that was both ambiguous and haunting, a low moan yearning to drink deeply of blood. The 2 dog-headed celestials, still in the act of raising their drinks, suddenly bore wounds on their throats, collapsing to the ground with a thud, their final gazes conveying a singular message. Don't forget to add 2 drumsticks to the boxed meal. Hey, what obsession do you both have with drumsticks? It's just a mere piece of chicken. And do dogs even eat chicken? If your ally, the chicken celestial, were to hear this, he would surely weep. Truly weep. To his astonishment, entry had been so effortless. Genshin lowered his body, revealing himself without concealment. Apart from the 2 celestials he had just slain, he saw no other celestial presence in the entire encampment. He had not anticipated such a feeble defense in the celestial stronghold. First, Genshin activated the system's minimap. He needed to locate and disarm any explosives within the encampment. Following the marked locations on the map, Genshin cautiously maneuvered through the area. Although it was deserted, he was acutely aware that the next destination, the armory, would likely not be so unguarded. Turning left and right, he gradually approached the armory. And as he had suspected, the Celestials had not been negligent regarding such a critical site. Compared to the front entrance, it was almost heavily fortified, concealed behind a tent. He observed a patrol of Celestials passing by, while silently timing his movements. He was particularly cautious of one sentinel, not a Celestial, but rather a tall and imposing human. sitting upright with an air of authority. 3 seconds. Each passing patrol had a 3-second interval, and within that span, he had to slip in undetected, a task of considerable difficulty. After all, Genshin was not a trained ninja adept at concealment. He was merely swift of foot. Glancing at the robust figure, he realized that this man might be the sole obstacle. While he could evade the detection of others, this sentinel would likely catch sight of him. Such a dilemma. Should he wait a bit longer? Genshin glanced up at the moon, estimating that it would soon emerge from behind the clouds, at which point all would truly be lost. There was no option left. He would have to take a risk. The Muramasa short sword was unsheathed, and with a swift surge of inner energy, it cleaved through the air, unleashing a blade of energy that shattered the stone walls surrounding the encampment. A robust man opened his eyes, his figure flashing as he vanished from sight in an instant. What an opportunity! Genshin no longer hesitated. Flying sword technique, Godspeed. His feet moved with blinding speed. He was confident that the mere guards of the Celestials would not detect his presence. Without pausing, he slipped through the curtain and darted inside. Leaning against the doorway, he listened intently to the sounds outside, only to realize they were all directed away, prompting a sigh of relief. He then turned, surveying the countless firearms, ammunition, and explosives before him. While marveling at the Celestials' technological prowess, his hands were equally swift. Every time his hand hovered over a weapon or an ammo crate, it vanished, having been stowed away in his pack. Firearms and ammunition were stackable items, and after accumulating several stacks of 99, Genshin had swept the majority of the items bare, leaving only a few artillery shells that were not feasible to take. Though he yearned to pilfer them, he had a plan. He retrieved the explosives from his pack, set a timer, and placed them at the missile's warhead. Taking a deep breath, he approached the door, silently observing the commotion outside. With a deft misstep, he flipped his body and completely vanished into the night sky. Arriving at the location where the Celestials stored their warships, Genshin wasted no time, placing explosives at each ship's main propulsion and hull, ensuring that they would be utterly destroyed in an instant. After setting about a dozen, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Finally, it's done. As he reached the entrance, a smile crept onto his lips. I believe I shall be quite popular once I emerge, having accomplished what seemed nearly impossible. Pushing open the door, he beheld the Celestial army lined up outside, still led by that fearsome man. Genshin chuckled nonchalantly. Apologies, my stealth skills are not quite up to par. Samurai, what brings you here? Questioned a cat-headed Celestial. It was said that nearly all intelligent or commanding Celestials were of the feline variety. Perhaps it was due to their cunning nature. Nothing much. Genshin scratched his head. I merely hoped to find an opportunity to eliminate a commander or two. What a pity. He feigned a heartbroken expression. Samurai, you are the one mentioned in the battle report, are you not? The fearsome man stepped forward. I am Ego, one of the 3 great mercenaries of the universe, known as Chijini. Samurai, reveal your name. 3 great mercenaries? Genshin was momentarily bewildered. What does that entail? To put it simply, it refers to the 3 most formidable races in the universe. The Scions, perhaps? You could say that. In that case, your situation is rather dire. Genshin narrowed his eyes. The Scions have been exterminated, leaving only Kakarot and Vegeta, right? Given that, you truly are quite resilient to be standing alone. Yet, mere verbal sparring will not save your life. Egu grinned maliciously, cracking his knuckles. Say it once more, warrior, reveal your name. In truth, I am not particularly fond of violence. Kenshin assumed the distinctive stance of the Hiten Mitsurugi style. However, that does not imply I relish being killed. Remember this. I am called Himura Kenshin. With a roar, Egu licked his lips and charged at Kenshin like a rolling boulder. Kenshin remained poised, searching for the opportune moment to strike. At this juncture, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moonlight bathed the earth, promising to infuse the monochrome world with vibrant hues. Chapter 29. Those who have not faced extermination will not grow strong. By the way, Kenshin interjected, breaking the heavy atmosphere as the onlookers began to retreat before we engage. Could you grant me a wish? Oh, what wish? Egu was taken aback, having disrupted his rhythm. Initially, in their contest of momentum, Kenshin appeared to be at a disadvantage. If it continued, Egu could potentially extinguish Kenshin's fighting spirit, rendering the ensuing battle devoid of suspense. How did you discover me? Kenshin pondered, aware that he had only slain a handful of celestial beings in recent days, while Egu, evidently stained with the blood of numerous victims, emanated a fierce and bloodthirsty aura that dwarfed Kenshin's modest tally. Haha. Eigu's sinister laughter made Kenshin's brow twitch, prompting him to leap away without hesitation. Boom. The ground bore a deep crater from Eigu's bare fist. Is there no surveillance in the celestial stronghold? Especially in such a critical location. So that's it. Was I too careless? Kenshin momentarily lost himself in thought, almost forgetting he was an otherworldly traveler, having not considered the existence of surveillance. Eigu, unwilling to waste time, vanished before Kenshin could react. Kenshin's gaze sharpened, yet he failed to catch a glimpse of Eigu, only to be met with an unfathomable force from behind, hurling him through the air. Eigu refrained from pursuing. He understood that an ordinary human could not withstand such a blow. Even his fellow Tajini had been humbled by his strength. A punch like that would surely leave an unprepared earthling with no chance of survival. Eigu was confident of this. Crescent Moon. With a swift maneuver, Kenshin unleashed a whirlwind of dust, revealing his form amidst the chaos. Tenchu. What? Eigu had no time to react, crossing his arms defensively, only to be violently propelled away by the oncoming Crescent Moon, crashing through the buildings on the opposite side of the stronghold, leaving the celestial observers in stunned silence. Haha. Kenshin lowered his weapon, his left hand dripping with blood, the crimson liquid flowing from his shoulder to his fingertips, splattering onto the concrete below, a grim sight indeed. Though you managed to block my punch in haste, your left hand is now incapacitated, isn't it? A calm voice emerged from the dust of the collapsed structures. Haha. With my left hand, I trade you a pair of hands. I certainly do not feel at a disadvantage. Kenshin tugged at the corner of his mouth. And although he was struck by the true form of Genkatsu, no matter how extraordinary his physical prowess, it would undoubtedly be a painful experience at this moment. Humph. A gust of wind accompanied by an unparalleled figure surged forth from the dust, leaving a long shadow in its wake, charging straight at Kenshin. Holding his sword with one hand, Kenshin focused intently, only to see the figure vanish once more. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the ground. Earth Dragon Flash. With a flick of his blade, stones and earth flew into the air, obscuring Kenshin's surroundings. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the stone on his left suddenly being shaken loose. Kenshin wasted no time and executed a horizontal slash, only for Eigo to materialize before the blade. Although slightly surprised, he remained composed, raising his left hand to grasp Kenshin's sword. Just as Kenshin was taken aback, Eigo delivered another punch to his chest, causing Kenshin's back to arch and blood to surge from his mouth, yet he did not get knocked back. You warriors are indeed a peculiar breed. Clearly, if you simply loosened your grip, you would not suffer such injuries. Yet you insist on holding tightly to the blade. Truly incomprehensible. Eigo chuckled, shaking his head. All right, warrior. Although your sword energy is quite impressive, it is not a rare ability in the universe. You may as well perish. With that, he launched another punch, targeting Kenshin's head. Bang. This was not the sound of Kenshin's head exploding, so do not expect anything. You are not from Earth, so you lack the right to criticize our actions. Kenshin collided his forehead against Eigo's, their eyes locking, disregarding the blood streaming down his face. Warrior, are you willing to stake your life against me? Eigo asked with keen interest. But you are mistaken. With a tremor of his right hand, the Muramasa blade emitted a flow of energy, continuously pouring out from the gap between Eigo's grasp on the sword. The sharpness of the sword energy rendered Eigo's palm a bloody mess. As the energy surged faster, Eigo could no longer maintain his grip, instinctively loosening his hold. My life is worth far more than yours. With a twist of his right hand, the Muramasa spun upward, and at that moment, Eigo could no longer hold onto the blade, completely releasing it, his expression turning grim as he retreated. Without granting him a moment's respite, Kenshin pursued. And before Eigo could stabilize his footing, he struck downwards with unbridled ferocity. Although startled, Eigo remained calm. His extensive combat experience proved invaluable at that moment. With a light tap of his left foot, he deftly leapt away, and Kenshin remained undeterred. The blade, entwined with ceaseless, swirling energy, unleashed swift dragon tooth flash. The rapid convergence of their actions resulted in Kenshin's sword reaching Eigo's back before he could turn, the sharp energy sending a chill down his spine. How infuriating! After a prolonged battle, for the first time, Eigo found himself at an absolute disadvantage, desperately attempting to twist his body to narrowly evade the vital points. but Kenshin's blade pierced through his shoulder blade entirely. Himura Kenshin. The game is over. With a sinister grin, the muscles ensnared Muramasa tightly against the body, while the scapula was pierced, rendering the left hand incapable of exerting full strength. Only the right hand could once again send Genshin flying. As Muramasa was expelled from the grasp of Aguo's shoulder blade, blood gushing forth. Aguo did not hold back. He strode forward, grasping Genshin's exhausted body and spinning it around. In a moment of uncontrolled choice, he kicked Genshin into the sky, then leapt from the ground, soaring upwards, rotating in midair, and delivering a fierce strike that sent Genshin crashing down like a tattered body onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound as cement shattered and dust erupted once more. Upon landing, Aguo clearly could not afford to underestimate the situation again. Theoretically, Genshin should be beyond the point of death, but having already been caught off guard once, to feign indifference again would be painfully foolish. A surge of crimson energy surged forth at high speed toward Aguo, spiraling into motion. Grateful for not having pretended to be invincible moments ago, Aguo observed Genshin's simple attack with a dismissive sneer. Just as Genshin reached Aguo, the ground trembled beneath Aguo's feet, obscuring Genshin's line of sight with a curtain of debris. Aguo chuckled lightly, taking a step forward and leveraging the momentum to retreat backward, simultaneously blocking Genshin's view while shrouding his own. Dragon Twister Flash, Crescent, utilizing the rotational force of his waist. Aguo amplified the power and range of the Crescent Moon Charge threefold, unleashing an assault that was utterly unassailable. In an instant, Genshin executed a horizontal slash, the surging sword aura shooting forth, raising mud and stones in its wake, obliterating everything in its path. With an unparalleled momentum, it surged towards the astonished Aguo. Boom! Aguo exerted every ounce of strength to block, yet could not withstand the enhanced impact of the Crescent Moon Charge, being propelled backward into a building, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that shattered the silence of the night sky. The deafening sound made the onlookers cover their ears, trembling on the ground in fear. Unable to rise, as I have stated before, Genshin grinned, resting Muramasa upon his shoulder. Your so-called Chijini pales in comparison. Before the universe's strongest race was nearly annihilated, only Kakabito and Babita remained, and they were but trifles. P.S. I have long asserted that even mastering the Crescent Moon Charge does not render one invincible in the world of Gintama. At least 10 individuals can withstand this attack unscathed. P.S. 2. To clarify, this Crescent Moon Charge is not the same as strawberries. In fact, it is merely an extraordinarily large sword aura. However, given the presence of Shinigami in the Gintama universe, it has been named as such. As Gintoki once remarked, it is merely a sword aura, yet it bears such an embarrassing name. P.S. 3. Apart from my previous appearances, unless the plot necessitates, it is unlikely that anything outside of Gintama will emerge again. Facepalm. Chapter 30. Explosions are art. Special effects and BGM. Hey. How long will you feign death? Kenshin wrapped a torn piece of cloth around the wound on his left shoulder, gritting his teeth as he tied a knot. Glancing at the small map, he could finally see a figure appearing on it, and he smiled faintly. At last, I can see you. It seems you've weakened considerably, thanks to you. A ghost calm voice emerged before Kenshin, revealing a glaring wound across his abdomen, his right arm severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth, painting a pitiful scene. Kenshin understood. Initially, a ghost figure had not appeared on the small map, but after enduring a reinforced version of the Crescent Moon attack, he could now see him. This indicated that a ghost's strength was no longer overwhelming compared to his peak power. Rather, it was either slightly higher, equal, or even inferior to his own. There was still hope for this battle. You all rush inside. Ago commanded solemnly. I initially thought I could swiftly deal with him and then defuse the bomb, but it seems that's no longer possible. Yes, the numerous heavenly beings responded in unison, charging towards Kenshin, who blocked the entrance. You all. Kenshin's voice deepened, knowing he could not allow this group of heavenly beings to enter. Otherwise, all their efforts would turn to ashes. One more step, and your fate is no longer your own. Leave. I will handle him. Reassuring his somewhat fearful subordinates, Ago realized that if Kenshin was not dealt with here, no one would breach the entrance. If they charged recklessly and all the heavenly beings perished, no one would be left to dismantle the bomb. Even if he succeeded in eliminating this swordsman, it would be in vain. Kenshin Himura. Ago clenched his fist tightly, and the air around them crackled with explosive sounds as he twisted his body, releasing a symphony of bone-cracking sounds. For your earlier arrogance. Like a demon released from a seal, Ago's aura intensified, and he licked his lips before charging at Kenshin at a moderate pace. Though his speed was not overwhelming, the sense of danger it exuded only grew stronger for Kenshin, who gripped his sword, knowing he could not abandon his post at the entrance. He was prepared to endure the confrontation. Pay the price. Ago deflected Kenshin's sword to the side, then seized Kenshin in his arms, barreling straight into the interior. The heavenly beings, witnessing this, swiftly followed suit. Boom. Kenshin's body crashed through several buildings, and soon he was slammed against the hull of a spacecraft. The tremendous impact causing it to tremble. Quick, find the bomb and defuse it. Ago roared, urging the heavenly beings on, while Kenshin, severely injured, momentarily lost consciousness. Yet, at the moment Ago issued his command, the clamorous voices erupted. Charge. Save the captain. Captain. Kenshin. The loyal warriors, led by the dust-covered insurgents, surged through the unguarded entrance. The first sight that greeted them was Kenshin, bloodied and pinned against the ship's body, instantly tearing their hearts apart. Kenshin. Cough, cough, cough. Don't come any closer. Kenshin was jolted back to awareness by the cries of his comrades. Go stop them from disarming the bomb. I'll handle this. It's too late. Aguo suddenly appeared before Chenfei, raising his left foot with the intent to strike him down. At that critical moment, Jinshin charged forth with Dragon Tooth Slash, swiftly piercing Aguo's calf with a single blow. Leave. Came a thunderous command as Jinshin blocked the incoming punch with his left hand, while his right hand wielded the sword, aiming to sever Aguo's calf muscle entirely. Aguo winced in pain, once more ensnaring Jinshin's Murakumo within his muscle. Yet the imbalance of his body rendered all of Aguo's moves futile. Although he did not completely sever the calf, a long gash was torn open, causing both to separate once again, one with blood pouring from his leg, the other with a chest marred and bloody. Good techniques. Each strike aimed at my chest, Jinshin mused, feeling his chest, contemplating inwardly. Have I already broken 4 ribs? I am the mightiest among the 3 great mercenaries of the universe, the formidable Chijini. Aguo's left hand plunged fiercely into the ground, shaking the earth beneath him. How could I lose to a mere human? Unable to discern the human before him, Jinshin silently calculated the time. Hey, Chenfei, withdraw with the others. But Captain, no buts. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. I have my own means of escape. Jinshin fixed his gaze on Aguo, resolutely commanding. Gritting his teeth, Chenfei replied, all right. Everyone fall back. Thinking of escaping? Aguo's eyes flashed with coldness. Stop them. With a light sound, a Shin cleaved a path, charging ahead to lead the many loyalists in a breakout. Well done, Jinshin cheered, but inadvertently pulled at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Once all the loyalists had retreated, the remaining Celestials, seeing their inability to intervene, mostly followed suit, leaving only a few to completely encircle Jinshin. You cannot escape your fate, Aguo said darkly, knowing that even if he killed this warrior, the impending explosion from the bombs would obliterate the ships, subjecting him to inevitable punishment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his voice dropping to a fierce growl. If you die, those loyalists will not survive either. His pupils constricted once more, memories flooding back to that fiery night, the desperate cries, the merciless blade, the regret of being powerless to protect. You dare. In an instant, silence fell as Jinshin's blade pressed against Aguo's chest, roaring as he collided with another ship, and before they could react, a deafening explosion erupted, leaving the Celestials present in a state of fear, glancing around in terror. What is that? One Celestial gasped, staring at the dark object descending from the sky. As its descent quickened, the gathered Celestials could not help but swallow hard. It's a missile. As the reality of the situation dawned on them, the Celestials fled in panic, yet their chaotic escape proved futile. The missile continued its descent, striking the ground with a resounding boom, scattering daylight in all directions. A thunderous roar erupted, igniting a chain reaction, followed by an unrelenting series of explosions. Spaceships were engulfed by flames and detonations, while celestial beings were overwhelmed by the inferno and blast. In this moment of despair, those who regretted not fleeing were left to scream hopelessly, their tears laced with resentment toward the one who orchestrated this calamity, the very being who had claimed their lives. The cacophony of explosions persisted, debris soaring from the epicenter in a chaotic dance. Although the patriots observed from a distance, concerned for the safety of their leader, they recognized that this was an opportune moment to strike, lest they face a fierce battle upon the awakening of their bewildered adversaries. At last, the echoes of destruction subsided, leaving only the relentless flames that continued to blaze. Outside the battleground, the initial surprise had worn off, and the celestial beings, now armed, retaliated fiercely, driven by the destruction of their stronghold, thus equalizing the conflict once more. Amidst the raging inferno, two figures stood locked in a gaze. Their injuries severe, yet their eyes gleaming with an unwavering resolve to vanquish one another. In truth, my mission has reached its conclusion. Genshin inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air that alleviated the exhaustion brought on by evading the explosive blasts and the debris that had struck like cannonballs. Observing his opponent, whose left hand was drenched in blood, he spoke with a surprisingly relaxed tone. This place is now surrounded by fire. Agua's voice was grim. You shall not escape. No matter the circumstances, I am aware that fleeing leads to certain death. Thus, I will drag you down with me, even in demise. We shall see about that. Genshin met his gaze with determination, adopting the stance of the flying sword technique, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Do you possess the ability? Kill. They charged toward each other, every ounce of their being concentrated in this singular strike. Only the victor would earn the right to pass judgment. Only the triumphant could emerge from this fiery abyss. Instinct warned them that one of them would inevitably meet their end. As they drew near, reflections of themselves flickered in each other's eyes, revealing their dire states. Rushing toward a fatal conclusion. Thud. They narrowly missed one another. To have pushed me to such extremes as a mere human, you have earned your pride. Agua turned, looking down upon the fallen Genshin with a sinister grin. Ultimately, I have triumphed, samurai. Chapter 31. Just play house honestly. Are you so certain? Have you even glanced at your own chest? Genshin, lying on the ground, turned to face the sky. His breath faltered, soon overtaken by an unbearable agony as he glanced down at the gaping wound on his chest, blood oozing forth. His eyes widened in shock. How did this happen? Accepting his impending demise, Agua asked nonchalantly. When we narrowly bypassed one another, you struck through my abdomen with a single punch, while I unleashed the crescent moon sword technique, a manifestation of sword energy, to pierce your chest. The crescent moon whispered softly to itself, then chuckled lightly. The warrior. No, it is you, Himura Kenshin. You are indeed formidable. Without waiting for Kenshin to respond, it continued to speak to itself. However, beings like me are abundant throughout the entire Chijini race, so do not become overly elated. Once my blood has stained you, should you encounter my kin in the future, they will surely find out. I wonder if you will still be as fortunate then? Fear not, for I shall send many Chijini to accompany you. A cold chuckle escaped its lips, and maintaining a frigid smile, Agu collapsed onto the ground, swiftly staining it with crimson. In this battle, Kenshin emerged victorious, albeit with grave losses, defeating a candidate from the three mightiest races in the universe. Upon reflection, the disparity between Chijini and the Night Rabbits is not trivial. Kenshin, if you struggle against such a weakling to this extent, it seems your path ahead is fraught with challenges. In truth, it is a bleak outlook. Kenshin gazed at Agu, sprawled so unabashedly, and found himself at a loss for words. You lie there so nonchalantly, while I am utterly exhausted. At this rate, I shall be roasted alive. He lamented. I cannot bear such a tragic fate. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Annihilate the encampment. Reward: 40 body restoration, unlock moon crescent, form transformation, infinite basket of Akina Aki's jam bread. Hey, this hidden mission's rewards are rather meager. I understand that body restoration is crucial, but the transformation of moon crescent was something I just comprehended myself. Why is it now a reward? And what on earth is Akina Aki's jam bread? Don't think I haven't seen it. Is it some kind of divine slayer bread? What grave sin have I committed to deserve this treatment? Is it a death wish? Ding. Due to the completion of the hidden mission, the plot has commenced prematurely. The bombing, originally scheduled for 1 month later, has been moved to 7 days hence. The commander of the celestial beings, Panda Celestial, is about to arrive, and the retreat of Jihua has been advanced. The wigs of Gintoki and Takasugi, even the system acknowledges it as a wig. This cannot be allowed. The wig will weep and perhaps even take its own life, have also been moved forward. Now, the task has changed, assassination. Due to your reckless actions, the celestial beings are furious, causing the bombing date to be moved up. However, the withdrawal plan does not align with the scheduled retreat of Gintoki and Takasugi's wigs. The host must delay until all 4 teams successfully retreat. Completion reward: 1 teleportation talisman, 1 identification talisman, 1 celestial lock moon slasher, enhancement of physical abilities to superhuman levels, flying sword style 1, and moon crescent power 1. Additionally, receive 10 universal cure pills and 5 divine beans. Failure penalty: the world of Gintama collapses, plot development unknown. Gintoki and Takasugi's wigs perish. What the hell? I merely came to engage in a battle. Must there be such an overwhelming reaction? What is with the demise of Gintoki and Takasugi's wigs? Why has this calamity befallen us? Are they not the protagonists? This is outrageous. How am I supposed to buy time? I am at my wit's end. If I had known, I would never have participated. Kenshin felt a pang of frustration. Who could have anticipated that such a calamity would occur? In 7 days, if that panda deity issued a command, the world would be no more. How did I become a hero destined to save the world? This does not align with my character. There is still time for those matters. It is best to head out now. As he gazed at the encroaching inferno, Kenshin did not hesitate. With a flourish of his right hand, a gust of wind materialized, and with a swift motion, he carved a path to safety. Without uttering another word, he surged forward, propelled by the crescent moon's embrace. Is it over? Upon emerging, Kenshin beheld a landscape strewn with corpses. Yet, overall, it seemed that more of the loyal samurai remained standing. Kenshin felt a slight relief and, adopting a teasing tone, made his presence known to the crowd. You're still alive. Captain Ashwan's disdainful voice reached his ears. Kenshin refrained from retorting, merely scratching his head and offering a silly grin. I'm glad you're all right, Captain. Qingfei finally exhaled in relief. Well, I'm hanging in there, Kenshin nodded. Qingfei, could you lend me a hand? Having uttered this, Kenshin found it difficult to remain upright. After such an exhausting battle, even with a recovery of 40 stamina, he could barely manage a few steps. The earlier encounter with the crescent moon had left him feeling drained. Captain, are you all right? Qingfei's anxiety resurfaced. At this moment, I could really use the comforting embrace of a woman. Kenshin's eyes turned glassy. Not you, you foot fetish giant. Let me go? Gently releasing Kenshin, Qingfei watched as he steadied himself, finally letting go completely. How many brothers have we lost? Kenshin inquired. Qingfei lowered his gaze. Over 120 brothers, excluding the medical team. Now only 88 remain, he replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. Kenshin closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Those fallen samurai had, only moments before, engaged in light banter with him, and now they lay lifeless. Ah, Ashwan, not bad. In an effort to divert the conversation, Kenshin glanced at the deceased deities. Noting that many had succumbed to a single decisive blow, it was evident that the assailants had exerted considerable effort. Most were dispatched with a single strike. TCH, had you not meddled during our last battle, I would have claimed even more. Ashwan scoffed, then casually inquired, how are your injuries? Oh, I'm fine, Kenshin said, taken aback, then draped his arm over Ashwan's shoulder. Qingfei, let us carry our fallen brothers and depart. Indeed, Qingfei, roused from his thoughts, observed Kenshin's limping figure being supported by another, then turned to glance back at the still-burning encampment of the deities. Had they finally found hope? Lord Kenshin, carrying an injured comrade on his back, Qingfei silently followed the figure ahead, for the first time feeling that the struggle of the loyal samurai was not an utterly dark and hopeless endeavor. After a night's journey, they finally reached the encampment. Kenshin could not help but exhale in relief, a profound weariness washing over him, and he could no longer resist the pull of sleep. He closed his eyes and leaned against Ashwan, succumbing entirely to slumber. Ashien was taken aback and immediately wished to cast him aside. However, reflecting upon the intense night of battle, the hand she had prepared to raise gradually lowered. With a resigned smile, she said, Qingfei, I will first escort the captain to the medical team. Understood, Qingfei replied. Wait, remember to give our brothers a proper burial. Suddenly, Jian who had already fallen asleep, uttered a remark before once again snoring thunderously. Ah, I know. Qingfei chuckled softly. Let us go find a resting place for our brothers. Setting aside the somber atmosphere surrounding Qingfei, let us focus on Jian. Ashien assisted him to the entrance of the medical team. watching as several girls skillfully carried Jin Xian inside. Xian pressed her lips together and followed suit. Arno, sister, how is he? A timid girl with short purple hair inquired, glancing anxiously at her sister, who was busy tending to the situation. Fortunately, the captain has merely exhausted his strength. But these wounds are quite troublesome. The long-haired purple sister frowned as she examined the gaping wound on Jin Xian's abdomen, which was nearly a through-and-through injury. Call the other sisters over. We are going to perform a major surgery. We absolutely cannot fail, the long-haired girl declared solemnly. I'll go? Indeed. The timid girl had a high level of cuteness. If Jin Xian were awake at that moment, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up and exclaim something like, "No regrets in this life. Xian, could you please step outside?" The long-haired girl cast a silent dismissal at Xian, who stood nearby. After a moment of inner conflict, Xian resigned herself, saying, "I understand. Please make sure he gets better." "All right. I know without you saying." Xian waved her hand dismissively. "Hurry and leave." With no alternative, Xian clenched her fists and sadly departed. It seemed yet another convoluted tale was unfolding. Chapter 32. I truly am at my wit's end. I did not expect our small team to possess such high-quality girls. Quite impressive. Lying in the hospital bed, Jin Xian, discreetly covering his nose, observed the nurse-like girls walking back and forth, silently commending his own cleverness. Oh, it's the timid girl. I can't take it anymore. My obsessive-compulsive tendencies are flaring up. I must resist. No, I cannot succumb to such impulses. What is wrong, Captain? The timid girl asked, noticing Jin Xian's changing expressions with genuine concern. Forget it. I shall heed my instincts. Lighting a metaphorical incense for his conscience, Jin Xian playfully remarked to the timid girl. Well, seeing you excites me. Look, I'm so thrilled I'm about to burst. Stop bullying me, the tearful girl exclaimed. Good job. Jin Xian silently gave the author a thumbs up in his mind. However, would the author allow him to enjoy such bliss? Hey, how long are you going to torment my sister? A pink voice suddenly pierced the air, grabbing Jin Xian by the collar, heedless of his status as an injured party, and threateningly declared, Xian, I promise I won't do it again. Kenshin managed a sheepish smile. It was not every day that he encountered such a high-quality, adorable girl, and to make matters even more delightful, she was accompanied by her sister. How could he possibly bring himself to chastise them? After all, it was merely a harmless jest. TCH, if you dare to bully my sister again, I'll inject you with the syringe. With that, Akira set Kenshin down, stood up, and tossed her hair. I'm leaving. Wait, have you misunderstood something? Why is the elder sister called Akira while the younger one is simply referred to as Ah? This defies logic. Could it be that my previous chapter's conjectures were all erroneous? Author, if you don't provide me with an explanation, I shall go on strike. Hee. What a proud, though, in truth, Sundara, elder sister. Kenshin observed the bustling Akira, occasionally glancing at the patient in the bed and sometimes offering kind inquiries to others. Such a girl was indeed radiant. So dazzling that he felt an irresistible urge to protect her. When can I leave? Kenshin turned to the person who was changing the bandages for another patient. Well, if all goes as planned, you can actually leave now. In reality, the captain's injuries are not severe. However, you must absolutely refrain from using sword techniques at high speeds, or else the wounds may reopen. Oh no, how disheartening. I am saddened, Kenshin. I feel rejected. Woe is me. Don't stop me. Let me perish. Please, do not say such things. The person panicked again. In truth, from a certain perspective, they were rather easy to fool. Kenshin was in tears. Thus, Kenshin, your memory seems quite lacking. Have you forgotten what a gorilla stronger than the one from Kong just told you? Hidokiri Kenshin. A furious roar made Kenshin perk up his ears. An object was hurtling toward him at high speed, and he assessed that he could evade it. With a swift sidestep followed by a Thomas spin, Kenshin landed flawlessly. He turned to glance at the wall that had been struck, only to witness a syringe embedded within it, still emitting smoke. Akira, how brutal you are. Cold sweat trickled down Kenshin's brow, his face maintaining an impassive expression, while internally, he was already engaged in a frenzy of complaints. He turned to the fearsome Akira, swallowing hard. Akira, I am to be discharged today. I must leave now. Shufei just summoned me to discuss matters. I am quite busy. I'm off. Please, do not pursue me. Why can't you understand that if you do nothing, you won't die? Tenryu flash. Cough cough. All right. You all saw nothing. Kenshin's lips twitched as he observed the few individuals stifling laughter during the meeting. However, he felt utterly helpless. Akira relentlessly chased him around the camp, and practically everyone in their squad had witnessed the spectacle. Even Chufei, having just exited the restroom, gave him a thumbs up. Thumbs up, my foot. Yes, Captain. Chufei suppressed his amusement. In truth, Akira is quite wonderful. She may appear fierce, but she genuinely cares for others. In the rear troops, she was indeed pursued by many admirers. Yet, that is of no concern to me. With a thunderous shout, Genshin declared, "Enough. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. It is time to address the pressing issues at hand. We have dismantled the Celestials' stronghold in Guxiang, and they will undoubtedly seek vengeance with fervor. Given our current circumstances, it would be futile to take the lead recklessly." Genshin surveyed the group, noticing no signs of discontent among them, which filled him with satisfaction. It seemed the battle from the previous night had established his fundamental authority. However, one of the leaders interjected, "But Captain, we cannot retreat. As you stated, we must provide cover until the Chief Jihua and his men have safely evacuated. Yet, I believe that our disruption of their operations has significantly heightened the likelihood of an earlier assault." Genshin replied gravely, "We all understand the Celestials' propensity for retribution. We must prepare for the worst. If they initiate bombing earlier than expected, what shall we do? If that occurs, the Jihua leaders will not have sufficient time to withdraw." Shinfei remarked, "Moreover, we have no way of knowing whether the Celestials will indeed strike early, or by how many days. This situation is beyond our control. Our intelligence capabilities pale in comparison to theirs." Genshin sighed thus, "I require a trustworthy individual to convey the news of a potential bombing 7 days in advance to Chief Jihua, allowing him to evacuate as soon as possible. The sooner, the better." "Wait, why 7 days? How do you know this, Captain?" one leader inquired. 3 days would be insufficient, and 10 days might be too late. 7 days strikes the perfect balance." Genshin's prowess in deceit was unparalleled. He could not simply declare, "The will of the world has revealed to me that the Celestials will initiate bombing in 7 days. Ah, that makes sense. The key now is to determine who will undertake this mission." Shinfei concurred with the notion. After a moment of contemplation, Genshin suggested, "How about a Xian? He is my disciple, possesses good character, and has the ability to protect himself." "I have no objections," Shinfei stated after a brief pause. The remaining members naturally followed suit, expressing no dissent to the proposal. "Very well, it is settled then. Shinfei, please discuss this with a Xian. I need to make some preparations." "Preparations for what?" Shinfei asked. "To infiltrate Jianghai and wait for the opportune moment." "What?" Chapter 32. I truly have no options left. I never anticipated our small team would possess such high-quality female members. Remarkable. Lying on the hospital bed, Genshin quietly commended his own wit as he observed the nurses walking by, feeling a surge of admiration. "Oh, a timid girl. I cannot endure this any longer. My obsessive tendencies are overwhelming. No, I must resist." "Captain, what is wrong with you?" the timid girl inquired, noticing Genshin's ever-changing expression with genuine concern. "Perhaps I should heed my instincts." After offering a silent prayer for his conscience, Genshin teased the timid girl, "Well, your presence excites me. However, will the author allow you to enjoy this bliss without consequence? Hey, until when will you continue to bully my sister?" A sudden, pink voice surged forth, seizing Kenshin by the collar, heedless of his protests as an injured individual. With a fierce demeanor, she declared, "Aki, I assure you, I shall not do it again." Kenshin managed a sheepish smile. Encountering such a charming girl, especially one of a pair of sisters, how could he bring himself to scold her? After all, it was merely a harmless jest. "TCH, should you ever bully my sister again?" Aki released Kenshin, rising to her feet, tossing her hair as she proclaimed, "I'm leaving." "Wait, have you misunderstood something? Why does the elder sister go by Aki while the younger is called Ah? This defies logic. Were my previous assumptions entirely erroneous? Author, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall go on strike." He chuckled softly. What a proud, albeit Sundara sister. Kenshin observed Aki as she busied herself, occasionally glancing at the hospital bed and warmly greeting others. Such a girl shone brilliantly, so radiant that he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. Kenshin turned to the individual tending to another patient. "When might I be discharged?" The nurse momentarily panicked, but soon regained composure. "According to the captain, you can actually leave now. In truth, your injuries are not severe." Just be cautious and absolutely refrain from using sword techniques at high speeds, or else your wounds may reopen. Ah, how disheartening. I am saddened, Kenshin. He feigned a sorrowful expression. I have been rejected. Rejected. Woe is me. Do not restrain me. Let me perish. Please, do not say such things. She panicked again, realizing how easily he could be deceived. Oh, Kenshin cried, tears streaming down his face. Your memory is rather poor, Kenshin. Have you forgotten what an immensely powerful gorilla, surpassing even Kong, just told you? Hidokiri Batusai. A furious shout erupted, causing Kenshin to twitch his ears. An object hurtled toward him at high speed, and he determined he could evade it. With a swift sidestep, he executed a flawless Thomas spin, landing gracefully. He glanced back at the wall that had been struck, where a syringe was embedded deeply, still emitting smoke. Aki, how brutal you are? A cold sweat drenched his brow as he feigned indifference, but internally, he was frantically critiquing the situation. He turned to the now fearsome Aki. Swallowing hard, Amaki, I'm being discharged today. I must leave now, as Chinfei summoned me to discuss matters. I am quite busy. I am leaving. Please, do not pursue me. Why? Kenshin, do you not understand that one does not perish by doing nothing? Shinryu flash. Cough cough. All right, you saw nothing, Kenshin remarked, observing the few individuals in the meeting who were secretly amused. He twitched his lips, but felt powerless. Aki relentlessly chased him around the camp, ensuring that nearly every squad member bore witness to the spectacle. Even Shinfei, emerging from the restroom, gave him a thumbs up. Thumbs up my foot. Yes, Captain. Dust Fei suppressed a chuckle, remarking, in truth, Xing is rather impressive. She appears quite ferocious, yet she genuinely cares for others. Back in the rear troops, she had numerous admirers. That is of no concern to me. Jinshin bellowed. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We must focus on the pressing issues at hand. We have dismantled the Tian stronghold in the ancient street, and they will undoubtedly retaliate with fervor. Given our current circumstances, it is evident that standing out is a gamble we cannot afford. Jinshin surveyed the room, noting that no one exhibited dissatisfaction, which brought him great satisfaction. It seemed the battle from the previous night had established his fundamental authority. However, Captain, we cannot retreat. One of the leaders interjected. As you mentioned, we must provide cover until the Jihua leaders are safely evacuated. Yet, I fear that our interference may have hastened their intended strikes, Jinshin replied gravely. You are all aware of the Tian's propensity for vengeance. We must prepare for the worst. What if they initiate bombings earlier than anticipated? If that occurs, the Jihua leaders will have no time to escape. Dust Fei focused intently. Moreover, we have no means of knowing if the Tians will indeed strike early, or by how many days. This is an unavoidable predicament. Our intelligence capabilities pale in comparison to those of the Tians. Jinshin sighed, rubbing his temples. Thus, I require a trustworthy individual to inform the Jihua leaders about the potential for bombings to commence in 7 days, allowing for an expedited evacuation. The sooner, the better. Wait, why 7 days? How do you know this, Captain? One leader inquired. 3 days would be insufficient, and 10 days might be too late. 7 days strikes the perfect balance. Jinshin's skill in deception was unparalleled. He could not simply declare that the will of the world had revealed this to him. Yes, that seems prudent. The critical issue now is determining who will undertake this mission. Dust Fei concurred with the notion. After a moment of silence, he proposed, I suggest a Xian. Jinshin considered. He is my disciple, possessing both integrity and self-preservation skills. I have no objections. Dust Fei declared after a moment's contemplation, and soon the others followed suit, expressing their agreement with the proposal. Very well, it is settled then. Dust Fei, wait, you must speak with the Xian. I need to make preparations. Preparations for what? To infiltrate Jianghai and wait for the right moment. What? Chapter 33, The Genesis of Fate. Whale? No, I absolutely disagree. Dust Fei shouted. You have been indulgent once. This time, it is out of the question. Hey, it is not a matter of life and death. I am merely going to observe. Jinshin retorted defiantly. In any case, it cannot be done. We cannot afford to lose our captain again. Dust Fei's tone was tinged with emotion. What you propose is 1,000 times more perilous than a struggle for survival. Dust Fei, I implore you to be reasonable. Show some masculine resolve. Stop sobbing like a child. Jinshin waved his hand irritably. I am determined to go. Do not be reckless, you fool. Dust Fei scolded. You all should intervene as well. The remaining leaders shook their heads in frustration. All right, It's not time to go yet. Genshin waved his hand, and then remembered the hidden firearms and ammunition he had stored when he entered for the discussion. They're in the small gully to the west. I've placed the seized weapons and ammunition from the Celestials there. Qinfei, gather a few people to retrieve them. Are you sure there's any? Qinfei asked skeptically. I assure you. There are. Genshin replied impatiently. This meeting is adjourned. We shall discuss the matters regarding my infiltration into Zhanghai tomorrow. Qinfei, swiftly find the most skilled marksmen in the team and arm them. We need to form a combat-ready force quickly. Understood. Qinfei acknowledged. I'll take my leave now, Genshin said. Lifting the curtain, with his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he casually surveyed the motivated individuals around him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he strolled away. Wherever he went, people paused their tasks, smiling and greeting Genshin, who reciprocated their greetings with a warm smile. This journey was filled with laughter and warmth, further enhancing the smile upon Genshin's face. Hey, Captain Genshin. Upon hearing someone call out to him, Genshin turned curiously and was taken aback to see a vibrant figure standing there, a basket of vegetables in hand. Dressed in a kimono that starkly contrasted her usual nurse attire. The floral green kimono, paired with her shoulder-length purple hair, was impossible to overlook. Is it just you out on the streets? Genshin asked in surprise. Yes. What's the matter, Captain Genshin? She replied, walking alongside him with a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Uh-huh. Genshin shook his head, slightly embarrassed. Is your sister really okay with you being out alone? His teasing tone instantly reddened her cheeks. Oh, Captain Genshin, how could you? Her demeanor was no longer as shy as it had been in the camp. Piquing Genshin's curiosity, you're not so afraid of me anymore, are you? She kept pace with Genshin, matching his stride, and smiled slightly upon hearing his voice. That's because we've become familiar. We're good friends now. How old are you this year? She asked inquisitively. Genshin pondered for a moment before uncertainly replying. About 33, I suppose. Oh, Captain, lying is a bad habit. She protested with a discontented tone. Well, my soul is 20 years old, but my body is still 13. Genshin's playful remark led her to believe he was teasing her again, unaware that he was speaking sincerely. All right, enough of that. Genshin chuckled and nodded at a teammate beside him, casually inquiring, and how old are you? I'm 13. My sister is a year older than me. She responded. TCH, that woman. I thought she was going through an early menopause. Genshin scoffed, then recalled her formidable nature, glancing around nervously. Haha, she giggled behind her hand. Don't worry, Captain. My sister isn't very skilled in cooking, so she has been waiting for me to buy the groceries. I can tell just by looking. Her culinary skills are lacking, Genshin muttered. She seems to have channeled all her efforts into being aggressive, to the point that even I can't resist. Isn't a hidden strongest boss of the Ishin Shirshir? Alas. Lightly tapping Kenshin, she protested, you mustn't say that about my sister. She is, in truth, very gentle. This statement, however, remained unuttered by Kenshin. Observing the sorrowful expression nearby, it was evident that this was yet another painful chapter from the past. And he was now cast as the villain tearing away this facade or protective veil. This topic could not be pursued any further. Hey, Anne's violence is merely her way of wanting to protect you, right? A gentle voice interrupted, causing the melancholic gaze to falter. Looking at the one who had unveiled the deepest secret within, Kenshin, feigning ignorance, wore an expression of confusion. What is the matter? Kenshin's casual tone carried a hint of concern. Ah, it's nothing. Startled for a moment, she then seemed to come to a realization. The captain already knows my past. So I must hear about the captain's past too. Such a thing doesn't exist. I truly know nothing. She vehemently retorted before casually adding, I merely trained with my fellow disciples under a man's guidance on how to mature. That is all. The captain is too cunning. What sort of past is that? Came her dissatisfied voice. Well then, Captain, I hail from the depths of the mountains in the Hidden Leaf Village. This journey was actually guided by the Grim Reaper. In search of a promising job at sea, the captain's voice came through, tinged with exasperation as he looked at Kenshin's antics, puffing out his cheeks. If you keep this up, I will ignore you. Kenshin's animated gestures abruptly ceased, and with a foolish grin, he scratched his head. Hee. You truly are impossible. Casting a glare at Kenshin, the captain slowly resumed walking ahead, while Kenshin stood still, gazing ahead with a hint of bewilderment, his thoughts adrift in unknown realms. Captain? A soft voice emerged, and Kenshin glanced over, as the silhouette ahead seemed to radiate with boundless light under the setting sun. the smiling face extending a hand towards him. "Hurry up," came the dissatisfied voice, pulling the dazed Kenshin forward, and he found himself moving slowly, almost against his own will. In the remaining time, the two walked in silence, side by side, while passing teammates exchanged knowing smiles at the scene. Together, they continued their journey through the war-torn landscape, step by step, as if advancing towards hope or perhaps the unknown. Eventually, the figure beside him came to a halt, leaving Kenshin in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, he had felt that continuing this journey indefinitely could be a splendid thing. Now, he pondered why such a thought had crossed his mind. "What's the matter?" Kenshin instinctively lifted his gaze to inquire. I've arrived home," she said with an apologetic smile. "Captain Kenshin, do join me for a meal. In fact, I just returned from shopping for vegetables." Ahem. Truth be told, the latter part of this ancient street is protected by the Ishin Sure. So some citizens still reside here. Perhaps not. If your sister sees me, she might just kill me. Kenshin recalled the image of Akira unleashing her unparalleled prowess. Involuntarily shivering. Enough. Let us part ways here. In truth, his sister had once mentioned that if he were to encounter the captain, she would invite him for a meal. And, of course, Aishin would be present as well. She grasped Kenshin's arm. "Aishin? What is she doing here?" Kenshin pondered, realizing it was a personal matter and feeling it inappropriate to pry. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. "Please let me go. I still have my training to complete." Didn't I mention that the captain's injury prohibits strenuous activity?" Upon hearing Kenshin's words, her cheeks puffed out adorably. "Oh no. I can't believe I let that slip. My mouth has betrayed me." Kenshin regretted his words, but hesitated to act forcefully, fearing he might harm this delicate girl. The atmosphere became tense until, whoosh, bang. Kenshin turned his head stiffly, producing cracking sounds, as he beheld a kitchen knife cleaving through a wall, embedded in a distant stone. The musty odor of rusted swords wafted through the air. A faint voice echoed, "Why is this here? Should I venture out to retrieve that rusted sword and melt it down? Please allow me to enter and share a meal. Otherwise, it shall be my greatest regret in life." Kenshin spoke earnestly. The other person covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Her melodious laughter allowed Kenshin's heart to genuinely relax for the first time. 3, 2, let us proceed inside. Allow me to carry the basket for you. Please, take care over this threshold. Captain, you've taken a wrong turn. It's this way. Chapter 34. Are you truly so at ease in trusting your sister to Lady Akira? I have entered. Upon crossing the threshold, Kenshin beheld Akira seated gracefully at the center of the hall, sipping tea. He trotted over, offering a respectful bow. Sit there. She cast a sideways glance at Kenshin, her tea drinking undisturbed, her gaze subtly directed toward the empty chair beside her. Kenshin instantly understood, promptly taking his seat. What brings you here? He inquired with a glance towards the leisurely Aishin. Of course, I've come to partake in your renowned culinary skills. Aishin's eyes conveyed her sentiments. I am well aware of your exceptional talent. But why is Sister Xiong here? How can you remain so nonchalant? Kenshin's eyes widened, once more conveying his concern. Just avoid provoking her. Came the indifferent reply through her gaze. How thick-skinned are you? Hey, she's looking at me. What should I do? Should I kneel and sing my submission? Tell me the secret to ignoring her gaze. Kenshin's eyes flared with frustration. At this moment, just smile, came the contented response. Before Kenshin could shoot another glare at Aishin, a sharp sound of shattering glass interrupted. I feel as though someone is speaking ill of me. The smiling gaze transformed Kenshin's internal lament. Which is it, the Tsundere or the cunning one? How could that possibly be? Akira replied. The apricot is so gentle and beautiful. How could anyone speak ill of you? After uttering this sentiment with a lump in his throat, Kenshin silently commended himself. So much time has passed, and my acting skills have not waned. Is it true? I can feel it. That ancient aura, emanating from the depths of the 18 levels of hell, has materialized. Indeed, it has transformed from a sob into a shudder. That's a relief. The ominous black mist dissipated in an instant, and the purest malice, intertwined with hues of ink and crimson, finally vanished. Kenshin wiped the sweat off his brow in silence. Goodness, no acting could save me here. And you, apricot, are indeed the ultimate antagonist. Or wait, since she just sensed it, if I continue now. His rigid gaze met apricot's enigmatic smile, and Kenshin immediately cleared his mind, maintaining a state of clarity and tranquility. Engage. Ahem. What's this? Captain, why aren't you eating? At that moment, after a long and arduous 15 minutes, Kenshin finally awaited that moment of revelation. Feeling that perhaps the heavens had not forsaken him after all, the goddess has come to rescue me. He then beheld the pitiful sight of himself watching Apricot and Aishin enjoying their meal, while he silently held a plate of peanuts, tears streaming down his face. I forgot that the goddess is accompanied by a female specter. Kenshin roared internally. I've already eaten. You all go ahead. Ignoring Aishin's teasing gaze, Kenshin could only manage a forced chuckle. Oh, you're lying. From behind, a bowl of rice was presented. Captain, here. So it was prepared for me all along? Kenshin felt a surge of gratitude as he accepted the bowl, and this time, Apricot did not exude her usual menacing aura, allowing him to comfortably sit down and eat. Banishing the plate of peanuts far away. What plans do we have next? Apricot casually inquired. Kenshin froze for a moment, instinctively pausing with the bowl at his lips. I'm heading to Jianhai. Apricot hesitated. Are you insane? I'm fine. Kenshin shielded his face with the bowl, wary of Apricot discerning his current expression. This defies logic. My Apricot. How could she suddenly transform into such a gentle being? Wait. Upon reflection, she clearly possesses a tsundere nature, yet just exhibited a cunning demeanor. Apricot, do you have a split personality? How long will you be gone? When will you depart? A sudden interjection from the silent observer. By tomorrow at the latest. When I return, we shall leave this ancient street behind. Kenshin sighed slightly, contemplating that if he succeeded, the celestial beings would inevitably raze this place to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Aishin, Kenshin called out. After I leave tomorrow, you must select 3 individuals from the east, south, north, or west, whichever you prefer, but ensure that 4 of you carry the message. What? Aishin asked in confusion. In 7 days, the celestial beings will initiate the bombardment. Please evacuate the area swiftly, Kenshin intently declared, enunciating each word. How can this be? Aishin's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of disbelief, while Xinghe mirrored his expression, equally stunned. Only success is permitted. Failure is not an option. Jinshin bowed his head. The names of the loyalists from the 4 directions shall be entrusted to you. Of course, in his heart, Jinshin silently resolved that if success eluded them, he would perish alongside Jianghai. They absolutely must not come to harm. Understood. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Aishin set down his utensils. When shall we depart? Tonight. Or rather, as soon as you finish your meal. The sooner, the better. Jinshin focused intently. As for the candidates, I leave that in your hands and Chin face. My time as captain has been brief, and I am not well acquainted with time. Remember, they must be reliable. I understand. With those words spoken, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Faced with such dismal news, no one could engage in jovial discourse. At that moment, Jinshin felt a pang of regret for having shared the news. What was meant to be a joyful gathering had turned so somber. How exhausting. What does the captain intend to do in Jianghai? A seemingly careless question shattered the silence. Jinshin looked up to see it was Xinghe, to ascertain the truth of the information and to determine the actual timeline. 7 days is merely my conjecture, and I need to scout Jianghai, the closest location to Edo. Everything should reveal itself there. Are you really going there, despite the dangers? She asked, concern etched on her face. How many people will you take? Due to the nature of this reconnaissance mission, I must go alone. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to meet me outside. Jinshin sensed her impending objections and swiftly laid out his plan. Then I must go? She insisted, her tone dropping. What do you intend to do? Jinshin and Xinghe exclaimed in unison, their voices sharp. No, I merely meant to say I would assist in the reception, she stammered, suddenly shy. That is out of the question. It is far too perilous. Jinshin interjected before she could protest further. You are to remain with the medical team. You are not to go anywhere. But once the captain returns, we will have to retreat, won't we? The rear is no different from the front. Although her tone was weak, it still held a conviction. Jinshin found himself at a loss for words. She was correct. When the time came to withdraw, it was entirely possible that the medical team, positioned at the rear, would draw enemy fire instead. Xinghe subtly gestured to Aishin, urging her to intervene. That makes sense. Aishin pondered briefly. In that case, I shall also go and meet you with everyone. Wait, what are you doing? Jinshin's protest was interrupted as a wave of darkness and bloodlust once again pressed down upon him, stifling his words. He glanced at Xinghe, whose gaze was unwavering, then turned to Aishin, who bore an expression that seemed to say, Do as you will. Genshin realized that this matter was now unavoidable, and he could only acquiesce with a sense of resignation. You are not permitted to run about recklessly. You are not to engage in battle, nor appear on the battlefield, nor expose your whereabouts. Genshin admonished, reiterating some fundamental principles. He had finally made friends. He could not bear to watch these two fools throw their lives away so heedlessly. Understood, Captain Genshin. They chorused, their voices intertwining in agreement. The indifferent apricot and the softly smiling figure alongside me, the bystander, Aishian. Hey, pay attention when I'm speaking. After all, I am the captain. I am indeed the captain. At the moment when Genshin made a decision, he failed to notice the corner of the character for destiny in the system's issued mission gradually turning red. Chapter 35. The Battle of Zhanghai. Well then, I shall take my leave. The next day, after Aishian had set off overnight, Genshin gathered several leaders, including Chen Fei, Ying, and others, early in the morning to commence the arrangement of plans. Be cautious, Chen Fei repeatedly reminded Genshin at the entrance. I know. How tedious. Genshin covered Chen Fei's mouth and said, remember the original plan. There must be no mistakes this time. Rest assured, I have remembered everything. Chen Fei nodded solemnly. By the way, absolutely do not let Ying and the others enter the battlefield. Genshin recalled those two troublesome individuals and quietly instructed Chen Fei. Understood. Chen Fei responded quietly with an understanding nod. Well then, I am off. Genshin glanced around at everyone present, his gaze lingering slightly on Ying and the others, before turning away with a graceful demeanor, leaving only his silhouette behind. Captain, stay safe. A gentle voice came from behind, filled with tender concern and a hint of shyness, instantly lifting Genshin's spirits. A smile crept onto his lips as he waved his hand without turning around, heading onward. The dragon hammer flashes, tragic. I wonder where Gintoki and the others have reached now. Genshin strolled through the forest, slowly making his way to Zhanghai, striving to avoid appearing too impatient, lest he attract unwanted attention. As he calmed himself, he recalled the three familiar figures from his memories, curiously pondering, well, I hope they arrive in time. The thought of that daunting mission caused Genshin considerable distress. It was almost an impossible task. Genshin glanced at the sky, realizing he had been traveling for quite some time without sighting the gates of Zhanghai. Just how far is it? What a ridiculous predicament. Hey, brother in front. Wait for me. A male voice called out, heightening Genshin's alertness. In such a desolate area, an unexpected voice was indeed suspicious. Hey, brother, where are you heading? I seem to have lost my way. The newcomer sported a handsome face, with long black hair tied back, thick eyebrows, and a katana in hand, affirming his humanity. However, hey, though I am merely 13, how is it that you, a clearly adult man, are nearly my height? Just how deranged are you? What about your genes? Have they been stolen from you throughout your life? I am Lu Sheng, the next head of the illustrious Lu Sheng family. The newcomer introduced himself with utmost seriousness. The Lu Sheng family? Genshin paused in surprise. Even in the private academy of Songyang, he had heard of the Lu Sheng name, loyal to the shogunate, the sharpest sword in its arsenal. Yet, in a certain sense, you and Genshin are sworn enemies. Do not dwell on it. It seems the young lad is destined for the rivers and seas. If you don't mind, could you take this old man along? I have been lost here for 3 days. Yujun clasped his hands together, gazing at Kenshin with a pleading expression. Kenshin remained silent, his deadpan gaze fixed on Yujun, rendering him quite awkward. Eventually, Kenshin withdrew his eyes, inherited from the teachings of the legendary Shinsuke, from the esteemed Yagyu clan. Indeed, Yujun replied, rubbing his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. Let us proceed. After all, it is on the way. One less or one more makes no difference. Kenshin ambled forward. Remember to bring me a fare when we reach the rivers and seas. My life is rather strained. Yujun initially regarded this young man as quite amiable, but now he perceived him merely as a self-serving individual, and his enthusiasm waned considerably. At this moment, Kenshin was aware of Yujun's identity. Yet he refrained from disclosing his own status as a member of the Chashu rebels. Otherwise, who could say whether these two would end up clashing in this region? By now, Yujun had begun to earn the title of Sword Saint, gaining recognition in Edo and its surrounding areas, and his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Kenshin, on the other hand, was accustomed to the Matsushita Academy, which, as everyone knows, is abundant in distractions and trivialities. Neither Kenshin nor Katsura was an easy opponent to contend with. Should these two engage in battle, who could predict how long it would take to determine a victor? Hey, you from the Yagyu clan. What brings you here? Kenshin, feeling that the silence was somewhat out of character, posed a token inquiry. Yet he harbored no fondness for the shogunate, and thus his demeanor toward the Yagyu clan was equally unwelcoming. Isn't it more polite to introduce oneself properly? Yujun mumbled to himself, shaking his head. Kenshin Himura. Upon uttering this name, Yujun exclaimed dramatically, "Hey, stop joking. Does Kenshin Himura truly exist? Don't try to fool me with jump, kid. I was once young too. Out of 10 people, 9 would react as you do." Kenshin shot a glance at Yujun. After all, the information is rather overwhelming. I understand your confusion. That is not the point. What matters now is that you don't try to dupe me with a false name. Yujun protested, hopping in agitation. Call me Kenshin Himura. Believe it or not. That's your choice. Kenshin, unfazed by Yujun's feelings, hastened away, and though Yujun remained skeptical, he had no choice but to keep pace with Kenshin to escape this forest. Hey, if you truly are Kenshin Himura, then I must challenge you to a duel. Yujun walked alongside Kenshin, speaking slowly. Oh, why is that? Kenshin inquired, somewhat surprised. For no particular reason, except that you bear the name Kenshin Himura, the one of utmost significance among warriors, revered as a pillar by all samurai. Moreover, you are the one whom the next head of the Yagyu clan must defeat. There was a glimmer of longing and admiration in Yujun's eyes, mingled with a fierce determination. Kenshin remained silent, unable to speak. If he uttered a word in this moment, it would undoubtedly lead to harm for either himself or Yuju. In the past, Kenshin would have charged fearlessly with his sword drawn, but now he understood the gravity of his situation. He had a more pressing mission to fulfill, one that required him to maintain his optimal state. He could not allow trivial matters to inflict unnecessary wounds upon him. Moreover, after enduring a long recovery, he had no desire to be injured again. Upon reaching Zhanghai, if he were still alive in 7 days, he would engage in a duel with you. Observing Yuju's escalating battle spirit, Kenshin felt compelled to douse the flames of enthusiasm with cold water. Without uttering a word, Yuju unleashed his presence as a sword saint. Applying pressure upon Kenshin, he had no intention of letting this worthy opponent slip away, despite his youth. The aura he exuded and his very name rendered him a worthy challenge. To inherit Kenshin's title demanded a corresponding resolve. Hey, your pants are torn. Kenshin remarked with a peculiar gaze at Yuju, surprised by his unique taste. Little bear, how charming. With that, Yuju's composure shattered, and he exhaled sharply, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. In disbelief, he muttered, "It can't be. I just fixed them a few days ago. They shouldn't have torn. This defies logic. Oh no, my little nine's pants have been exposed. What should I do? Should I kill him? Yes. If I eliminate him, no one will covet my little nine. Hey, it seems you've revealed some rather significant information. Who is this little nine? Are you truly willing to kill a sage who has guided you through your confusion for the sake of an unknown individual? What do you regard the sage as? A mere stone by the roadside? And it turns out your pants belong to someone else. Your taste is rather questionable. Calm down. Just take a deep breath," Kenshin urged. Observing the growing pallor in Yuju's expression, an unsettling premonition began to form in Kenshin's mind. Steady yourself. You are a sword saint. You hail from the illustrious Yagyu clan. This dark transformation does not suit you. At your age, one should not succumb to such despair. Do you think you are like Akane? No, I misspoke. Princess Akane surpasses you 1,000-fold. Feeling a wave of ominous intent and chilling cold dissipate, Kenshin wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, "Could it be that Akane can sense my thoughts from such a distance? Terrifying. Is this truly a human being? Creator, have you perhaps made an error?" Of course, lost in his own delusions, Kenshin failed to notice Yuju's expression shift from a pale gaze to darkened pupils, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Chapter 36. The Battle of Zhanghai to Yuju, you scoundrel. Thankfully, I escaped quickly, rubbing his sore and numb legs. Kenshin reflected on the moment when Yujun had completely succumbed to darkness. He was abruptly jolted from his reverie as a katana, wielded with lethal intent, sliced through the air towards him. With a narrowed gaze and a swift movement, Kenshin vanished from his original position, while Yujun's strike cleaved a distant tree in two. Reluctant to engage in a drawn-out battle with Yujun, Kenshin continually employed his speed to evade the onslaught of strikes. Indeed, Yujun, the sword saint of the Yagyu clan, demonstrated remarkable prowess, capable of cutting through the air with sheer physical force, achieving an effect akin to a false sword aura, and his strikes held considerable might. Initially, Kenshin had let his guard down, resulting in a fragment of his garment being severed. My apologies, Yujun said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I tend to become rather irritable in such situations. Cut it out. By the way, aside from the fee for leading me here, I demand compensation for my attire. Kenshin retorted, gesturing with his lips. And I expect damages for emotional distress. Sure. That sounds fine. Yujun appeared somewhat embarrassed. Also, I appreciate your trousers. Hey, are you seriously wearing my trousers without a second thought? Kenshin gazed at Yujun with an odd expression. What's wrong? Yujun looked back in confusion. Nothing. I was merely contemplating how, as an adult, you could wear the trousers of a 13-year-old child. Don't you find it amusing? Kenshin stifled a laugh. Not really. Yujun replied, his perplexity evident. Awakened by Kenshin's words, Yujun's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he knelt, momentarily unable to recover from the blow to his pride. Ahem. Enough of that. Kenshin, concerned that Yujun might descend into darkness once more, hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, who is Xiaojio? Xiaojio. Yujun instantly revived, exclaiming. She is my daughter. Yagyu Kubi, a delightful little girl. I see. Kenshin quickly grasped the context, choosing to walk silently on his own path, no longer glancing at Yujun. What do you understand? Yujun pressed curiously. Nothing at all. I haven't comprehended anything. Kenshin replied, turning away from Yujun's gaze. What on earth do you know? Yujun exclaimed in frustration, stomping his foot. And face me when you speak. Kenshin promptly turned his face away once more, attempting to evade Yujun's scrutinizing stare. Really? It's nothing. Let us not be suspicious of each other. We should hurry. We're almost there. You are definitely hiding something. Yujun shouted in anger, clutching his head. Ahem. I can't exactly reveal that I've finally discerned the reason for your dark transformation, can I? I merely caught a glimpse of it. You peculiar daughter-con. Kenshin silently lamented, refraining from voicing his thoughts that might provoke Yujun. As they gazed upon the bustling city of Zhanghai, Kenshin fell into contemplative silence. Is this the visage of a place shielded by the Celestial and the Shogunate? It appears truly splendid. Were it not for the blood feud that binds us, I would rather avoid conflict altogether. Do not be deceived. Yujun's voice cut through Kenshin's musings, tinged with melancholy. All of this is merely superficial. If you dwell here long enough, you will uncover the hidden depths of this city. Not a chance. Kenshin replied with a shake of his head and a smile. It has nothing to do with me. Come, why not visit my Yagyu family? Yujun warmly invited. As Kenshin contemplated his current lack of destination, he nodded in agreement. Along the way, he observed an array of bizarre celestial beings, hurried humans, the clamor of vendors, and the opulent shops run by celestial beings juxtaposed with the dilapidated establishments of humans. With a keen eye, Kenshin noticed humans being bullied by celestial beings in a tavern, while faint cries echoed from an alleyway. A glance around revealed that the expressions of the humans were devoid of life, save for a numbed resignation and a chilling indifference. Kenshin murmured to himself, if the outskirts of Edo were in such a state, what could the heart of Edo possibly be like? Would it be a stark contrast to this place, or perhaps even more dire? At last, Yuji halted before a grand courtyard. Apart from the name Yagyu inscribed on the plaque, nothing else was discernible. This was not the visage one would expect from the Yagyu family. Following Yuji inside, Kenshin pondered, is this merely a temporary abode? Indeed, I have come to retrieve my daughter, he exclaimed with excitement. Since her grandmother brought her here, I have not seen her for quite some time. It has been 15 days already. After all this time, merely 15 days, and you can hardly contain yourself. You lecher. Never claim to know me again. Kenshin, with furrowed brows, pressed further. Is there not another task at hand? I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose the remaining details, Yuji replied apologetically, as they pertain to confidential matters. No matter, Kenshin conceded without insistence. Based on the mission provided by the system, he had surmised the situation in the waters of Zhanghai. If his intuition proved correct, a significant figure would soon arrive to command the war on the Western Front. At that moment, he would need to be fully prepared. Ahem. In a few days, you will know everything. Yuji, with a hint of embarrassment, led Kenshin to a tea table in the grand hall, adding, soon, it will be no secret. Indeed. In a few days, how shall I treat you, Yuji? Ahem. Let us not dwell on that. My daughter will be arriving soon. Yuji's face radiated with barely contained excitement as he rubbed his hands together, eager as a child. She is a most delightful little girl. Calm yourself. Kenshin gently reminded Yuji, lifting his teacup to mask his complex gaze, hoping to remain undetected. Bored, Kenshin surveyed the surroundings, even as a temporary residence. It exuded a level of sophistication far exceeding that of ordinary homes. Truly, the Yagyu family was as affluent as one might expect. Xiaojo, come here, call your father. With Yuji's gaze directed towards the entrance, Kenshin skillfully concealed his eyes, catching a glimpse of a girl clad in a cherry blossom-colored kimono, shyly peeking from behind the door. Yuji, you're not much of a father, are you? A teasing voice reached Yuji's ears, prompting him to shoot a piercing glance at Kenshin. Yet, with his daughter by his side, he was compelled to maintain a facade of kindness and approachability. Kenshin gazed at the timid little Q, inspired by her father to step forward. With her short black hair and a pair of bright, expressive eyes, she looked at him shyly. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, a faint blush adorning her cheeks, evoking an irresistible urge to bite. Meanwhile, her foolish father stood beside her, his face flushed and nostrils flaring with excitement. Come, this is my daughter, Yagyu Kyubi. Yujiku beckoned Kyubi to his side. Come here, little Q. This is Himura Kenshin, a dear friend of your father. Kyubi's gaze lingered on Kenshin, her blush deepening even further. After stammering a word, she fell silent, leaving Kenshin awkwardly chuckling. Kyubi, mind your manners. Yujiku scolded lightly, his brow furrowing. I apologize, Kenshin. He was a bit shy. What lay before them was not merely shyness, but an extreme level of introversion. Kenshin internally shouted, yet his expression remained unperturbed as he smiled and reassured. It's perfectly all right. Then, Kenshin, why not stay here for a while? We can have a proper exchange. Kenshin sighed inwardly, realizing Yujiku was clearly intent on keeping him around for a spar. And based on the current atmosphere, it was an inevitability. It seems I shall be a burden, Kenshin stated, rising to his feet. Aware that Yujiku must have much to discuss with his daughter, and as an outsider, he felt somewhat in the way. Grandma, please show Kenshin to a guest room. Yujiku gestured to an elderly woman outside the door, who nodded in understanding and approached Kenshin. Sir, this way, please. Kenshin remained silent, following the old woman toward the guest rooms. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes watched his retreating figure until he vanished around the corner. Chapter 37. The Battle of Zhonghai 3 Flying Sword Style, Dragon's Nest Flash. After discovering the location of his room, Kenshin inquired earnestly with the elderly woman about a training area, leading him to a spot near a small lake. There stood wooden posts, massive stones, and an array of training tools, all available. Kenshin's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together. He was the type who could not remain idle, feeling a sense of discomfort if he did not engage in training even for a moment. In a sense, this was akin to an ailment. It needed remedying. Otherwise, he would drift further down the path of masochism and self-torment. But it was insufficient. Not enough. The heavy and regretful past was something few wished to dwell upon in their lifetime. Yet his memories and sensations incessantly reminded him of everything that transpired that night, the feelings of helplessness urging him forward. Each time he commenced his battles or training, the haunting images would resurface, driving him into a frenzy of strikes, more fervent and wild. He told himself, not strong enough. This is far from enough. With each strike of the blade against the colossal stone before him, Genshin found himself pondering the origins of this formidable rock. All he knew was that it could withstand the onslaught of the moon crescent sky-splitting sword chi enveloping the Murakumo blade, as well as the rapid slashes augmented by the dragon nest flash. That sufficed for him. He was acutely aware that his current state was far from optimal. Each seemingly fierce blow was little more than a chaotic flailing. If he were to face an opponent of equal prowess, he would surely meet his demise at this very moment. Yet, despite this awareness, Genshin could not cease his relentless assault. That fateful night had morphed into a tormenting specter, incessantly gnawing at him, dragging him deeper into an unfathomable abyss. A decisive cut struck the side of the giant rock, the edge of his blade embedding itself within the fissures of the stone, thus bringing Genshin's frenzied slashing to an abrupt halt. Sweating profusely, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, leaning his forehead against the massive boulder, watching the beads of perspiration cascade down. With his left hand bracing against the rock, it felt as though he had expended nearly all his strength with this simple act. Coughing softly, he pondered, what is happening to me? Releasing his grip, he slumped against the stone, staring blankly at his hands, striving to regain his composure. His mind was still reeling from the madness that had overtaken him moments before. Why did I become such a wretched sight when I unsheathed my sword? Genshin mused. Although my strikes have gained both power and speed, the absence of reason leaves me utterly confounded. Raking a hand through his disheveled crimson hair, now cascading down to his waist, he quietly retrieved a black ribbon. Gazing at it, a smile crept upon his face. It seemed that besides a few, including Jin and his teacher, others were beginning to show concern for him. To his surprise, Akira had already envisioned the most fitting appearance for him. He gathered his hair into a long ponytail at the back of his head, donning a blue kimono with a white base, in deference to the superstition surrounding the term Red Warrior. This ensemble lent him an air of youthful elegance, a nod to the attire he wore during his first mission as a young swordsman. Rising quietly, just as he prepared to unsheath his sword, Genshin sensed a gaze upon him. Curiously glancing around, he caught sight of Kubi, who, much like their last encounter, was half hidden behind the door, revealing only a small portion of her head, silently observing him. Clearing his throat, Genshin straightened his posture. Kubi? Her voice was a mere whisper, so faint that he nearly missed it. Have you finished chatting with father? He inquired with genuine curiosity. In response, she remained silent, maintaining her stance while fixated on him. Indeed. Her exceedingly introverted nature is not easily swayed. Genshin thought, exasperated. Kubi, would you care to join your big brother? He suggested, rising with a symbolic gesture. Without hesitation, Kubi vanished from sight. Hey, how fearsome must I appear for you to retreat like that? You've left me feeling rather dejected. He lamented. A little girl dislikes me. What am I to do? Genshin was at a loss. Perhaps I should return to sword practice. What other options do I have? Silently turning around, Kenshin prepared to draw his sword once more, sensing the gaze of another upon him. I say, Jubi, he remarked, as a stiff smile appeared on her face. Shall I take you to your father? Shaking her head, Jubi blushed and uttered 2 words. Busy. Hey, those are indeed just 2 words. Aren't they merely a summary? When did they transform into an all-encompassing phrase? Kenshin questioned, bewildered. What are you busy with? He pressed further. Heavenly matters, Jubi replied. Kenshin, at a loss for words, clasped his hands together. Jubi-chan, dear older brother, he said, stepping forward. Once again, her figure vanished in an instant. Kenshin's eyes twitched, and he turned away, quietly counting down. 3, 2, 1. Jubi-chan. Here? He expressed a tone of complaint akin to Gintoki. Ah, I knew it. What is this? Hide and seek? Kenshin, I have no time to play with you. The playful remarks had been split into 3 fragmented phrases, rendering their meaning utterly perplexing. The already incomplete sentences left him completely baffled. Yuji, where are you? Hurry and take your precious daughter away. Kenshin thought, is Jubi trying to play with me? Not quite understanding Jubi's intentions, he made a wild guess. You want me to swing my sword while you watch from afar? He pondered. Why must you stay so far away? Kenshin tried to summon Jubi closer or take her away, for lingering in such an unpredictable place was perilous. If he were to lose control again, that distance would allow a crescent moon to reach him in under 3 seconds. What the hell? That was too straightforward. Kenshin lamented, my heart. It's shattered. I can't take this anymore. I'm being disliked. Cough, cough. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. He took a step forward. Whoosh. This time, she vanished quicker than before. Kenshin silently turned around, expressionless, and approached Murasame, counting in silence. The gaze returned once more. 9. Jubi, he bellowed, making a playful face, startling Jubi into sitting on the ground, her eyes vacant. Humph, this should do it. Kenshin, feeling triumphant as he looked at Jubi, silently thought. That'll teach you to keep playing with me. Uffed. Kenshin, your words carry a lot of ambiguity. A soft whimper reached his ears, causing Kenshin to change his expression and quickly turn around, only to find Jubi staring ahead with tear-filled eyes. Wah, she cried. This is terrible. The sky is falling. Why are you crying? Help. Are you my nemesis, Kenshin? Jubi-chan. Please don't cry, Kenshin exclaimed, rushing towards her. Wah, Kenshin, as the author, could only utter, go die? How could you bully a lowly? Uffed. Who do you think made me do this? It's all your silly plot. BL slapped Kenshin away in exasperation. Chapter 38, The Battle of Jianghai. Jubi-chan, are you no longer angry? After finally calming Jubi down, Kenshin looked at her apologetically. fearing she would burst into tears once more. Without uttering a word, she gazed at Kenshin with tear-filled eyes, clearly expressing 2 words: bullying. I can't take it anymore. Kenshin, I feel that this life has no regrets. I am about to be overwhelmed by cuteness. Now, listen, Jubiai-chan, be a good girl and sit here without moving. Reluctantly rising, Kenshin approached Murasame, grasped the hilt firmly, exerted a slight force, and subsequently drew the sword from its sheath. Turning back to glance at the curious Jubiai, Kenshin smiled inwardly, reassured that even if he lost control, he possessed ample confidence to ensure Jubiai's safety. Disregarding Jubiai, Kenshin walked to the riverbank, planted Murasame upright in the ground, and then sat cross-legged before it, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. Indeed, this was the meditative practice he had encountered in Jump during his time at the Matsushita private school, Sword Zen. It was said that if one focused earnestly on a blade, they might learn the ultimate crescent moon thrust. Although Kenshin was skeptical, he thought it best to refrain from swinging the sword and frightening Jubiai further. Thus, he resolved to test the efficacy of this method. Hello? Is anyone there? Murasame? Can you hear me? I am your master, Kenshin, he silently professed, intently listening thereafter. A crow flew overhead. Murasame? Little rain? Ah, Bankai? Why is there not a shred of response? After several attempts, Kenshin opened his eyes, gazing at his sword with a look of exasperation. It seems I am still too young to be swayed by Jump's tales. How utterly embarrassing. Muttering to himself, Kenshin continued to observe the upright Murasame. Then, with a fleeting glance, he dismissed other thoughts. Bathed in the warmth of the afternoon sun, he felt a desire to rest. And he yielded to it. Closing his eyes, he leaned against a massive rock facing Murasame and drifted into slumber. The following is a high-energy sequence. The dialogue enclosed in quotes represents Kenshin's inner monologue. Those without quotes signify recollections. I never intended to take a life, but my master instructed me that the Hiten Mitsurujiryu is both a sword of salvation and a shield for the people. Therefore, I must take this step to become a revolutionary. Who is speaking? As a revolutionary, I am feared by countless individuals, labeled as the butcher of the blade, a title I do not cherish. In truth, I abhor killing. I am compelled to take lives solely to protect the populace. What a flawed rationale. Today, I received a mission to eliminate a man who was clandestinely colluding with the shogunate. I harbored no thoughts, simply sought him out. Hearing that he was to wed and aspire to be a good man, it was then that I drew my sword. He was resolute. I could not fathom the conviction that propelled him to rise time and again, yet that was irrelevant. After inflicting a wound upon his face, I ended his life. However, the moment I truly took that man's life, regret washed over me. I pondered, was what I did right or wrong? The voice was hauntingly familiar. As a reaper of souls, I was not meant to harbor emotions. Yet, the moment I laid eyes on that woman, an overwhelming urge to cherish her for a lifetime surged within me. This sentiment was abnormal, causing my hands to tremble. Ultimately, however, I refrained from striking. Hence, I was no longer the invincible executioner of yore, but rather a pitiful soul ensnared by feelings. Hey, don't speak like that. I am the strongest of the reformists. Having assassinated countless foes, and despite the enmity I have amassed, I find myself in love with her. But can I truly protect her? With these hands stained by sin and slaughter, can I embrace her tightly? Emotions are entirely natural. When I discovered she had been captured by enemies, it felt as though my entire world had crumbled. Without a moment's hesitation, I ventured to the location provided by the kidnappers, alone. A sensation unlike any I had experienced before surged within me. I felt stronger than ever, not for the sake of killing, but to safeguard someone worthy of protection. Hey, she is an assassin. So, from the very beginning, your intent was to get close to me to kill me? Was I merely deluding myself? No, you cannot deceive me. Within your eyes lies the most profound despair and helplessness. Do not worry, I shall rescue you. Why must you stand in the way of this blade? If I were to eliminate that scoundrel, we could be together forever, could we not? I no longer wish to take lives. Why must you inflict this scar upon me? What does it symbolize? A sword is a deadly weapon. The art of swordsmanship is a means to kill, regardless of how elegantly one may adorn it with words. This remains an undeniable truth. To kill for the sake of killing, to kill for the sake of protection, these are all sins. Muramasa, forgive me for entrusting the fate of the executioner to you. I hope you shall never find a master and that no one shall tread the same path I have. Hey, you. just as Kenshin was about to speak. The final scene before his eyes was that of a grotesque yet desolate scar and the tearful eyes of the Azura. His consciousness plunged into darkness. Hey! A thunderous shout jolted Kenshin awake from his dream, cold sweat cascading down his brow, his body drenched in perspiration. For a long while, he remained disoriented. His gaze unfocused on Muramasa, his thoughts swirling chaotically. What was that? Could the concept of sword zen truly exist? Was what I just witnessed a fragment of his memory, or Muramasa's? What was this fate? What did that passage signify? The information was insufficient. I could find no clarity. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair. His left hand sensed something gripping it tightly. Turning his head, he saw Jubiai silently clutching his sleeve, eyes filled with concern. Jubiai? What is it? Kenshin softened his expression, no longer wearing the tense countenance from moments before. A nightmare? Jubiai blushed as he uttered the words. Kenshin paused, recalling that what he had experienced must indeed have been a nightmare, likely frightening Jubiai with his sleeping expression. It's nothing. Big brother is strong and not afraid of nightmares. Yes. Jubiai nodded. You can do it. All right. Jubiai is no longer afraid of me. Finally, a breakthrough. In the depths of his heart, Kenshin should have been filled with exuberance, yet the haunting dream left him unable to rejoice. He cast a glance at his sword, Muramasa, and pondered, if you truly possess a spirit, could you reveal to me the nature of my destiny? Chapter 39. The Battle of Jianhai. It was late at night, and most of the Yagyu household lay in slumber. Kenshin stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, reflecting on various matters, be it the dreadful nightmare or the manner in which Jubiai had ceased to resist him that very evening. The realization that he had seemingly spent an entire day forging an intimate bond with Jubiai brought a smile to his face, especially when he recalled the incredulous expression on Yuki's face. However, as he contemplated the unspeakable dream, a wave of silence enveloped him. A faint sound sliced through the night. To an untrained ear, it would have gone unnoticed, but Kenshin, attuned to such nuances, heard it clearly. He swiftly turned, grasping Muramasa, and slightly opened the wooden door, catching sight of a shadow fading away. Something is afoot, Kenshin murmured, hastily exiting to pursue the figure, which had already melded into the darkness, trailing behind the cloaked figure. Kenshin's footsteps were as light as a feather, his extraordinary physical prowess allowing him to maneuver with the grace of a skilled practitioner of lightness techniques. The shadowy figure was no less adept, its agile movements resembling that of a nimble cat, prompting Kenshin to heighten his focus. Fearing that a mere turn of the figure could render it lost to him, the sound of slicing air intensified as Kenshin and the cloaked figure engaged in a relentless chase, their speed increasing and distance from the city center growing ever wider. Oh, have I been discovered? Kenshin wondered. I must refrain from using the crescent moon slash, lest my identity be compromised. Is it to be a battle of raw strength then? Before he could finish his thought, a series of swift, slicing sounds erupted. Just as Kenshin landed, he felt the exhaustion of his previous efforts. While the cloaked figure had evidently anticipated being followed, was this entire journey merely a ruse to lure me into a trap? What a clever stratagem. Kenshin couldn't help but admire the cunning. Yet, admiration did not equate to surrender. As he prepared to unleash a flurry of shurikens and kunai, he suddenly released a formidable aura that immobilized the cloaked figures, rendering them motionless. With a swift tilt of his head, he narrowly avoided a kunai that whizzed past him, yet he did not straighten his gaze. I haven't employed this technique in quite some time, Kenshin mused, having discerned the trickery at play. The true danger did not lie in the kunai itself, but rather in the thin line connecting it. Had he turned his head fully, he might well have met his demise. The newcomer wore attire distinct from the other shadowy figures. Rather than clothing, it resembled a thick quilted coat, enveloping the body entirely, with a scarf obscuring the lower half of the face. Overall, the appearance was reminiscent of a clumsy disguise, far inferior to the sleekness of a true ninja's garb. Without uttering a word, 3 shurikens gleamed in his hands, poised to launch towards Kenshin from 3 distinct directions. Kenshin paid no heed, his figure vanishing from the spot, and suddenly, a streak of crimson appeared in the air. Gazing at the wound sliced open on his shoulder, he remained silent. Reveal your name, and I shall decide whether to end your life or to butcher you. Kenshin flicked his wrist, casting aside the blood that clung to his blade. Kawada Danzu, but you may address me as Guriya, he spoke slowly. How disappointing. It seems I must kill you, rather than dismember you. Kenshin feigned regret. What a formidable individual you are. The taste of your blood must be exquisite. Gintoki grotesquely licked one of the shurikens. And in a flash, he exclaimed, "Don't use a shuriken tainted with your saliva on me. I have a phobia of germs." Kenshin sidestepped, severing the connecting thread with a swift strike, and then unleashed a torrent of curses upon Gintoki. "Ah, I must savor the flavor of your blood at once." Madness glimmered in his eyes. "You fiend." Kenshin steeled himself. Such an obsessive and deranged individual was the most perilous, for one could never predict his next move. Gintoki vanished, reappearing above Kenshin, raining down a multitude of shurikens. Kenshin understood he could not withstand them head-on. If they were merely shurikens, he could manage. But the interconnected threads posed a greater threat. He leaped backward, evading the barrage, but Gintoki had anticipated this, twisting his wrist to redirect the shurikens, launching them at Kenshin once more. Why not bellow Uchiha shuriken technique at this moment? Wouldn't it add a touch of flair? Kenshin's teasing voice rang out, causing Gintoki's gaze to sharpen, his control accelerating significantly. Dragon's Nest Flash. He whispered the technique's name, mindful of concealing his identity, as he drew both the short and long blades of Muramasa. The short blade parried while the long blade severed the threads, a momentous occasion, as it marked Kenshin's inaugural use of dual blades, amplifying both power and speed to double that of a single sword. Excellent. Just splendid. This is it. The stronger you are, the more worthy you become as my prey. Gintoki, witnessing Kenshin block his assault, grew increasingly exhilarated. Many had opted to evade his strikes, yet this individual alone had flawlessly countered his attack. Indeed, once he tasted Kenshin's blood, he would surely become even stronger. At this juncture, according to the narrative, Gintoki had presumably served the general for a considerable duration. Unbeknownst to Kenshin, at this moment, Gintoki, having lost his sister, had devolved into a complete psychopath. He was in a state of destruction, annihilating himself, yet simultaneously yearning for someone capable of truly ending his life. It appeared that he had found that person, igniting his excitement, while Kenshin's predicament grew increasingly perilous. Should Kenshin fail to vanquish Gintoki this time, his future would be anything but tranquil. "Die, you perverse wretch." Kenshin uttered a curse, swiftly maneuvering his short blade to deliver a diagonal slash. The sword's energy surged forth, shattering the relentless onslaught of shurikens, and propelled directly towards Gintoki. "Sword energy. It truly is sword energy," Gintoki exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "Let me see just how many trump cards you possess." "Ha! Madman." Observing Gintoki skillfully evade the sword energy, Kenshin cursed in anger, realizing that the fierce battle had drawn the attention of the celestial beings and the shogunate in Zhanghai City. He understood it was time to retreat and resolutely decided to unleash his full strength without holding back. Instantly, a powerful technique emerged. Crescent Moon. This time, it was not the pursuit of sheer destructive power, but sharpness. Thus, the moment Kenshin shouted the name, an almost imperceptible stream of air enveloped the battlefield where he and Gintoki clashed, causing the surrounding black-clad henchmen to be unable to withstand the force and tumble from the rooftops. Before the words could fully escape his lips, an overwhelming sense of crisis locked onto Kenshin, sending chills down his spine as he slashed upwards. Boom. He escaped. A figure descended, adorned with a conical hat, and sporting white hair reminiscent of Gintoki's natural curls, with steel needles and threads at his waist, holding a tin staff. Gazing calmly at Kenshin's bloodied state. "You've been struck by my shuriken. I will find him." Gintoki's excitement had not yet waned. "Do as you wish." The figure lifted his head. "Regardless, our cooperation with your shogunate must remain undisclosed. That previous fellow is inconsequential. Now, please eliminate these individuals." He handed over a list. "I am one of the general's men." Gintoki licked his lips. "I heed only the general's orders. You have no authority over me." "Angel." His tone dripped with sarcasm. "This is the command issued by the general, serving as an opportunity for our formal cooperation. If you cannot even accomplish this, then the value and significance of our alliance cease to exist." The figure placed the list into Gintoki's hands. "Sword energy?" "Humph." After a low chuckle, the figure vanished into thin air. "Truly, such an unknown warrior. Wait for me. I shall return to find you." Those frenzied eyes burned with a fiery hatred. "We must depart." Chapter 40. The Battle of Zhanghai 6. Who on earth is that person? At this moment, Kenshin, hidden in an alley, retrieved healing bandages from his pack and began to wrap the wound on his chest inflicted by the shuriken. Simultaneously, he swallowed a hemostatic pill, and instantly, the injury felt significantly better. Contemplating the recent interloper, Kenshin leaned against the alley wall. In a hurried glance, he thought the figure resembled Gintoki. Yet it was evident that Gintoki could not engage in such actions. Observing the attire closely, with the tin staff, conical hat, and white garments akin to a mendicant, he realized the path of heaven. In an instant, Kenshin's pupils widened uncontrollably as he unleashed a powerful punch to the ground, creating a crater while his hand bled profusely. However, Kenshin, indifferent to the pain, stared with blood-red eyes, desperately suppressing the urge to roar from his throat. Only able to emit unwilling and furious howls like a wounded wild dog, Kenshin was filled with resentment, questioning why he had only chosen to flee. If only he had discovered the truth sooner, he would have seized that opportunity to save teacher Soyo. Had he truly let such a remarkable chance slip through his fingers? The teacher knelt on the ground, and Kenshin, consumed by regret, pressed his forehead to the earth. Outside the narrow alley, a battalion of shogunate soldiers patrolled in formation. It was evident that should Kenshin make a sound or reveal his presence, escaping would be akin to scaling the heavens. "I'm sorry, teacher." Kenshin remained in that position, lamenting his missed opportunity. How he wished that Takasugi were here. Perhaps he would have charged out with fervor. Rising to his feet, Kenshin gazed at the starry night sky. Perhaps he will perish. What incredible misfortune. With these thoughts, Kenshin vanished from his spot. Cough, cough. Has he already departed? Returning to the scene of the recent fierce battle, Kenshin surveyed the eerily silent surroundings and the scattered, shattered tiles upon the rooftops. His instincts on high alert. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. Aware of the potential for ambush, Kenshin dared not linger and swiftly propelled himself away with all his might. Humph. Observing Kenshin's retreating figure, a white silhouette stood aloof on a distant platform. Letting out a cold huff, Kenshin returned to his designated room within the Yagyu household. As soon as he sat down, he felt a pang of pain in his chest. Not good. My old injury has flared up. Kenshin forced a smile, realizing that despite his intentions to refrain from conflict, merely venturing out for reconnaissance had left him injured, compounding his old wounds with new ones. This setback meant that he would be unable to wield his sword for several days. A significant blow for someone pressed for time. Wait, I recall having a healing remedy. Kenshin suddenly remembered the item he had placed at the very bottom of his bag since acquiring it. The early autumn jam bread, Sanai Akiko jam bread. Gazing at the purple basket, Kenshin curiously reached inside and retrieved a loaf of bread, filled with an unknown layer of jam. Can I eat this? He pondered, for it appeared quite ordinary. Moreover, this item was said to possess the power to slay gods in a past life. Would consuming it pose any danger? Yet the allure of its healing properties was irresistible. However, could it truly be a world-destroying bread? Surely one bite wouldn't hurt. But I am but a mere human. Would the jam render it counterproductive? And yet, I have only one life. Ah, how vexing. Gazing at this peculiar bread, with its golden jam oozing from within, he resolved, I must take the plunge. Above all, I cannot afford to be injured. There are far more important matters at hand. With his determination solidified, Kenshin wasted no time, bringing the bread to his lips, but halted abruptly. What was that? Why was there a giant girl with black hair holding a head, smiling eerily at me? And over there, what is that? Why is that red-haired man smiling at me? Is he encouraging me to eat it? Why is he giving me a thumbs up? Daijubu Moda, the red-haired gentleman with a thumb raised. Your teeth are dazzling. I don't care anymore. With a loud shout, Kenshin stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, swiftly retrieving a bottle of a certain concoction from his bag. Ahem. The joke has arrived. And down the entire bottle with the bread. Burping, Kenshin savored the taste, then curiously remarked, the flavor is rather delightful. Could it be that two negatives indeed make a positive? Not wishing to ponder this matter further, Kenshin set his sword, Murasame, beside him and fell asleep in his clothes. He hoped that by tomorrow, his injuries would heal. Suddenly, he found himself in a bizarre realm, where the ground was crimson, the sky was crimson, and even the moon radiated a red hue. Kenshin gazed at a group of oddly dressed individuals, bewildered as to how he had arrived there. Hey, you there in the peculiar attire. Where's this place? He jogged over, hoping they could provide him with answers. Ban, behold my sage body, a voice exclaimed, and my 6 Tomo Rinnegan, godly Susanoo, too young, too inexperienced. As Kenshin watched a violent explosion surge towards him, he turned and fled, exclaiming, Hey, What the hell? I didn't say anything, and you're unleashing your ultimate move to kill me? Sinai, who told you to run to the wrong set? I'm not dead. Shaking his head, Kenshin surveyed the desolate landscape around him, filled only with stones, though in the distance the outline of a modern city could be seen. It appears I have returned to an urban world. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kenshin attempted to rise, but was suddenly shaken by a tremor that sent him tumbling into a heap of rubble. What is going on? He thought, still aggrieved, when he spotted two figures confronting each other in midair. His eyes widened, and without further ado, he turned and ran. Aizen, let me show you what the final Getsuga Tensho looks like. No moon. A sword curtain descended. Hey, Strawberry Cohen, I merely borrowed your signature move. Must you be so ruthless? Using no moon against me. How much do you loathe me? I'm in despair. Aren't you supposed to harbor ill fantasies about Aizen? Why am I caught in the crossfire? Coughing, Aizen responded, let us start over. Strawberry Cohen, allow me to demonstrate. The final Getsuga Tensho. Hey, is there a cost for your ultimate move? It was only used once in the manga. Why is it happening again? The director just informed GM that my cheat can persist for 3 more minutes. Why, you little? Once more awakening, Kenshin shook his bewildered head and, upon realizing he was in a classroom, declared, I don't care. I'm running anyway. He leaped up and dashed away. Soma, don't run. Let us be together forever. Turning back, he exclaimed, You're that long-haired lady I saw before. The world can't stop us now, come on. Soma laughs. Please, no? Help. Kenshin, in a desperate escape, once again opened his eyes, only to find himself standing before the guillotine. He observed a figure, clad in modern attire and strikingly reminiscent of a certain individual, being restrained on the opposite side of the device. Kenshin's expression remained impassive. Hey, do you have any final words before you meet your end? The executioner inquired, lifting the blade ominously. Please, do not bother me. I wish to be at peace. And do not ask me who peace is. With a sharp sound, the scene shifted. Chapter 41. The Battle of Zhanghai. That was the most terrifying nightmare I had ever experienced amidst countless others. I had died a total of 782 times. Upon awakening, Kenshin gazed at the ceiling and remarked, to which the ceiling remained silent, seemingly conveying, please accept my condolences. Had I known it would be this harrowing, I would have resolutely refused to partake. Rising to his feet, Kenshin cast a wary glance at the basket nearby. If I simply deliver this bread to that panda-like being, I shall have accomplished my task. Resolving not to dwell further, Kenshin threw off the covers, stood, and stretched lazily, feeling remarkably better than he had in ages. My injuries have truly healed. Kenshin marveled at his now pain-free chest, astonished by the absence of old wounds. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering whether his wounds had been mended during his slumber or if his fate had been sealed the moment he consumed the bread. Reflecting on the nightmarish visions he had encountered, Kenshin shivered and, with a wry smile, dismissed the thoughts as he pushed open the wooden door, eager to address more immediate concerns. The relief. Having taken care of his bodily needs, Kenshin savored the moment as he leisurely gathered his toothbrush, toothpaste, and washcloth, making his way to the bathing center of the Yagyu clan. Indeed, the affluent live splendidly. Even the act of brushing teeth and washing one's face is an extravagant affair, even in a temporary abode. How enviable. Hello? Is anyone there? Kenshin knocked on the door, but received no reply. Growing impatient, he pushed against the door with no success, ultimately delivering a forceful kick. Really, no one is around. Standing before the mirror, Kenshin caught sight of his tousled hair and silently began his grooming routine. Now, let us shift our focus to another scene. In Kenshin's room, disarray reigned, with unkempt bedding exuding a faint metallic scent. At that moment, outside the door, a small head cautiously peeked inside. After assessing the situation, the figure seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and gently stepped in. Jubi observed the chaotic bed and reminisced about the previous day spent playfully teasing his father alongside Kenshin. A warm wave of tenderness washed over him, prompting a faint smile. Honestly, can't he tidy up a bit? Jubi crouched down, attempting to arrange Kenshin's bedding. Is it really that difficult? Jubi's cheeks flushed as he regarded the tangled mess he had created, feeling a sense of internal conflict. Dear Jubi, you needn't feel guilty. It is truly peculiar for a young lady to be adept at folding blankets. Unable to address her as anything but mother-in-law, Jiao Bingwei reluctantly rose to her feet. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her gaze was drawn to a fleeting flash of purple nearby. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. Jiu Bingwei cradled the basket in her arms and reached inside, retrieving a loaf of bread. The bread, with its crisp crust and adorned with sesame seeds and exquisite patterns, was filled with a fragrant and visually enticing jam. At first glance, it was evident that this was a delectable treat that could whet anyone's appetite. Naturally, Jiu Bingwei was no exception. Her eyes fixated on the bread, and she swallowed hard, recalling that it belonged to Kenshin and appeared to be quite precious. Perhaps it would be best if she refrained from indulging. With a hint of reluctance, she glanced at the loaf. Oh, surely tearing off a small piece would not matter, would it? With that thought, her hands moved swiftly, and she brought the bread to her mouth. As she gently bit into it, her consciousness plunged into darkness. This bread is magnificent, Kenshin exclaimed in frustration as he encountered the sudden appearance of a system panel while walking down the corridor. System, what absurdity is this? The fateful mission activated, the youth's longing. The host must navigate through this on their own. During the course of this fateful mission, all functions will be disabled except for the minimap, and exchanged items will not be counted. Are you kidding me? You wake me up with this nonsense. I detest you. Kenshin was plagued by morning irritability, lingering in a dazed state long after awakening. In this condition, he became exceedingly dangerous, as his body instinctively unleashed the powers he usually suppressed, amplifying both destruction and explosiveness several-fold. I wonder when the Yagyu family will serve dinner. I'm so hungry. Kenshin turned down the corridor, groggily rubbing his head and yawning. Will we be heading out tonight? This is so frustrating. Hey, system, I have a question, Kenshin inquired. If I complete this task, could you provide me with some hints regarding this so-called fateful mission? Ding, no? Why not? Kenshin shouted. Ding, this is the highest secret of this chapter in the novel, equivalent to a confidential document coveted by hundreds of 007 agents. Hey, you're mocking me. You actually have consciousness, don't you? Hurry up and pay the rent, you scoundrel. My body isn't free lodging for you. Ding, the consciousness of the author has momentarily descended to converse with you. This is unrelated to the system. Am I a fool? What a ridiculous excuse. I refuse to believe it. Hurry up and pay the rent. It's not much. Just hand over the most powerful sword from your shop, and we'll call it even. With such internal complaints, Kenshin turned the final corner and arrived at his dwelling. Hey, Jiu-chan, Jiu Bingwei, what's wrong? Upon seeing Jiu Bingwei collapsed in his house, Kenshin was taken aback, his irritability forgotten. He rushed to her side like a gust of wind and lifted her in his arms. Jiu Bingwei, what happened? Jiu Bingwei. As I languidly opened my eyes, I was greeted by the familiar visage of Kenshin. Weakly, I managed to give him a thumbs up, whispering, the bread is delicious. My gaze narrowed, focusing on the piece of bread that lay discarded nearby, unmistakably marked by a distinct bite. The neat dental impressions revealed the nature of the mischief perpetrated by the person cradled in my arms. Jubii, why did you have to eat this bread? This is the legendary bread that conquers the universe. Even a scion could be vanquished by it. Jubii, are you alright? In a flurry of panic, Kenshin scooped up Jubii and dashed away. Hey, Yuju, come quickly to rescue your daughter. Chapter 42. The Battle of Jianghai Miss is fine, merely fatigued. A good nap will suffice. In Jubiai's chamber, Yuju, Kenshin, and the elder all wore anxious expressions as they watched Jubii lying on the bed. Upon hearing the doctor's words, their hearts finally began to ease. Thank you, doctor. Someone, please escort the doctor to the back for his payment. Yuju summoned a servant to lead the doctor away, casting one last worried glance at Jubii before stepping outside. Hey, Kenshin, come out here. Yuju called out in a low voice. Elder, I entrust little Jubii to you. Reluctantly, Kenshin understood that Yuju was in need of an explanation, and with a bittersweet smile, he followed Yuju into the hall, where they sat across from each other at the tea table once more. Come on, you know what I wish to inquire. Yuju's voice held a metallic resonance, deepening the bittersweet smile on Kenshin's lips. Well, the truth is, Jubii came to my room early this morning while I was away. When I returned after washing up, I found Jubii lying there. Kenshin refrained from mentioning the bread, as the subject was too peculiar. He feared that if he brought it up, Yuju, already incensed, might draw his sword and confront him. Is that so? Yuju's authoritative gaze bore into Kenshin, as if seeking to discern any discrepancies in his countenance. Kenshin, unwavering, maintained his gaze on Yuju, manifesting his innocence. The dirt is indeed your doing. All right, Let me share another matter with you. After the servant had stepped back to serve tea, Yuju spoke gravely. Last night, the Yataban ninjas engaged in a fierce battle with a swordsman atop a rooftop. The scale of the conflict was immense. Is that so? Kenshin, his expression unchanged, inquired with a hint of astonishment. Indeed, it is said that even the angels were stirred. Unfortunately, they failed to capture the swordsman, but he was struck in the left chest by a shuriken. Consequently, anyone in the city with an injury to their left chest will be specially attended to by the Yataban. Better to mistakenly kill than let someone escape, Kenshin murmured, feeling a sense of relief that he had consumed the bread last night, which had miraculously healed all his wounds, though he later regretted it. This was indeed the manner of the shogunate. Once their own lives or private matters were at stake, no one could withstand their might, save for the divine. As the discourse of Yuju concluded, his hand trembled slightly, causing a few drops of tea to spill. And the angels are but messengers from the heavens, he remarked. This is how the shogunate refers to them. However, we, the subordinates beneath the shogunate, may publicly acknowledge this, yet privately. We still call them by their true name, the Tiandao clan. It is said they are now the most formidable assassin organization under the shogunate. They are celestial beings, not merely the shogunate's pawns. Yuju set down his teacup. Regardless, the Tiandao clan remains an organization of the celestial beings. Even if they currently reside under the shogunate, it does not equate to them being human. You perceive this with remarkable clarity. Jinshin inquired in astonishment. Yuju sat upright, his demeanor earnest. It took me several years to comprehend this truth. Do you remember? Even though the loyalists and the shogunate are at odds, they still consider the capture of children and the elderly as a matter of honor, either enslaving them or setting them free. Thus, neither the shogunate's forces nor the once mighty Onmitsu can instill fear across the world. Yet, the Tiandao clan can. They are unrestrained, killing without hesitation, correct? Jinshin let out a cold laugh. Indeed, this is what renders them the most fearsome, for they are devoid of humanity. How many in the shogunate can discern reality as you do, Yuju? Jinshin sipped his tea leisurely. 4. Yuju's tone dipped slightly. Aside from myself, Lord Momo is aware of this fact, yet he is still too young to oppose the will of the shogun. There is also Lord Matsudaira and Yoshida Shoyo. His hand trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering slightly. Yoshida Shoyo? Indeed, among us, he possesses the most foresight. Yuju spoke with a hint of admiration. However, since his theories were dismissed last time, I have not seen him for quite some time. Is that so? Of course. How could you possibly meet with Master Shoyo? At this moment, he is likely confined in the darkest of prisons. Yet, I heard just a few days ago, Yoshida Shoyo was arrested for treason. Yuju's voice trembled. He would betray the country? How could he betray the country? Who in this world loves it more than he does? Calm down. Perhaps you should be the one to remain composed, Jinshin. Look at your hands and neck. The veins are bulging. Now, Yoshida Shoyo is imprisoned. And in a few days, when the conflict to quell the rebellion escalates, it will be the moment when the Tiandao clan takes him away. Yuju steadied himself. He is my dear friend, yet I find myself powerless to rescue him. Jinshin suppressed the surge of energy threatening to erupt within him, striving to control the impulse to cry out in anguish. Now is not the time for agitation. Therefore, in the coming days, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out at night. The shogunate has imposed a curfew. Anyone caught wandering after dark, regardless of age or gender, will be imprisoned. Yuju rose from his seat. However, there is a banquet tomorrow night. Are you interested, Jinshin? A banquet? Kenshin was still savoring the words just spoken when he was momentarily taken aback by Yuju's remark. Indeed, it pertained to the banquet of the Celestials. Tomorrow, the esteemed guest would descend upon them, and Yuju gazed skyward, declaring that they must prepare to receive him with the utmost grandeur. As a prominent member of the illustrious Yagyu clan, it was imperative for him to attend. That's splendid. Kenshin chuckled as he set down his teacup. Why not bring Jubiai along? What? You wish for my daughter to face a horde of fearsome celestials? Or to confront the insatiable greed of the shogunate? Yuju's tone seemed to oscillate between lament and mockery. You have a point. Kenshin sighed in agreement. A pure flower must not be tainted by the filth of the world. Hey, your words are utterly revolting. Yuju feigned retching. Get lost. I only learned it from you. Kenshin mimicked the act of vomiting. Ugh. Yuju must have had an inkling by now. As they walked along the street, observing the scene unchanged from the day prior, Kenshin reflected. Truly, the sword saint of the Yagyu clan is formidable. It serves as a warning. Even someone like Yoshida Shoin has been captured, so why expend effort in vain? Yet, Yuju, you may not realize. If my previous resolve was to thwart the Celestials' assaults on the Loyalists, now my actions stem from my own convictions. With unwavering determination, the sword, unafraid of the path ahead, stepped forth once more. May it prove beneficial to him. Yuju sat poised in the pavilion, contemplating. The power of the shogunate is beyond your comprehension, Himura Kenshin. You are not yet fit for restoration. Strive to preserve yourself. Meanwhile, he pondered, the Hiiten Mitsuryu. Should I devise a way to draw him into the Yagyu clan? That way, the Hiiten Mitsuryu, hey, what about your principles? So this is what you've been scheming all along. I misjudged you completely. I genuinely thought you were normal. It seems I was too naive to believe in you. Enough. You heard nothing. BL swiftly struck down the author, leading to an abrupt conclusion of the narrative. Chapter 43, The Battle of the Jianhai He. Yuju, what has to deal with that black attire? At this moment, under the cloak of night, the panda celestial had already arrived during the day. Thus, the reluctant Kenshin, compelled by Yuju, donned a black kimono suitable for the prestigious gathering, while even Murasame was encased in a black cloth bag, absurdly dangling at his waist. Ahem. This is essential for attendance. When facing the Celestials, we must not lose the dignity of our shogunate. Yuju cleared his throat, nodding seriously. Hey, don't think I didn't notice that smirk of yours. Quite sardonic, I assent it. Can I slice you in half? Let us proceed. Leading Kenshin, Yuju presented the invitation belonging to the esteemed Yagyu clan. Under the respectful gaze of the event's host, they entered the grand hall. One must acknowledge the opulence of a banquet hosted by the shogunate for the Celestials. Such lavishness would be unattainable even for the shogunate's own generals. How ironic that humanity holds a splendid feast while conspiring with outsiders on how to obliterate their own kind. From the moment he stepped through the door, Kenshin maintained a serene smile as he surveyed his surroundings. Whether it was the jubilant conversations among the shogunate's humans and the celestial beings, or the unrestrained laughter of the latter, Kenshin retained his faintly mocking smile. At that moment, Yuki, from the prestigious Yagyu family, had already been drawn away by another, and observing that person's smile, Kenshin silently mused that yet another vain individual had come forth. It must indeed be exhausting for Yuki to deal with such characters daily. Look, there are even samurai here. Kenshin furrowed his brow as his gaze fell upon a table draped in crimson cloth, where several boorish celestial beings were looking at him with amusement. Noticing Kenshin's sidelong glance, one of the boorish celestial beings laughed uproariously. Hey, samurai, shouldn't you warriors be participating in the anti-foreigner movement? Why are you here? The unspoken tone of that remark made it clear to Kenshin what was to come next. Hey, samurai, how did you get in here? Another boorish celestial being chimed in. Grinning, this is a gathering for celestial beings and high-ranking officials. Dogs and samurai are not permitted. The uproar grew louder, attracting the attention of other celestial beings and officials of the shogunate. The celestial beings watched the unfolding scene with great amusement, while a few within the shogunate displayed expressions of righteous indignation, though most merely mirrored the celestial beings' amusement. Humans? Kenshin chuckled softly, shaking his head. He clearly understood human nature and let out a derisive laugh, subsequently ignoring the boorish celestial beings and quietly moving to a corner to take a seat. Witnessing Kenshin silently endure the humiliation, the laughter from the boorish celestial beings intensified. Suddenly, a voice reached Kenshin's ears, causing him to pause. He then noticed Yuki's lips moving as he communicated with him, and Kenshin realized this was a special method of sound transmission. Endure it. No matter what, you must endure. Without uttering a word, Kenshin simply raised a cup of sake from a distance toward Yuki, signaling that he understood. Seeing this gesture, Yuki let out a sigh of relief and resumed his facade of a polite smile, engaging in conversation with others. Attention, everyone! A loud shout commanded silence, halting all conversations, including those of the incessantly chattering boorish celestial beings. Their gazes turned towards the highest seat at the front of the stage. Then, a serpent-headed celestial being clad in black and white stepped forward, followed by a panda celestial being adorned in a golden kimono and a silk hat, who approached with a cheerful smile. His eyes, devoid of visible pupils, scanned the room before briefly resting on Yuki, and then he continued his stride to the front of the stage. Esteemed guests, I am gratified to see that present are not only the renowned pacification generals of the battlefield, but also high-ranking officials of the shogunate. I trust you all comprehend why. Despite 4 fronts of warfare igniting simultaneously, I have chosen to come to the Western Front. The panda celestial being adjusted his collar and added, I hope you will not disappoint me, and that I shall witness the fireworks and cheers that can only be seen in the West. Understood. The celestial beings naturally responded with exuberance, while the officials of the shogunate remained largely silent. After all, aiding outsiders in the slaughter of their own kin would inevitably leave a knot in one's heart. At this moment, it was best to speak as little as possible. Now, please indulge in your revelry. The panda celestial being declared with a smile before rising, assisted by 2 serpent-headed celestial beings as he departed from the hall. Once he left, the previously awkward atmosphere dissipated entirely, transforming into a gathering even more boisterous than before. Do you now comprehend my sentiments? Yujun inquired gravely as he approached Kenshin, who was sipping tea. This nation is beyond saving. Kenshin took a sip of his tea before uttering a few words. Destruction precedes reconstruction. Destruction precedes reconstruction? Yujun's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again. Is it truly so simple to accomplish? Kenshin understood Yujun's concerns, but was reluctant to delve into that topic at the moment. So he shifted the conversation. Hey, Yujun, if this banquet continues in such a manner, I shall return home. It lacks any semblance of meaning. This gathering was never intended for the shogunate or us humans. Yujun chuckled softly. Can you genuinely expect the celestial beings to share the same notions as us? Not at all. They are inherently peculiar creatures. Kenshin nodded in agreement. Moreover, they are our enemies. Though you may believe so, most of the individuals here are still ensnared in a life of indulgence. Regardless of human affairs, as long as they fare well, they care not for the fate of others. Yujun noticed someone approaching him and quickly remarked to Kenshin, I shan't disturb you further. I know you dislike this. But once you enter here, you must wait for the banquet to conclude before you can leave. Just bear with it for now. He then led the newcomer aside to engage in idle chatter. All right, go ahead. Kenshin waved dismissively, indicating that he could endure this situation. He continued sipping his tea, idly passing the time. Tonight, we celestial beings have a gift for our friends of the shogunate. Just as Kenshin began to feel drowsy, a sudden voice jolted him awake, drawing the attention of many others towards the dog-headed celestial being standing on the stage. Before arriving here, we celestial beings deliberately visited the human encampment, pillaging numerous items. I am aware of which materials or resources you humans find most mundane and undesirable. Thus I have captured several human girls to present as offerings to our esteemed friends, the officials of the shogunate. This proclamation incited a frenzy of excitement among the celestial beings, while the countenance of the shogunate officials darkened considerably. Accepting such a gift would place them at the mercy of the celestial beings, and should the news be revealed, they would find themselves with no place to stand. Conversely, refusing it might mean they would not even be able to exit through the grand doors today. Kenshin's expression turned grim as he recalled his own past, when he had been brought to the shogunate under duress by a group of people. Had it not been for Master Songyang, he could only wonder what fate awaited him now. Do not act impulsively. This is a stratagem. It is not directed at you or me, but rather at all the officials present. With a sigh, Yujiu expressed his astonishment. Who could have anticipated such a treacherous scheme? That rascal panda possesses an extraordinarily profound cunning. Jinshin remained silent, lowering his hand that grasped the hilt of his sword. He found himself powerless to rescue anyone, burdened as he was with a mission of greater significance. The lives of the valiant patriots, Jin, Takasugi, Kabuki, and others like Chinfei. Please make your way to the courtyard. Dear friends from the shogunate, choose whichever you fancy, cried the dog-headed celestial. Instantly, a chorus of lamentations resonated throughout the hall as numerous celestials rushed eagerly outside, while the shogunate members, despite their grim expressions, followed suit. A cluster of girls, merely in their teens or early 20s, were caught in the turmoil of war during what should have been the most vibrant period of their lives. Their existence felt precarious, their fates seemingly beyond their control. As the celestials and shogunate personnel emerged, the girls wept with unabated sorrow. Yet, among them stood one girl who was distinctly different. She shed no tears but instead clasped her hands before her face etched with concern as she gazed at her companions. The others seemed to gravitate towards her, forming a protective circle around her. With her short purple hair and a comforting smile that shone brighter than the sun above, she radiated an aura of reassurance. Then, please choose. The words were left unspoken as a voice, cold as the depths of hell, silenced the gathering, a chilling stillness enveloping all. Why are you here? Chapter 44. The Battle of Zhanghai. A sudden hush descended, leaving many disoriented, but as a wave of astonished murmurs arose, the icy atmosphere dissipated, prompting everyone present, save for Yuju, to draw a sharp breath. The sensation had been akin to having one's throat constricted, suffocating, and rendering one unable to breathe. Genshin, clad in a purple kimono, she appeared the most exquisite among the girls, having been meticulously adorned by the Celestials. They gazed at Genshin, who descended the stairs with an enchanting grace, their hearts brimming with joy. Why are you here? Tell me. Genshin's voice was frigid, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why. In the midst of looming chaos in Zhanghai City, which was on the brink of upheaval, he found her here instead of with his squad. Had something befallen them? Unbeknownst to Genshin, his tone had shifted, and before he could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by a fierce shout. Samurai, who permitted you to choose? Dust rose from the ground as the pig-headed Celestial looked down upon Genshin, his voice laced with murderous intent. Such flagrant disregard for rules warrants your execution here and now. As the words hung in the air, the remaining 4 pig-headed Celestials stepped forward, aligning themselves with their leader. It appears this is not the appropriate place for discussion, Genshin whispered, his companion's face flushed with embarrassment as she nodded silently. Turning to the dog-headed Celestial, Genshin declared in a low voice, "That woman, I shall take her." "Huh, Samurai," scoffed the dog-headed Celestial. "That girl is the most beautiful one among them. I am prepared to offer him to our esteemed adult." "Oh, can a panda also make such noises?" Kenshin seemed indifferent as he posed the question. "That is secondary. For once our master grows weary of her, she will belong to us." The dog-headed Celestial laughed heartily, his tone laced with derision. "Was that a provocation?" Kenshin's voice dropped slightly. "Then you must be prepared for death." "Hey, Samurai, have you made a mistake?" The pig-headed Celestial charged towards Kenshin, proclaiming, "A cowardly warrior like you shall taste the stench of your own heart." Without uttering the name of his sword technique, Kenshin unsheathed his blade just as the pig-headed Celestial closed the distance of 2 meters. Utilizing the scabbard to harness the momentum of the incoming punch, he deflected it aside. The pig-headed Celestial, now uncontrollable, veered left, but Kenshin offered him no respite. The scabbard caught his swinging right arm, and with a swift motion, blood sprayed forth as Kenshin executed his self-created technique, the dragon's reversal flash. A single strike proved fatal. With a flick of his blade, the filthy blood of the pig-headed Celestial splattered, and the headless corpse fell at Kenshin's feet with a thud. "Boss!" The remaining pig-headed Celestials roared in fury, charging at Kenshin en masse. "Close your eyes," Kenshin softly instructed, and obediently they shut their eyes. Kenshin turned to face the 4 pig-headed Celestials. The first. Without employing the swift steps, Kenshin advanced 3 steps forward, the speed of his blade too swift to discern. Instantly, an X-shaped wound appeared on the chest of the first pig-headed Celestial, who fell, wide-eyed. The second. With a twist of his body, the tornado flash was unleashed. The second pig-headed Celestial raised his left arm, adorned with an iron bracer, in an attempt to block the technique. However, the force of the tornado flash, combined with the rotational power from Kenshin's waist, multiplied the strength of his strike several times. The result was the second pig-headed Celestial losing both hand and head before he could even raise his arm. The third, having already utilized the tornado flash, Kenshin planted a foot on the ground, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and pierced through the third pig-headed Celestial. With unyielding momentum, he did not wait for the 4th pig-headed Celestial's punch to descend. The 4th, simultaneously pushing him back, he surged forward. The target, the dog-headed Celestial. The others gasped in shock, scattering in all directions, leaving the dog-headed Celestial alone, despairingly watching as Kenshin's blade drew ever closer. Clang! Z! A tremendous sound erupted, followed by the grinding of swords. Kenshin's long blade sent the 2 pig-headed Celestials crashing apart, splitting them in half. Blood sprayed over him, while his blade became ensnared by Yujun's weapon. Yet that was not the focus. At the tip of Kenshin's blade, a staff firmly blocked it, allowing the dog-headed Celestial to gasp for air behind. "Kenshin, enough. You have gone too far." Yujun gripped the village rein tightly, concentrating as he spoke to Kenshin. Kenshin paid Yujun no mind, his gaze fixed on the staff, the killing intent within his eyes growing ever more intense. Ha ha ha, a formidable earthling indeed. A sinister chuckle echoed as a figure descended, clad in a straw hat and white robes, resembling a mendicant monk. All these details revealed the identity of the visitor to Kenshin, the celestial path. Kenshin focused intently, the blade of his sword clashing against the staff, igniting the most intense sparks. Do you know us? The newcomer sneered. Indeed, the shogunate has not concealed our presence. TCH. Kenshin suppressed the surging killing intent within him. Yuji. Enough. I shall not strike. Upon hearing this, Yuji finally released Kenshin's Muramasa. As he sheathed his sword, he respectfully addressed the newcomer. Welcome, Angel. This occasion is a banquet, not a slaughter. The newcomer adjusted his hat. Your grievances may be settled outside, but here, no killing is permitted. Understood. Yuji bowed in acknowledgement. Moreover, that girl. The newcomer's tone grew contemplative. If the Yagyu family vouches for her, she may be taken away. Otherwise what? Kenshin interjected suddenly. Casting a glance at Kenshin, the newcomer declared, as long as I am here, no one shall take her away. Before Kenshin could finish his retort, Yuji forcefully interrupted. I, of the Yagyu family, consent. Kenshin, take this girl and leave. With that, he was the first to depart. Hey, Yuji. Kenshin was taken aback. Realizing this was Yuji acknowledging that he accepted the angel's gift, thus averting numerous complications. However, it would inevitably place them at the angel's mercy. Yet he never anticipated Yuji would go to such lengths for him. Grateful, Kenshin glanced at Yuji and led the still closed-eyed girl away, following Yuji. Hey, samurai. Suddenly, a token flew towards him, which Kenshin instinctively caught. With this token in hand, you shall find your way to the fleet at Jianghai tomorrow. Someone will guide you. Bai proclaimed. What purpose does it serve? Huh, I want you to join the Tiandao faction. He laughed heartily. Your name. Kenshin accepted the emblem representing Tiandao. Chapter 45. The Battle of Jianghai 11. At this moment, they had returned to Yuji's temporary abode in Jianghai. Yuji, I truly appreciate it, Kenshin said, holding onto his hand in the courtyard. It's nothing. Today as circumstances were likely not as you envisioned. Undoubtedly, the appearance of this girl has taken you by surprise. Yuji waved his hand with a smile, then glanced at Kenshin. Quite impressive indeed. This esteemed swordsman of the renowned Yagyu family is also my friend, Yuji Yagyu. Kenshin turned to introduce, and he is an incorrigible daughter-lover. Yuji-kun, greetings, I am Fujibayashi. He bowed slightly to Yuji. Thank you for taking care of Kenshin during these days. Ahem. Omit that last introduction. Yuji shot Kenshin a glare before casually saying, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Hey, arrange a room for me. Kenshin placed his arm on Yuji's shoulder. Stop chattering. Handle it yourself. Yuji slipped out of Kenshin's grasp, his footsteps quickening as he vanished from sight. Such a ghost. Watching Yuji depart, Kenshin could not leave one person behind, turning around to face the girl, whose face was flushed and fell into silence. Why did you enter Jianghai? Kenshin's voice trembled with suppressed anger. What about Chun Fei and the others? How could they have lost you? As I traversed the path, I stumbled upon a celestial troop mercilessly slaughtering a village. Unable to bear the sight, we intervened, but alas, we were vanquished. I could not escape. Chuckling awkwardly, I continued, by the way, what of Chun Fei and the others? Are they unharmed? Kenshin understood the rationale behind their actions and could hardly reproach them. After all, they were patriots, and witnessing such brutality would be nearly intolerable. Moreover, how could you fall behind the ranks? Upon our return, I shall certainly reprimand them. It's of no concern. The vice-captain and my sister managed to retreat swiftly. I shook my head. However, being encountered by Captain Kenshin guarantees my safety. Well then, do not place too much faith in me. Kenshin's tone paused momentarily before he reiterated. You should remain at the Yagyu residence until I conclude my business. Then, I shall return to escort you. Indeed. That sounds acceptable, I nodded. Now follow me. He led me to the quarters assigned by Yujiku, stating, You may rest inside. But what of you, Captain? I exclaimed, a hint of panic in my voice. If I sleep here, what will happen to you? Fear not. Kenshin reassured me as he gently pushed me into the room. Sleep well, I shall guard you from outside. Seemingly anxious, I seized Kenshin's arm, insisting no. It is still early spring, and the chill outside is biting. You are bound to catch a cold, and then all will be for naught. Trust your captain, Kenshin declared, attempting to step outside, but I was swifter. pulling him back into the room and shutting the door before he could react. Kenshin, you must rest inside, I asserted firmly. Kenshin stood silently for a moment. Then, with a resigned smile, he remarked, I suppose there is no helping it. After a brief complaint, he leaned against the wall. Captain, I shall sleep here, I called out as I settled on the bed. Quickly rest. I will keep you company. Watching Kenshin lean against the wall, cradling his sword as he drifted into slumber, filled me with contentment. I lay down, casting one last glance at him before succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening, I felt a bit disoriented and shook my head, instinctively glancing towards the spot where the individual I had been concerned about had been, only to find the crimson figure from the previous night had vanished, instantly dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. I sprang to my feet and flung open the door. Do not worry. Kenshin has stepped outside to attend to personal matters, Yujiku said, seated on the steps outside, shaking his head. Will he return? I inquired urgently. Is there any danger? In this world, few can harm him, Yujiku replied, gazing skyward. To catch up with him would be a formidable challenge. He is not one to be bound by a mere individual. I can sense his spirit and his resolve. I do not know. I leaned against the door, my voice wavering. However, you are mistaken. My feelings do not stem from affection. Rather, as his subordinate, I simply worry for him. Who can say? Yujiku mused, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or to me. The scene shifted back to Kenshin, who had just arrived at the dock when two individuals intercepted him. Who goes there? I am here to seek someone. Kenshin brandished the token. Surely, the one who bestowed this upon me is known to you. He continued, of course. We shall never forget Lord Oboro's insignia. The man responded with a cold sneer. However, Lord Oboro also stated last night that to join the heavenly path, one must possess strength. The heavenly path has no use for the feeble. Is might the sole criterion then? Kenshin inquired slowly. Indeed, only those who pass the trials and meet Lord Oboro are deemed worthy. The man lifted his chin slightly, his demeanor haughty. Yet that does not imply that humans can breach our Chijini's defenses. Another scoffed. Though I am perplexed as to why the Lord would grant his personal token to a human, this is where your journey ends. Surrender the token, and you may leave. Human. Such disdain for humanity. Kenshin lamented, seemingly troubled by their condescension. You perpetually belittle us, merely referring to us as humans. With a sudden motion, Kenshin seized the two Chijini guards, lifting them effortlessly. Do not assume that all humans are as easily slaughtered as those you have hunted in the past. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the guards, now pale and gasping, into the sea. Rubbing his wrist, a chill smile crept across Kenshin's face. Oboro, is this your test for me, or merely a show of force? As the cries of the guards echoed from the water, a throng of celestial beings surged forth. Kenshin bent slightly. Come forth. Let me witness the might of your heavenly path. With a swift motion, he invoked the flying sword technique, advancing with no flourish or shout. His expression impassive, Kenshin executed an unparalleled thrust, impaling the foremost celestial being, and with a fierce roar, he pressed forward, embodying his self-created sword technique, the dragon's tooth flash. My lord, why recruit a human? Above, Oboro observed the carnage below, intrigued by the inquiries of his subordinates, a sly smile gracing his lips. Is it not a splendid strategy to combat humans with a human? Oboro's tone was lighthearted. Moreover, he is far from weak. No sooner had he spoken than Kenshin, employing the dragon hammer flash, cleaved several obstructing celestial beings in two, and without halting, severed another's head. Until we officially announce our collaboration with the shogunate, we cannot openly capture their kind. Oboro revealed a tome from his cloak. Besides, he is the era's most formidable sword technique assassin, the Batusai Himura Kenshin. He released the book, which floated down, revealing an image of a crimson-haired warrior bisecting his foes. Coughing, he continued, wait for you all. Chapter 46, The Battle of Jianghai. Too weak. Too weak. If the heavenly path merely possesses this level of strength, how can you thwart our vengeance? Kenshin, engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter, revealed a faint crimson hue in his eyes. Though it was a trial, his hatred for the celestial beings and the heavenly path was profound. At this moment, Kenshin showed no mercy, with twin blades in hand and all his power unleashed. He fought with unmatched ferocity against the celestial beings, showcasing an aspect of himself that transcended humanity. Do not obstruct me. With a swift thrust, a blade pierced the throat of a celestial being, and with a twist of the wrist, the throat was utterly crushed, resulting in a gaping, blood-soaked wound. The Celestial's eyes widened in shock, as if attempting to utter something, yet ultimately, it succumbed and fell into the sea, staining the waters crimson. My lord, at this rate, he will only grow more exhilarated with each kill. If this continues, our forces will surely be at risk. One of Rong's subordinates exclaimed anxiously, My lord, do not forget our special mission. Wait, Rong said, though momentarily startled, his interest piqued. Let us see how far he can penetrate into the ship's quarters. Do not worry. I have my own standards in mind. With a flourish of his sword, the head of a celestial leader soared through the air. His unarmed left hand was equally swift, grasping the neck of another celestial being, twisting it to seal its fate. Then, with a deft motion, he slashed through the throats of 3 more celestial beings, who clutched their necks in disbelief before collapsing. Yet, the carnage did not cease, with the dragon's nest technique unleashed. All who stood before him were met with wild and rapid strikes. Sword Heart forged ahead relentlessly, leaving the celestial beings with the grim fate of being cleaved in two, while those less fortunate met a far worse end. In the final stroke, one of the 2 remaining celestials was dispatched into the sea, while the last, howling in desperation, charged forward. Sword Heart regarded him with disdain, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling, crashing against the door of the ship's main chamber. Bloodied and resolute, Sword Heart advanced step by step into the ship's command room, where, aside from Rome, not a single celestial remained. Indeed, even in the vastness of the universe, few possess your prowess, Rome proclaimed, striking his staff against the ground, drawing Sword Heart's attention back. You have passed. Come with me. Is this why you sacrificed so many of your own subordinates, merely to test me? Sword Heart pondered, breaking his silence as Rome prepared to depart. In your eyes? What are they truly worth? What are they? Rome replied with a cold smirk, turning back. They are, after all, a lower race. There are no allies in this universe. The strong possess the right to command the weak, even to the point of death. The weak have no voice in this cosmic expanse. I see, Sword Heart mused, lowering his gaze as he flicked the blood from his blade. Muramasa. So, the so-called weak possess no authority over their own fate? If you wish to join the celestial path, you must relinquish such trivial notions. There are no companions, nor are there those who cannot be slain. Rome resumed his stride. Keep up. Sword Heart fell silent, gripping the hilt of Muramasa tightly, acutely aware that his chances of matching Rome were less than 1 in 4. He followed Rome's lead towards an elevator, which then descended to the lowest level. I shall not divulge what the celestial path entails, yet you must comprehend this. Once you enter here, regardless of your thoughts, you are bound to the celestial path. Or else we shall erase every trace of your existence from this world. As Hong led the way, an array of iron-forged cells surrounded them. Although the air lacked dampness, darkness was inescapable. Jinshin could not discern what lay within. Was there an unseen individual imprisoned there? That person had once been a legendary swordsman, traversing the cosmos, but alas, he had sought to invade our celestial realm and was subdued by a few of us, confined in this cell for 5 long years. Hong pointed to one of the cells, and Jinshin turned to look. There sat a disheveled middle-aged man, his visage one of despair, as he languished on the ground. Though his eyes were obscured, Jinshin could sense from his murmurs that this so-called swordsman had lost his heart, reduced to a mere shell of existence. After taking a few steps and turning a corner, Hong spoke again. That individual is a general from a militaristic planet who refused the celestial recognition and attempted to rebel. He was met with a brutal fate, having his leg shattered, and has been confined here for 2 years. Jinshin turned to gaze at the elder in military garb leaning against the wall, laughing heartily. Yet, within that laughter lay a profound sorrow and a sense of resignation. Do you still harbor the will to resist? Hong paused at the last corner. From here on, whether you choose to enter upon seeing this notorious criminal is beyond your control. Oh, you have piqued my interest. Jinshin scoffed. For now, nothing instills fear within me. Let us proceed. We shall see. Hong replied with a faint smile. Next is the most significant prisoner, one who attempted to undermine our harmonious collaboration with the shogunate, fostering insurrectionists and openly defying the celestial beings. His survival until now is perhaps our greatest mercy. Hong guided Jinshin around the corner and placed his hand upon a scanning device. Immediately, a formidable iron door swung open, only for Jinshin to discover yet another door beyond it. Hong directed his staff towards the central aperture, inserting it with a swift motion, causing the door to yield. He grasped Jinshin, who was about to advance. This is the most perilous area. Then, Hong lightly tapped the staff upon the ground, producing a sequence of elongated and irregular sounds. Suddenly, several red threads seemed to flash by. Very well, go and see for yourself. Hong stood firm. That person would not wish to see me. It is better for you to go alone. Hong was untroubled by the prospect of Jinshin rebelling. This place was constructed from the strongest steel in the universe, and the sole exit was obstructed by his own body. Should Jinshin dare to revolt, Hong was fully confident in his ability to eradicate him here. Jinshin stepped forward, the crisp sound of his footsteps echoing in the emptiness, a stark contrast to the pervasive darkness. He walked fearlessly, the sound of his steps resonating, and upon glancing back, he saw that Hong had indeed vanished. A faint glow illuminated ahead, flickering as if it might extinguish at any moment. Jinshin stood momentarily transfixed, then shook himself from his reverie and strode forward. Arriving at the solitary torchlit cell, he stood before it, gazing at the shadowy figure within, rendered speechless, uncertain of what to say. It seems mealtime has yet to arrive. Are you here to interrogate me once more? The voice remains unchanged, the tone still tender, offering warmth. It belongs to those few cherished individuals in my memories, embodying the most anguished helplessness amidst the raging flames. Silence. What purpose does it serve? Kenshin remains silent. The figure seated in the cell turns its back to him. Kenshin stands before the figure's back, separated by a wall forged of steel bars, seemingly close, yet he knows full well that he has no chance of rescuing this person. Hence, the bitterness arises. Why am I not strong enough? Why must I bear this burden alone? If they were all here, with the combined strength of 4, how could we not escape together? At that moment, matters of the restoration and the celestial beings would hold no consequence for us. The figure inquires softly. After a prolonged silence, Kenshin finally manages to force a few words from his throat, as if all his strength has been siphoned away. Teacher. A silence falls. Chapter 47. The Battle of Zhanghai. It was you who brought me back, granting me a new beginning. Gintoki has inherited your samurai spirit, Takasugi your wisdom, and Katsura your leadership qualities. But what have I inherited from you? If the 3 of them are my charges, then what does that make you, Yoshida Shoyo? Who taught us this path? Teacher, it's truly fortunate that you found this place. The figure turns, maintaining the same unchanging visage, smiling at Kenshin with a hint of delight in their tone. Teacher, are you well? Kenshin struggles to conceal something within him. After speaking, he wishes he could slap himself for uttering such words. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. Shoyo chuckles. By the way, how did you get in? And how are Gintoki and the others? I was brought here by someone. I never expected to encounter you. Kenshin's fists clenched tightly. As for Gintoki and the others, we've already parted ways, each heading in different directions, pursuing our roles as warriors for the restoration. Restoration, Shoyo murmurs. In the end, has it led you all down this path? It is my fault. No, Kenshin exclaims, gripping the steel bars of the cell with fervor. This is not your fault. It is our own will that has determined this. And if there has been a mistake, it is I who bears the blame. At that time, I was the strongest among us, yet I could not protect you, nor safeguard our home. Kenshin. Shoyo smiles with resignation. It is precisely for this reason that I entrusted you to Gintoki. I understand you well. You tend to shoulder everything alone, regardless of right or wrong. But this cannot continue. We are all comrades. You must learn to share with others and not bear it all alone. Teacher. Kenshin grips his sword, Muramasa, tightly, his knuckles whitening with the strain. He suppresses his desires and speaks calmly. Forgive me for being unable to save you now. I am too weak. Teacher. Kenshin. Shoyo rises to face Kenshin directly. I have never blamed you. On the contrary, it is because of you that I feel at ease. Though the teacher's eyes were slightly red, he managed to suppress his tears. Well then, I shall take my leave. His gaze drifted towards the distant horizon, fixated intently. Kenshin turned away, taking slow, deliberate steps, as if wishing to freeze this moment in time or linger just a bit longer. Gintoki was rather careless, much like you, always believing he could protect everyone. Yet it is impossible for one person to shield all. Jinsho held more radical views. He would undoubtedly be disappointed by my departure. This is my fault, a flaw in my teaching. As for Katsura, I hold great trust in him, but his combat prowess pales in comparison to the 3 of you, making him susceptible to being besieged despite his leadership qualities. Each utterance reflected my understanding of these individuals, causing Kenshin's pace to slow. A mix of concern and reassurance for his most trusted disciple. I entrust them to you. Ah, do you see? At this moment, Oboro and Kenshin stood upon the deck of the fleet. What do you think? Any feelings? Kenshin paused in silence for a moment, then replied. He is a truly remarkable person. Remarkable? Indeed, quite extraordinary. Oboro's words seemed to echo either for himself or for Kenshin's ears. Now, make your decision. Join the Tendao clan or perish. Is there another path for me? Kenshin shrugged. I shall join. Quite clear indeed. Oboro smirked, tossing a wooden plaque towards him. You will receive a set of Tendao clan attire. This is your identification token. Sometimes, the clan recognizes the token rather than the individual. Receiving the plaque, Kenshin noted the invisible patterns engraved, with a small sword character inscribed at its center. Even upon joining the Tendao clan, you will still be under our surveillance. Understand this. Your trustworthiness is not yet complete. Should you display any signs of rebellion, we will not hesitate to eliminate you. Oboro leaped away, vanishing from Kenshin's sight. Surveillance. Huh, Kenshin murmured, then smiled as he pressed the plaque to his chest. Let them watch. For the next few days, I shall not engage in any unruly behavior. Turning away from the docked fleet, Kenshin resolved within his heart, no matter what, I must rescue my teacher. Since Kenshin returned from the Tendao clan's fleet, his days have been consumed with practicing swordsmanship and accompanying Jubii on leisurely outings. Meanwhile, the Tendao clan remained vigilant, perpetually monitoring Kenshin. At times, he could even sense their watchful eyes. However, under Kenshin's instruction, he chose to ignore them. During these past few days, Kenshin and Jubii forged a strong bond, sharing joyous moments together. Jubii even explained why her mother-in-law had taken her away from home. Yuju, that fellow. Little Gio is a girl. Why raise her as if she were a boy? Has he lost his mind? After hearing the explanation, Kenshin's lips twitched in frustration, his voice laced with indignation. We cannot comprehend Lord Yuju's thoughts, can we? Meanwhile, Kenshin's eyes bore a glint of determination. I must find time to have a serious talk with him. It is outrageous to treat a daughter in such a manner. You have thrust upon me the burden of being a lowly enthusiast in that world. Come, Ju-chan. Embracing Jubing, she inquired. Is tonight the celebration? Shouldn't Kenshin join us? Yet, as Kenshin contemplated the impending battle the following day, he recognized the glimmer of hope in her eyes, and, feeling his heart soften, acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. I want to go too, chimed Jubing, who had been somewhat overshadowed lately, lifting her head with a cute expression. Absolutely. Wherever we go, we cannot leave Ju-chan behind. Kenshin teased, gently ruffling Jiobing's nose. Humph. Jiobing proudly lifted her nose. Kenshin and sister must join us too. It is essential. Ah, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Kenshin, only to find him lost in thought, visibly preoccupied with other matters, causing her to lower her head in despondence. Here, take this, Kenshin said, retrieving the short blade Muramasa from his waist. Tomorrow, chaos will ensue. Though it is safe at the Yagyu residence, I remain uneasy. Hold on to this for protection. MHM, she replied joyfully, accepting the Muramasa and cradling it, her face alight with happiness. Kenshin felt a sense of helplessness. He understood her feelings, yet he could not affirm them. After all, he was merely a child of 13. What could one expect from a child? Thus, he had been evading the truth. But a decision had begun to form in his heart. When I turn 16, I shall accept it. You are a victor in life. Your heart must be elated at this moment. How delightful. Chapter 48, The Battle of Jianghai. Hey. Jo-chan, do you know why we are holding this celebration? Standing before the Yagyu residence, clad in a cherry blossom-colored kimono, her short hair adorned with a floral hairpin, she radiated the vitality of youth. Her 13-year-old form already showing signs of blossoming beauty. The tranquil aura surrounding her, coupled with her gentle smile, truly made her a goddess amidst the turmoil of this era. I have no idea, replied Jiobing, dressed in the peculiar attire that the perverted elder often chattered about. Indeed, it was the Gothic lowly dress. The black patterned Gothic attire paired with adorable Jiobing was irresistibly charming. Why hasn't Kenshin come out yet? Jiobing impatiently gazed at the commotion inside the house, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the boy. What are you doing here? A melodious voice chimed, as a figure clad in a blue kimono appeared, her red hair tied into a ponytail cascading behind her. Her fair visage was adorned with a radiant smile, one hand resting on the hilt of her sword. while the other casually lingered within her garment. For a precise reference, consider the appearance of Nura Rikuo. She exuded an effortless grace and charisma. Kenshin? A voice of delight echoed as she descended the steps, seizing Kenshin's sleeve, while playfully lifting Jiubing's left hand, her face aglow with joy. Yes, Jiu-chan, we are off. Kenshin responded, nodding with a smile before playfully ruffling Jiubing's nose. He straightened his posture, gazing ahead. Stay close to me. Jiubing, beaming beside Kenshin, mused inwardly. Today, Kenshin is even more captivating than before, whether in voice or attire. Walking quietly through the city ruled by the Celestials, a place typically devoid of fervor. The atmosphere during this celebratory occasion brimmed with joy. The smiles radiating from the hearts of the people were unmistakable, especially when they encountered their fellow beings. Kenshin strolled alongside, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed the exuberant Jubii, who frolicked about with uncontainable glee, while he absent-mindedly smoothed his hair. To onlookers, they appeared as a pair destined for one another, needing no further embellishment. Everyone who beheld them silently bestowed their heartfelt blessings upon Kenshin, hoping for their everlasting happiness in this celestial-ruled day. As Kenshin scanned the faces surrounding him, he felt his cheeks flush, his gaze lingering on the boy beside him. Although they were of similar stature, the unique sense of security and the warmth of his gentle demeanor had ensnared him deeply. Even if the boy seemed somewhat wooden in expression, a soft chuckle escaped him, inadvertently capturing Kenshin's attention. What is it? Kenshin inquired. Oh, it's nothing, Jubii replied, covering his mouth with a hand, his laughter bubbling forth. I was just thinking how delightful it is to be with someone I care about. Caring about someone? Kenshin paused, momentarily taken aback. Having never experienced romance, he instinctively opted to deflect. Ah, is that so? Alas, Anko is not here. She must be quite worried. He chuckled, lowering his head. It's the first time I've been so far from her. She has always been my protector, every single time. Fear not. Tomorrow, once the festivities conclude, I shall ensure you are presented perfectly before your sister. Kenshin whispered conspiratorially, his breath warm against Jubii's ear, causing him to blush. Indeed, he replied shyly. Hey, brother, sister. Jubii exclaimed joyfully as he dashed back toward them. There is something really wonderful over there. Shall we take a look? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kenshin exchanged a resigned glance with Jubii before being tugged away by his hand. They hurried to a stall, where Jubii excitedly held up a ring-like object, lifting it high. Look, brother Kenshin, can we buy this? What is it? Kenshin asked. His curiosity piqued as he examined the item. The vendor promptly explained, this is a harmony ring. If you wish to bond with several people, you may purchase multiple ones. It signifies not only romantic affection, but also deep connections among friends. Brother Kenshin, let us buy one. Jubii pleaded, looking up at him with doe-like eyes. If we ever part ways, we can still recognize each other through this. Isn't that right, sister? He added, seeking approval. Well, that depends on your brother Kenshin. She giggled, covering her mouth. As my sister says, everything is at his discretion. Hey, you say that, yet your eyes reveal just how much you care. Kenshin chuckled, resigned. Understanding the sentiment, he ultimately decided to purchase 3 identical harmony rings. Remember to think of your sister and brother in the future. Gently caressing the head of Jiubing, who wore a blissful expression, the atmosphere shifted. Now let us continue. This time, the call was unlike any previous, imbued with a slight tremor and anticipation. Startled, I gazed at Kenshin ahead, whose lips slowly curled into a sweet smile. Honestly, this is truly overwhelming. Yuju, come forth. At this moment, after finishing their stroll, Kenshin returned to the Yagyu residence, having escorted Jiubing to his room. Jiubing, playfully demanding companionship for sleep, left Kenshin with no choice but to join him. However, after lulling the two to slumber, Kenshin found himself alone at the stone table in the courtyard. He understood that from the very beginning, Kenshin had been aware that Yuju already knew. The delay until now stemmed from Yuju's lingering hope to avoid such an outcome. Yet, since Kenshin was present, Yuju ought to realize that Kenshin had made his choice long ago. Why? Why must you do this? Are you not aware of the consequences? A voice, filled with fury, emerged as Yuju appeared from around the corner, swiftly taking a position opposite Kenshin. I have my reasons for acting this way, Kenshin replied solemnly. Yuju, I implore you not to hinder me. You are my sole friend amidst this chaotic world. It is precisely because I am your friend that I must stop you. Yuju retorted vehemently. I cannot bear to watch you tread a path that leads to certain doom. Certain doom? Kenshin chuckled softly. If I fail, my fate would be no different from death. I carry the burden of lives from all corners seeking to eradicate tyranny. Do you not consider little Jill? What about the lady? If you proceed, she shall never escape this turmoil. Yuju's voice escalated. Even if you disregard your own life, you must think of her. Have compassion for others, you fool. Kenshin fell silent for a moment. Then I shall rely on you when the time comes. Yuju, I truly have compelling reasons for my actions. Yuju, momentarily at a loss for words, fell into a long silence. I shall return to rest. Rising, Kenshin was about to depart when an icy chill crept upon him. Without thought, he vanished from his position in an instant. Boom. Yuju, what are you doing? Kenshin shouted. Emerging from the dust, Yuju brandished his sword, focusing intently on Kenshin. Even if it means gravely injuring you, I will not allow you to go. Yuju. You. Kenshin was taken aback, shaking his head, then meeting Yuju's gaze. So, you are serious about this? This confrontation could be interpreted in two ways. One being, I will stop you from seeking death. And the other, because you are Himura Kenshin. Regardless of the interpretation, Yuju was resolute in his determination to prevent Kenshin. The blade was aimed at Kenshin. Huh. Suit yourself. Kenshin bowed low, prepared for the Hiten Mitsurugi style at any moment. Come on. Boom. Chapter 50. The Battle of the Jianghai 16. If my heart is drawn to you, amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, we shall meet. Let us maintain our smiles at all times. It is a promise. At dawn, in the land of cherry blossoms by the rivers and seas, the blossoms that had never danced at night began to fall gracefully. Adorned in a kimono of cherry blossom hues, she navigated through the petals, joyfully singing. Yet, a shadow of fear loomed over her. She dreaded that Kenshin might depart and never return. However, she understood her captain well. Once he resolved upon a course of action, no one could persuade him to turn back. Why am I singing this song? Kenshin pondered, observing the blossoms that, despite the stillness of the night, seemed to sway in harmony, bathed in the enchanting rain of petals, a sight of breathtaking beauty. I am conversing with the trees. But alas, they are merely trees. Incapable of comprehending my words, she said cheerfully, moving her body in a dance, the song intertwining with her movements. Though it was dawn, Kenshin felt a presence that transcended visibility. Where existence was, light would surely follow. Why have you come here, to be with me? He questioned again, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. I just felt like coming. And here, by the rivers and seas, you are my captain. If you do not accompany me, who else will? Indeed, Kenshin mused, focusing intently on her as his thoughts began to unravel. I have words I wish to convey to you. What do you mean? Kenshin asked, momentarily distracted. Oh, it's nothing. I am simply singing. She smiled, lifting her head with a hint of melancholy. I sing for the countless cherry blossoms and the trees here. If my heart truly yearns for you, amidst the dancing cherry blossoms, we shall meet. Let us promise to always wear a smile, no matter the time. As the sky brightened gradually, Kenshin, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to speak. Go. I shall wait for you. Kenshin. The day has fully dawned, he observed silently, watching her still dancing and singing, unable to express the words that weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, it seemed she had already come to a realization. As the light of day broke, she halted her movements, smiling at Kenshin. I promise to heed your words and will not wander off. Go with peace of mind. And remember to bring me a little ghost mask. Indeed, though unspoken words conveyed more than 1,000, Kenshin turned away without hesitation, vanishing from sight. He trusted that Yuju had already prepared an escape route, yet he was fearful, afraid that if he lingered, his resolve might waver. Master Yuju, thank you for your assistance. Tears streamed down her face unexpectedly as she smiled at the arriving Yuju. Now the formal developments begin. I apologize for the lengthy build-up. Angels, are you ready? Panda sat in the command chamber of the fleet, surveying the surrounding ships and the excited celestial army below, alongside the increasingly despondent humans of Jianghai. He chuckled coldly. It is a travesty that this mother planet is ruled by you monkeys. Celestial beings. Today is the day we shall annihilate all the rebels. This time, we fight on behalf of our human allies, to utterly crush those who fail to understand us. Then we shall coexist with this world, this planet, alongside our human friends. Let us rejoice. Today marks the beginning of everything. Panda, the celestial being, raised his arms in a triumphant call. The scene below incited fervent howls from the celestial troops. Let us commence, our compatriots, the most steadfast of armies. Merely follow in my wake and dismantle all resistance. As the words of the panda celestial echoed, the entire fleet slowly began to ascend. On the ground, Rome gazed at this grand spectacle, momentous for the celestials, and suddenly turned to her subordinate, inquiring, "What of the humans?" "They remain on standby within the ranks," the subordinate replied dutifully, albeit puzzled. "That is well," Rome replied, her brow furrowing. "Target the western front at the ancient street position and prepare to commence bombardment." A voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, filled the celestials with excitement as they gazed skyward at the fleet gathering power, some even pounding their chests and howling in exhilaration. "Prepare for launch. Countdown, 30 seconds. Another voice echoed, plunging the humans of Jianghaishi into deeper despair as they could do nothing but numbly await the impending doom from the charging cannons. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before the celestial countdown could conclude, a resounding explosion erupted. Boom! The cannon, charged with immense energy, detonated unexpectedly, obliterating the ship, which burst into flames and plummeted helplessly to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Ships were devastated, their propulsion systems or reactors destroyed. The best outcome being a forced descent to the ground, while the unluckier ones faced the grim reality of their vessels exploding. Screams and the cacophony of destruction filled the air. Below, both celestials and humans were momentarily stunned. What an unexpected turn of events. How curious the unfolding. Yet, amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope glimmered in the eyes of the humans, while the celestials were consumed by fury. "Lord Rome, the Panda Lord has landed safely and is currently moving to a secure location," reported a celestial, noting Rome's grim countenance. "Understood." Rome waved her hand, her gaze revealing an unparalleled intent for vengeance. "No matter who you are, you shall face the wrath of the celestial order. Dispatch search teams for all suspects upon sighting. Eliminate." Rome issued her orders with resolution. "Once more, prepare for bombardment. Switch all ships to attack mode. If he seeks to preserve himself, let us compel him to reveal himself." Rome spoke into the intercom. "Yes." As her words fell, the remaining 5 ships simultaneously illuminated their main cannons, all aimed at the same direction, west. 3, 2. As Rome listened to the countdown, her eyes sharpened, vigilant for even the slightest disturbance that would warrant the unleashing of her relentless wrath. "Crescent." A voice arose amidst the smoke, revealing the assailant's location to Rome. Although the meaning of the words eluded her, she vanished from the second-floor balcony, embarking on her quest to seek out the source. Rome produced 3 steel needles, casting them unhesitatingly into the swirling smoke, confident that should she strike her foe, she could inflict grievous injury in that fleeting moment of their paralysis. Celestial strike. However, an unforeseen outcome transpired as a tempestuous gust swept through, scattering all the smoke and, along with it, Rome's 3 steel needles. As the discerning gaze of the protagonist narrowed, they observed an enigmatic force surging towards them. With all their might, they deftly evaded the oncoming sword energy. The momentum of the blade remained unabated, soaring high into the heavens before crashing into one of the 5 warships with tremendous impact. Confident in their understanding of the crescent moon's transformation, this particular manifestation was far less extravagant than before. Upon breaching the warship, it dissipated alongside the vessel. Before the protagonist could fully collect their thoughts, they instinctively seized the moment and launched a decisive assault. Crescent Moon Strike. With 4 swift incantations, the echoes of the strikes shattered the remaining warships, igniting flames as they descended and stirring a tempest of dust that culminated in a series of explosions. Boom! The resounding detonations reverberated through the air, and the ensuing smoke and debris surged forward, shielding their forehead with a hand. The protagonist beheld a figure partially obscured by the flames, a gaunt silhouette flickering into view, prompting them to squint in concentration. With a measured tone, the protagonist called out, seemingly unfazed yet intrigued by the capabilities of the individual before them. Peering through the dissipating haze, a figure clad in blue emerged, their crimson ponytail billowing in the wind. And a pair of scarlet eyes fixated intently on the protagonist, an aura of menace palpable in the air. "Shimura Kenshin," the protagonist slowly articulated. "Are you aware of the consequences of betraying the celestial order?" Kenshin grasped the hilt of their sword firmly, What if I do? What if I don't? With a flick of their wrist, the sword pressure dispersed the lingering mist around them. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Shinura Kenshin, a warrior of the Ishin Shur. Excellent. It seems you have resigned yourself to the relentless pursuit of the Celestial Order. The protagonist retorted with a cold smile, removing their hat to reveal their pale hair. My objective is not to engage in a prolonged skirmish with you. Kenshin scoffed, activating their swift footwork, darting towards the retreating figure of the panda-like celestial being. You cannot escape. Unbeknownst to Kenshin, the protagonist matched their speed, closely tailing them with a pace that slightly surpassed their own, causing Kenshin to be taken aback. Ignoring the chaos surrounding them, they engaged in an unparalleled chase through the streets, alleys, and rooftops. Though the protagonist's speed was marginally superior, Kenshin utilized the unique shifting nature of their technique to maintain a relatively safe distance. Suddenly, 3 steel needles whistled through the air. Kenshin, adeptly leaping off a wall, evaded the projectiles and continued their forward momentum. Observing the failed attack, the protagonist remained undeterred and launched another strike. Kenshin, with no recourse, nimbly dodged left and right. Leaping onto a rooftop, just as Kenshin steadied themselves, a tin staff erupted from below, forcing them to sidestep and hastily advance. Yet, the sporadic emergence of the staff below significantly hindered Kenshin's speed. With a powerful stride onto the rooftop, Kenshin leaped, only to find the protagonist suddenly at their side. Got you. The protagonist sneered, drawing forth the blade from the staff, aiming directly for Kenshin's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Kenshin grasped the protagonist's wrist, preventing the staff from pivoting. However, as their suspended momentum waned, both combatants landed simultaneously on the ground. You are truly a formidable adversary. Kenshin sneered, tightening his grip on the wrist he held. Oboro refused to yield, pressing forward with determination, exerting her strength over Kenshin. You shall understand the consequences of defying the heavenly path. Who cares about you? With a sudden push, Kenshin shoved Oboro away. Ignoring her, he leaped towards the rooftop, but at that moment, his pupils constricted. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless steel needles danced through the air, encircling Kenshin in a deadly ring formed by the members of the heavenly path, launching a barrage of needles from every direction. After an initial moment of shock, Kenshin resolutely stomped down on the rooftop, shattering it to descend into the room below. Moon Crescent Slash. Without waiting for the Heavenly Path's members to react, Kenshin unleashed a powerful Moon Crescent Slash from within the room. The roaring sword energy pierced through the rooftop, cleaving several nearby members of the Heavenly Path in two, while others, overwhelmed by the shockwave, tumbled down helplessly. There are no warriors among the Choi who can unleash sword energy. Oboro watched as Kenshin shattered the wall and then charged off into the distance, her pace quickening as she closely followed him. It is simply your ignorance. Kenshin dodged Oboro's steel needles, taunting. What? Is it only through numbers you can pursue me? It seems you retained more strength than you revealed in our last battle. Oboro bit her lip, closing in on Kenshin. She kicked a stone that whistled towards Kenshin's back. I never intended to genuinely join the Heavenly Path. Kenshin scoffed, observing the increasing number of Heavenly Path members around him, his brow furrowing. That is precisely why I have kept my eyes on you. Even if you conserved much strength in that last encounter, with a being like you among humans. We in the Heavenly Path have but one course of action. In an instant, Oboro accelerated, soaring above Kenshin, maintaining a parallel position with him. What? Kenshin gasped in disbelief as Oboro unleashed a flurry of steel needles, enveloping him in a relentless assault from all angles. TCH, realizing he could not afford to halt, lest all his efforts be in vain, Kenshin leaped and dodged, evading several needles, but 3 were aimed directly at him, leaving no room for escape. He spun his body, kicking one needle away, then swiftly slashed down the remaining one with his blade. However, the final needle struck with force, embedding itself in Kenshin's shoulder, causing him to stifle a groan of pain. Yet, suffering was not Kenshin's style. As he landed, he swiftly gathered his energy. Moon Crescent Slash. A relatively modest sword energy surged toward Oboro, who knew she could not withstand it. She attempted to sidestep, only to find Kenshin bellowing, explode. Instantly, the Moon Crescent Slash detonated beside Oboro, creating a flurry of small sword energies that engulfed her. The air was filled with a deafening roar. Kenshin refrained from delivering a follow-up strike. The road ahead was long, and conserving even a sliver of stamina was crucial. Without looking back at the aftermath, he stepped back and leaped towards the distant high-rise buildings. Follow him, or rather, block him. Oboro emerged from the area engulfed by the small sword energies. Her body marked with numerous wounds, her clothing torn with countless small slashes, and then she issued commands to those around her. Yes, the members of the Heavenly Path. Upon hearing her command, immediately pursued Kenshin. As Hong gently touched his injured shoulder, a flicker of shadowy light danced in his pupils before he raised his head and smiled. You have piqued my interest, Kenshin Himura. With his eyes filled with the blood of death, the embodiment of Naraku. Hong was finally prepared to exert his full strength in pursuit of Kenshin. What a monster he is, to endure so many small sword energies without a scratch. Kenshin turned back, feeling the chilling intent to kill emanating from Hong, and his pupils constricted in alarm at the sight of the nearly unscathed Hong. Humph! How could Hong, fully unleashed, be so easily dealt with? He drew his needles with an imperceptible speed, launching them with such rapidity that they were invisible in the air. Kenshin felt an acute prickling at the back of his neck, barely managing to shift his body as 3 steel needles pierced through his right chest in a triangular formation. Excruciating pain surged instantly. How has he suddenly grown so much stronger? Is this his full power? Kenshin clutched his wound, refusing to linger, and swiftly headed toward the distant skyscrapers. However, recalling how Hong had seemingly liberated his powers, Kenshin finally understood why the system assessed his chances of victory against him to be less than 30%. Flee. But where can you escape to? Hong sneered, his gaze fixed on Kenshin's darting figure, finally seizing an opportune moment to strike once more. Swoosh. As the fabric of his left sleeve tore, Kenshin, having evaded 2 steel needles, gazed at the needles piercing his arm, calculating once again. Oh, having been hit the first time, did he gain such keen perception for the second? I cannot allow you to fully mature. Although Hong was astonished by Kenshin's talent, his murderous intent only intensified. A person like him, if allowed to grow, would become a formidable enemy of the future. No, he is already a great threat. The Ishin sure. Hong once more pinpointed his timing, this time holding nothing back, as a solitary steel needle shot straight toward Kenshin's heart. I see it. Kenshin's body twisted midair, turning around, his eyes reflecting the swiftly approaching needle and Hong's cold, bloodthirsty grin, unleashing the gathered energy with a flourish. Crescent Moon Slash. An ultimate attack representing the peak of his abilities. Driven to the brink, Kenshin once again transcended his limits, expanding the range of the Crescent Moon Slash by another third. Its power escalating. With a single strike, a colossal wave of sword energy surged forth, shattering the needle and carrying along debris, sweeping away all the members of the Tendo in its path, with Hong as its target. Facing the formidable sword energy, Hong did not flinch or evade. Instead, he coldly tightened his body, seemingly prepared to withstand the blow. With his staff raised, he blocked the unparalleled sword energy, yet was pushed back, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, exerting himself, his retreating body gradually showing signs of resistance. Aya! With a wild cry, he exerted force with both hands, gripping the staff and forcefully swinging it aside, and the unparalleled sword energy dissipated like a vanquished foe. Chase! Hong, who had withstood the massive sword energy, trembled slightly in both hands. Yet upon seeing Kenshin nearing the skyscraper, his gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he pursued with the remaining members of his faction. Chapter 51. The Battle of Jianghai 17. The relentless presence of that specter. Jinshin stood at the entrance of the pavilion. Although he could leap directly to the upper levels, a single misstep could send him plummeting to his demise from such a height. Glancing at the approaching Tianshan crowd behind him, Jinshin wasted no time. He severed the lock on the door with his blade and swiftly slipped inside. Inside the pavilion, a world of wonder unfolded, with colorful wooden screens obscuring everything. As Jinshin advanced, he encountered a crossroads and, with no other choice, randomly selected a path. Yet, not far ahead, he found himself confronted with another intersection. It became abundantly clear to Jinshin that aimless wandering would lead to his capture. However, a faint smile graced his lips. He possessed a tool they did not. Activating his mini-map, Jinshin surveyed the overhead layout and realized that without this auxiliary device, escape would be utterly impossible. The labyrinthine pathways and perplexing designs would confound anyone unless they resorted to brute force. Otherwise, he would simply await capture. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jinshin refused to linger any longer and dashed forward towards the exit indicated on his map. Spread out. Search in all directions. We have the advantage in numbers. The Tianshan crowd pursued him into the maze. Though disoriented by the labyrinth, their numerical superiority allowed them to disperse and cover more ground, ensuring they could locate Jinshin swiftly, for after all, he was but one man. My lord, he has entered the maze. At that moment, the respectful subordinates of Tianshan reported to the calm and commanding figure of Rome, who had just been issuing orders. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Rome replied, "Understood. You are to find him first and then report back to me." The Tianshan members complied, and shadows began to flicker through the chaotic maze, their presence appearing quite ominous. As Jinshin continued on his path, he reached another intersection. Turning left, he surged forward. Found him. Just as the words left his lips, Jinshin swiftly drew his sword. Darting past a Tianshan member, he landed and sheathed his blade, continuing his dash, leaving the shocked individual clutching his throat in terror, slowly collapsing to the ground. This is not good. They outnumber me. Jinshin observed as figures moved in around him, seemingly encircling him. Though he pressed on, their advantageous positioning began to tilt the scales against him. Just as Jinshin reached another intersection, before he could turn, 3 staffs aimed directly for his head. His gaze remained unwavering as he unsheathed his sword, moving faster than any reaction could muster. The figures behind him were met with the shattering of their staffs, leaving no chance for retaliation. My lord, we cannot contend with him one-on-one. A subordinate next to Rome paled upon hearing the cries echoing through the maze and hastily spoke to him. No need to throw your lives away. You only need to encircle him and force him into a corner. Rome commanded, leaping over to the adjoining corridor. Drive him towards the exit. With that, he ascended to the upper level of the pavilion. Understood. The subordinate shouted. Surround him. Force him. Their formation shifted. Kenshin spoke in a low voice. Yet on the small map, it depicted him walking alone in the center, surrounded by a multitude of red dots on either side. As he advanced, they did not lag behind, leaving Kenshin perplexed about their intentions. No matter how he altered his direction, they always seemed to pinpoint him instantly, executing the most advantageous maneuvers. Was this the might of the heavenly path? It became evident that the retreat of the loyalists was not without reason. A foreboding feeling washed over Kenshin, for he had already spotted a green exit ahead on the map, yet the forces of the heavenly path were closing in from both sides. If he were to be encircled, all would be rendered meaningless. At that moment, before Kenshin could react, a cold gleam shot toward him. With only a final stretch of corridor remaining to reach the exit, Kenshin drew his sword to deflect the strike, only to find it was a steel needle that he knocked aside. His gaze fixated on the needle swirling in the air as he turned his attention back to the green exit, where a sudden appearance of a large red dot loomed ominously. Kenshin, this is the terminus of your rebellious journey. A voice echoed through the crowd on both sides. Kenshin scoffed, his eyes locked onto the figure blocking the exit, Aoi. At that moment, Aoi's presence signified that his sole aim was to hinder Kenshin within this corridor. Once the throngs converged, Kenshin would be like a fish in a barrel, with no hope of escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this juncture, Aoi showcased his true strength, launching a barrage of needles that fell like raindrops towards Kenshin. Kenshin found no opportunity to evade, yet he did not falter. With his blade in hand, he unleashed the dragon nest flash, intercepting all the flying needles. This long corridor was the optimal ground for him to unleash his full power. Aoi sneered, plunging his staff into the ground and unleashing a relentless barrage. I need only to defend against your attacks. Though the dragon nest flash continued unabated, prolonged defense inevitably led to a breach, and some needles began to pierce Kenshin's defenses, grazing his body and flying past him. The two remained locked in a fierce standoff, one madly shooting, the other fiercely defending. As the distance gradually closed, the needles grew in intensity, and Kenshin began to feel them penetrate his flesh. Observing the merging forces approaching ever faster, Kenshin mentally calculated the distance. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. With a sudden stop, his left foot grounded, a powerful gust of energy dispersed the needles ahead, creating a fleeting moment of opportunity that lasted mere seconds. Seizing this chance, Kenshin summoned his sword aura, enveloping the corridor and charging toward Aoi. Though Aoi had previously blocked massive sword auras, he unexpectedly chose not to intercept this smaller wave, allowing it to shatter the exit door. An explosion ensued. An opportunity. As the smoke billowed around him, Kenshin accelerated into the haze. Meanwhile, the converging throngs had completely merged but were momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed at the swirling dust, unsure of how to proceed. Clash. Bang. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust, a sound of clashing reverberated, sharp and fleeting, before succumbing to silence. With a huff, the haze parted, revealing a long gash across the chest of the figure known as Huang, yet miraculously, it had not pierced the flesh beneath. Conversely, a trickle of blood oozed from the steel needle that protruded slightly from his hand. I would rather be injured than not charge forward. Do you harbor a deep-seated grudge against that panda fellow? Huang smirked as he gazed at the retreating silhouette in the distance, licking the blood-stained needle in his grasp. You won't last much longer. Continue the pursuit, but refrain from advancing too closely. Allow him some time to move freely. Understood. Although perplexed, the others dared not question Huang's command, and a throng continued the chase after Jinshin. Chapter 52. The Battle of Zhanghai. Jinshin swallowed a hemostatic pill. Observing the wound that extended from his left chest to his right abdomen finally ceased bleeding. Yet, his thoughts were consumed by the formidable power of Huang's strike. There was no alternative left. Should he fail to locate the panda, the lives of the loyal warriors would be in jeopardy. He understood that arriving late was simply not an option. Otherwise, the ensuing orders would yield irreversible consequences. Jinshin's desire to pause and tend to his injuries gradually dissipated as he forcibly suppressed the agony and surged upward. Actually, I am not a lord. May I inquire about your well-being? Huang, concealed in a hidden location, addressed the figure of the panda in the screen. No issues here, but what of that samurai? The panda appeared quite agitated. We are on the brink of capturing him. The outcome will be entirely at your discretion. Huang replied with a tight grip on his head. Additionally, I have uncovered the identity of this samurai. He is a tenant of the Yagyu clan, Himura Kenshin. The same samurai who caused a ruckus at the banquet that day. Oh, that samurai? The panda's expression shifted to a slight, cold smile, as if a thought had struck him. Then, please do send someone. Request Yagyu Sejiro to come and provide protection. My lord, I do not endorse this approach. Should the Yagyu clan indeed choose to rebel, the presence of the so-called Sword Saint would pose a significant threat. Huang articulated slowly. He will not. The panda asserted with unwavering confidence. As the Sword Saint of the Yagyu clan, he would not dare defy my wishes. He must come to guard. Understood. I will dispatch someone at once. Huang deduced the logic behind it, letting out a cold chuckle. By the way, I recall that samurai caused quite the disturbance at the banquet for a specific reason. The panda seemed to mention it casually. What could it possibly be? My subordinate comprehends. Huang nodded, respectfully withdrawing. Whether his respect was genuine or feigned remained a mystery. To dare assassinate so brazenly, samurai, I will have you dismembered into pieces, distributed among all my troops for their enjoyment. The panda crushed a teacup, grinning malevolently. The scene shifted to Jinshi's side. That old man truly knows how to hide. Jinshi, ensconced within a room, struggled to wrap a bandage around himself. If I cannot find him soon, I shall be doomed to remain here for eternity. Samurai, I understand your reasons for coming to assassinate. At that moment, a broadcast echoed throughout Zhanghai City, startling Jinshi, who soon recognized the voice belonged to the panda. Is it to preserve the lives of the loyal warriors? What a ludicrous excuse. Why do you not quell the rebellion? If you did, tranquility would surely return, allowing humanity to coexist in perfect harmony. Is such a life, such days, not suitable for you? Yet, you choose to play a role that obstructs this beautiful existence. Do you not feel any shame in your actions? How can you face the entirety of humanity with such audacity? Alas, it is not too late. You may still emerge and assist us in accomplishing our grand endeavor. In doing so, you could become a hero of mankind, the herald of a new era. With a sardonic laugh, Jinshin leaned against the wall and stood up. System, can you trace the source of the sound? Ding. Searching. Minimap marked. Jinshin was taken aback. He had merely spoken in jest. Yet a location had truly been identified. Overjoyed, he gazed at the faint yellow dot on the minimap, realizing the location. He slightly opened the window, astonished to discover the source concealed there. Jinshin looked at the diminutive house with a cold smirk and uttered, "You need not come out." As soon as the words left his lips, he shattered the window and appeared midair, his gaze fixed on the small house 100 meters away. This time, Jinshin held nothing back. He unleashed his full power. Instantly, a violent gust emanated from his blade, the fierce airflow piercing through the nearby structures. Moon crescent heaven strike. With a thunderous roar, the amassed sword energy formed a crescent shape, producing a deafening sound that engulfed the tiny abode. Oh no, how did he know the panda would be there? Long was taken aback, hastily rushing with his companions to Jinshin's location. Coughing amidst the smoke, Jinshin descended, slowly advancing with his blade. As the fog dissipated, he beheld two serpent-headed celestial beings, clad in black and white, escorting the panda forward. Observing this scene, Jinshin swiftly slashed with his sword energy, creating a path before the panda, bringing it to an abrupt halt. At last, I have found you. Jinshin sneered at the panda. How on earth did you locate me, warrior? The panda celestial exclaimed in astonishment, but before he could react, the serpent-headed celestial in white suddenly pushed him aside, only to have its own head severed in an instant. I have no time for idle chatter. I shall kill you directly to be at ease. Jinshin proclaimed coldly after dispatching the serpent-headed celestial. He resumed his advance, intent on annihilating the panda celestial. Little did he know, at the moment his blade was about to strike, the remaining serpent-headed celestial grasped his weapon, shouting, "My lord, run!" Annoying, Jinshin growled, delivering a horizontal slash that cleaved the serpent-headed celestial in two. With a swift pivot, he found himself above the panda's head, bringing his blade down. Clang! The lethal strike was unexpectedly intercepted by a sudden figure, who, with a twist of their arm, hurled the panda celestial behind them. You! Before Jinshin could utter a word, the figure exerted force, sending him flying. Yet, Jinshin wore a cunning smile, his form vanishing mid-air, reappearing before the panda celestial, thrusting his blade directly. The figure of elegance re-emerged, forcefully striking downward, as the staff pressed the tip of Murakumo's blade firmly into the ground, rendering it immobile. Rome. The chance to eliminate the greatest target of this endeavor was within reach, yet this individual stood resolutely in the way, igniting a fury within Jinshin. In an instant, he drew his sword and struck once more, but Rome seemed to have anticipated this, deftly parrying the blow, causing Jinshin to stagger back under the immense force. Humph, has your strength waned? Rome taunted. End your life. I shall grant you a death befitting a warrior. Victory had yet to be determined. Jinshin, gripping his sword with both hands, retorted, Do not speak as if everything is already destined. Your warrior's blades cannot protect this nation. Rome raised his staff, disregarding the cries for slaughter from the panda behind him, narrowing his eyes at Jinshin. Even someone like you shall be swept away by the tides of fate. I never claimed I would protect this nation. Do not misinterpret my words, you fool. Jinshin scoffed, laughter escaping his lips. In truth, I would relish the destruction of this nation. Yet, despite my utter disdain for it, there are those I must safeguard. There are lives I must save. So do not presume I am noble. In my eyes, there are but a select few. Is that so? Rome fell silent momentarily before slowly replying. Is this what you humans often refer to as the way of the samurai? Such odes resemble childish jest. For such trivialities, you squander your lives? Who cares about that? Jinshin bellowed, snapping Rome back to reality. Yet before he could fully comprehend, Jinshin sheathed his sword in a heartbeat. Die for me. The nine-headed dragon flash. In an instant, he drew his blade with full force, and a long-forgotten sense of peril enveloped Rome, compelling him to instinctively retreat and shield the panda. With a resounding clash, Rome was sent soaring, crashing heavily to the ground, while Jinshin, the instigator of this assault, bore the consequence of his shoulder being pierced by the staff, now standing feebly behind everyone. Behind Jinshin lay an endless sea. Lying on the ground, Rome murmured in confusion, then rose to touch the fine wounds on his body. Alas, the gap between us is insurmountable. Come, Rome. Jinshin smiled grimly, yet as he did, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Humph. Rome's figure blurred as he swiftly appeared before Jinshin, steel needle thrusting into Jinshin's abdomen. Rome, I shall remember you. Jinshin gasped, blood spilling forth as he looked at Rome with a pained smile. Such is the consequence of offending the heavens. Rome released his grip, and Jinshin, unable to maintain his stance, began to stagger backward until he reached the shore. In truth, during that nine-headed dragon flash, I had ample opportunity to inflict grave injury upon you. Jinshin, having retreated to his desired position, spoke slowly to Rome. A moment of surprise struck Rome, followed by a sudden pang of foreboding. I relinquished the opportunity to inflict grave injury upon you and engaged in other matters. Jinshin smiled joyfully. See you again. With that, He plunged into the sea with a resounding splash. This is not good. Rong seemed to come to a realization. Her gaze shifted towards the panda, only to witness a soft glow emanating from the loose folds of its attire. Retreat now. Boom. Chapter 53. The Battle of Zhanghai. Having forsaken the chance to severely wound me in an instant, are you determined to slay the panda at all costs? Rong covered the lower half of her face with her sleeve, shielding herself from the encroaching dust. Oh, treacherous warrior of earth. My lord, if the panda perishes, we shall have no explanation for those above. At this moment, one of Rong's subordinates, who had survived several chapters, stepped forward to report. It matters not. If it dies, it dies. Though we have lost the opportunity to halt the activities of the anti-foreign faction, such extreme measures are not what we, the followers of the heavenly way, require. Rong cast a glance at the scattered remnants of the panda, torn asunder. If it is slain by the anti-foreign warriors, how can we protect it? Understood. With a fist salute, Rong's subordinate grasped her meaning, then quietly added, My lord, that warrior. Humph, do not be foolish, he is not dead. Rong let out a cold laugh for a moment. If he had fallen into the sea, the scent of his blood or the presence of his corpse would surely attract sharks and other predatory creatures. Yet have you noticed? There is not a single ripple. Not dead. The man exclaimed in astonishment, then hurriedly declared, My lord, we must not allow him to return. Huh. Let us capture another person and lead him into a trap. Rong's smile was cruel, akin to the most sinister of demons. Understood. The man bowed his head in acknowledgement, then shouted, Form up. We head to the Yagyu mansion. A formidable group set forth towards the Yagyu estate. Dragon's return, Jinshin said, since you have been entrusted to me, I shall ensure that no harm comes to you. At this moment, concealed along a narrow path outside the city, a figure clad in cherry-colored kimono stood amidst the trees, her gaze carrying a hint of sorrow as she looked towards the distant road, while the anxious roars of Yujun echoed in her ears. Wait. I wish to see him return. She shook her head, stubbornly remaining in place. As time slowly passed, the thunderous sounds of explosions and cries erupted from Zhanghai City, causing Yujun's heart to tremble. There is no time left. We must flee. Just a little longer, she murmured, her voice a blend of hope and desperation. Yet, her attentive gaze remained fixed on the road, yearning for the familiar silhouette that never emerged. The sky gradually turned crimson, painted by the clouds of fire billowing from Zhanghai City, shrouding the earth in a blanket of red. Just a little longer, she repeated. How many more longers must she endure? The unfulfilled wait dimmed her hope, and the atmosphere grew increasingly silent, yet she persisted, even as the voices urging her to leave faded away. This is bad. The cries of battle are beginning to cease. If we wait any longer, it will truly be too late. Yujun shouted in frustration, his gaze fixed on her unwavering determination, silently resolving to act. Bang! A swift strike struck his mind, plunging him into darkness as his body gradually succumbed to weakness. Yuju instinctively embraced him and, without uttering a word, fled with remarkable urgency. Along their path, Yuju dared not pause. As the fiery clouds in the sky began to dissipate, the intuition of a sword saint warned him of impending troubles. The greater his fear, the more he felt compelled to press on. Yuju unleashed a latent potential he had never before tapped into, moving with astonishing speed. Stop! Voices echoed from the trees in all directions, causing Yuju's complexion to pale. He recognized the source of the voice and understood that he would soon face a life-or-death confrontation. High above, as a servant of the celestial path, nothing evades our discovery. Nothing escapes the power of the celestial path. A steel needle struck, severing the branch upon which Yuju stood. With no other choice, he fell to the ground, gazing at the shadowy figure in the trees with a bitter expression. Lun, why have you ceased to call me angel? Lun descended from the treetops. I offer you a chance. Relinquish the woman you carry, and you shall remain the sword saint of the Yagyu clan. Your clan will continue to be favored by the shogun. Yuju fell silent, but soon reacted. This has nothing to do with you. Does the current shogun not heed our heavenly commands? Luan's slow, deliberate tone caused Yuju's expression to darken. Could it be that you? How dare you submit to the celestial path and become a follower of the angels? This is an affront. Luan struck the ground with his staff, and his subordinates emerged from the shadows. Impossible. Yuju's face darkened, as if ink could drip from it. He swiftly drew his katana. No, I must escape. I must confirm all of this. Indeed, but the girl on your back cannot leave. Luan said languidly. However, as the words left his mouth, Ju instantaneously appeared before Luan, poised to strike. Nonsense. Coughing, Luan responded. At that moment, Genshin, concealed within the prison of the fleet, was slightly out of breath as he bandaged himself. Why was Genshin here? Indeed, it was through the teleportation talisman he acquired during his mission. Upon seeing his master, Songyang, Genshin knew he could not rescue him alone, yet he set the teleportation coordinates to the prison where Songyang was held. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, Genshin activated the talisman and found himself in the distant prison of the fleet. Ding! Task completed 1/3. Rewards can be drawn early. Please select. A voice resonated in his mind, and Genshin beheld a spinning wheel materialize before him, its rotation dizzying. He shouted, "Stop!" The wheel gradually came to a halt, the pointer slowly landing on the Xiando. Genshin's heart raced with excitement. If he possessed the Xiando, he would undoubtedly have over an 80% chance of rescuing his master. Stop! Stop! For heaven's sake, stop! As the Xiando neared, Genshin's anxiety surged. His mind urged it to halt before advancing any further. Alas, fate was unkind, and slowly, the pointer shifted to an adjacent segment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Sword of Severing Intent, the Heavenly Lock Moon Slayer. The Heavenly Lock Moon Slayer is remarkably sturdy and possesses the fortune of a protagonist, ensuring it will never break. Within the sword lies the permanently sealed ultimate technique, the Crescent Moon Charge. When wielding this sword, the power of the Crescent Moon Charge is elevated to its utmost limit, transforming its hue to a deep black. Alas, what use is this sword to me? Genshin gazed with exasperation at the Heavenly Lock Moon Slayer that had appeared in his package, subsequently taking it out and cradling it in his palm. Upon first grasping it, Genshin felt a surge of energy stirring within him, and the characters for Crescent Moon Charge within the system slowly darkened to black. As he slightly unsheathed it, a fleeting black light coursed through, symbolizing that this sword is undoubtedly one of the mightiest in this realm. Never mind that. Genshin secured the Heavenly Lock Moon Slayer at his waist, alongside his Muramasa, and ambled toward the distant, elongated path. Wait for me, master. Chapter 54, The Battle of Jianghai, Indahem. In the vast, desolate corridor enveloped in darkness, Genshin cautiously advanced forward, gradually nearing his master. Grasping the steel bars of the cell, Genshin urgently addressed Songyang. Genshin. Startled, Songyang turned around, disbelief etched on his blood-soaked visage. His voice trembling. How did you end up here? Master, I have come to rescue you. Genshin retreated a few steps, speaking in a grave tone. Please step back. Watching Songyang comply, Genshin shouted with fervor, Sever. With a single strike, the power of the Crescent Moon Charge entwined around the blade effortlessly cleaved through the unyielding steel bars. Breathing heavily, Genshin boldly stepped into the prison. Master, please, come with me. I will help you escape. We shall find Gintoki and the others, and retreat to a place where no one can discover us, living there together for eternity. Genshin's voice brimmed with excitement, but Songyang merely stared at him in a daze. Suddenly exhaling a deep sigh, Genshin, you must go. Never show your face before me again. Master. Genshin gazed at Songyang in disbelief. Master, with your condition, how can you possibly save me? Songyang smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle Genshin's hair. In the end, it was I who led you down this path. I am sorry for that. Master. Genshin's unwavering gaze remained resolute. I have always wanted to ask, with your strength, why did you not resist? Had you done so back then, it would have been impossible for you to be captured. It is because, Master, I volunteered. Songyang withdrew his hand from Genshin's head. I chose to be captured, for if I were not, I could not protect you all. Genshin fell silent. Indeed, it was their own weakness that had led to this calamity. Master, we are no longer powerless victims. Come with me, Genshin exclaimed, desperation fueling his impassioned words. I have always known that you are the strongest among the four. Songyang smiled, yet his feet remained resolutely planted. Master. Kenshin grasped Matsuyama firmly, yet Matsuyama gently collapsed into Kenshin's embrace, prompting a surge of alarm within Kenshin. Teacher, what has happened to you? Teacher, he exclaimed. Even if I wish to leave, I cannot. Each meal I consume is laced with muscle-relaxing medicine. I have long since lost the strength to rise, Matsuyama responded, a carefree smile gracing his lips as he lay in Kenshin's arms. I never anticipated that merely a month apart would lead to such a transformation in you. Kenshin, with silent resolve, tightened his grip, tearing a strip from his kimono to secure the weakened Matsuyama upon his back. He then fashioned a knot, and with exaggerated cheer, he proclaimed, "This time, I am the one carrying you, teacher. Moreover, you silently entrusted me with that natural curl of Gintoki's. Do you have any idea the trouble he has caused me? He is perpetually bouncing about, completely unaware of how to settle down, engaging in perilous antics that I struggle to halt. And during your absence, Arai has been haunting my dreams every night, pleading, 'Teacher Matsuyama, do not go.' It drives me mad. He walks around with that sour expression, and if I utter a word to him, he looks as though he might kill me. Even worse is that guy with the wig. His brain cells seem to multiply. At this rate, I fear I may catch his madness too. I do not wish to become like him. You must resolve all these matters, Teacher Matsuyama." As Kenshin ambled, he continued to mutter to the Matsuyama on his back. "Heh, having said so much, what about you, Kenshin?" Matsuyama chuckled softly. "It seems you rather enjoy taking on everything yourself. Quite an unlikable child you are. Hey, what do I have to say? I eat well, drink well, practice my swordplay, or accompany Gintoki and the others in their mischief. Life is rather carefree." Kenshin grumbled in discontent. Matsuyama slowly lifted his hand and playfully tapped Kenshin on the head. "Less time spent in mischief, please. I am quite capable of taking care of myself." Upon reaching the entrance, they stood before the perilous path marked by a red laser. "This time, I shall not let go," Kenshin vowed, glancing back at his most cherished person. With determination in his gaze, he steadied himself, not drawing near Mesa, but rather. His hand glided over Tensa Zengetsu, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his lips. "Let me witness your strength." With a flick of his wrist, Tensa Zengetsu was drawn, and in an instant, Kenshin unleashed a formidable technique. Dark energy began to swirl around Tensa Zengetsu, gradually saturating the space. Matsuyama observed in astonishment, realizing that his disciple had indeed mastered the ability to project sword energy. "Teacher, I am no longer the Kenshin of old. It is now clear to me that I possess the qualifications to protect you," he bellowed, as the black crescent-shaped Tensa surged forth like a liberated beast, roaring and charging into the distance. The treacherous path was obliterated by the howling sword energy, its might undiminished as it barreled toward the entrance, which could not withstand even a second, shattering into fragments. "Let us go," Kenshin shouted, pivoting on his heel, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear outside the shattered entrance, racing upward with fervor. "You have grown remarkably strong." The voice of Songyang resonated with a sense of relief. As Jinshin paid no heed to the desperate cries of those imprisoned, resolutely ascending towards the heavens, he felt the reverberation of his sword energy shaking the very vessel itself. And naturally, all members of the heavenly path would converge upon this location. He had to surge forth before anyone else. He could not afford to be ensnared in this place. With unwavering determination, the dark aura of the heavenly lock, moon-cutting sword enveloped his hands. He would leave no survivors to impede his advance. Coughing, he remarked, "You did your best." His body remained unscathed, his breathing steady, as he regarded the fallen Yujun with a tone devoid of emotion. "No, how could I possibly meet my end here?" Yujun struggled to rise, but the severe injuries to his chest and abdomen caused excruciating pain with every movement, his body beginning to seize. "Then, you may perish here, head of the Yagyu family." His eyes were cold and devoid of sentiment as he raised his staff, poised to pierce Yujun's skull. A weak voice interrupted, "If you kill Lord Yujun, you shall not return either." The staff halted before Yujun's temple, and as Hong glanced aside, she noticed that Muramasa had awakened, the short blade aimed at her own throat. Should Hong's staff descend, she would face the dire consequence of self-inflicted harm. "You have won." Hong raised her staff, addressing her. "You are the second woman to compel me to cease my slaughter. I shall remember you." Ignoring Hong, a smile graced Yujun's lips, subtly laced with joy. "Thank you, Lord Yujun. However, I possess my own thoughts and my own path, and all that I seek lies not within these confines." Yujun fell to the ground, witnessing the smile, yet able to only emit a futile wail, powerless to act. "Please, beautiful lady," Hong slightly bowed, parting the crowd, "hand over the blade. I shall personally return it to its rightful owner." Casting a glance at the throng around her, she proclaimed, "Let us depart." Observing the retreating figure ahead, Hong lingered behind. casting a cold smile towards the unwilling Yujun, who gazed longingly at the departing figures. You should consider yourself fortunate, for it is that woman who preserved all that remains of the Yagyu family. Yet, she could not save herself. This shall be your final encounter. Embrace your regrets and live well, O sword saint of the Yagyu family. The mournful cries could not reclaim his lost power, as silent tears, long repressed, began to flow. Jinshin, I am sorry. Chapter 55, Smoke and Flowers, The Sea of Hearts and the Severed Sword, Part 1. In an instant, Jinshin shattered the blockade at the doorway. Wielding the heavenly lock, moon-cutting sword, and carrying Son Yang onto the deck. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the relentless influx of Heavenly Path members rushing towards them, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Humph. Teacher, hold on tight. Kenshin whispered a brief admonition to his master on his back, then grasped the black blade firmly, his gaze icy as he fixed it ahead. With a leap, he landed heavily on the deck, vaulting over the heads of the numerous assailants from the Heaven's Path, and alighted upon the dock below. There, do not let them escape. The throng on the deck surged downward, and Kenshin turned, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he summoned forth a surge of dark energy once more. The amplified crescent moon slash was not merely a slight enhancement. The black, luminous sword aura effortlessly cleaved through the ship upon which the Heaven's Path members stood, resulting in a violent explosion amidst their anguished cries. In the blink of an eye, Kenshin vanished from sight. Master, trouble approaches. Within the confines of a prison, the notorious criminal Yoshida Matsumatsu was slowly making his way back to Jianghai when a sudden commotion seized his attention. He overheard a report through the intercom, and his face turned icy. What did you say? Yoshida Matsusuk has been abducted? Yes. It was a blue-clad warrior wielding sword energy, Himura Kenshin. Enraged, he crushed the intercom in his grip, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Issuing a hasty command to his subordinates to swiftly head to Jianghai, he leapt forward, moving at a speed imperceptible to the ordinary eye, racing back to the city with all his might. Meanwhile, Kenshin deftly evaded the approaching metal staff from below, leaping into the air to execute a dragon hammer flash, a swirling strike in midair, distinctly different from the dragon hammer flash, Carnage. He cleaved two oblivious members of the Heaven's Path in half, blood splattering across him as he soared forward, undeterred. Countless flying needles launched toward him were effortlessly intercepted, and with a swift slash, he sent those blocking his path to the afterlife. In comparison to Oboro, he was still far from being a match. As he vaulted over a building, a disdainful smile played on his lips. However, the smile soon faded as he spotted a row of Heaven's Path members brandishing rocket launchers, aimed directly at him. Fire! With a commanding shout, a barrage of rockets hurtled toward Kenshin. Left with no choice, he leapt from the building, landing on the ground. But before he could rise, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring him completely. For individuals grasped the corners of the net, forcing Kenshin into a half-kneeling position on the rooftop, while several members of the Heaven's Path jumped down, thrusting their blade-tipped staffs viciously toward him. Get back! Came a thunderous command. The black energy surged forth, transforming into sword-like tendrils that scattered outward, sending the net and the descending assailants flying, ripping apart the tattered net. Kenshin glanced at the fallen members of the Heaven's Path. Though he contemplated delivering the final blow to eradicate them, time was not on his side. On the small map in his mind, a glaring red dot raced toward Jianghai, and Kenshin recognized the identity of the approaching individual, compelling him not to linger. With a powerful stride, he hastened toward the city gates. At that moment, the celestial beings seemed to have received some sudden command, their emotionless eyes betraying a chilling intent to kill. Without fear of death, countless celestial beings leaped down, undeterred even when cleaved in half by Jinshin's blade or brutally slain by a single stroke. Finally, one of them managed to grasp Jinshin's hand. Startled, Jinshin was about to strike this individual down when he was seized by more celestial beings, momentarily immobilized and engulfed by the sea of bodies. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of energy from within, sending everyone who clung to him flying. Seizing the opportunity during this explosive phase, he wielded his blade with absolute resolve, unleashing a formidable black sword aura that surged toward the city gate. Utilizing his swift footwork, Jinshin followed closely behind the massive sword aura, hoping to carve a path for himself. Though the sword aura was leading the charge, the celestial beings showed no signs of retreat, continuing to rush towards Genshin, concealed beneath the sword energy. In an instant, they were shredded and disemboweled by the blade, yet they persisted like emotionless machines, the path gradually stained crimson, covered by severed limbs and flesh. As Genshin neared the Grand Gate, he could hardly contain his excitement. If he could escape from this place, he could finally leave with his master. Once they were free, he was confident that they would never be found again. Boom! The sword aura struck the city gate, but an unexpected figure materialized in an instant, forcefully blocking the massive sword energy. Although he staggered backward, he successfully halted the oncoming sword aura, preventing Genshin from advancing even a single step as he stood behind the barrier. With a resounding crash, the sword energy finally succumbed, exploding and blasting everything at the entrance away, filling the air with smoke that obscured everyone's vision. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering dust, revealing two faint figures within the haze, as if frozen in a still image, utterly motionless. As the dust settled, Genshin was seen with his left hand raised to block the staff, but to his shock, the staff pierced through his hand and grazed his heart, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Meanwhile, the blade he had swung was firmly grasped by the figure known as Rome, who, despite the blood flowing from Genshin's wounds, remained unperturbed. If you leave now, there may be a glimmer of hope for you, but having committed such an act, I shall see to your demise. Rome's eyes gleamed with unmasked murderous intent. I will hold nothing back. Huh, you speak boldly, Genshin retorted, his cold smile unwavering as he met Rome's gaze. You cannot stop me. I know not from whence you came, but you, having exhausted your strength, are no match for me. No one can prevent me from taking my master. With his pierced left hand, Genshin pushed forward slightly, catching Rome's staff. However, Rome suddenly took note of Genshin's address, his eyes flickering with realization as he chuckled. So you are a disciple of Sonyang? Humph, with such strength. It seems you were that little brat who tried to capture Sonyang. Say what you will. Kenshin suddenly launched an attack, disregarding his severely injured body. He moved forward with determination. Grasping the collar of Rome, he delivered a powerful headbutt, causing Rome to lose his grip on the staff and stagger backwards. A disciple of Sonyang? Rome, supported by others, glanced at the sleeping Sonyang on Kenshin's back and concentrated. With a grunt, he plunged the Tian Suajan Yu into the ground, exerting force with his right hand to wrench the staff from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Kenshin hastily swallowed several hemostatic pills to staunch the flow of blood from his chest. With your grave injuries, what can you accomplish? Rome twisted his wrist dismissively, ignoring the protests of his subordinates, and fixed his gaze upon Kenshin. Do not interfere. I shall grant him a chance. Humph. Come then. Kenshin understood that this was the only opportunity Rome was affording him. In his current state, it was exceedingly difficult to break free, yet in a one-on-one duel, he still held a glimmer of hope. Kill. Chapter 56, Smoke and Flowers on the River. The Heart's Blade Severed, Part 2. Do you still intend to fight me while burdened by another? Rome coldly chuckled, observing Kenshin's unwillingness to abandon Sonyang. What instills such confidence within you? Do you truly believe that carrying another will enable you to defeat me? As his teacher gazed at the hazy awakening of Sonyang, Kenshin inwardly cursed the malevolence of fate while retorting, such words shall be revisited when you comprehend my crescent moon strike. He swore by the Tian Suajanyu. Rome regarded the black blade emanating a faint dark aura, astonished at such a weapon's existence. However, witnessing the wounded and the burden on Kenshin's back, he smirked cruelly. Then allow me to utterly shatter your warrior's dignity. No sooner had the words left his lips than 3 needles flew forth. Kenshin deftly blocked them, sending the steel projectiles flying while a wave of sword energy surged toward Rome. Rome sidestepped, circling the staff, the blade's tip thrusting straight towards Kenshin. Cautious, Kenshin positioned the Tian Suajanyu defensively, deflecting the staff to the side, creating a shower of sparks. At the same time, he managed to entrap his opponent's weapon, and both warriors locked eyes, each witnessing the fierce flames of murderous intent burning within the other. Fool! With a thunderous shout, the 3 steel needles that had been deflected by Kenshin soared back, striking his elbow joint and becoming lodged within. Humph! With his arm's strength diminished due to the injury, Rong seized the opportunity to force Kenshin back, as a needle silently embedded itself in Kenshin's shoulder, sending him flying with a swift strike. Is this all you can muster? Worthless, Rong coldly exclaimed, but did not pursue Kenshin. Kneeling on the ground, Kenshin expelled a mouthful of blood, his defiant gaze fixed on Rong. Enough, let me down. Songyong, now fully conscious, bellowed at the astonishing scene. Put me down. Get away from me. Cough, cough. Teacher, everyone bears burdens. It is a responsibility. Rising to his feet, he drew Muramasa, wielding both blades. Responsibilities bind some things to you for a lifetime, like a piece of taffy that clings on forever. You, Kenshin. Songyong shouted vehemently, get away from me. I do not claim you as my disciple. Leave. Silence. With a thunderous roar, Kenshin, wielding dual blades, blocked the powerful strike from Rong, his feet sinking into the ground as he struggled to withstand the force of the staff. How infuriating. Could it be that Rong had been suppressing his true power all along? Umph. Rong smirked disdainfully, twisting his wrist to grasp Kenshin's pierced left hand. With a fierce pull, he hurled Kenshin down into the earth. Simultaneously, the blade of the staff gleamed as it lunged toward Kenshin. He could not afford to be careless. At that moment, with a life-threatening strike approaching, Kenshin executed a side slash with his sword, redirecting the staff into the ground while propelling himself off his right foot to deliver a powerful sidekick that sent Rong flying. Once more, with blades in hand, Kenshin's dual swords became a blur as he activated his swift footwork, charging straight at Rong. Rong seized the middle of the staff, launching an unparalleled thrust toward Kenshin with breathtaking speed. Kenshin barely managed to halt his advance, unleashing the dragon nest technique with his twin blades, engaging in a flurry of strikes against Rong's thrusts, producing a continuous symphony of metallic clangs. Crescent moon sky charge. The trajectory of the dual blades intersected, and in that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Kenshin's eyes. The intersecting X-shaped sword energy shot forth, instantly countering Rong's thrust. Forced to defend, Rong used the staff to withstand the sword energy, retreating to dissipate the force. Dragon Tooth Flash. Following the sword energy, despite the burden of Soyo on his back, Kenshin propelled forward with the velocity of the Dragon Tooth Flash, transforming into a straight beam of light that surged toward Rong. The sword energy exploded, obscuring Kenshin's vision. Yet, the tip of Muramasa pierced through something, emerging from the smoke to reveal a wound on Rong's shoulder. Unyielding, Kenshin swung the heavenly lock moon slash once more. But Rong seized it with one hand, declaring, "It is over." The chilling finality of his words sent a shiver down Kenshin's spine. Before he could react, two spinning steel needles had already embedded themselves deep into his shoulders, a surge of agonizing pain flooding his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Rong kicked Kenshin away, and his silhouette followed as the staff pierced through Kenshin's side, pinning him to the ground. Crescent moon sky charge? Your strongest technique is now rendered useless. At this moment, even the nine-headed dragon flash is beyond your reach, isn't it? Rong gazed at the pinned Kenshin, observing Soyo shielded by his body, rendered speechless. TCH. Don't speak as if the battle has concluded. Kenshin spat blood, grasping the staff, but Rong denied him that chance. Stepping forward, he firmly seized the top of the staff, leaving Kenshin with no opportunity to rise. With no viable options, Kenshin lay on the ground, watching Rong. Your sword, neither your master nor you can protect it. Rong exerted force once more, driving the staff deeper into the earth, exacerbating Kenshin's wounds, causing him to grunt in pain. My sword exists solely to protect those I cherish. Whoever dares to offend me shall face relentless retribution, Kenshin declared, sensing his inability to grasp the staff. Gritting his teeth, he swung the heavenly lock moon slash, severing the staff. Before Rong could react, Muramasa struck fiercely into Rong's arm. Well then, that shall suffice. Unfazed by his injuries, Rong's gaze grew increasingly cold, a murderous intent coalescing, casting a heavy weight upon Kenshin's eyes. 3 strikes. With a sharp command, Rong sprang into action, his massive hands crashing into Kenshin's chest. Kenshin's eyes bulged as he arched his back, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spilling forth. The attack from Rong has not yet ceased. As he spiraled around Jinshin, a sharp crack echoed as his left arm dislocated from its joint. Jinshin let out a pained howl, his left hand rendered useless. Positioned to Jinshin's right, Rong kicked the sword aura away from the ground, seizing Jinshin's legs with both hands, locking his calves, and causing him to plummet. With a violent thrust, his knee crashed down towards the ground, the impact nearly shattering the patella. Genshin let out another muffled groan. But Rong seized the moment to tear apart the sack binding Song Yang, dragging him away while delivering a fist to Genshin's face, sending him flying. With a swift kick, the staff pierced Genshin's chest at lightning speed, propelling him backward until he was pinned against the wall. Genshin's face twisted in pain, his gaze dimming. As he looked down at Song Yang, who stared at him in disbelief, unable to utter a word. The consequences of provoking the heavenly path. I warned you that you could not bear them. Rong handed Song Yang over to his subordinates, casting a cold smile at Genshin, who remained impaled against the wall. Chief, we have arrived. In the distance, the troops finally approached, bringing with them a sense of impending doom. Just in time, someone will join you in your burial, Rong remarked, glancing at the slowly advancing forces and then back at the speechless Song Yang, offering a faint smile. Chapter 57, The Smoke of Huajiang. The Heart Sword Shatters, Part 3. It is not over yet. There is still a chance, Genshin murmured, gripping the staff lodged in his chest. With a cry of agony, he pulled it free, a torrent of blood gushing forth. As he fell to the ground, darkness clouded his vision, and he knelt helplessly, colliding with his shattered knee, eliciting a pained cry. With a body like yours, what do you intend to accomplish? Rong scoffed derisively. You are nothing but a worthless wretch. With a resigned grunt, Genshin collapsed onto the ground, his fiery gaze directed at Rong. Ah, here it comes, Rong said with a sinister smile, his attention shifting away from Genshin to the approaching figure behind him. The time for your judgment is nigh. Huh. Genshin's heart sank at Rong's smile, and with great effort, he turned his head. The moment he glanced behind him, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, shattering his remaining rationality. Heh, you truly cannot let go of me. A small figure rushed toward the fallen Genshin, struggling to support him, her eyes glistening with concern as she beheld his injuries. Why didn't you leave? Why are you still here? Tell me. In utter shock and disbelief, Genshin shouted, unable to comprehend the situation. Without the captain to protect me, I could not leave alone, she said, steadying Genshin as she took a step forward and looked at Song Yang. Hello, teacher. Her eyes flickered with a myriad of complex emotions, ultimately dissolving into a helpless sigh. Genshin understood Song Yang's sentiment. In his eyes, Genshin held great importance. Thus, with Song Yang's significance to the celestial beings, he could advocate for another. If it were just Genshin alone, it would be manageable, but now there was another at stake. Song Yang could do nothing but express, teacher, gazing intently at Song Yang. She is as important to me as you are. Oh, equally important, is it? As if struck by a sudden realization, Rong let out a chilling laugh. If Song Yang and this girl hold equal significance in your heart, then I shall grant you the opportunity to take one of them away. However, once you make your choice, regardless of the identity of the one left behind, no matter how crucial they may be to the celestial beings, I shall take their life in my name. At this, Rong's tone bristled with deadly intent. Rong came a deep, thunderous roar, eyes filled with a demonic fury, staring intensely at Rong. Rong, this is my plea. If you let them go, I promise to confess everything. I will not deny anything. Song Yang closed his eyes, as if making a monumental decision. Oh, for the sake of your disciple, or for this woman you have never met, you would willingly do things you have never done before? You would readily admit to actions you have never taken? Rong stepped forward, locking eyes with Song Yang. What a foolish thought, samurai, especially coming from you. Yoshida Song Yang, you are utterly incomprehensible. You will never understand any of this. Song Yang gazed at the unwilling expression in Genshin's eyes. Because you have never understood, just as we humans cannot comprehend your celestial nature. With a dismissive scoff, Rong turned away. I can tell you now, you need not confess. Even if you choose to deny it forever, my interest no longer lies with you. I am only curious about what choice he will ultimately make. One side is your beloved, the other is your master. Quite an intriguing choice, is it not? Rong chuckled coldly. Why? Although I have had little interaction with you, I know you are not this kind of person. Song Yang shouted in confusion. Tell me, why are you doing this? Have you truly come to know me so well? Do not be so arrogant. Rong replied with a faint smile, stepping aside as her voice echoed softly. This order has been issued directly from above. With a constricted gaze, Song Yang fell silent, realizing that if the higher-ups of the celestial order were indeed behind this, he alone could never rescue Genshin. They were under constant surveillance in the cosmos beyond Earth. Rong, seemingly speaking to no one in particular, looked around at Genshin. Make your choice. Of course, you may also choose not to act. Rome received a staff from one of her subordinates. I can take your place if you wish. Now, make your decision. As she unsheathed the staff, its blade pointed menacingly at Genshin. I will choose neither. If death must come, let it be you first. Rage transformed into an overwhelming force. Disregarding the excruciating pain in his legs, Genshin charged at Rome with his blade, unwilling to confront such a harrowing choice, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Humph. With a swift motion, she deflected Genshin's hand that held Muramasa aside, quickly drawing several steel needles, and, as she circled Genshin, inserting them into his knees, shoulders, and hands. The needles pierced through his body. While Genshin maintained a stance of raising his sword forward, he was rendered immobile. I have seized control of your joints. Furthermore, with so many needles embedded in you, the toxins accumulating within have now erupted. At this moment, you cannot even twitch your face, let alone move your body. Rome stood before Genshin, who longed to lunge forward and plunge his blade into Rome's abdomen, yet was restrained, forced to seethe in silent rage, saying, "Ladies, the choice is yours. Who among you would sacrifice your life for him?" The figure of Rome picked up the blade known as the Celestial Lock, aiming its edge toward the head of Genshin. Gazing at the two in silence, a mocking smile graced his lips. "I shall go," Songyang declared in a deep voice. "Genshin has found his own purpose, and I have complete faith in him. So, young lady, stay aside. Allow me to proceed." Without waiting for a response from anyone, he strode forward, seemingly intent on hurling himself upon Genshin's blade. Suddenly, a swift flurry of 4 steel needles shot forth from Rome, ensnaring Songyang's limbs and rendering him immobile. "Ah, let me go. Rome, you scoundrel, let me go?" Songyang bellowed, his eyes wide with realization of Rome's intentions, his fury palpable. "Wait, I have changed my mind." Rome retracted his hand, which had launched the needles. "Now tell me, can you lay down your life for this warrior?" An air of silence enveloped the scene, marked only by Songyang's defiant shouts, Genshin's furious gaze, and Rome's mocking stare, alongside the figures slightly bowed, obscuring their eyes. Without uttering a word, they took a tentative step forward. Chapter 58. Smoke and flowers on the river, heart and sword severed, and, the first time I encountered you, you were drenched in blood. The second time, you ambled through the streets with a nonchalant demeanor. The third time, I witnessed your prowess on the battlefield, vanquishing foes. The fourth time, you recklessly protected me in the courtyard. With the fifth, sixth, and seventh encounters, I express my gratitude for your unwavering protection. This time, it is my turn to shield you. Thank you. I love you, Genshin. Stay away. No. The words danced in my heart, unspoken and unable to reach the one before me. The sentiments I longed to convey remained unuttered, manifesting only as an endless fear in my gaze, pleading for him not to step any closer. "Genshin, do you know? I once lived in a small town to the east. However, when war broke out, our village was devastated, leaving only my sister and me to rely on each other. It was my sister, Xing, who always protected me until we met Uncle Jihua, marking the end of our wandering days." As I spoke, I took another step forward, driven by the terror reflected in Genshin's eyes. Then, my sister and I became battlefield nurses. Everyone said we were true love, but I knew she was merely hiding her true self. I have never seen her cry. "Enough. Do not take another step. I beg you." Thus, I have always been of a timid disposition, sheltered by my elder sister for an eternity. Then, someone emerged, capable of perceiving my innermost self, bestowing upon me the courage to take a step forward once more. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the ethereal mist remained mute. He was formidable, the strongest among all I had encountered, yet paradoxically careless of his own well-being. Time and again, he would emerge, battered and bruised, playfully teasing me before being driven away by my furious sister. It was absurd, yet I found myself growing fond of this peculiar existence. Words failed me, emotions eluded expression, as the figure in my gaze drew ever closer, instilling a sense of despair within me. In the face of many adversaries, he shielded me, vowing to prevent anyone from causing me harm. My heart swelled with joy. Others would say this was affection, but was it truly love? Could I genuinely harbor feelings for him? Just a step away, I was poised to touch the very edge of danger. Hence, I confessed to him, my intentions laid bare. Yet, as anticipated, he remained silent. Was this not an indication of unrequited love? In a final act of desperation, I pressed my body against the tip of the blade. raising my gaze to meet the longing and plea reflected in his eyes, adorned with a bittersweet smile. Suddenly, I lost all semblance of reason. Breaking free from the shackles of my timidity, tears streaming down my face, my body paralyzed. An unimaginable torrent of blood slowly coursed down the blade, eventually dripping onto the ground. Enough. Do not advance any further. His expression conveyed an unspoken understanding. I have always known. I have always comprehended your feelings. The reason for my silence lies in my fear of myself. Can someone like me, one who binds their very essence to their sword, truly bear your affections? A soft chuckle escaped my lips, blood trickling from the corners, yet my smile became increasingly enchanting. I heard the words I longed to hear. Struggling to control my trembling limbs, the overwhelming numbness persisted as I watched the blade penetrate deeper. At that moment, I despised myself for being a swordsman. A low, strained voice emerged, a howl that contained all my suppressed emotions, echoing the sorrow of a wounded lone wolf. Stop. The song he once sang was not meant to be this way. Blood spilled forth from my abdomen and mouth, flooding out. Do you wish to hear it, Kenshin? I listen, I hear. As long as you remain there, I will comply with anything you ask. I implore you. If I were to fall for you amidst the fluttering cherry blossoms, our tears would cascade down. We would smile at each other, our promises shining brightly for eternity. With a final thrust, the blade pierced through, and Kenshin's expression froze in a tableau of disbelief, chaos, numbness, and despair, an ineffable visage. Soyo turned away, unable to bear the sight. Is this what you desired, Oka? Answer me. His voice trembled with uncontainable fury. Silence reigned as Oka's eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. On the day you embarked on your journey, I was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Smiling, even if drenched in blood, even if life wanes, there remains a smile. Having heard the words most yearned for, having spoken the thoughts most cherished, what more could one desire? One could die without regret. Extending a hand, gently caressing the convulsing face of Genshin, I spoke with a heart full of pain. It hurts, doesn't it? So many wounds you have endured. Silent, devoid of the capacity for thought, Genshin remained frozen in disbelief. A faint chuckle escaped Genshin, his tone inevitably lowering. I apologize, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Tears have spilled from laughter. Just the thought that Genshin holds affection for me fills my heart with uncontainable happiness. In a hoarse voice, Genshin gazed blankly, his eyes betraying a deepening sorrow. Does Genshin desire a reward? Weakly smiling, he wiped away the tears that had escaped his eyes. Speak. What gift does Genshin wish for? I only wish for you to remain there, forever, never to move again. That is not permissible. Shaking his head, after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to have an idea. Then, let me bestow upon you my first kiss. Genshin, suddenly, a loud sound interrupted. The most unwelcome noise reached his ears. With one final gasp, Genshin closed his eyes, the moment lost. His hand felt the warmth of blood. A gentle kiss graced his lips, a blissful embrace. Thank you, he whispered, unable to support himself any longer, his head slumping onto Genshin's shoulder, blood staining Genshin's lips, warm droplets flowing into Genshin's embrace. Actually, he weakly smiled, a mocking grin forming. I was deceiving you. How could I possibly care for someone as foolish as you? Truly, you are dim-witted. I love. His voice gradually faded into silence, the words he yearned to express remaining unvoiced. Looking up at the sky, his expression numb, unable to articulate his feelings. Songyang's body began to tilt, tears falling silently. Genshin instinctively reached out, cradling the body on the verge of collapse, staring blankly into the distance. Unsure of what he was gazing upon. Was it the regret of not having cherished what was once held dear? Or perhaps, at this moment, he was longing for that gentle soul? Gradually, he drifted away, further into the distance. You are right. I have never held feelings for you. Genshin, indifferent, withdrew the love he once bore, murmuring, were your words true? Genshin, let him go? Songyang's voice, as cold as ice, could freeze a block of tofu in an instant. I command you, release him. Let him go. Long picked up the Tian Suajanyu, resting it upon his back, watching the figure that moved forward, casting a long shadow. Strangely enough, despite having seemingly severed both legs, how could he still advance? How could you know that the system would restore the body upon task completion? Outside the city, the waiting troops of the Son of Heaven were in a state of anxious anticipation, dust swirling as they paced restlessly. They have arrived. The captain is back. At that moment, a team member's exclamation ignited excitement within the crowd, all eyes gazing into the distance. Indeed, a figure was slowly advancing, a flowing ponytail emanating an air of elegance. Huh, the captain truly lives up to the title. Success seems assured. Chen Fei excitedly waved his fist. Indeed. However, we must hasten our retreat. Otherwise, the wrath of the celestial beings, with their advanced technology, will be upon us. Everyone involuntarily shuddered at the thought. As the figure drew closer, silence enveloped the crowd. No words were exchanged, no cheers erupted. They merely stared, transfixed by the slowly approaching silhouette. Cradling a figure in their arms, blood trickling down, splattering along the way. Surveying the scene, Jinshin noted the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily in the air. He remained silent, parting the crowd to stand before the entranced Xing. What expression graced her face? Confusion lingered as she stared vacantly at the figure in Jinshin's arms, her hand rising in a daze to gently caress the pale, yet still smiling visage nestled within. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect her. The numbness in Jinshin's voice resonated as he cast a distant gaze upon Xing, quietly drawing forth his Muramasa dagger. Wait until I bury her, then you can end my life. With those words, he began to move forward slowly, his voice fading into the woods. All could hear the silent heartbreak of Ashura, the ultimate wail of a vengeful spirit. The oath once sworn lay shattered once more. Could the blade that slew a beloved truly safeguard another? Jinshin did not know, nor did Xing. The answer awaited the passage of time. Chapter 59, Shura, Yasha, Evil Spirits. In young nobility, a pitfall during the Boshan War, countless heroes emerged, yet most were fleeting, ephemeral. At this juncture, as the conflict reached its latter stages, legends of a few valiant souls circulated on the battlefield. They were heralded as the last samurai. Their forms resembled that of Yasha, their demeanor akin to demons, with tales of their invincible prowess decimating foes. The White Yasha, the leader of the demons, the avenger of evil spirits, commander of the demon army, Takasugi Shinsuke. Nurtured by two great demons, a noble youth of unparalleled leadership, the undisputed representative of the pro-imperialist faction, Katsura Kotaru. The man said to be eternally victorious, Sakamoto Tatsuma. And then, the name most loathed by the celestial beings, the one who defied the heavenly order. Boom. A cannonball descended from the sky, obliterating several unsuspecting samurai, flesh and blood scattering. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a white figure gazed at the flying ship overhead, swinging their katana and embedding it into the vessel's underbelly. Jin-san, go. Stop the celestial beings charging from the other side. The wig-wearing figure shouted at Jin, bring down those dogs above. I'm starving. Must your taste be so extravagant? Jin retorted, beginning to feel disdain for his companion. He leaped to a nearby cliff, propelling himself forward with all his might, seizing the blade beneath the ship. Not good. White Yasha. The celestial beings aboard the ship sensed impending danger and hurriedly began to maneuver the vessel. Boom. As a cannonball hurtled toward him, Gintoki struggled to maintain his balance, refusing to tumble down, while simultaneously shouting downward without looking back, Aizawa, you bastard, are you yearning for Gintoki's affection? How did I miss that shot? Aizawa smirked mischievously, raising the rocket launcher once more, aiming at Gintoki. All right, this time, there won't be any mishaps. Hey, you don't truly intend to send me off, do you? No. Please let me have dessert after lunch before I go. Wait. No, I don't want that. Gintoki, as if coming to a realization, shouted frantically. Kenna, fire. The cannon discharged, targeting Gintoki. TCH, you're serious about this? Gintoki chuckled coldly, and at the very moment the rocket approached, he swiftly flipped and lightly stepped onto it, evading the projectile. The rocket blasted a gaping hole in the ship's hull below. In midair, Gintoki seized his sword, delivering a powerful downward slash that severed the exposed power conduit, resulting in an uncontrollable descent. At that instant, a figure suddenly emerged, leaping into the air to catch Gintoki. And after several somersaults, they both crashed onto the ground, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the ship crashing to the surface. Chinma, your strength remains formidable. Gintoki groaned as he rose. My back is about to break. That's just talent. What can I say? Sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. And stop saying things that could be misinterpreted. Gintoki. Chinma, I go by Gintoki, you fool. TCH. Only you would think like that. Gintoki tightened his grip on his sword, his tone laden with complexity. How is he? Is he injured? Ahaha. He's merely unconscious. Once we finish up, we can check on him. Ahaha. Now, Shinma deliberately shifted the topic. Indeed, charging forward. Only what one witnesses firsthand is the truth. As he groggily opened his eyes, memories flooded back to Kenshin. He had shielded Gintoki from a cannonball, hadn't he? So he was alive after all. He shook his head to clear it and surveyed his surroundings, noticing the injured members of the Joy faction lamenting their fates. The battlefield nurses and doctors hurriedly moved about, saving every life they could. Kenshin Dano has awakened. Kenshin Dano is awake. Upon seeing Kenshin rise, a nurse shouted excitedly, prompting all the samurai to eagerly inquire about his condition. Leave. Just as Kenshin regained his focus and prepared to calm the agitated samurai, a cold voice pierced through. The words he intended to say caught in his throat, and he quickly rose to his feet. I'm sorry. I must leave. Bowing deeply, Kenshin addressed a nurse with long purple hair before swiftly distancing himself from the small room as if fleeing. The woman remained oblivious as the loyalists inquired about the origins of the purple-haired girl, only to be gently restrained by her senior, who solemnly shook his head. Kenshin traversed the path towards the battlefield, and at this moment, it had been 2 years since the last battle of Zhanghai. Kenshin had matured into a 15-year-old youth. A year prior, the shogunate announced a collaboration with the Celestials, pledging to launch a comprehensive crackdown on the loyalists. Consequently, the activities of the loyalists had to be curtailed and consolidated. After a prolonged absence, Kenshin finally reunited with Gintoki and the others, who had brought along a new member, Sakamoto Tatsuma. The somewhat clumsy Tatsuma quickly bonded with the group, while several familiar faces had undergone significant transformations. Gintoki's curls had become even more pronounced, while his wig appeared more absurd and his straight hair longer. Shinpachi remained as he was, now merely 10 centimeters taller than his previous height of 1.6 meters. Among them, the most conspicuous change was Kenshin himself. What was it like when they first encountered Kenshin? It was an overwhelming feeling of solitude, bloodlust, and despair, with a chilling aura enveloping his being, making it hard for Gintoki and the others to believe this was indeed Kenshin. Fortunately, after nearly a year of companionship, they had successfully transformed the once serious Kenshin into a comically sarcastic individual like themselves. From afar, Kenshin spotted a fallen spaceship and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, that Gintoki. He's quite capable. As thoughts of those he had just seen crossed his mind, Kenshin's heart grew heavy. In the past, after a burial, he had knelt at the grave for a day and night, with Keiru resting the Muramasa dagger against his neck. Day after day, it was not until the following day that Keiru finally drew a shallow, short cut across Kenshin's face before departing, leaving him bewildered as to why she had spared his life. Yet, in the days that followed, Keiru seemed transformed, treating everyone with unparalleled kindness, while her demeanor towards Kenshin remained cold and terse, often uttering no more than 3 sentences. Either Kenshin would leave, or she would. Kenshin understood this as a form of punishment he willingly accepted. Touching the short scar on his face, Kenshin cast aside his troubled thoughts and sprinted towards the battlefield. He hoped the fight was not yet over. In the air, a faint voice echoed, ahem. Time to fast forward. So much has transpired over the last 2 years, indeed. Much of Gintoki and the others' journey as loyalists unfolded during this year, particularly in the autumn when their activities came to a complete halt. Chapter 61. Don't get the wrong idea. He is merely my brother. What the hell? I'm not into that. Shinpachi, your words sound a bit insincere. Why are you blushing? Huh? Is Shinpachi ignoring me? Approaching Shinpachi, Kenshin, who towered over him by half a head, lifted Shinpachi's chin with his hand. In the latter's astonished gaze, Kenshin pressed his forehead against Shinpachi's. Hey you. Before he could finish, Kenshin's hand trembled, causing the Muramasa in his grip to connect with Shinpachi's sword, creating a swirling current of energy. Where were your thoughts wandering? To his astonishment, Kenshin felt a flush creeping upon his cheeks as he conversed closely with Isai, whose face was growing increasingly crimson. The playful glimmer in Kenshin's eyes deepened. You are the one blushing. Your entire family must be blushing. With a forceful shove, Isai pushed Kenshin away, hopping in frustration as he retorted. But look at your flushed face. You can't possibly be serious. Fearing that Isai might awaken some unsavory inclination, Kenshin straightened his gaze and said earnestly, I require your assistance. Hey, don't utter such easily misinterpreted words with a straight face, you dolt. Look at those few Ishin Shirshir nearby. They're blushing. Can you believe it? What on earth are you all blushing about? Leave. I repeat, I only have affection for silver. You fancy silver, do you? Soga, is that so? Then I shall not intrude upon you further. With a hint of sorrow in his eyes, Kenshin feigned heartbreak and turned away, muttering, in essence, I merely have a preference for silver hair. Isai swung a punch at Kenshin, which he deftly dodged. Ahem. Let us get to the point. We are intricately connected. You are within me, and I am within you. Thus, I require your strength to strike down that vessel. Hey, how am I to critique this? Where do I even begin? There are far too many absurdities. Can't you articulate it clearly? Look at Isai. He is almost dying from embarrassment. In summary, I need to combine our powers. I will take the lead to unleash the Crescent Moon Slash, bringing down that highest flying ship. Kenshin gestured towards the lofty vessel, barely discernible as a dark speck. My range cannot reach that far, so I must rely on your aid. Currently, Gintoki and the others are somewhat distant. Hence I implore you. Is that so? Isai replied coolly, eyeing the swirling energy intertwined with his blade, which connected to Murasame, and nodded silently. Understood. All right. Now, let us perform the movements together, Kenshin declared, standing side by side with Isai. Sensing the gravity of the moment, Isai tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. We are the arbiters from the depths of the galaxy, here to declare, I am the one who accomplishes all virtuous deeds in this world, while you are the malevolent spirits that have fallen into the depths of despair. Representing the will of the sun, I shall uphold my dignity as the Hokage. I will annihilate you in this place. Bankai. Hey, what is this? A spell? What kind of incantation is this? You're invoking your middle school fantasy, aren't you? I'm at my wit's end. Look at Takasugi. He is actually joining in. I'm utterly hopeless. Despairing for this world. Crescent Moon Slash, Dual Cross. Good grief. I absolutely refuse to critique this. Though the name may lack grandeur, its potency and range were undeniably formidable. The swiftly crossing sword energies soared into the sky, transforming the distant speck into 4 smaller dots, gradually descending like falling stars, growing larger and larger until, boom. All right, success, Kenshin exclaimed as he stood atop a rock, witnessing the ship plummet. He leapt down in satisfaction, only to find Isai's face flushed. What is the matter? Kenshin asked, his expression unreadable. I'm exhausted, physically drained. Blushing and panting, the diminutive Shanshan quietly turned to leave. Hey, is it really all right to abandon him like this? Wasn't it you who caused all this? Hey, let's clarify things, you fool. I merely unleashed a surge of sword energy with Shanshan. It wasn't he aimed at anything inappropriate. Why is he blushing so furiously? It absolutely has nothing to do with me. No, it doesn't he. Ah, Kendo, please don't forsake me. Perhaps he is just exhausted. Though it's hard to imagine, Shanshan actually emitted such a delicate sound. The nearby members of the anti-foreign faction glanced over once more, their fiery interest evident in their gaze. Ahem, Shanshan, I must say your strength is lacking. You managed just 1 strike? You really ought to train harder. Come, let me take you to Gintoki. He can teach you. With a warm smile, Kendo helped Shanshan to her feet and began to walk forward. The peculiar stares from several members of the anti-foreign faction settled upon Shanshan. Although she yearned to confront Kendo, her exhaustion rendered her speechless. Ahem, does this count as a bonus chapter? Finally, have we retreated? Standing on the battlefield, Gintoki and the wigged horse faced the retreating Celestials, their tone revealing unmasked fatigue. The wigged horse, perceptive as he was, pondered, Where are Takasugi and Kendo? Kendo has gone berserk again. I sent Shanshan to help him regain his senses. He should be back soon. Gintoki mused quietly, glancing at the still-burning colossal spaceship. I didn't expect Kendo's attack to reach such a distance. Had he not shot down this command ship, we might have been dragged into a prolonged battle. Prolonging it would mean our defeat, Gintoki solemnly reminded. Let us not forget that we are the only remaining members of the anti-foreign faction. Curse that shoddy shogunate. The wigged horse exclaimed with disdain. How the Celestials turned against us, the very humans they once sought to protect? It was not difficult for Gintoki to notice the glimmer in his eyes. They're back. What is wrong with Shanshan? Upon seeing Shanshan being carried by Kendo, Gintoki's voice quivered slightly. Despite their usual conflicts, Shanshan was still his dearest friend, and to claim he was not worried would be the utmost falsehood. Everything is fine. We've merely exhausted Shanshan. How goes the battle? With the 5 legendary figures united, is there a place for the Celestials to thrive? Gintoki retained his proud demeanor. They VE retreated. We VE won this battle. Indeed, even Uncle Jihua. Kendo's tone grew somber. After all, we were at a disadvantage. Every tactic and strategy must be flawless, not even a single error. By the way, how did you manage to bring down that spaceship? The wigged horse interjected, seeking to change the subject. Over the years, there had been far too many things left unprotected. Dwelling on such matters would only yield more sorrow. Oh, that was a combined effort between Shanshan and me using the crescent moon slash. Kendo answered with a smile. I've had some recent thoughts. Perhaps those of you who have trained can join me in wielding the crescent moon slash as well. Today was merely an experiment, and it turned out quite well. He gestured towards the still-burning ship. So, I am merely your test subject then. The diminutive Shansai abruptly interjected, glaring fiercely at Kenshin, exclaiming, Hurry, I demand compensation. Let me thrash you properly. What? Did I mishear that? Kenshin exaggeratedly cupped his ear. Shall I repeat that scene for you? Touché, Shansai retorted silently, his face flushing with an odd hue as he conceded defeat. Observing the peculiar glances exchanged among Gintoki and the others, who shifted their gazes between Kenshin and Shansai while smirking knowingly, Kenshin felt a wave of malice wash over him, causing him to shudder slightly. Never mind. Shansai seems a bit fatigued. Let us return, he hastily suggested. By the way, have you managed the follow-up work, Chizuru? Leave it to me. Rest assured. Chizuru chuckled heartily, giving a thumbs up. All right then, let us head back. Clearing his throat to feign nonchalance amid the increasingly knowing looks from Gintoki and the others, Kenshin felt the veins on his forehead throbbing, aware that he must not lose his temper. Any explanation would only complicate matters further. Chapter 62. Oh, how exhausting. Is it truly acceptable to create such a commotion? Upon reaching the concealed stronghold atop the hillside, Kenshin stood silently for a prolonged moment, gazing at the courtyard within. Seemingly lost in thought, Gintoki and the others remained silent, fully aware that this was a matter only Kenshin could resolve. Relinquishing Shansai to Gintoki, Kenshin quietly seated himself on the slope nearby, saying, You all go ahead. Do not mind me. Hey. Before he could finish, his wig was seized by Chizuru, who shook his head and followed Gintoki inside. In this tranquil solitude, Kenshin felt the pangs of longing for you. Reclining on the slope, he gradually closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about something delightful, allowing himself to drift into slumber. The passage of time felt so swift. No, don't. A sudden shout jolted Kenshin upright. His gaze blankly fixed ahead for what felt like an eternity, before he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, panting slightly. What did I just see? Came an exaggerated exclamation, tinged with an undercurrent of concern. The fearsome being, risen from the depths of hell, is having nightmares? Is this real? Chuckling, Gintoki glanced at Kenshin, who lay beside him, along with Takasugi and Chizuru. Kenshin rubbed his forehead. Oh, you all have come too? A certain fool has us quite worried. Takasugi shot a glance at Kenshin, while Chizuru chimed in. You've been in that state several times now, haven't you? I'm not sure, Kenshin replied, glancing at his hand. Perhaps quite a few times, or maybe just a handful. I cannot fathom what you felt back then, but I simply wish to know. Does that miraculous Kenshin, who could summon sweets from anywhere, still exist? Gintoki's voice inquired. Of course. No sooner had he spoken than a piece of red bean cake materialized before Gintoki. Silently accepting the confection, Gintoki reclined on the grass, took a bite, and savored it for a moment, leisurely remarking, It's still the same red bean cake, yet the flavor has changed, much like overripe strawberry milk. It carries an essence that shouldn't exist, causing those who indulge to suffer from indigestion. Ah, perhaps so. Reclining once more upon the verdant grass, Kenshin gazed at the vast expanse of the starry sky and remarked with a smile, I often find myself envious of you all. Could you perhaps share a fragment of your carefree joy with me? Enough of that, Chima replied nonchalantly. We have long been aware of such matters. To thwart the destructive actions of the warriors dedicated to the restoration of the land, I single-handedly stirred chaos in the Jianhai, dismantling their plans and saving all those noble warriors, the legendary samurai, the Azura of the battlefield. Chima, let us be serious. Kenshin elevated his tone slightly. Hee. Chima chuckled, ultimately. It was still to rescue us, wasn't he it? That is how everything unfolded afterward. Silence. Kenshin raised his hand to shield his eyes. I never acted for your sake. I lived solely for myself. Huh. Enough of that. What do you plan to do about the one inside the house? I heard she was once a mother T-Rex. But who would have thought she could be so cute? Gintoki pointed toward the dwelling. Kenshin fell momentarily silent. She, like you all, would fight for those she cherishes. But she does not perceive it that way. The wigged figure rose and tilted his head at Kenshin. I heard she wishes to kill you. No, no, no. She wouldn't dare. Kenshin displayed a smile that was both mocking and bittersweet. If she were to kill me, I would descend below and leave her to endure alone for eternity. Ha ha, ha ha. Hey, hey, sword sheath Koen, join me in this laughter. Ah ha ha. Chima stood up, bursting into laughter. Go die? You go find Gintoki. Hey, hey, hey. I cannot pretend I did not hear that. What do you mean? Are you implying I, Gintoki, am lewd? How infuriating. I merely enjoy a little nose-picking. That act itself is already quite lewd. Wig, you brainless meatball enthusiast have no right to comment on me. It's not a wig, it's Katsura. And I'm not a brainless meatball enthusiast. I am a genius who loves meatballs. I believe it's brainless meatball love. Can we refrain from digressing? Come, let us laugh together. Ahaha, ahaha. Go die? X3. Humph, what a raucous bunch. Takasugi observed the four entangled in playful scuffles. A rare, gentle smile gracing his lips. This way, your inner void may temporarily dissipate. Che, no matter what, I am taller than Shinsuke. By Gintoki. Humph. I am also more slender than Shinsuke. By the wig. Humph. I am also stronger than Shinsuke. By Chima. Haha. And I am certainly more enduring than Shinsuke. By Kenshin. Jing. Shinsuke's veins bulged in anger, and unable to contain himself any longer, he stood up. What do you all mean, you bunch of fools? What do you mean taller? What do you mean stronger? What do you mean more slender? And you, what do you mean more enduring? Based on your past performance, I am undoubtedly more enduring than you. Huh, do you want to go again, you fool? This time, I will surely drain your meager strength dry. Do you think you can last until then? You may faint before that happens. Is that even possible? I am the captain of the Ghost Brigade. My stamina is far more abundant than you can imagine. Come on then, let us see it now. First, let us connect with one another, shall we? Hey, you lot, act as judges. I must bring the diminutive Shishio, Kenshin, to his knees. Hee, no need for that. We shall not disturb you. We will keep watch outside for you. Ahem, I must also mention that there is another great battle tomorrow. So ahem, we shall take our leave now. Hee, with a facade of a smile. Gintoki and his companions slowly retreated. Hey, do not misinterpret this. Chapter 63. What would you like to eat? Braised or steamed? What is it? Kenshin entered with Gintoki and the others, having just received word that the Celestials were making significant moves. There was no time for hesitation, despite the presence of Akira, for matters were becoming urgent. My lord Kenshin, we have just received word from an informant in Edo. It appears the Celestials are preparing for some sort of event. And it seems they are targeting you and Lord Gintoki. Upon reaching the courtyard, a loyal supporter of the Isshin Shirshir reported with utmost respect. Have you gleaned any information? Kenshin inquired eagerly. A night rabbit is set to descend. It seems to be the king among them. A white sheet was produced and handed to Kenshin. Upon receiving it, he glanced at the exaggerated musculature depicted alongside a massive umbrella. A sinister grin emanated from the image, and an overwhelming aura of menace surged forth. Kenshin, it appears this adversary will be formidable, Gintoki remarked solemnly. As one of the strongest individuals on Earth, Gintoki's statement carried weight, indicating that even he perceived this foe as a challenge. TCH, such a scoundrel, one strike will suffice. If two arrive, I shall fell three. Kenshin scoffed, though inwardly he had already categorized this individual as a primary threat. I have heard tales. Tatsuma interjected. The king of the night rabbits is the one most likely to elevate their kind. The night king, Hosen. Kenshin, he is not an opponent to be faced alone. After all, he belongs to the night rabbits, the most powerful of the universe's three dominant races. Tatsuma's voice grew somber, rendering both Takasugi and the wig-wearing companion silent. The universe's three strongest races? Gintoki chuckled exaggeratedly. Oh, please. There is clearly but one supreme race in the cosmos, and it consists of only a handful of individuals. Gintoki, you share my sentiments? Kenshin remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, I have battled Chijiri. We are not inferior. Let us discuss those matters another day. Hey, is dinner not ready yet? Gintoki shouted while striding forward. I am nearly starving. If I do not replenish my energy, I may shut down. Well, when the time comes, the five of us shall confront him together. I refuse to believe we cannot prevail. The wig-wearing companion chuckled, stepping forward to pat Kenshin on the shoulder. Kenshin will handle it himself. Takasugi spoke, not referring to the night rabbit, but casting an odd glance toward Kenshin's rear. He swiftly dismissed the familiar sensation behind him. While Kenshin recognized who it was, someone bearing a striking resemblance, but was not her. Turning, he faced Akira, who stood beneath the eaves, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Gintoki and the others, although engaged in their own affairs, could not help but steal glances toward the unfolding scene. What brings you here? The air was frigid, as cold as the unyielding ice of winter, reminiscent of the biting chill of late autumn. What am I here for, truly? Wasn't there a promise made? Standing 3 meters away from you, I suppose I shall discard this. With a swift motion, Xing hurled a pile of blood-stained bandages and various unusable items at Kenshin, causing them to scatter across the ground. Understanding dawned upon him. Without uttering a word, he bent down silently, gradually collecting the scattered remnants. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the figure had vanished without a trace. With the refuse in hand, Kenshin quietly made his way towards the door. Gintoki, this cannot continue. The wig-wearing individual, clutching a bowl, approached Gintoki. If this goes on, the increasingly repressed emotions of Kenshin will eventually plunge him back into that battlefield state from which he may never awaken. There's nothing to be done, Gintoki replied, quietly eating his meal. Heart troubles require heart remedies. That woman was the source of his anguish. Takasugi frowned. He harbored a strong dislike for Xing. After all, it was merely a matter of a sister's death. What kind of treatment was this for her boyfriend? Did Kenshin have any choice in that moment? Hey, lower your voice, Takasugi. Gintoki lowered his head. Have you forgotten the murderous intent in Himura's eyes when you suggested expelling Xing? That was true, lethal intent. I know. Takasugi grumbled, setting down his bowl. Yet, I can't help but feel uncomfortable just watching. Cough, cough. At that moment, Tatsuma appeared unexpectedly, clutching a book. The book states that when a person becomes overly concerned about another's feelings, prioritizing them over their own, it signifies that they have developed feelings for that person. Hey, eat properly, or I'll kill you. Takasugi forcefully pressed Tatsuma into his rice, swiftly drawing his sword to slice the book into shreds. Then turning to glare menacingly at the two, who were quietly consuming their meals. Amidst the meal, Kenshin called upon the system. System, open the store interface. As he walked down the path to dispose of the trash, boredom enveloped him. Ding. Fate Task 1 complete. Unlocking Fate 2. Sin. The store is now open. Please check. Host. Since that day, Kenshin had fulfilled the so-called Fate task, realizing that it entailed experiencing a narrative akin to the original Kenshin's tale. Reflecting upon it, slaying the woman he cherished most indeed mirrored the original story. Rarely consulting the system, Kenshin felt trepidation. If the task of killing the woman he loved was merely the first phase, what further trials awaited him before he could uncover Fate 2? Regaining his focus, he glanced at the store, which remained as sparsely stocked as ever, offering only 4 items: hemostatic pills, bandages, and a Gundam. Oh, what is that? Kenshin inquired, his curiosity piqued by the final cylindrical object. System, what is the last one? ISNT it non-existent? Ding. Quest trigger, effect. Activate a world plot task. You've got to be kidding me. What on earth is a world plot task? It's utterly incomprehensible. Kenshin silently lamented the system's lack of clarity, turning his gaze towards the announcement panel. Assassination. Reward. 5 celestial beans, 5 miracle pills. Miracles arise from great strength. 2 flying sword techniques, physical attributes, Superman. The heavenly lock moon cutter has been lost, making it impossible to complete subsequent rewards. Compensation. Task trigger. Initiate the second destiny mission. Commence the seclusion mission. Activate the time-space mission. Launch the sin mission. Please investigate further, host. The compression system is at your service with utmost integrity. If you are very satisfied, please express gratitude. If satisfied, please acknowledge. If average, please indicate. If dissatisfied, please grunt. If extremely dissatisfied, please scoff. Hey, thank you for your rating. Based on your assessment criteria, we shall provide our services. You have scoffed a total of 24 times. We will administer an electric shock reward to be executed in 5 seconds. Dare you claim this is not revenge? Can you truly say that? Do not count down, you scoundrel. Have the audacity to explain yourself clearly. Personal Vendetta. Chapter 64. Izai. Do not move. Gintoki, neither should you. You both go to sleep. Tonight, I will keep watch with Gintoki. Due to the ongoing war and having just emerged from a battle with a severely unbalanced number of combatants, the few subordinates were already exhausted. Thus, Kenshin and Gintoki willingly took upon themselves the task of keeping watch for the first half of the night, while the latter half would be entrusted to Izai and the Wig. ISNT that with Izai? The title is so easily misleading. After all this fuss, it turns out to be just this. Well then, do not tire yourselves too much. Truly, the Wig is remarkable, even with hair elegantly draped across the chest. One cannot discern that he is male. Hey, in fact, the Wig looks even more beautiful dressed like this. Not handsome, how infuriating. No wonder there was such a prolonged debate over your nickname among the deities, caught between the frenzied noble and the frenzied noble princess. TCH, Wig, let us go, Izai said, placing a hand on the Wig's shoulder, while Kenshin, lost in his own fantasies, couldn't help but squint his eyes sharply, then forced a laugh to send the two off. Kenshin, your expression is quite unsettling, Gintoki remarked, fiddling with the campfire, casting a sidelong glance at Kenshin. What's wrong? Did the Wig steal your Izai away? Feeling displeased? Kenshin's forehead throbbed with a prominent vein as he replied with a forced smile. I see it's Izai who has taken your wife away. You must be worried. You appear so calm, yet perhaps you're seething inside. Stop babbling, scoundrel. Gintoki scratched the back of his head. By the way, where's Chizuru? He has had too little screen time in these chapters and went to converse with the author about life. Kenshin sat holding his sword. He mentioned wanting to increase his role, add more dialogue, and feature in several high-quality fight scenes. What nonsense. As the original protagonist, this is all I have. That guy is actually trying to add scenes. Is he retaliating against me for his meager appearances in the TV series? Gintoki exclaimed. Could you lower your voice? Kenshin gestured for silence. We are to withdraw from here tomorrow. It's best to conserve our strength. After a moment of silence, Gintoki suddenly asked, seemingly nonchalant, I will cover the rear during the retreat tomorrow. Don't be foolish. Go and join the short cypress as reinforcements. Once I and the Wig retreat to the canyon, it will be your time to shine. Kenshin spoke slowly. But you have someone you can't let go of. Gintoki pointed to the interior of the house. Can you trust her? During a retreat, the medical team is generally positioned in the least vulnerable areas. Kenshin stated emphatically. It is precisely because you are with us during the retreat that I can confidently protect you, O Lord White Yiksha. In the presence of a being like you, a mere Yiksha is nothing. Gintoki chuckled and shook his head. Generally speaking, if a sister departs, the sister may not wish to fall in love with her own sister's boyfriend. However, this is not a choice she can make. Who knows how feelings work? What nonsense are you spouting? Kenshin exclaimed, tossing a small stone at Gintoki's curly head. Such matters are fundamentally impossible. Is the observer confused? Gintoki muttered softly, then looked up, smiling as he extended his hand. Come. What is it? I humbly request a piece of red bean cake from the illustrious Lord Shura. I am immensely grateful. Hey, what do you take me for? Some kind of magical kitten? Isn't that so? You're ruthless, Gintoki said, discreetly pulling out a piece of red bean cake. Here? Sweet tooth. Ah, happiness. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to get by. A gin. Gintoki mumbled as he bit off half the cake. Finish eating before you talk. The crumbs are blowing onto my face. Kenshin once again tossed a small stone at Gintoki's head. Hi, Gintoki replied, silently enjoying the red bean cake, while Kenshin seemed lost in his own thoughts. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into silence, where even the chirping of insects could be heard on that summer night. Let me hold the rear tomorrow. Gintoki brought up the topic again after finishing his cake. Kenshin clearly frowned. Why are you bringing this up again? Didn't we just agree? Well, upon careful consideration, it would be better for you to lead their retreat. With your strength, you should be able to protect more people. Gintoki looked up at the sky. Compared to me, a retreat is far more dangerous. Fool, don't doubt yourself. White Yiksha? Kenshin smiled. Leave the rear to me. You just need to lead the troops to retreat swiftly. This is an order I give you as the highest leader of this unit. But, there are no buts. Kenshin interrupted Gintoki's objection. I believe in you, O Lord White Yiksha. Well, I can't argue with you. Gintoki was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and lay on the ground in silence. Time passed slowly. The two remained in their positions without speaking until deep into the night. Hey, wake up. Kenshin glanced at the drowsy Wig. The latter rubbed his eyes. Kenshin, it's time to switch shifts. Ah, I know. Though he said this, Kenshin showed no intention of moving. The Wig, puzzled, scratched his head. What's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep? Kenshin, I have found solace here. A vague voice of Kenshin echoed. The night watch is entrusted to you and the short pine. Ah, understood. The wig paused momentarily, as if grasping something profound, then smiled softly, sitting on the ground and fiddling with the flickering flames of the fire, which illuminated the 5 figures, each lost in contemplation about their future paths. Indeed, there were 5 of them. After receiving a thorough admonition from the author, the despondent Chihiro finally returned to the courtyard, staring into the fire. Observing that Kenshin had fallen asleep, Gintoki quietly beckoned the wig. Tomorrow, you and the short pine will protect the retreating troops while Kenshin and I hold the rear. Not the wig, but Katsura. The wig impatiently tied up his hair. Gintoki, such a thing is impossible. Kenshin is most worried about you. If he were to learn of this plan, he would undoubtedly abandon you and face the danger alone. Gintoki, he said, casting a glance toward Kenshin, his tone tinged with bitterness. Since childhood, he has been like an older brother, relentlessly growing stronger and pushing himself to the limits. I never understood it until we helplessly gazed at teacher Matsuyama. Gintoki clenched his fists in frustration. He always bore the burdens alone, always sprinting ahead. Yet that gray figure leading us forward has vanished. Gintoki declared fiercely, I refuse to let him shoulder everything alone. There are always things I can do, burdens I can share with him. So Katsura, please do not deny me. Gintoki gazed at Katsura with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Ah, I understand your feelings. Katsura glanced at Kenshin, who had turned over in his sleep, smiling slightly. Do you think you are the only one with such thoughts? In truth, Katsura has been doing this for a long time, yet we still allowed him to endure immeasurable hardships. Reflecting on the legends of Kenshin, the two fell silent. Well, tomorrow I will go replenish the bombs for the retreat. It is not suitable for me. The wig stood up and slowly walked outside after uttering those words. You handle the communication with Katsura. I will take a look outside. Chihiro, come here. Do not look as if you have lost your father. Katsura glanced at the short pine leaning against the door, head bowed, and Gintoki smiled, closing his eyes. The short pine will not oppose, will he? No one responded. Only the gentle breeze that rustled Katsura's clothing, revealing a hidden, mischievous smile. P.S. Ahem. I feel as though the more I write, the more off I become. It's disheartening. Chapter 65. The true objective. Fight to the death. Quickly. Retreat. Retreat. Accompanied by the thunderous sound of cannon fire. The loyalists shouted with all their might in a valley, their voices hoarse. Subsequently, a massive boulder was struck down by cannon fire, burying the loyalist completely. The medical team led the way, with the Short Pine's demon soldier squad in the vanguard, a primary target for the Celestials. The Short Pine protected his rear in this manner, while at the back of the line, Chihiro and the wig joined the ranks of those providing cover. Despite the relentless pursuit of the Celestials, Chihiro and the wig's subordinates staunchly held them at bay. Wig, with a resounding roar, Chima executed a mid-air flip, swiftly severing the throat of the Celestial being below him. He landed back on his original position, swiftly dispatching another Celestial on the verge of breaking through, wiping the blood from his face. Meanwhile, the wig-wearing fighter dodged an attack from a Celestial, promptly producing 3 bombs and hurling them into the air. At the same time, he thrust his blade forward, piercing through an oncoming Celestial. Seizing the opportunity, Chima's muscular arms bulged dramatically, stretching his clothing to its limits. With a powerful strike of the back of his blade, the 3 bombs shot upwards at an astonishing speed, crashing into a spaceship in the sky, resulting in a thunderous explosion as it wobbled and plummeted to the ground. Bravo! The wig-wearing fighter exclaimed after dispatching a Celestial, turning to cheer for his comrade. Chima, lowering his hat, cast a worried glance ahead, pondering the fate of Takasugi. Would he be able to hold his ground? Fear not, the wig-wearer assured, standing back-to-back with Chima, unyielding in the face of the surrounding Celestials. What concerns me more are those 2 reckless individuals, he remarked casually. Chima chuckled dismissively. Why worry about them when we should focus on ourselves? Takasugi wouldn't stay for our sake. Attack. The Celestials, encircling yet hesitant to engage, were startled as the sun seemed to be obscured in the sky. Upon closer inspection, they beheld the 2 figures leaping high, descending with powerful slashes that stirred up clouds of dust. The scene shifted. Although his gaze was still tinged with a bloody hue, Kenshin remained composed, observing the dense throng of Celestials surrounding him. With deft precision, he maneuvered his sword, Murasame, evading one Celestial and leaving a deep gash across the latter's neck, which erupted in a torrent of blood. As he moved with purpose across the battlefield, Kenshin ruthlessly eliminated every celestial in his path. Spotting a white figure soaring in the air, he tightened his grip on his sword, ensuring the safety of his fellow warriors. Kenshin's feet sank into the earth, and with a thunderous movement, he unleashed a burst of speed that sent dirt flying. The sword was enveloped in an intense sword aura, noticeably different from before. Solid and expansive, a transformation into the crescent moon's surge. A swift blue figure darted across the battlefield. The Murasame now extended to 5 meters thanks to the enhanced sword aura. Kenshin charged towards the densest formation of celestials, where the retreat route had become a deadly trap. As they aimed to eliminate both the White Knight Demon and the Azura, the advancing figure suddenly halted. The 5-meter-long blade aura coalesced into Murasame. Then, with a diagonal slash, the crescent moon's surge unleashed. A sword aura quadrupled in size, rushing forward and obliterating every celestial in its path, reducing them to shattered flesh and bone. Their anguished cries echoing relentlessly. Living up to his name, the Azura proved formidable. Gintoki seized a weapon from a celestial, wielding dual blades. His formidable physique and the instincts of the White Knight Demon allowed him to eliminate a celestial with each defensive parry and counterattack. Drenched in blood that stained his white robe, Gintoki smirked coldly. Do you recognize that fearful gaze? I once regarded you with the same look. The surrounding loyalists were invigorated by the duo's assault. Indeed, had it not been for the presence of 2 pillars among the loyalists, this group would have likely faced annihilation at the hands of the celestial beings long ago. Thus, the importance of a leader or hero cannot be overstated. They possess the power to turn the tide of battle. Gintoki swiftly evaded a downward strike, promptly countering with a tornado slash that cleaved the assailant into several pieces. Kenshin planted his sword, Murasame, into the ground, unleashing a torrent of soil that thoroughly obscured the vision of the celestial beings. The twin blades merged. The collaboration of Yasha and Shura represented the pinnacle of offensive might, an unstoppable force. As the earth settled, Gintoki and Kenshin stood side by side. Their swords crossed before them. Once the dust cleared, they exchanged sinister grins and simultaneously unleashed their blades. The crescent moon heavenly charge of Shurayasha. Although the name may seem peculiar, the twin waves of sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the celestial beings who obstructed their path to freedom. Some astute celestial beings leaped upward, narrowly evading the onslaught of sword energy. Was it truly that simple? Boom. The 2 vertical streams of sword energy detonated explosively, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled the defenders of the position into the air. Cries of agony echoed, and shattered limbs and entrails rained down like a torrential downpour, staining Yasha and Shura in crimson. Follow me to break through, Gintoki shouted, prompting the remaining loyalists to rally behind him and rush towards their escape route. Not so fast. Block the white Yasha and Shura. A voice emanated from a small flying vessel above, evidently wary of Kenshin's formidable sword energy, prompting the switch to a less detectable airship. Humph. With a flick of his blade, Kenshin let blood splatter on the ground, licking the crimson from his lips as a fierce, killing intent glimmered in his red eyes, nearly becoming uncontrollable. Heavenly sword style, ultimate technique, 9-headed dragon flash, aerial slash. Cough, cough. A name grand in stature. Yet it merely signifies the control of the 9-headed dragon flash's power within a linear range, belonging to the category of direct thrust techniques. However, its potency remained undiminished. With such an exalted sword technique proclaimed, Kenshin's figure vanished instantly. A streak of light surged toward the position, obliterating all celestial beings in its path, propelling them skyward, even lifting the very soil along with them. Following closely behind, Gintoki pursued Kenshin's figure, charging forward. With a swift motion, he halted, his body revolving into a half-kneeling position upon the ground, gazing at the path they had carved. Kenshin urged, "You must go quickly. We will hold them off for a while longer." Understanding that remaining would only hinder their escape, the remaining loyalists exchanged glances, clenched their fists, and departed from the area. Initially, there had been 200 loyalists, but now fewer than 20 remained. Kenshin and Gintoki shared a silent understanding, both comprehending the shared conviction in each other's eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, these 20 would return to the beloved Takasugi. The pupils contracted sharply as Kenshin hurriedly pushed Gintoki aside, who was about to speak. At the same time, Kenshin shifted his stance to one that could best withstand the impending impact, brandishing his sword to block a descending umbrella. Had it not been for Kenshin's intervention, the force of the umbrella's descent would have been unbearable. Kenshin's feet sank deeply into the earth, and almost as if experiencing a computer lag. A cloud of dust enveloped him, obscuring both him and the assailant. Only then did Gintoki react, swiftly slashing at the celestial being attempting to take advantage of the situation. Gripping his sword tightly and focusing intently on the encroaching figures. As for worrying about Kenshin, Gintoki was well aware that no one alive could claim the life of that man. Chapter 66. The Night Rabbit does not need to return home to tend to the young. Is there truly someone on Earth capable of withstanding my strike? It seems Earth is not as powerless as the tales suggest. Amidst the dust, a towering figure stood resolutely, though obscured. The unwavering aura surrounding him instilled in Gintoki a heightened sense of vigilance, leaving no room for carelessness. Night King Hosen. As the dust settled, Kenshin held his sword with both hands, bracing against Hosen's massive umbrella. Though his feet were entrenched in the ground, he appeared unaffected by the pressure. Humph. Do you know my name? Which of the current legends of the Ishin Shurshur do you belong to? Kenshin, the Shuro wielding his blade, suddenly felt his left hand transform into a palm, striking his right hand that held the sword. With that single blow, an overwhelming force propelled Hosen backward, who finally faltered and came to a stop, having left an imprint in the mud. Good. Quite good. Hosen narrowed his eyes dangerously, a sign that he was about to take things seriously. Even in the universe, the number of individuals capable of repelling me does not exceed 2 hands. You have piqued my interest, Shura. Stop incessantly calling me Shura. Kenshin's gaze drifted towards Gintoki, who was fending off the celestial beings, and a sense of urgency gripped him. It was impossible for Gintoki to survive alone amidst the encirclement of foes. My name is Himura Kenshin. Kenshin suddenly launched into action, his still sword swinging into motion. Hosen, seemingly foreseeing the attack, teleported almost instantaneously to Kenshin's front, leaving behind an afterimage. His fist, imbued with absolute power, came crashing down towards Kenshin's head. If it landed, Kenshin's skull would surely shatter. Though the blade remained unyielding, Kenshin had already reversed his position, narrowly avoiding Hosen's punch, the wind generated by the strike stinging his face. As the force of the punch dissipated, at the moment when the old strength had waned and the new had yet to manifest, Kenshin swung his sword fiercely, not aimed at Hosen, but rather unleashing a powerful crescent moon strike directed towards Gintoki, who was surrounded by the enemy. Boom! The sword aura collided with the encircling foes, cleaving them in half and revealing Gintoki, who was fighting valiantly within the fray. Kenshin cast a glance at Gintoki, relieved to see he bore no wounds. Do you dare to lose focus in my presence? A thunderous roar erupted as Jinshin's sword fell to the ground, only to be met with a formidable side kick. Jinshin's pupils constricted, yet it was already too late to evade. Bang! The force struck Jinshin fiercely. Although he had managed to shield Murakumo in front of him, absorbing much of the impact, the innate strength of the Night Rabbit was beyond what Jinshin could withstand. Especially after an extended battle, both his body and internal energy were in disarray. He was sent flying by that kick. However, this was precisely Jinshin's strategy. With a swift charge into the encirclement, a glint of cold light flashed in Jinshin's eyes. He instantly ignited the energy within his body, propelling several celestial beings away. Subsequently, he activated his swift footwork and grasped onto Gintoki, who was fighting desperately. Let's go. As these words fell, another wave of pressure rushed in. Unfazed, Jinshin positioned Murakumo behind him, only to be forcefully struck away. Yet, in midair, Jinshin laughed heartily. Many thanks to Fengxian for the ride. My lord. A trembling celestial being stepped forward, his legs shaking as he inquired, shall we pursue them? Humph. Realizing their inability to contend, using the illusion of severely wounding the enemy to make their escape, I never imagined such a character existed on Earth. Fengxian licked her lips, excitement brimming in her voice. Ah, how exhilarating. I can hardly wait to engage in a fierce battle with him. It has been far too long since I encountered such a formidable opponent. Chase them. Are you all right, Gintoki? Jinshin asked, as he and Gintoki leaned on each other, making their way into a thicket. Gasping lightly, Jinshin released Gintoki and handed him a roll of healing bandages. I'm fine. Not dead yet. Gintoki replied, accepting the bandages and slowly removing his clothing. A long scar traversed his chest, a remnant of being ambushed amidst a throng of enemies. Genshin gradually sat on the ground, his right hand, still gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Blocking Fengxian's strike and using the momentum to escape had taken a toll on him as well. Producing a vial of hemostatic pills, Genshin removed his own shirt, revealing a sizable bruise adorning his body. Gritting his teeth, he began to wrap the bandages around it. Each time the fabric brushed against the bruise, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, indicating his discomfort. Genshin, do you have confidence in defeating him? Gintoki asked as he finished wrapping the bandages and glanced at Genshin. While continuing to bind his wounds, Genshin shook his head. If I were at my peak and fought him one-on-one, the odds would be roughly even. However, at this moment, I possess less than a third of that certainty. He is not like Oboro. In my battle with Oboro, I was largely outmaneuvered, leading to my eventual defeat. I was ensnared from the very beginning, and even the slaying of the panda may have been permitted by Oboro. Even now, my chances against Oboro are no more than 40%. We are currently facing Fengxian. Can we please stay on topic? This feels like shouting a grand move only to unleash a mere friendly gesture. Gintoki exclaimed, jumping up, inadvertently pulling at his wound and gasping in pain. Let us not linger on idle words. This place is fraught with peril. We must first rendezvous with the dwarf cedar and contemplate our next course of action. Just as Kenshin rose to his feet, a thunderous roar erupted. The earth quaked violently. Trees were reduced to ruins as he looked up to behold the celestial fleet of the heavens. This is bad. Gintoki, we must flee. Kenshin's expression darkened, and he swiftly vanished from the spot with Gintoki in tow. No sooner had they departed than the area was engulfed by relentless cannon fire. In silence, Kenshin and Gintoki sprinted forward with extraordinary speed, yet not even their haste could outpace the looming warships of the heavens. Despite their rapid flight, explosions erupted around them, waves of heat crashing over them, singeing their hair to a faint charred hue. They've locked on. We cannot afford to let the white Yiksha and the Azura escape. A voice echoed from the sky, and the barrage momentarily ceased. Seizing this rare opportunity, Kenshin bellowed, Gintoki. Understanding immediately, Gintoki halted abruptly as Kenshin surged ahead, leaping onto the makeshift platform formed by Gintoki's hands. With a cry that disregarded the pain of his wounds, Gintoki hurled Kenshin into the sky. As Kenshin ascended, he beheld the descending onslaught of cannon fire, his tone chilling. Tsubaime Geishi. Thus, with Kenshin present, to fly this low was to court death. The Tsubaime Geishi effortlessly obliterated the projectiles that had yet to reach the ground. Meanwhile, Kenshin, undeterred by his descent, unleashed 4 powerful Tsubaime Geishi, annihilating 3 of the vessels above. The remaining ship, in terror, ascended to the highest altitude to evade disaster. Kenshin, be careful. Gintoki's voice rang out, as he sensed a fierce wind rushing from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Kenshin executed a swift somersault, deflecting the punch aimed at his head, which instead struck his back. In the air, Kenshin traced a long white streak, crashing down towards the earth. The briefly suspended Hosen descended slowly, then made haste towards the spot where Kenshin was falling. However, midway, a katana pierced through his shoulder, and he glared fiercely at its wielder, Sakata Gintoki. From this moment forth, your opponent is me. In contrast to the later developments in the narrative, the white Yiksha Gintoki was evidently far more formidable than Hosen, who had yet to reach the pinnacle of his strength. Their encounter, ahead of time, promised a battle whose outcome was uncertain. Gintoki, you go assist the dwarf cedars. Just as tensions reached a zenith, a languid voice interrupted. Gintoki's worried expression finally eased, while Hosen's interest was piqued once more. Would it not be better for the two of us to resolve him first? Gintoki licked his lips and proposed. I fear the dwarf cedars may not endure much longer. Look, the majority of their forces are concentrated there. Kenshin interjected, positioning himself between the two, his attire slightly tattered, blood trickling from his forehead and staining his eyes. His gaze was sharp as he regarded Hosen, the blade in his hand, Muramesa, trembling ever so slightly, as if imbued with excitement. In eager anticipation of indulging in the blood of the strong, the gaze between them lingered for quite some time. Gintoki could only perceive the unwavering conviction and the plea for release reflected in Kenshin's eyes. Tightening his grip on the sword, he turned and declared, I want red bean cakes. Your red bean cakes. Ah, I shall bring them to you. As his figure gradually receded, Kenshin turned to observe the excited Hosen, aligning the trembling Murasame before his eyes. Are you prepared? I am contemplating how to present you with a grand gift. Narrowing his eyes, a murderous intent surged forth. What? How about I gift you despair? Boom. Chapter 67. Rabbit, rabbit, why is your body so tense? The two locked in a fierce gaze. Subtly adjusting their angles for the most advantageous strike, faced each other's unabashed murderous intent without a trace of fear, only the fervor to kill. Boom. A projectile descended from the highest flying vessel, erupting with a thunderous sound between Hosen and Kenshin as dust billowed into the air. Their eyes narrowed. In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot, the recoil sending soil flying in all directions. Clang. The giant umbrella collided with Murasame, and as the two remained locked in a stalemate, the dust and dirt were swept away, the pressure from their clash causing their sleeves to flutter wildly. Kenshin and Mura. After all, Hosen belonged to the Night Rabbit clan, and his formidable physical prowess gradually forced Kenshin's Murasame backward. Originally, I was ordered to eliminate you, but now it is my own desire. How regrettable it would be not to engage with a foe like you. With a powerful motion, he swung his arm horizontally, sending Kenshin hurtling through the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being struck, Kenshin's gaze sharpened. His body spun sideways, propelling him back into the fray. Flying heaven sword style, true, tornado slash. The tornado slash possesses two techniques. The first is the common horizontal slash through body rotation, while the second involves maintaining a certain distance from the ground while spinning in parallel. In that fleeting moment of passing, a severed head would be the inevitable outcome. This was the true, lethal technique employed by the original Kenshin when he was still a ruthless executioner. Humph. Hosen scoffed, lunging forward with great strides. The giant umbrella aimed directly at Kenshin. Kenshin understood that such an attack would surely result in mutual destruction. However, his physical prowess could not rival that of the Night Rabbit, so he could not afford to confront him head-on. But do you truly believe that the tornado slash is merely this? With a cold smirk, Kenshin's spinning body suddenly descended to the ground, flying heaven sword style, tornado slash. With a light tap of his toes against the earth, Kenshin transformed into a blue shadow, his sword still sheathed. His eyes focused, he swiftly sidestepped the giant umbrella. And before Hosen could react, he drew his sword and struck. That strike was executed with such rapidity that a fleeting crescent of light flashed, leaving a diagonal wound upon Hosen's chest. Simultaneously, as his figure spun, he lightly tapped the ground again, sheathing his sword. Hosen paid no heed to the wound upon his chest, preparing to throw a punch just as Kenshin's rotation brought him face to face with Hosen. Once more, he drew his sword for another slashing attack. The blue crescent sword light reappeared. This was the second consecutive strike of the tornado slash. As the legendary swift sword technique of the Batasai, it culminated in one final rotation. Kenshin's three blades simultaneously struck the same wound, forcefully cleaving the risk away. As he raised his hand, unleashing a burst of air, the crescent moon's heavenly assault descended, pursuing the retreating figure of Fengxian with fervor. The howling sword energy rustled the surrounding dense trees. Fengxian's pupils constricted, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her mouth. With one foot thrust into the earth, she landed squarely on the ground, raising her giant umbrella high and bringing it down with tremendous force. The sword energy was utterly shattered, dissipating into the air. The dragon tooth flash. Following the sword energy was Kenshin's swift voice, his figure transforming into a streak of blue light, striking directly at Fengxian as the sword energy disintegrated. Yet, Fengxian seemed to have anticipated this. Her umbrella, slightly lifted, met Kenshin's blade tip with its own. It hurts. Truly, it hurts. The pain exhilarates me. Kenshin's gaze fixated on the wound on Fengxian's chest. Having endured 3 strikes from the tornado flash's second tier, was the wound already beginning to heal? Indeed, she is worthy of being a night rabbit. With a powerful shake of his arm, Kenshin was sent flying once more. Immediately, Fengxian raised her giant umbrella, unleashing a relentless barrage akin to a machine gun. Kenshin dared not be careless, drawing his sheath simultaneously. Although he lacked the Murakumo short blade, he could still wield the twin blade's dragon nest flash. The clanging of metal resonated incessantly as Kenshin summoned all his strength to fend off the storm of bullets. A fierce gust of wind surged, A massive umbrella came crashing down. With no time to evade, Kenshin crossed the Murakumo with the sheath to block. The earth beneath him could not withstand the force and instantly shattered. Oh, this blade. Fengxian's eyes sparkled with amusement. It seems this blade is not of this world, capable of withstanding a strike from a night rabbit. It was once my beloved blade. Kenshin withdrew the sheath, using his single blade to fend off the giant umbrella, causing the ground beneath him to sink once more. Now, it is a curse from which I cannot escape. Ha ha ha. With her other hand, Fengxian seized the sheath that Kenshin thrust at her, sneering. In the realm of night rabbits, there exists a legend that if one cannot restrain their brutal blood, they will bring endless calamity upon themselves and the world. Is that you, samurai? With a powerful grip, she forced Kenshin to release the sheath. Her forceful strike sent it crashing into Kenshin's chest, propelling him away and shattering several large trees. No one cares about your legend, rabbit. Her tone was harsh. And in the distance, a massive whirlwind of dirt stirred. Fengxian snorted coldly, a mere parlor trick, with a fierce strike of her giant umbrella against the ground. Countless clods of earth surged forth, colliding with the earth dragon flash. Boom! The clash of air produced a resounding impact. Amidst the swirling dust, a samurai sword soared towards Fengxian. Unfazed, she reached out and grasped the sword. Just then, the dragon's soaring flash. Kenshin appeared beneath Fengxian, his gaze cold and unyielding. Fengxian was startled. Before she could react, Kenshin's sheath struck her chin, sending her hurtling into the sky. Dragon hammer flash. He leapt upward. Kenshin appeared in midair, his mind still somewhat dazed, as he faced off against Fengxian above. With a swift rotation, he executed a downward slash. The intense pain jolting Fengxian back to consciousness. Before he could react, Kenshin leaped slightly upward, gathering his strength for another strike. His blade imbued with a fierce blue energy, manifesting the crescent moon slash. It was truly a transformed and enhanced strike. Dragon hammer flash. With a leap that elevated him above Fengxian, Kenshin's cold gaze was accompanied by the village rain, which descended mercilessly upon Fengxian, sending him crashing to the ground. Flying sword technique. 3 dragon chain. Accomplished. Crescent moon slash. In midair, Kenshin swung his sword upward. The sword's energy detonated the falling cannonball. Yet Kenshin could not dissipate the shockwave and lost control of his body, crashing to the ground, interrupted from his subsequent combo. There was no time to linger in battle. He knew that staying would be unwise. Kenshin sheathed his sword, his figure flickering, vanishing from the spot. Himura Kenshin. A voice echoed amidst the dust. Filled with excitement. No one has ever dealt me such a blow. A triple chain attack? A rare and formidable opponent. Don't think this is the end. Ha ha ha. Chapter 68. Pursuit? Escape? 10 Dragon Chain Finale. Ha ha ha. Boom. Boom. The sounds of explosions reverberated continuously as Kenshin dodged left and right. He evaded most of the blasts, but his body was inevitably splattered with debris, revealing his disheveled state. Suddenly, from the chaos of the explosions behind him, a figure burst forth. Muscles rippling with explosive power, wielding an enormous umbrella. It lunged directly toward Kenshin. Kenshin misstepped, flipping backward, his figure landing behind Fengxian before vanishing instantly. Dragon Tooth Flash. Without turning, Fengxian relied solely on instinct to open the gigantic umbrella, successfully blocking Kenshin's strike. In response, the umbrella's tip erupted with countless sparks. Kenshin deflected most of the bullets, evading with remarkable speed. He surged forward once again, simultaneously unleashing sword energy that shattered a cannonball midair, producing a thunderous roar. Ha ha ha. Fengxian licked the wound that had been grazed, quickly healing it. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he prepared for a full-force strike. The colossal umbrella slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Kenshin struggled to maintain his balance, barely leaping upward, but his unstable posture lacked the strength to regain equilibrium. Seizing the opportunity, Fengxian exerted force beneath him, shattering the ground as he leaped into the air, grasping Kenshin by the neck and violently slamming him down. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted once more. Without pausing, Fengxian descended with the posture reminiscent of a silver blade falling in DNF, smashing into the ground, causing cracks to spread across the surface. A jarring sound resonated as Kenshin barely blocked the umbrella's tip with his sword, the friction igniting sparks that testified to the fierce clash of power. Kenshin endured a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood in a state of disarray. How many times can the human body withstand my attacks? Feng Xian sneered cruelly. I will collect your sword and your head. They will serve as my trophies. This battle is one I shall savor. A rare and formidable human warrior. Tread carefully, lest your boastful tongue betray you, rabbit. With a teasing smile, Genshin remarked. Do you truly believe victory is already within your grasp? Defiant, Feng Xian let out a cold snort, bellowing loudly as he propelled Genshin forward with all his might. The clash of blade against umbrella sparked a dazzling display. Genshin, forced by the impact, crashed through towering trees, blood spilling from his mouth. Eventually, he stumbled, coming to a sudden halt. With blood staining his lips, Genshin chuckled softly as a surge of energy enveloped his sword once more. Feng Xian's gaze narrowed. Having suffered a significant setback before, he instinctively retreated. Yet, Genshin did not launch his crescent moon sky strike immediately. Instead, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that the ship above remained oblivious to their presence. He concentrated the energy into his blade, generating a delicate layer of blue light. Show me your limits. As Feng Xian retreated, he activated his machine gun, unleashing a flurry of bullets. Genshin raised his hand. The blue light flickered briefly, and a powerful gust redirected all the bullets away. Feng Xian, Night Rabbit, is this truly all you've got? Genshin narrowed his eyes. As the mightiest race in the universe, the Night Rabbits, led by the strongest Night King, Feng Xian, how could they still struggle against a mere samurai after such a protracted battle? What right do you have to claim supremacy? True strength is not a title that can be conferred by lowly beings such as yourselves. This is a universally acknowledged truth. Feng Xian hoisted the colossal umbrella upon his shoulder. Then, I hereby declare, I speak solely for myself as a human. Genshin assumed the long-forgotten posture of the flying sword style. I refuse to acknowledge your claim of being the strongest. Who would care for your words, O feeble human? Feng Xian scoffed. It is precisely because we are weak that your path to dominance is obstructed by us. Genshin gathered his energy. Do not underestimate humanity. You mighty rabbit in the throes of heat. Ha! Bold words. I shall proclaim this across the universe. Feng Xian's murderous intent surged as a weak human. You dare to deny the Night Rabbit's title as the strongest in the cosmos. Your name shall be eternally etched in the universe, albeit in contempt. The flying sword style surged with newfound vigor. An unprecedented force erupted from within him. While he could not unleash his most powerful techniques, it did not imply that Genshin had grown weaker. On the contrary, his relentless pursuit of chain techniques had honed his skills in delivering relentless, tempestuous strikes. In an instant, he executed the soaring dragon flash. His figure vanished from Feng Xian's sight before he could react. A sharp pain pierced Feng Xian's throat as he glanced up at the sky obscured by tree shadows, witnessing Genshin beneath him, sending him soaring through the air. The sword slipped from Genshin's grasp, delivering a devastating blow as the hilt struck Feng Xian's vital point, eliciting a deafening roar from him. This was the Flying Dragon Strike, the Dragon Hammer Soaring Flash. Leaping into action, Genshin seized the falling Murakumo, diverging into an innovative continuous technique unlike the Three Dragons chain. The Dragon Hammer Flash Slash. His body spun rapidly, executing the second phase of the Tornado Flash, as the rotating blade kept Feng Xian suspended in midair, while the blood of the Night Rabbit rained down. Dragon Hammer Flash, tragedy. The ultimate skill, the final strike, yet not the end. This time, the blue energy hammer enveloping the Muramasa cleaved smoothly into Feng Xian. The blade lodged within the bones, bringing her crashing to the ground. With this strike, her previously clenched fist slackened, robbed of the strength to resist. The dragon hammer crashed down mercilessly. The impact echoed as Feng Xian received her most grievous wound. The force of the blow severed her left rib, causing her to emit a stifled groan of pain. Unwilling to be bound by fate, Feng Xian sprang to her feet, delivering a fierce punch to Genshin's chest, forcing him to cough up blood, even as the tip of his blade pressed against her heart. Dragon Tooth Flash. Genshin roared, enduring the agony, as he plunged his sword into the fractured rib of Feng Xian, mirroring her earlier treatment of him. He surged forward with great speed. After covering a distance, Genshin rotated his blade, the tip pointing skyward, and bellowed, "Dragon soars." Feng Xian, bewildered by the relentless chain of attacks, was once again propelled skyward. Shaken from her daze, she realized the gravity of her situation. It was too late. Tornado Flash. Jinshin shouted as he charged towards the spot where Fengxian was descending. The first strike cleaved through the massive umbrella she used to shield her body. The second blow swept it aside. The third landed heavily on her chest. A sequence of 9 strikes. Observing Fengxian being sent flying backward, Jinshin swiftly sheathed his blade, and the aerial swordplay posture was once again adopted. 10 dragons flash. The power surged. The finale of the continuous technique. 9-headed dragon flash. A straight beam of light sliced through the air, instantly dislodging the massive umbrella from Fengxian's grasp. As if triggered by some mechanism, the light fractured, transforming into 9 smaller beams that coursed through her form. Puff, puff, puff. Drip, drip. Whose blood is this? Whose breath is this? Jinshin beheld the Muramesa piercing Fengxian's chest, her body riddled with wounds, each a testament to her suffering. Until now, Fengxian had not drawn a breath. But now she gasped for fresh air, her bloodied body succumbing to dizziness. With a violent cough, she expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. Jinshin gazed at the hand that had penetrated his own body. Indeed, she was the Night King Fengxian, who, despite enduring such a barrage, still managed to mount a final counterattack. With a swift motion, he withdrew his blade, pushing Fengxian aside as blood spilled forth. Standing firm, Jinshin faced her, both gravely injured yet still fiercely locking eyes. The intent to kill simmering between them. Strongest? I have long since rejected that claim. Jinshin straightened his posture, declaring, even if humanity holds no significance in the cosmos, we possess something you have never known. Do you feel that sense of protection amidst your relentless destruction? Fengxian smirked. The Night Rabbits have been born into a world of slaughter and bloodshed since inception. This title of the strongest was carved step by step through murder. Moreover, although this match ended in a draw, I still declare, I have won. Fengxian gazed at the vessel soaring in the sky with a cold smile, expressing a sense of regret as she remarked, in the end, I have triumphed. Not necessarily, Kenshin replied with a peculiar smile. Suddenly, in a moment that left Fengxian in disbelief, the ship that had just begun its descent from the heights erupted in a violent explosion. From the woods came a light tapping sound. Is this truly you, Kenshin Himura, in such a disheveled state? Emerging from behind a tree, the diminutive figure of Shinsuke appeared. Arms crossed. If it were indeed you, perhaps you would be on the ground by now. On the other side, a silver-haired figure gradually stepped forth. Upon seeing Kenshin, drenched in blood, his eyes widened momentarily before returning to their usual demeanor. Hey, Kamaru, you rascal. Couldn't you have been a bit gentler when you caught me? From another direction, a figure covered in branches complained as he approached, casting a disgruntled glance at Kamaru. Ahaha, I may have exerted a bit more force than intended. It's just that I couldn't contain my excitement at my long-awaited entrance. Kamaru, also adorned with branches, chuckled while scratching his head, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Kenshin turned to the stunned Fengxian and declared, so, at this moment, who truly stands victorious? In my lifetime, I have never known defeat. Fengxian proclaimed as she picked up a massive umbrella, her imposing aura causing Gintoki to significantly temper his demeanor, staring solemnly at her while releasing his own presence. One could assert that even a complete Fengxian could never escape from the encirclement of such formidable beings as Azura, Yasha, the demon, and the unvanquished nobleman. Not a single soul exists in the entire universe who could. ISNT failure, quite an exquisite experience. It is precisely due to my numerous failures that I have gradually mended myself, ensuring I no longer endure the sensation of defeat. Kenshin straightened his posture, sheathing his sword. Muramesa, you should depart. Do you pity me? Fengxian sneered. Have I truly fallen to the depths where I require sympathy? Carry back a message. Kenshin turned, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Humanity is not the most feeble existence in the cosmos. As he pivoted, Gintoki walked alongside Kenshin, adding, yet, we are far from being a formidable presence. Shinsuke mirrored Kenshin's stance, asserting, indeed, we are but the epitome of mediocrity. The figure draped in branches, arms crossed, aligned himself with them. We shall instill fear in the celestial beings who know not what it means to protect. Kamaru, chuckling as he scratched his head, walked at Kenshin's right. So, take this back. Savor the taste of this dread, whether it be the heavenly path or the celestial beings. Any who dare to harm those I hold dear must reckon with the sword in my hand. X5. The 5 mightiest individuals of the age walked in unison. leaving behind a trail of flickering embers and the silently looming night rabbit. This radiant legend, accompanied by infinite thoughts, would later be hailed by future generations as the miraculous tale. In truth, they were simply the ostentatious quintet. Chapter 69. Uchiha Obito and Kenshin Himura are alike. After their showy display, as the five departed, Kenshin suddenly found his vision darkening, uncontrollably stumbling forward. Alarmed, Shinsuke and Gintoki simultaneously caught Kenshin, their voices laced with urgency. Kenshin? Kenshin? He must have sustained grave injuries. As the figure crouched down, they gazed at the unconscious Kenshin, their eyes reflecting the chaotic wounds adorning his body. So, should they carry him back to seek that individual? Gintoki's tone was laden with complexity. Ah, indeed. The most proficient physician currently in the camp is none other than Missen. Silent, Shinsuke hoisted Kenshin onto his back and addressed the others, remarking on the considerable exertion everyone had endured during the recent battle. Allow me to take charge from here. Shinsuke, to where are we retreating? Gintoki inquired slowly. Yurika Mountain. The confusion in Kenshin's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by the increasingly clear outline of the beams above. He felt a moment of disorientation as he noticed the sounds of someone tidying up nearby. Kenshin called out, his voice imbued with complexity. At the sound of his voice, An's body trembled slightly, and her pace in organizing her belongings quickened noticeably. Kenshin raised his voice, fixing his determined gaze upon her, stopping her actions, and did not turn around. Her long purple hair shimmered in the sunlight, casting a radiant glow that left Kenshin momentarily entranced. Are you planning to come here several more times? Her tone dripped with disdain, yet upon closer inspection, there was an undercurrent of a different emotion. Kenshin was perplexed, and perhaps An was unaware as well. I have no choice but to return. Kenshin propped himself up, glancing at his body, which was wrapped in bandages, and managed a bittersweet smile. In war, those with greater strength often bear heavier responsibilities. A reckless endeavor. And scoffed. Do not presume that I spared your life because of any merit of yours. I understand. Kenshin rose and began to don his blue attire, determined to persevere despite his numerous injuries. I return this to you. And, with her back turned towards Kenshin, tossed an object to him. He hurriedly caught it, realizing it was his short sword, Murasame, and looked at it in confusion. Have you forgiven me? You once stated that you would personally slay me with this blade. After the war concluded, I heard of your plight, and replied, lifting a medical tray adorned with essential supplies. Without this blade, you found yourself in dire straits. Do you not have another sword to wield? Here, I return it to you. Do not forget, your life is mine. I shall personally ensure you meet your end at the grave. Understood. Kenshin secured Murasame at his waist. I will not perish. He watched as Kenshin exited the room. Turning, and observed Kenshin's retreating figure, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions, as she beheld the diminishing sight of him, where intent to kill and heartfelt concern intertwined. Feeling the weight of her gaze upon him, Kenshin walked away without looking back. Was this not a fine outcome? You are the one I vow to protect. Regardless of whether you scorn me or threaten my life, I shall remain silent. Your cold mockery is, in its own way, sufficient for me. What should I say to you? Kenshin pondered. Sister In. So it turns out that Lord Kenshin is the one you have been yearning to slay? Just as In's thoughts swirled, a curious nurse nearby inquired. In Weiwei let out a soft murmur, and Xing chose not to elaborate further. But Lord Kenshin is our idol. Why would Sister Xing want to kill him? The little nurse inquired once more, bewildered. This is a tale from long ago. Xing's voice grew somber, before she dismissed it with a casual smile. Well, he's so powerful, it's likely impossible for me to kill him. Besides, if I truly wished to harm him, wouldn't I have acted just now? As she pondered, a silence enveloped her. Wait, why didn't I act then? Hey, brother says that the deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. The little nurse remarked innocently, igniting a spark in Xing's silence. She exclaimed, her usually gentle demeanor rare to witness in such fury. Get back to work. Gossiping here is pointless. You should be focusing on how to treat the patients. Tears welling in her eyes, the little nurse gasped. Perhaps she had never anticipated that the always gentle Xing could unleash such anger. Sister Xing, are you angry? Upon seeing her distress, Xing's tone softened, restoring her tender nature. How could I be? You're my favorite. Hee. But please, refrain from such talk in the future. That scoundrel and I are forever incompatible. Do not mention him again, all right? With a beaming smile, Xing affectionately patted the little nurse's head, who, despite the tears on her cheeks, nodded sheepishly. What are you doing here, Asong? Kenshin stepped out of the small room and immediately spotted Asong standing beneath a tree, prompting his puzzled inquiry. This is Irika Mountain. Asong disregarded Kenshin's question, continuing to speak to himself. The terrain and position here are quite unfavorable for us. Unfavorable, you say? Kenshin pondered briefly. Then let us retreat. The farther, the better. Hee hee. Asong chuckled as he stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Kenshin. All this time, I've wanted to ask you a question. Huh? Kenshin looked at Asong with curiosity. Asong then pulled out the latest issue of Jump, pointing to its content. Though the war has erupted, causing the release of Jump to dwindle to a mere issue every month or two, Gintama continues to watch diligently, influenced by him and Chizuru. I've watched it too. So what are your thoughts on this person? Asong indicated the image of a man holding a fan, his face marred with wrinkles, Uchiha Obito. Kenshin slowly repeated the name, reflecting in silence before lifting his head to inquire with a smile. What do you mean by that, Asong? Have you even dropped the honorific? Asong sighed. Like you, he aims to destroy the world after losing his most cherished loved one. Don't you think that's quite similar to you? 2 years ago, I indeed harbored thoughts of world destruction, but not anymore. Kenshin gazed at the image of the figure cradling his beloved, mirrored in the blood-red lake, his expression numb. I am not like him. Though our motivations may align, our paths diverge. Let that fool Naruto perish. The diminutive Cheyenne tore the Jump in his hands. Although my childhood was fraught with sorrow and my origins are tragic, I have merely endured a few years of pain. But what of Obito? He has suffered for over a decade. Here, Cheyenne subtly alludes to Kenshin, unrelated to the original Naruto. Thus, I lack his resolve. My suffering pales in comparison. I can only, with aspirations even smaller and more insipid than Naruto's, strive to live on. Kenshin gazed at Cheyenne. He aspires to become Hokage, while I merely wish to protect you all, including you, Cheyenne. So, in that moment of choice, whom did your heart truly select? Who knows? Cheyenne let the torn paper slip through his fingers. The answer, only you are aware. No one can safeguard anything perfectly without sacrifice. Should you face another choice someday? If only one among us could survive, whom would you choose? The meeting was to commence at the mountainside. Cheyenne spoke slowly. I apologize, my previous words were somewhat heavy. Ah, it's nothing, Kenshin replied with a smile, casually ruffling his hair. What shall we discuss? Iryu Mountain is far from a safe haven. We can remain here no longer than a morning. We must retreat by afternoon. However, we have some disagreements among us. In the rear forces, disputes persist, necessitating our collective deliberation. Understood. Let us proceed. With that, Kenshin took a step forward. As he passed Cheyenne, he failed to notice the sarcasm and mockery gleaming in Cheyenne's eyes at that moment. Chapter 70. The First Mission, The Battle of Iryu Mountain. Oh. Just as the final members have arrived, the wigged figure observed Cheyenne and Kenshin entering and paused before continuing. According to intelligence from our scouts, the shogunate has allied with the celestial beings, dispatching an initial army of 3,000 outside Iryu Mountain. The warships are fully equipped, poised to encircle us. As he spoke, the wigged figure circled a spot on the map, and we have but this one route to traverse. He pointed towards a narrow gorge at the foot of Iryu Mountain. Though perilous, this is our sole escape. We must take the gamble. Kenshin and the others glanced over. Indeed, at the mountain's base, a long gorge led to the distant exit, creating a significant chasm with the surrounding terrain. Should those above discover us down below, it would undoubtedly spell doom. This posed a considerable risk, causing Cheyenne, Gintoki, and the others to furrow their brows in deep contemplation. Now we must deliberate on who will hold back and who will withdraw to seek reinforcements. The wigged figure surveyed the surroundings, yet I must state beforehand, only fewer than 300 can remain behind. What? Gintoki, Kenshin, and Cheyenne exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions tightening as they exchanged troubled glances. Takasugi cannot go. The wigged figure spoke with authority. We must rush out with utmost speed. Takasugi, your Oni army is elite. This task can only be accomplished by you. TCH. The diminutive Shansai acknowledged the truth in the words of the wig, unable to refute them, and could only grimace in frustration. Moreover, Chinsha, I have a more pressing task for you. The wig declared solemnly. The shogunate has dispatched 1,000 troops to attack, but there are still 3,000 more advancing from the rear. I need you to lead a portion of our forces here to hold them back. Ahaha, no problem. Chinsha responded, surveying the densely forested area in silence for a moment before bursting into laughter, appearing utterly unconcerned. And you, Kenshin, you are too severely injured. This time, I cannot allow you to participate in the rearguard mission. The Whig feigned ignorance of the meaning in Kenshin's eyes and resolutely stated, thus, it will be silver time, and I who will take the rear. Huh, are you joking, Whig? With your combat prowess? Even with my injuries, I could easily defeat you. Just obediently partake in the rescue mission. The rearguard is for silver time and me. Kenshin firmly opposed the Whig's plan, countering with conviction. It is not the Whig. It is Katsura. To deal with you, I have summoned my trump card. The Whig proclaimed with an air of righteousness. This matter has received Akane's consent. You cannot participate in the rearguard mission. I do not believe you. Kenshin clenched his fists. Whig, do not attempt to deceive me. It will take you another 10,000 years to succeed. If you doubt me, feel free to inquire. The Whig waved dismissively, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Kenshin, though still skeptical, fell silent and quietly exited, needing to seek out that woman for confirmation. Is this true, Whig? Silver Time inquired urgently after Kenshin's departure. In truth, if Kenshin did not go to the rear, the others could breathe a sigh of relief. He had been far too reckless. Of course, it is a fabrication. The Whig replied slowly, observing Silver Time's expression of incredulity. But I have faith that Akane will echo my words. I possess that confidence. All right. Noticing Silver Time was about to speak further, the Whig hastily waved a hand. Remember, we have an hour of rest remaining. After 1 hour, the celestial beings and the shogunate will not care whether we are well rested. So let us each make arrangements according to the plan discussed. With a gentle slice, a notification chimed. Task trigger successfully activated. World plot task, the Battle of Iroka Mountain. Task 1. Ensure that Silver Time and the Whig in the rear do not perish or get captured. Completion reward. Unlock subsequent world plot tasks. Gain 1 opportunity to converse with the future. Task 2. Ensure the safe retreat of the injured and medical units. Completion reward. Ability to heal 1 severely injured individual. Receive a hint for the next Fate task. Task 3. Safely arrive at the Chashingumi base. The more individuals who arrive, the greater the reward. Kenshin gazed at the suddenly appearing system panel, realizing that a great battle was inevitable. However, the most perilous task lay with Silver Time and the Whig in their rearguard mission. He could not guarantee they would hold out until Shansai returned with reinforcements. But what about Akane? Akane. He forcefully pushed open the door, observing Akane explaining something to the young nurse. With a stern expression, Kenshin said nothing and pulled Akane outside. He needed to ascertain the truth behind everything the Whig had claimed. What are you doing? As they reached the door, and resolutely shook off Kenshin's hand, her face cold as she inquired, will you allow me to participate in this endeavor? Considering the need for restraint, Kenshin could only respond gently. Although unaware of the source of the sentiment, An's heart truly wished to prevent Kenshin from joining this task. What purpose do you serve by going? After all your relentless striving over the past 2 years, isn't it merely to hasten your descent into hell? I shall not grant you that opportunity. I intend for you to live with the burden of guilt in this world. However, Kenshin was unwavering, declaring, I have my own compelling reasons to partake in this mission. This marked his first moment of disregard for An's feelings. Very well, then you may as well kill me first, An exclaimed, drawing the sword, Murasame, from Kenshin's waist. Was this not the blade that brought ruin upon everything? Come. My absence will not be missed. Grasping her wrist, Kenshin maintained his composure, stating, do not force my hand. But it is you who is compelling me, and retorted, positioning Murasame against her neck. Engaging in those fatal tasks only serves to deepen your desire for death, doesn't it? So that you may dwell below in bliss while leaving me alone in this world? You shall not succeed. That is not how I perceive it. I have reasons that compel me to act as such. Kenshin's eyes betrayed his anguish. I only know that you are persistently courting death, and seized Kenshin's hand, placing it against her own throat, urging, come now. Is it not a fitting fate for sisters to perish at the hands of one another? Kenshin's hands trembled. I won't go. With a swift motion, he plunged Murasame into the ground and exited without looking back, his figure shrouded in melancholy. I have lost everything. Aishin, Chenfei, brother Jihua, uncle An, and knelt, burying her head between her knees. We have always fought for one another, yet why do you continually seek death? Is my existence truly so insignificant? You are all I have left, my adversary. Though relying on her nemesis, the one who had slain her sister, he now moved forward alone, reflecting upon the vanished companions and the promises they once held. Chapter 71. A Reunion, you wretch. I cannot fathom why I am so concerned about you, when my heart should belong solely to teacher Sanyang. When did it begin that you began to rival him in my affections? Kenshin, I shall drag you down with me into the abyss. Takasugi Shinsuke, why do you obstruct me? Gintoki, witnessing the unfolding drama from the concealed thicket, faced Takasugi. The atmosphere between them was rife with tension. You must not do this. Your actions will only deepen his suffering. Gintoki implored, his usual lethargy replaced by an earnest gleam in his previously listless eyes. Why? Why can none of you understand me? Takasugi furrowed his brow. That woman is the source of all his pain. If only she were eliminated, everything could be resolved. Better a swift pain than a lingering one. I fear that if you proceed down this path, we may never return to the way things once were. The wig-clad individual spoke slowly. At this moment, Chika spoke up. Some matters require the individuals involved to gradually comprehend. These two people are undeniably awkward. Even if he despises me, I must proceed. Aisuke tightened his grip on the blade. I do not know when I began to think this way. It is time for all of this to come to an end. Takasugi. Gintoki fixed a piercing gaze upon Aisuke. If you choose to do this, I will undoubtedly kill you. I do not wish for either of us to intervene in his affairs, as it would only serve to deepen his suffering. The hand resting on the hilt tightened. Since the moment he acquired this sword of Master Matsuyama, Gintoki had imbued it with profound significance. Each strike serves to protect those I hold dear. Every slash is a testament to our samurai spirit. Therefore, I beseech you, do not interfere. Gintoki looked at Aisuke, his eyes unwavering as ever. I may not slay her. Aisuke sheathed his sword. However, that does not signify my surrender. I do not share your resolve. I shall rescue him in my own way. I do not know when it began, but he has slowly begun to catch up to Master Matsuyama's footsteps, matching the shadow of the most profound figure in his memories. Yet, this cannot be allowed. If I cannot eliminate you, then let us both descend into hell together. Wait, look at that. Chika suddenly shouted, startling all present. Before anyone could react, Chika swiftly drew his sword and dashed towards Anzu. With a resounding clash, Chika's strike was forcefully parried. However, true to being one of the strongest, his powerful blow forced the assailant to take several steps back, precisely as the assailant desired. Seizing Anzu, who had collapsed on the ground, the assailant was unwilling to linger, eager to depart swiftly. Yet, Chika was not one to yield easily. With a powerful side kick, he struck down the assailant's leaping foot. Without hesitation, he reversed his grip on the sword, slicing horizontally. The assailant remained unfazed, opening his palm. To Chika's astonishment, he caught Chika's katana in a swift motion. Before too long, several individuals, caught off guard, sprang into action. Gintoki leaped and delivered a fierce downward slash. Aisuke and the wig-wearing individual flanked from both sides, lunging forward. Yet, the assailant seemed to have anticipated this scenario. Stomping one foot down, a gust of energy burst forth. He evaded Chika's assault, and with a swift motion, a Gatling gun materialized in his hands. Gintoki's eyes narrowed dangerously, quickly swinging his sword to create layers of defensive barriers. The sound of clashing echoed as Gintoki was forced to the ground. Gintoki, are you all right? Chika shouted anxiously, while Gintoki replied leisurely. Do not worry, I am fine. May I inquire as to your identity? Gintoki lifted his head. The calm indifference in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with lethal intent that provoked the assailant's ire. The white demon, Sakata Gintoki, chuckled ominously, tightening his embrace around Anzu. And what of Azura? Is it not the blade bearer? You dare to approach only when the sword spirit is no longer present. Truly, you are a feeble creature. The wig-wearing individual unleashed a torrent of ridicule towards the assailant. Unexpectedly, that person calmly admitted, indeed, if it weren't for the recent incident, I would have never realized that the Blade sect harbors such a vulnerability. I advise you to let go of that woman. Although I cannot fathom why she refrains from resisting, do you possess the confidence to emerge alive in the face of our encirclement? The diminutive figure licked his lips, his tone dangerously laced. Oh, indeed, the miraculous quintet, the most formidable of the Shinsengumi. It appears I am ensnared in a perilous situation, he remarked, standing amidst flames that erupted beneath him. yet his demeanor remained unperturbed. So tell me, do you still harbor such confidence? As his words faded, the cacophony of battle cries surged, prompting a shift in the expressions of the individuals with wigs. Are you not going to lead your subordinates into battle? Without you, the so-called Shinsengumi are merely a rabble, a newcomer taunted. Make your choice. Humph. In an instant, Gintoki vanished, not departing but reappearing above the newcomer, delivering a fierce strike once more. Utter nonsense. With a slight adjustment of his stance, he evaded Gintoki's attack, disdain evident in his voice. Or do you believe you can defeat me within such a limited time frame? I wonder where your confidence stems from. With a flick of his hand, a machine gun materialized, soaring to an altitude beyond their reach. Then, continue to hesitate. I am indifferent. Despite the silence, the urgency was palpable in their exchanged glances. Humph. The diminutive figure scoffed coldly before sprinting away. Hey, Alway, the wig-clad individual shouted, yet failed to recall him. Observing the now vacant side of their encirclement, he felt a headache brewing. What shall we do about Gintoki? You all go on ahead, Gintoki declared, brandishing his sword. I will confront him here. As he spoke, he discreetly whispered something into the ear of the wig-wearer. Ah, I see, the wig-wearer exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Then, Chizuru, come with me. Ha ha. Though I know not why, it seems you have concocted a plan, so I shall refrain from meddling. Chizuru chuckled foolishly as he departed alongside the wig-wearer. But just as they left Gintoki's side, he murmured in a voice inaudible to ordinary ears, just don't die. Humph, I am not so easily perishable. Gintoki retorted with a cold smirk, gazing at the figure high above. Hey, with such capabilities, have you undergone modifications? Ah, indeed. You've transformed into a mechanized being. How curious. What of your previous self? He inquired, his tone mocking. Your mother in the countryside weeps for you, a disloyal son. Oh, but I am a celestial being. The other responded with a peculiar smile. And don't you find my voice rather familiar? Familiar? Gintoki paused, and before he could ponder further, the next utterance ignited the depths of his buried fury. The child who wept heartbreakingly that night, as the mask was removed. Though the visage differed from his memories, that smile and familiar appearance would forever be etched in his mind. Oh, I have encountered the person I have longed to see the most. A dangerous glint sparkles in my narrowed eyes, a murderous intent surging to unprecedented heights. Liang Cheng. Humph. Bayacha must be in great pain for failing to protect Matsunaga. Ha 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 ha. The figure vanishes, and with all his might, even unleashing a burst of power. Gintoki's eyes are filled with a dense web of blood vessels, a chilling aura of lethal intent, all for the sole purpose of utterly eliminating the one before him. The very person who took Matsunaga-sensei from him. With a single stroke, Liang Cheng has yet to react. Sinai. Chapter 72. His form resembles that of a night demon, his stance akin to that of a devil. At this moment, unaware of what has transpired on Akira's side, Kenshin walks alone towards the battlefield, lightly tracing the shallow scars on his face, lost in silent contemplation. If it were you, what choice would you make? I long to see you once more. Thoughts swirl in his mind, her smiling face, her singing, her dancing, her voice seemingly etched into his memory, impossible to erase. If I cannot hold the rear, what else can I do? Kenshin silently questions himself, and finding no alternative, he slowly sits down, lost in thought. The scene shifts back to Gintoki. Useless. With a slight shift to the left, Liang Cheng evades Gintoki's slash, and before he can unleash a triumphant laugh, he is startled to discover the jetpack beneath him suddenly emits a series of crackling noises, causing him to uncontrollably veer to one side. Humph. Dealing with someone like you truly requires a bit of wit. The disheveled Gintoki gazes up at the flustered figure, his bloodthirsty eyes radiating a crimson glow. You have no aerial maneuvers, so you opted to disable my flight capabilities first? Liang Cheng's expression darkens. He had thought that aside from that pesky Himura Kenshin, being able to fly would render him invincible. Who would have anticipated that this fellow would be so cunning? That is precisely due to your overconfidence. Gintoki raises his sword with one hand, addressing Liang Cheng. Thanks to your initial bravado, this battle is no longer destined for an impossible outcome. Bayacha, do not underestimate me. With a furious shout, Liang Cheng raises his hand, revealing a device resembling a launcher aimed at Gintoki. A chill runs down Gintoki's spine as he senses the impending danger, hastily leaping away from his spot. Just as he escapes, he is met with a scorching wave. Forced to roll on the ground to evade, He eventually raises his head to regard Liang Cheng, whose arm is still smoking. A lightspeed cannon, haha, by Yacha. Come at me again. Laughing maniacally, Liang Cheng does not grant Gintoki a moment to react, immediately firing another round. The red projectile hurtles towards Gintoki with alarming speed. Daring not to confront it head-on, Gintoki can only roll away yet again. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of attacks. The continuous cannon fire overwhelms Gintoki, leaving him gasping for breath as he desperately evades. In this moment, Gintoki begins to loathe himself, resenting the fact that he lacks the qualification to wield sword energy. The power of a grand swordsman. Boom. This is the closest explosion to Gintoki yet. The ensuing cloud of thick dust completely drowns out his voice, while Liang Cheng appears increasingly uneasy. With a few more cannon blasts directed at his opponent, the assault finally ceased. His gaze, sharp and piercing, fixed upon the ground below. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared, and Liang Cheng smirked, confirming his expectations. The White Knight demon was still alive. Fire again, he commanded, obliterating the approaching light. As he erupted into a proud, boisterous laughter, he reveled in the thought that the White Knight demon would meet his demise at his hands. But just as his laughter echoed, a fierce gust of wind swept in, striking Liang Cheng squarely in the face and sending him hurtling backward. Yet he maintained a semblance of a grin. Ah, my apologies, I was merely being mischievous. Silver Time teased, tossing a small stone and catching the falling apricot from midair. While he scratched his ear, grinning mischievously. I know you're not dead, so could you enlighten me on how you managed to incapacitate that woman? In the swirling dust, a shadowy figure became discernible, and Silver Time narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flickering to life once more. For that, you must inquire with the phantom demon. I have nothing to disclose, Liang Cheng replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly indifferent to Silver Time's inquiries. Phantom demon? Who is that? Silver Time inquired nonchalantly. With a sly tone, Liang Cheng responded, the notorious destroyer of planets in the universe. Their target this time is Earth. Nanny, Silver Time exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Boom. A powerful strike sent the astonished Silver Time flying, blood spraying from his back. Before he could react, he saw Liang Cheng's soul jet pack accelerate beneath him, propelling straight towards Silver Time. A formidable punch sent him hurtling away once more, and this time, Silver Time could not grasp the apricot, which too flew away from his reach. Seize her. The White Knight demon and the beloved of Ashura must not escape. Liang Cheng bellowed to his allies before launching himself toward the still hovering apricot. Just as he was about to seize it, a katana came crashing down. If he forcefully grabbed the apricot, his hand would surely meet a disastrous fate. Reluctantly, Liang Cheng withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. Observing the newcomer, a figure of unremarkable black hair, clad in a black kimono, their katana embedded in the ground while cradling the apricot. Oh, my dear lady cannot be taken away by you. I have been instructed by Captain Takasugi and others to wait here for quite some time. The newcomer chuckled, scratching his head. Who are you? Liang Cheng shouted in a fit of frustration at having his plans thwarted. The vice captain of the Demon Soldier Brigade, Kuroki Yasunori. A soft voice whispered in his ear. Liang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see the tip of a blade protruding from his chest. You. Stunned, he turned around, only to find the ally who had come to assist him now slain on the ground. Silver Time had closed in from behind, his blade piercing Liang Cheng's body. The once pristine white robe was now drenched in crimson, the splashes of blood creating a hauntingly beautiful pattern that would become the legend of the White Knight demon. Ah, Silver Time, truly. You must know this was my first official appearance. Kuroki lamented, scratching his head and casting a dissatisfied glance at Silver Time. Ah, there is no way around it. I am on the verge of losing my composure. Gintoki drew his sword, allowing the lifeless figure of Ryoko to collapse to the ground, and slowly remarked, I fear that if I wait any longer, I will be unable to refrain from dismembering him. This cannot serve as an excuse for merely claiming a kill. Kuriko, with a resigned shrug, helped the still unconscious Akane. What shall we do, Lord Gintoki? I need to search this guy? With a swift shove, Kuriko was pushed aside. And in that fleeting moment, a black blade pierced Gintoki's vision, subsequently embedding itself in his abdomen. Before he could comprehend the situation, Gintoki grasped the arm that had thrust the blade into him, and, without a glance, retaliated with a fierce strike. His blade met the intruder's body, yet merely inflicted a shallow wound. Who are you? Who are you? Gintoki bellowed, his form reminiscent of a fierce demon, his stance akin to that of a devil. The newcomer, clad in a mask that concealed any expression, remained silent, revealing only an emotionless gaze. Suddenly, a potent surge of energy emanated from the black blade in the intruder's hand, piercing through Gintoki's body entirely. Chapter 73, Tensei / and the Void. The air pressure had scarcely manifested before it was abruptly interrupted by another force. Gintoki coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground when a shadow emerged and embraced him. It was Kuriko, finally reacting. The intruder paid no heed to Gintoki and Kuriko, instead casting a glance at the fallen Akane, and without hesitation, swung the blade. Clang! The strike was thwarted by another sword, and the intruder paused. Observing the newcomer, characterized by a red ponytail, clad in blue, wielding dual short swords, and bearing a brief scar across his face. It was undoubtedly the legendary protagonist. Gintoki, are you all right? Kenshin inquired, his gaze never leaving the intruder. He sensed that this person was 100 times stronger than Ryoko. Coughing, having been caught off guard and aided by Kuriko, Gintoki grasped his sword and faced the intruder. No problem. I can still fight. Aware that the foe before him was unparalleled, Kenshin dared not let Gintoki remain. With a steely gaze, he commanded, the others are surrounded. Execute our previous plan. Go. Yet, an unprecedented pressure emanated from the masked figure, causing Gintoki's hand to tremble around his sword. Though his mind remained fearless, his body involuntarily quaked. Trust me, Kuriko. I implore you. Gintoki glanced at Kuriko, who nodded in understanding and attempted to assist him away, but Gintoki hesitated, redirecting his steps toward Akane. At that moment, the chilling gleam of the intruder's blade solidified. A dark energy surged forth, violently propelling Kenshin away, followed by a swift downward strike. Moon Crescent Sky Charge. Almost unleashing his full power, Kenshin, still soaring backward, gathered energy in an instant, launching a fierce sword wave toward the intruder. As Su casually wielded his black blade, it clashed against the sword's aura, shattering it before Jinshin's incredulous gaze. The dragon's tooth flashed. There was no room for carelessness. With the speed enhancement from Dragon's Tooth, Jinshin charged forward rapidly, simultaneously shouting to Inshur and Heizi, Go, don't worry about us. Jinshin had never witnessed himself in such a disheveled state. Just how formidable was this opponent? And was his target Aki? Go. The blades met, as Muramasa clashed with the black blade. The scabbard shattered, and in Jinshin's sudden disbelief, Su deftly angled the blade, thrusting it into Jinshin's shoulder before he could react. Gripping Su's arm firmly, Jinshin's expression transformed, becoming razor-sharp. Heaven's Lock, Moon Slash. With a cold smirk, Su swung his hand horizontally, the blade sinking deep into flesh, leaving a long, gaping wound. Although Jinshin grasped Su's arm, he was utterly powerless to halt Su's onslaught. Observing Heizi hastily escorting Inshur away, Jinshin felt a sense of relief despite Inshur's continued commotion. The air around Muramasa surged, coalescing as he executed a horizontal slash. Su ceased his movement. His left foot struck Jinshin's chest with a speed that surpassed Jinshin's sword strike. Before Jinshin could retaliate, he was forcefully sent flying. Su did not pursue. He reappeared before Aki, swinging his blade to strike. Stop! A whirlwind erupted upon the ground. Jinshin, employing the second phase of Dragon's Tornado, charged at great speed. Su sidestepped. Yet Jinshin's full-force blow merely grazed the edge of Su's clothing. Boom! Failing to land the strike. Jinshin exposed an opening, and Su seized the opportunity. The black blade surged with energy. In Jinshin's astonished gaze, an immense wave of black sword aura ruthlessly propelled him away. Struggling to regain control, he barely managed to deflect the devastating black sword aura with Muramasa. Jinshin was pushed back relentlessly. Memories of Heaven's Lock, Moon Slash resurfacing in his mind. The eternally sealed skill, Crescent Moon Charge, had reached its pinnacle. The energy transformed into a dark hue. Who are you? As Su once again lunged towards Aki, Jinshin was filled with urgency. The Muramasa in his hand radiated a brilliant blue luminescence. The sword aura spiraled forth, shattering the black sword aura of Heaven's Lock, Moon Slash. Simultaneously, Jinshin's retreat halted as he reversed his grip on the blade. Nine-headed Dragon Flash. The ultimate technique reemerged. Jinshin, now a streak of light, surged towards Su, who seemed to sense the impending danger. Facing Genshin, the black blade's energy intensified, swirling around the blade in a relentless dance. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, the black blade spun, while Su's body twirled in tandem. In an instant, Genshin and Su collided, producing a cacophony of clashing weapons. The sounds of ringing metal echoed endlessly. Crash! Swish! Boom! The brilliance faded, revealing Genshin before Aki. His form tattered and torn, even the length of his ponytail reduced, blood spilling from his lips, yet maintaining a resolute demeanor as he gazed at Su. And Su, aside from the fabric Genshin had severed, during the clash of nine-headed dragon flash, a few strands of his hair had been cut, and while his clothes were slightly disheveled, he appeared utterly unscathed. Nine-headed dragon flash. For the first time, it had been countered. Who are you really? What is your connection to Rome? I recall that this Heaven's Lock, Moon Slash, was in Rome's possession. Kenshin swallowed a hemostatic pill to restore his injuries, while his gaze remained fixed on the approaching hollow. Given the worth of this blade, it could never be bestowed upon some irrelevant individual. Who are you? Struggling to fend off the hollow's slashing strike, Kenshin found himself forced to kneel, yet he defiantly raised his head and shouted, "Who are you, hollow?" "There is no need for answers," the hollow replied coldly. "If you cannot take this woman, then you may as well leave with your life." For Shura, I believe that Yamei would be rather intrigued. "Ah, I do not wish to know anything about Yamei. I only want to know," before he could finish. The hollow seized Kenshin by the head, lifting him effortlessly with a single hand. "Obstacles. Disappear," he declared, casting his gaze upon the girl on the ground, and swung his blade downwards. "Who gave you permission to harm her?" Kenshin bellowed, a surge of latent energy erupting within him. With a forceful push, he repelled the hollow, who staggered back but maintained his grip on the sword. Kenshin charged at the hollow with renewed vigor, executing a swift tornado flash, spinning 3 times before drawing his blade. Moon Crescent Sky Charge. The enhanced sword energy surged forth with a power 9-fold. The hollow, momentarily taken aback, calmly raised his sword, bracing against the onslaught of the 9-fold energy. His figure retreated explosively. Kenshin realized he could not muster even a single step forward. All his hopes rested upon this one strike. As he observed the battle unfold, he slowly noticed that the sword energy he had unleashed was diminishing in size and darkening in hue, inciting a foreboding feeling within him. Suddenly, he was startled to witness the sword energy vanish in an instant. The hollow, now motionless, regarded Kenshin with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. The black energy swirling around his blade, the Heaven-Lock Moon Cutter, had never been so potent, akin to a raging inferno. With an utterly detached tone, the hollow began to speak, and as Kenshin's ominous premonitions deepened, the hollow made a slight slash. The indifference in his voice belied the sheer magnitude of the impending attack. Absorbing the 9-fold power of Kenshin's sword energy, the hollow unleashed a strike with the Heaven-Lock Moon Cutter, augmented to its utmost limits. The sheer terror of such an assault resonated even from afar, with the violent black sword energy shattering the air and creating a thunderous roar. "Indeed," Kenshin bitterly remarked. "The Heaven-Lock Moon Cutter." Before he could finish, his figure was engulfed by the overwhelming black sword energy that obscured the skies. He barely had time to throw himself over in a desperate act of protection. PS2. Furthermore, the hollow's arrival was not for Kenshin, but for An. This was her fate. With absolute power, he crushed Kenshin, demonstrating the formidable might of the accompanying weapon. Chapter 74. The future and the present, nothing can change. The sword energy dissipated, leaving behind a scarred earth and a devastated forest, alongside Kenshin, who clutched him tightly. Bored, the hollow remarked apathetically, perplexed by Kenshin's actions. Meanwhile, Kenshin lay with vacant eyes, enveloped in darkness, yet gazing at the girl before him, the one he had vowed to protect. However, exhaustion overwhelmed him. "I am so tired. I just want to sleep for a while. My body aches. My bones must be shattered. It is impossible to continue." The fingers moved slightly. However, the village rain sword slipped helplessly from Kenshin's grasp. Was this the end of the final path of guardianship? Then let us proceed. The void embraced both individuals at the waist and strode forward. "You must be anxious." Kenshin, with a bittersweet smile, glanced at the swiftly retreating trees. At least, he thought, he had not entangled Gintoki in this fate. To protect one was already a victory. "Aki, do not fear. I will find a way to perish before you." In truth, The most optimal solution would be for us to depart this world simultaneously. Yet, alas, I cannot bring myself to harm you. Such an ending may not be so bad. He mused, to seek together in the afterlife. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Kenshin's eyelids fluttered open and closed intermittently, the world around him gradually fading to darkness. The last sensation etched in his memory was a sudden halt, followed by a vivid flash of red. The future transcended time and space, embodied by love and wisdom. I have finally arrived here. At that moment, a man with his hair tied back, clad in red, and bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face abruptly rose from the ground, expelling the grass from his mouth, and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Just then, the void arrived, halting in his tracks upon witnessing the man in red laughing heartily. Yo, check it out. Bring me a set of fried pancakes. The eccentric dancer leaped before the void, exclaiming, Uncle, your taste is dreadful to don such a tacky mask. Come. Fortuitously, you encountered me. Look at these splendid items. This is a Gugu mask. This one belongs to Obito. And here is a mask from Natsum. There are plenty more, far superior to your rustic mask. Walking down the street, people would say, what on earth is that? Such unique taste. Today, I am in good spirits, so I'll offer you a 999 discount. Choose any you fancy. An absolute bargain. The void remained silent, merely allowing the eccentric to pass, wishing to distance himself from this fool. Hey, uncle. The dancer's demeanor darkened. You spotted my hidden treasures. Do you not wish to buy? Really? Truly not interested? Oh no. My knife fell. What should I do? If the Shinsengumi sees this, I will surely be dragged in. Hijikata and that gorilla have been displeased with me for a long time, perhaps unable to bear the incessant chatter. The void quietly uttered 2 words, no money. Well then, I'm quite kind-hearted, you see. I often bring food to Madao-san, who wanders the park unnoticed. But speaking of which, what kind of creature is Madao-san? Eating a mix of cat and dog food? That must be a rare species. Should I turn him over to the zoo? Perhaps that would be a good choice. After all, Madao-san often goes hungry, mused the void. Now hurry home and bring me some money. I will wait here for you. I believe you will not betray my trust. Seeing the guilt on the other's face, he added, I suppose I could reluctantly accept something as collateral. Hand over these 2. As he spoke, he reached for Kenshin's body and Aki. Just then, a black blade slashed before the eccentric, forcing him back. Your actions trouble me greatly. Is this violent refusal of commerce? Is it truly? Ha. It has been quite some time since anyone stirred up trouble. A figure stepped forward, exuding an air of arrogance as they regarded the void, hands tucked into their breast. Are we finally going to take action? The nameless warriors steadied themselves, refusing to underestimate any opponent. With a thunderous roar, they declared an ultimate strike, gripping tightly onto the heavenly lock moonslaying blade. Sakurako's jam-filled bread. They shouted, tossing 2 loaves towards the void. The blade sliced through the bread effortlessly, and the void observed the newcomer with a placid demeanor, fully aware that this was merely a baiting tactic. However, you are not the person you once were. Remember that none from that era were entirely sane. Ahem. Enough of the jest. The newcomer chuckled sheepishly. Well, this is all the world's fault. And the world was created by the gorillas. Thus, all of this is the gorillas' fault. Hey, old chap, you might as well take out the gorillas. Additionally, as a friendly tip, bananas can create critical hits. Amaya can deliver a fatal blow. With a crescent moon slash, a black sword aura howled through the air. The newcomers slightly tilted their body, evading the sword's energy. What truly remarkable prowess. They remarked, lowering their tone. Isn't your target these 2? The void replied with a cold smile. As astute as ever. No wonder I fell back then, they said, casting a glance at the sword heart held by the void, then briefly observing Anzu, who seemed momentarily entranced. The name of the void remained elusive. Just consider me the authentic Himura Kenshin, they said, resting their hand on the blade, resigned. But for now, just call me Roken. Romaketsuro, ha. Lowering Kenshin and Anzu, the void steadied itself, sensing the aura of this whimsical individual. This was someone worthy of an earnest battle. Though unable to alter fate, I shall still strive to accomplish what I can. Roken glanced at Anzu with a complex expression, aware of the futility of change, cognizant that the outcome was already determined, yet harboring no regrets about it. Thank you, Xiaoyu, he murmured softly as he crouched down. Allow me to behold her once more. Come forth. X2. Chapter 75. The Future. The Present. The past. It seems you are already quite familiar with this technique. Roken lowered his stance, addressing the void with an air of nonchalance, flying heaven's sword style. The void, wielding the sword with one hand, faced Roken, wary and unyielding. Why so serious? I assure you, I won't deliver a lethal blow, Roken said, lowering his body, yet smiling as he ruffled his hair. In that fleeting moment, the void's figure surged with a gust of wind, instantly arriving before Roken, poised to strike. Clang. With an indifferent motion, Roken drew his sword, blocking the void's slash. Yet the force capable of sending the sword heart flying was imperceptible to Roken. Despite this, the void's gaze was captivated by the blade in Roken's hand. Reverse blade? One cannot discern if it's mockery or admiration, the void thought, instantly channeling greater strength. How could someone wield such a sword? Are you truly in your right mind? Oh, indeed, I have mentioned that I have emerged directly from the pages of a comic. After clearing my ears, I gazed with somewhat vacant eyes into the void. Seeing your earnestness compels me to take this seriously. I pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, I felt the formidable force of the Tiansuai being violently thrust back towards me, causing me to instinctively retreat a few steps. Swiftly and indifferently, I uttered the words, divine speed, nine-headed dragon flash. No sooner had I spoken than countless indistinguishable figures materialized, scattering around me, their blades striking from every direction. Initially taken aback, I soon managed a faint smile. The sounds of clashing blades echoed through the forest, resonating with an unending rhythm. Numerous corporeal figures seemed to encircle me, their relentless assaults resembling a tempest of sand and dust. To any other, blocking such an onslaught would be a formidable challenge, let alone withstanding the initial strike. Humph. In a moment of carelessness, the reverse blade struck my hand, leaving a bruise that darkened my skin. I let out a cold snort, flipping my weapon as the sound of clashing blades ceased. With astonishing speed, I appeared before each of the shadows wielded by Lang Jian, deflecting every attack. In such a high-intensity exchange, a moment's negligence could lead to a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom. The black blade entwined with dark currents, chaotic and profound. The reverse blade wound with crimson streams, brutal and inescapable. When the two collided, a resounding clang reverberated, sending shockwaves that ruffled the leaves of the surrounding trees. Earthly warriors, do you possess such strength? I inquired slowly. Such a formidable being, aside from the 12 of us, could not possibly exist. And yet, astonishingly, he is human. Thus, I reiterate, I have come from a comic. Lang Jian's veins bulged as the clash of blades ignited the most exquisite sparks. How many times must I repeat myself? You fool. Stop with the nonsensical chatter. With a furious shout, I struck fiercely, pushing Lang Jian's blade back, while simultaneously redirecting my own weapon to thrust at him. Unperturbed, Lang Jian swiftly rotated his reverse blade, drawing his scabbard into hand. Double dragon flash, thunder. What? As the scabbard swept past the Tiansuai, the opening in my defense was laid bare. In an uncanny maneuver, Lang Jian's reverse blade struck my chest. However, due to the nature of the blade, I could only stagger back a few steps under the sheer force. With the change in the double dragon flash attack, he must not have utilized it before. Standing tall, Lang Jian returned his reverse blade to its sheath, facing me with calm composure. You cannot harm me, nor can I harm you. How about we each take a step back? Leave those two to me. I chuckled. Alas, I seem to have nothing to offer you. My apologies. Humph. With one failed strike, I ceased my prattle. Twirling my black blade, dark currents surged forth as I raised my weapon skyward. The ominous energy surged towards the heavens. An imposing presence that commanded attention. Ah, indeed, a troublesome blade. I squinted, reflecting on the unfortunate loss of this weapon. Let this technique earn your respect. If it were Kenshin, it would undoubtedly be a clash of sword energies. However, for Ranjian, it was merely a display of the drawing stance, a distinctive posture of the flying sword style. As the howling wind approached Ranjian, it abruptly vanished, leading to two contrasting scenes, one beset by tempestuous storms, the other tranquil as a serene sea. This juxtaposition of movement and stillness embodied two extreme forms of power in attack. With a mighty roar, black energy coalesced within the blade. A single downward slash unleashed a torrent of dark energy that surged towards Ranjian, drawing ever closer, yet he remained unmoved. As it neared, Ranjian maintained his focus, advancing further still. His gaze sharpened, and the gathered momentum erupted instantaneously, akin to a typhoon of level 12, sweeping everything around him away. Simultaneously, Ranjian's foot pressed against the ground, the immense recoil fracturing the earth beneath him, propelling him forward at great speed, charging directly towards the sword energy. Was this a reckless gamble? Certainly not. Such an action merely demonstrated Ranjian's unwavering confidence. This strike of sword energy was sufficient to breach his defenses. Ultimate technique, Celestial Soaring Dragon Flash. The final move. The most formidable technique. The most extreme secret of the flying sword style. Unlike its customary application in Ranjian's hands, the Celestial Soaring Dragon Flash surged towards the adversary. With a fierce shout, he executed the strike. For a brief moment, his form paused. Then the reverse blade in his hand cleaved through the forefront of the sword energy. The fissure widened, the reverse blade lodged within. That crimson light sliced through the sword energy as if it were a cutting machine, splitting it in two. Ranjian emerged beyond the black energy, and as he did, the black sword energy was instantaneously divided. A resounding explosion echoed forth. In the incredulous gaze of the masked figure, the red light brushed past him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of internal devastation. The figure dared not linger. While he couldn't bring the person back, the mission had been accomplished, and there was no need to overextend himself. Moreover, the intelligence on this individual must be returned swiftly. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Resolute, the figure wrapped his black cloak around himself and vanished, leaving only the fluttering cloak behind, a futile remnant on the ground. Ah, truly formidable. Rising from a half-kneeling position, Ranjian sheathed his sword, initially believing his skills would allow him to defeat the opponent swiftly and unscathed. Yet, it proved to be quite the challenge. Shaking his head, he approached Kenshin and Akira, lifting both of them into his arms, silently tightening his embrace around Akira. He pondered about that individual, wondering how formidable he would become by their next encounter. Chapter 76. Long time no see. How have you been? You're awake? As Akira opened her eyes, she heard a soothing voice. Shaking her head and focusing on the red figure tending to the fire, she immediately became alert. Who are you? Why am I here? Akira harbored a strong sense of caution towards unfamiliar faces. Call me Ranjian. He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, yet he did not turn to meet her gaze, merely extending his hand towards her. Here, are you hungry? Silence enveloped the scene as Xing remained vigilant, her gaze fixed upon Lang Jian. Well, it is I who came to your rescue. Lang Jian turned with a hint of exasperation, presenting his face, strikingly identical to that of Jinshin, to Xing. In an instant, she gasped Jinshin. However, upon noticing the distinctive cross-shaped scar on his visage, she swiftly corrected herself, exclaiming, No, you are not Jinshin. His face bears no such scar. Oh, just consider me the last disciple of the dojo belonging to his distant aunt, effectively his elder brother, he said, patting his head and offering her a piece of perfectly charred chicken. Rest assured, my culinary skills have been acclaimed by the denizens of Kabukicho for their exquisite taste. Why am I here? Xing inquired, her wariness slightly dissipating as she accepted the chicken. Well, you were captured, and this fool came to rescue you, only to find himself overmatched, nearly losing his own life in the process. I happened to pass by and intervened. Lang Jian continued to tend to the fire, his tone imbued with an indefinable emotion. And Jinshin? Where is he? Xing looked around, her confusion mounting as she failed to spot him. Oh, he has sustained numerous broken bones over there. Lang Jian explained. You see, having come from the future, I possess a system that allows me to connect with my past self. I retrieved a healing bean from my pack. It's not particularly rare. Thus, after Jinshin was fed the bean, he was revived, fully restored. However, just as he was about to awaken, I inadvertently broke a few of his ribs, causing him to lose consciousness again. With narrowed eyes, Xing rushed towards Jinshin, examining him closely before urgently asking, what is wrong with him? Why isn't he awakened yet? Ah, perhaps he has simply overexerted himself, Lang Jian said, turning his face away with a hint of guilt. Hey, that's quite suspicious. Your expression. Xing seized Lang Jian's head, turning it to face her. It's nothing. He quickly spun his head back, prying her hands away while muttering. What an unlovable woman. What did you say? Xing found herself inexplicably drawn to him, unable to resist the urge to grow closer. Not to worry. As a well-meaning individual from Kabukicho, I assure you I possess both integrity and protection. Lang Jian chuckled, scratching his head. Madao-san often says, Lang Jian, you are truly too good to me, while shedding tears. Is it really necessary to be so moved? I suspect it was more of a tragic weeping. Xing shot him a sideways glance, perplexed. Kabukicho? What sort of place is that? Ah, it is a perilous locale. Lang Jian shuddered, shaking his body vigorously. It is a realm of reckless abandon, where the likes of a wild, untamed gorilla roam, alongside the most wretched of cat girls and aimless wanderers with vacant stares. Oh, and a Madao, a little rabbit, and spectacles. Far too many dangers abound. So, do not be fooled by my apparent strength. The survival rate there is less than half of what I would consider a life worth living. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lang Jian suddenly became frantic. Scratching his head, it seemed like a rather perilous place, he mused. After pondering for a moment, Xing smiled at Lang Jian. I genuinely wish to see it when the time comes. Oh, I will definitely go. Lang Jian's voice gradually softened until it became inaudible. What's wrong? Xing inquired, puzzled by Lang Jian's sudden despondency. Oh, it's nothing. What could possibly trouble me, Jian Lang? Haha. I was merely contemplating whether the fellows would be left speechless upon seeing a beautiful girl like you. Lang Jian almost slipped, hurriedly changing the subject. By the way, do you know the way back? I'm not sure, but I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon meeting you for the first time. Xing replied with a glint in her eye, smiling. Well, I suppose by Yacha and the others will come looking for us. Lang Jian mused, rubbing his chin uncertainly, while inwardly he thought, I truly wish to teach that Irizai and Gintoki a lesson. One is more of a Chinibu than I am, and the other. I must correct his dead fish eyes. The scene shifts to Gintoki and Isai, surrounded by a throng of celestials. Though fear flickered in their eyes, excitement surged at the prospect of vanquishing their most formidable foes. Back to back, Gintoki and the Whig panted heavily, fully aware they had reached the end of their journey. The Whig cast a sharp glance around, and subtly addressed Gintoki. It seems we can go no further, but rather than perish at the hands of the Celestials, it would be more honorable to die by seppuku. At this proclamation, the Celestials stirred restlessly, while Gintoki scoffed disdainfully. What foolishness! Rising to his feet with his sword in hand, he displayed an unprecedented determination in his gaze. Even the Whig appeared to be inspired. If there is time to ponder a dignified death, why not think of how to live beautifully instead? With a slight smile, the Whig stood up, contemplating that dying alongside this person might not be such a poor choice after all. With renewed fervor, they charged towards the encircling Celestials. Meanwhile, Isai received reinforcements, who were hastily making their way over. I just remembered. Lang Jian, sitting under a tree with his sword, suddenly exclaimed. It seems Gintoki and the Whig are in quite the predicament. Should I go retrieve them? As he pondered this notion, Lang Jian began to deliberate. Lang Jian, is this wise? You should remain seated under the tree. Hesitant, Lang Jian, not wanting Xing to sleep beneath the tree, suggested she lie above instead. But where would she find space atop the tree? Lang Jian exclaimed. I am a man of equal renown to Master Bei. No problem at all. With that, he patted the side of the sword heart resting under the tree and humorously waved at Xing perched above. With me here, your sword heart will be just fine. Well, could you share your story with me? Exclaimed Xing, excitement bubbling within her. It's my first time meeting a relative of this fellow. My story? Lang Jian was taken aback. Isn't it merely the tale you crafted? I want to hear it. Xing suddenly raised her voice. Ahem, let me ponder where to begin. Yes. Speaking of which, I share the same private academy with Kenshin. The exuberant Wang Jian exclaimed. You have no idea. Kenshin's aloof demeanor in his youth made him seem so mature, yet he was merely a little brat. Indeed. What else? Well, let me think. Later on, our private academy shut down, and I joined the activities of the Choshu revolutionaries, even before Kenshin. A great deal transpired after that, though I scarcely recall the details. It feels like a distant memory. Hey, it's obviously because you don't want to share, right? Nonsense. I, Wang Jian, am an honest person. Truly, I've forgotten. Utter nonsense. Memories aren't so easily discarded. You can't simply forget them. My mind is quite sharp. I regularly declutter my thoughts. Otherwise, the startup speed would outpace 999 of the brains in the nation. What on earth? How does such a mind even exist? Are you mentally impaired? Nonsense. The truly impaired is that foolish individual wearing a wig. And you are foolish too. Hey, Familiarity aside, should you continue this frivolous talk, I will sue you for defamation. Fool, 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 fool. Chapter 77. The time has come to part ways. Ah, my past, greetings to you. In an endless expanse of darkness, Kenshin wandered aimlessly, having traversed this space for what felt like an eternity, yet it seemed devoid of boundaries. Kenshin felt an increasing agitation, needing to verify certain matters. Though the masked figure rarely engaged in sword duels with him, there remained an unsettling familiarity in their every gesture. As Kenshin contemplated in silence, a light-hearted voice suddenly captured his attention. His gaze shifted to a figure clad in crimson, with a katana at his waist and a cross-shaped scar adorning his face. Who are you? Are you Himura Kenshin? From the original manga? Kenshin was taken aback. No, I am you. The figure shook his head, slowly approaching. With each step, the ground beneath him rippled as if disturbed from its tranquility. How so? Kenshin queried, pointing at himself in confusion. I have come to warn you. The figure stated coolly. In the battle against the Phantom, distance yourself as far as possible. Huh? Phantom? Who is that? Kenshin asked, bewildered. Thanks to you. Everything I possess mirrors your own. It is your stubbornness that birthed these two scars, he said, touching the cross-shaped scar on his face. Wang Jian fell silent for a moment, then continued, I understand the consequences of your choices all too well. What? What are you talking about? Kenshin shouted, his frustration mounting. I am yourself from 15 years in the future, Wang Jian slowly revealed. Didn't you know in your past life? Fate Shiro Amiya and Red A. Our existence is somewhat analogous. You claim to be me from 15 years hence? How is that possible? Kenshin, clearly incredulous, retorted. Time travel? If such an opportunity existed, if you truly are me, you would not neglect to undertake that endeavor. To save, perhaps? To alter everything that transpired back then. Perhaps death could have been averted? Lang Jian scoffed coldly, remarking, we are alike. Do you think I haven't tried? In truth, the most favorable outcome would be to depart with a self-deprecating smile. Lang Jian, feeling somewhat awkward, continued. The worst outcome would be the demise of Ensure and the others. There exists no scenario where one can save everyone without sacrifice. How will you choose between them? Bowing his head, Lang Jian's clenched fists turned pale, and the sound of dripping echoed around him, leaving Jian Xn momentarily speechless. When faced with such dilemmas, we instinctively choose to evade, to refrain from contemplating, thus rendering the situation irreparable. Lang Jian exhaled as if relieved. Promise me. Do not partake in the battle against the nightmare. Ah, then why did you, in that moment, choose to engage? Why participate in the nightmare battle? Jian Xin retorted. Out of responsibility, Lang Jian replied without hesitation. Is it truly wise to deceive yourself in front of me? Jian Xin scoffed, his gaze fixed intently on Lang Jian. If you do not go to rescue Ai Shan and the others, one of the four, Ensure included, will inevitably perish. Lang Jian lamented helplessly. Then let me convey my answer. I shall go, Jian Xin declared with unwavering resolve. Yet, in that instant, a katana struck Jian Xin's face with tremendous force, sending him flying. Fortunately, it was the reverse blade. Such an answer was already known. Why did I harbor any illusions about you? I hoped you would heed my words. Hoped you would comprehend my anguish. I was wrong. No, this is not a mistake. From the very beginning, I understood that this was an impossible endeavor. Then tell me, what do you expect for the future? Spitting blood, Jian Xin struggled to rise, casting a disdainful gaze at Lang Jian's figure. You have already begun to lose touch with yourself. How can you dare to say, you are me? Is it meaningful? Closing his eyes, Lang Jian's grip on the sword trembled incessantly. I constantly questioned myself. Was my decision back then right? I sheltered everyone, shouldering all the suffering. What was the purpose of that? Why do I bear such an obligation? Can I not contemplate my own desires? Am I not entitled to pursue my own happiness? Always thinking of Ensure, Ai Shan. Shinma, does that individual exert such a profound influence over us? This is the path we chose. Jian Xin closed his eyes. This road is destined for solitary existence. Once we chose to forsake, there was no turning back. We continue this way, protecting something with our own hands while simultaneously burying something else. I constantly remind myself, I must exist for the sake of others, to live within the dream of having saved everyone. All the while, I am dismantling my own happiness. My past. When will you awaken? Lang Jian shouted fiercely. This answer cannot reveal itself to you. Jian Xin drew his sword. Since you are me, then your heart must possess such an answer. For 15 years, you could not have been living in ignorance. What does your sword reveal as the answer? To my future self, then there is nothing more to say. I will undoubtedly stop you. The sword of Lang Jian was drawn. With your will, reveal to me my past. Why did you make such choices? Before commencing, Jian Xian inquired, are you well acquainted with that masked version of myself from the future? Ah, he is someone I would rather not see again. I can only say that the entity you encountered is not the true self, Lang Jian replied, her voice tinged with regret. I am sorry, but I cannot divulge anything about the future. Xiaoyu has strictly instructed me not to speak of it. The unknown is what makes life intriguing, is it not? Jian Xian observed the perplexed expression on Lang Jian's face and chuckled softly. It seems that significant memories have been sealed away. It is a choice made out of necessity. Lang Jian tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze fixed intently on Jian Xian. I recall that I have yet to master the Tianxiang Longshan, have I? I apologize. But I must conclude my life with an unfair battle. If only my abilities were sufficient, I might have returned to our childhood, which itself was a mistake. Oh, how I lament my fate. Do you truly resemble me? Jian Xian smiled, and simultaneously, they pointed their swords at one another. Let us engage in combat. Future, or past, self. Chapter 78. What use is your will? The first move was initiated. The atmosphere was immense. In the darkened space, the ground rippled like the surface of water. The two combatants did not seek a deadly confrontation. Instead, they aimed to defeat one another on a spiritual level. Longshan Flash. Longshan Flash. Both executed the same technique. Yet Jian Xian was sent soaring into the sky by Lang Jian's Longshan Flash, while Lang Jian refrained from following up. Observing Jian Xian's steady descent to the ground, she remarked to no one in particular, the same technique yields different results. Oh, even the choices made by similar individuals can diverge. Jian Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and watched as Lang Jian charged forward. Longya Flash. Calculating the distance silently, during the peak explosive power of Longya Flash, Lang Jian struck with Longwei Flash. A single blow from Longwei Flash deflected Jian Xian's Longya Flash to the side, while simultaneously, the reverse edge of her blade struck Jian Xian's chest with ferocity. Longya Flash was thwarted, and Jian Xian was sent flying. Why do similar individuals end up with different fates? Lang Jian pressed on, delivering a powerful downward strike. Jian Xian barely managed to block it, kneeling on the ground. Why do our stories differ despite being the same? As if struck by an epiphany, Jian Xian angled his sword to deflect Lang Jian's reverse edge and retaliated with a punch. In the past, Lang Jian reacted swiftly, her hand lightning fast grasping his fist and twisting it aside. No matter how you argue, it cannot alter the choice you made in your heart. Sacrifice. Lang Jian maintained her stance, mockingly stating, ultimately, you still regard Song Yang as more important. What nonsense. A headbutt collided with Lang Jian's forehead, blood splattering from both. Blood streamed past their eyes, yet they continued to gaze at each other. That situation was a choice made by Rong, not by me. Dare you speak such words to me? Lang Jian scoffed, her eyes filled with unyielding disdain. Truly, I loathe the hypocrite that I am. Your choice must have caused you heartache. At times, I secretly pondered how fortunate it was that it was not Song Yang. The blade trembled as it quivered on his lips. A wave of guilt washed over him for harboring such thoughts, leading him to project his love onto his sister instead. He spoke of wanting to protect her, yet in truth, it was merely a form of atonement for himself, a penance for the death of her sister. While he reveled in a twisted sense of schadenfreude. Is this not the essence of our existence? His head jerked back, delivering a forceful blow to Jinshin's forehead. Jinshin remained silent. He understood himself better than anyone else ever could. How many more lives must you extinguish before you find peace? With a swift motion, he broke free from Jinshin's hold, the reverse blade once again striking Jinshin's face, sending him reeling and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. What is it? Stand up. Refute me with all your might. Tell me it isn't so. Jinshin's heart echoed with the intensity of his words. Lowering his head, Lang Jian felt beads of sweat trickle down his face, indistinguishable as sweat or tears. Ah, because everything you say is true. I am indeed that kind of person, he confessed. Lying on the ground, gazing up at the sky. Do you know what the system's fateful tasks are? In truth, the system has never erred. It has always aided you through the most challenging of times. The root of all this turmoil lies within ourselves. Lang Jian spoke with a heavy heart. Isn't it better this way? To continue in tragedy, to live in a facade, burdened with guilt, existing for others, ensconced in a world of delusion, dreaming of heroism? Genshin stared vacantly at the dark sky overhead, devoid of even a glimmer of light, mirroring his own heart. We are all erroneous beings. Had we not arrived here, Xing would have married a wonderful man and lived in perpetual happiness, becoming a blissful woman. Though life may be tough, it would still be fulfilling. Unlike our shared fate of death, Langjian released his grip on the reverse blade. Do you understand, Genshin? My past. If we were to cease existing, there would be no what-ifs in this world. Staring into the abyss of the dark sky, Genshin closed his eyes. How have you spent these last 15 years? Encountering numerous events, experiencing joy. Were it not for the recent White Curse incident, I would not have sought you out. Langjian gazed intently at Genshin. Your future holds happiness. You shall live joyfully, alongside Xing, embracing a life without restraint. Ah, how splendid. If you were to kill me, surely you possess reasons that cannot be disclosed. Genshin propped himself up, rising to his feet, arms wide open as he looked at Langjian. In my life, if my future is destined to be nothing but tragedy, I would rather see everything revert to the beginning, akin to the essence of that manga, Gintama, back to the start. Without uttering a word, Langjian retrieved the reverse blade, turning its edge towards Genshin, stepping before him. Gradually, he plunged the blade into Genshin's abdomen, reminiscent of the initial moment when the knife entered his body long ago. The wait was interminable. Aside from the initial agony, Genshin felt no further pain, and after a prolonged silence, he finally heard a voice, one he had not encountered in many years. In astonishment, Genshin abruptly opened his eyes, only to behold a faint white glow illuminating the darkness around him, as though it were guiding him along his final path. Gently grasping the reverse blade of Langjian, Genshin, in stark contrast to Langjian's bewilderment, spoke with a tone imbued with nostalgia. It has been a long time. En, releasing his grip, gazed at Genshin and offered a faint smile. Since our last meeting, we have not crossed paths for 2 years. I have waited in this very place for you for 2 years. Genshin responded with a smile. That must have been a painful memory. Not at all. En shook his head, looking at Genshin. Throughout those 2 years, I have seen many things from your perspective. I harbor no resentment towards you. Even if your arrival here was entirely by chance, and even if this world is merely an illusory construct, I refuse to resign myself to a predetermined existence. He then turned to Langjian, his voice softening as he continued. Meeting you has never been a source of regret for me. Loving you is the greatest joy of my life. Therefore, please do not grieve for my sake. I have buried this pain for 15 years. I have always known that you, Genshin, never truly liked me. Your heart was always with your sister. How despicable of me to have shackled you in such a way. No, that was merely fondness. Langjian yearned to embrace him, but his form passed through Genshin, leaving him to lower his head in silence. Regardless, Genshin has always loved me. He mused, sticking out his tongue playfully. I appeared here to finally express what I was unable to say back then. As he turned, his form began to dissipate beneath him. I love you. Do not label my past self as despicable. My initial approach to your sister was solely for your sake. Bye, Genshin. I love you, B.Y. Langjian. Gratitude filled the air as the stars danced, transforming into countless celestial bodies, illuminating the dark expanse and painting the night sky with breathtaking beauty. This land, the scenery, and the gradually emerging grass. Are you telling me that you have become a part of my innermost being? Do not leave me in confusion. I have come to understand. P.S. Typing this out is quite a task for me. Additionally, I recommend the music Kagutsuchi from Naruto, particularly fitting for these 2 chapters. P.S. Furthermore, the future Genshin has not experienced this transformation. He has not encountered his past self from 5 years ago and has continued along a normal trajectory, leading to a completely different journey than the present Genshin. Thus, he believes that the anticipated conclusion begins to change at this very moment. Therefore, he has succeeded. Yet, from another perspective, he has also failed. For further details, please refer to the upcoming chapters. You shall discover the truth. P.S. Ahem. Consider this a thrilling surprise for you all. Chapter 79. Let me kiss you once, just once. Awake? Langjian observed as Xing opened her eyes, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose before chuckling. Ah, Langjian. Xing, feeling a bit bashful, smiled shyly. Then, with a hint of pride, waved her fist. What are you doing up there? Do you not know that it is quite rude to spy on a girl while she sleeps? Ah, well, Xing is simply too beautiful. I have been single for so long and have never witnessed such a sight, Lang Jin exclaimed. With a graceful leap from the tree, Lang Jin discreetly cast a glance at the still unconscious Jin Xian before fiddling with the campfire and retrieving a lump of clay. What is this, Lang Jin? Exclaimed Xing, who had also descended from the tree, curiosity evident in her voice. Let's not discuss anything else. I have unwavering confidence in my culinary skills, Lang Jin proudly proclaimed, forming his palm into a knife shape and gently tapping the clay, revealing a beggar's chicken. Wow, it smells delightful, Xing remarked, drawn in by the enticing aroma. Humph. You must know that my cooking is unparalleled in Kabukicho, Lang Jin boasted, though a hint of irritation seeped into his voice as he added, but that white-haired one. His teeth clenched as he continued. He always comes to mooch off me. It's infuriating. Every time he has money, he rushes off to play pachinko. Your comments about that white-haired one seem rather suspicious, Xing replied, eyeing Lang Jin with skepticism, before uncertainly suggesting, Gintoki? Huh, you're overthinking it. Lang Jin was taken aback by Xing's perceptiveness, almost impressed by her ability to read between the lines, though he did not wish for her to uncover the truth. There are plenty of white-haired individuals in the world. Besides, who is this Gintoki you speak of? I don't know him at all, haha. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you, he added, dismissively. Xing observed Lang Jin with a mixture of exasperation and amusement as he foolishly grinned. She tearfully tore off a small piece of chicken and began to eat it in small bites. Hey, leave some for me, Lang Jin exclaimed, lunging forward to snatch the food. It's been ages since I last had some. Is my route really correct? At that moment, having finished breakfast, Lang Jin and Xing were walking towards the campsite, with Jin Xian slung over Lang Jin's back. Although Xing claimed she recognized the way back, they had been wandering through the woods for quite some time. Lang Jin shot her a deadpan stare. Don't worry. If we follow this path, we will surely find Gintoki and the others. I promise, she insisted, noticing Lang Jin's evident skepticism. Who would have thought your tendency to get lost would manifest so soon? Jin Xian inadvertently commented, shaking his head. Hey, it sounds as though you're implying that I'll forever be directionally challenged. You're the one who's lost. Your entire family is directionally challenged, Xing retorted, hands on her hips, her tone fierce. All right, I want to argue, Lang Jin mumbled softly. Hey, I heard every word, Xing shouted, raising her fist threateningly, which landed a solid thump on Lang Jin's head, creating a noticeable bump that seemed to emit smoke. Ouch, that hurts. Can't you be gentler? He protested, wincing from the pain. Well, you brought this upon yourself for not listening, she huffed, striding ahead only to glance back at Lang Jin, who remained stationary, and added with irritation, Come on, hurry up. Really, you're impossible, Lang Jin muttered under his breath, hastily catching up with her. By the way, I just realized, you mentioned before, did we know each other back then? Xing suddenly turned around, as if a revelation had struck her. Ah, did I? I don't recall. Lang Jin replied nervously. You must have misheard. Hey, don't change the subject. You definitely said something. How could I forget? Xing exclaimed loudly. Ahem, I must have genuinely misremembered. In a moment of trepidation, Lang Jin feared that prolonged entanglement would reveal vulnerabilities. He deftly shifted the subject. Do you hear something approaching? Responded Xing, pausing to listen intently for a moment. It seems there really is a sound, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Could it be that Gintoki and the others have come looking for us? Has the battle concluded? Ah ha ha. After all, you are quite significant to them. Once the fight is over, they must surely come searching for you if you go missing, Lang Jin replied, instinctively slowing his pace. That's a relief. Honestly, if we continue walking like this, who knows when we might find them, Xing said, her excitement palpable as she grasped Lang Jin's arm. This is the perfect opportunity to introduce you to Jinsho and the others. Such a remarkable warrior. Ah, well, I'm not particularly interested in warfare, Lang Jin remarked. His gaze suddenly caught by a bright shade of green behind Xing, realizing that time was running out for him. As the shouts drew closer and the footsteps grew more urgent, Lang Jin felt a heaviness settle in his heart. Although he had altered much of the outcome, had time played a cruel jest on him? Would he ever be able to revert things? Hey, we're over here. Jinsho, Gintoki. From a distance, Xing recognized the voices of those searching for them and quickly shaped her hands into a megaphone, shouting with urgency, her voice now tinged with a sense of impatience. Xing, Could you perhaps close your eyes? Lang Jian suggested as he stepped in front of her. Close my eyes. What are you up to, Lang Jian? Why the mystery? Though puzzled, an inexplicable fondness compelled Xing to comply. Just don't ask. Simply close your eyes. Lang Jian's tone was laced with struggle and nostalgia, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Reluctantly, Xing obeyed, closing her eyes. Perhaps for the first time, she was obedient in such a manner. With her eyes shut, Xing soon felt her lips enveloped in warmth, followed by a tightening embrace. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Lang Jian holding her tightly, their lips mere inches apart. Had he really kissed her? Though she harbored feelings for him, that did not equate to her acceptance of such an outcome. And she immediately began to resist, pushing against him with all her might. Despite his stature, Lang Jian possessed considerable strength, and she found herself unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on his lip. I just wanted to kiss you. It's been so long. Even if you don't remember me. Even if you might despise me. Just being able to hold you again brings me immense joy. Lang Jian murmured, disregarding the blood trickling from his lip, deepening the kiss with fervor. Xing, wide-eyed, suddenly felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, an emotion that arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Strangely, she found herself no longer fiercely resisting. She released her hold, her lips stained with blood, droplets falling to the ground, while Lang Jian's eyes reflected a deep yearning. This unexpected tenderness left Xing momentarily stunned, before he enveloped her in his arms once more. Thank you for this heartfelt expression of gratitude, acknowledging that it is not merely one's personal affection, but rather a recognition of the bittersweet parting that must inevitably follow. Time has indeed arrived, and following the farewell, the silhouette of the sword has gradually dissipated into nothingness, slowly vanishing from head to toe, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of whispered thoughts that refused to fade. Momentarily dazed, Xing touched her lips, stained crimson with blood, her gaze fixated on the blood in her hands, which too began to dissolve into the void. What a truly reticent fellow, she mused with a faint smile, supporting Jinshin, yet unable to erase the smile that lingered at the corners of her mouth. As she caught sight of two rapidly approaching figures with discernible outlines, she could not help but shake her head. Chapter 80. Fast forward in time. The climax. The battle against the nightmarish entity begins. Hey, Chenma, have you thought about how long that group of fiends has been pursuing us? At that moment, Jinshin, partially concealed within a pit, revealed just her eyes, intently focused on the massive spacecraft ahead, while simultaneously inquiring of the exasperated Chenma beside her. Who knows? Ever since Jinshi and Gue burst through that encirclement last time, they've been relentlessly chasing us for nearly 2 months, Chenma replied, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Intelligence reports indicate that we cannot confront them head-on. There is a formidable individual aboard that spacecraft. Jinshin fixed her gaze upon the figures stationed on the ship, their bodies swathed in bandages, adorned with runes. The planet destroyer, the nightmarish entity, Chenma slowly articulated, revealing the name that instills terror across the cosmos, though he was uncertain of the emotion it evoked within him. Yes, upon arriving on Earth, we must eradicate him with absolute power. Although I am unaware of how they obliterate planets, I certainly have no interest in using Earth as a testing ground, Jinshin remarked, gradually descending and addressing Chenma. Just then, the walkie-talkie nestled in her arms crackled to life. Hello, is this Jinshin? The voice from the device was unmistakably that of a wig-wearing individual. Jinshin and Chenma exchanged glances, and then Chenma hesitantly replied, Wig? No, it's Gue. Oh, it's you, Chenma, the voice clarified, initially stumbling over its words before suddenly realizing, you all must return at once. We cannot retreat any further regarding the nightmarish entity. If we do, we will find ourselves back at our base. Is that the reason for this call? Don't you realize using the walkie-talkie might alert the Celestials? Jinshin whispered, understood. Chenma and I will return shortly. Indeed, I await your return. The walkie-talkie then fell silent. Using this device truly brings immense pressure. It feels akin to wanting to speak, yet fearing discovery. Jinshin wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, it is rather convenient, Chenma remarked casually, glancing toward the direction of the spacecraft, only to find a white dot growing larger by the moment. Oh no, the nightmarish entity is coming after us, Chenma exclaimed, leaping into action and pulling Jinshin along to flee. Jinshin, puzzled, glanced back and saw the nightmarish entity charging toward them fiercely. Chinma's urgency in running was not born of fear, but rather an understanding that with only the two of them, if surrounded, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Although unafraid, Chinma is not foolish. It's truly annoying. Genshin glanced at the white shadow behind him, clearly unable to stray too far from his own ship, yet still pursuing us. Do you think Yimei has lost her mind? Whether she has or not, I cannot ascertain. All I know is that if we don't run, we shall become mere blood and water. Who knows what peculiar abilities she possesses? Chinma transformed into a large-headed form and shouted at Genshin. Calm down, let's hurry. They're closing in. Genshin nonchalantly dug at his ears, then accelerated, leaving Chinma behind. Hurry up. Wait for me. Chinma bellowed. A month had passed since the completion of their last mission. According to Xing, a remarkably powerful individual fortuitously passed by and saved them. Although Genshin was skeptical, upon awakening to find himself among the Choshu rebels, he had already formulated some conjectures about that person. Even more bizarrely, Xing seemed to have transformed entirely, no longer offering her usual sarcastic remarks. While she still wasn't particularly engaging, this change was significant compared to her previous demeanor, though Genshin could not fathom the reason behind it. Subsequently, Genshin remained oblivious to the nature of the enigmatic reward from their completed mission, an opportunity to converse with the future, a chance to restore his body, and a permanent pet card, the rogue rabbit. Could someone enlighten me about this rogue rabbit? What is its purpose? I'm amidst a battle, and you gift me a rabbit? Surely its first act 1 TB to relieve itself at my feet. Forget it, I won't let it anger me. Ding, initiating the Choshu task. Chapter 3, The Battle of Yinmei. This task has undergone significant changes, and its ramifications are extensive, rendering the system incapable of imposing a solution. The host must resolve it independently. Reward. Thus, with a pained expression, Genshin arrived at the dilapidated temple where the Choshu warriors currently resided. Hey, Wig, who are you? Upon entering the temple, Genshin observed a lively gathering and spotted Gintoki and others drinking, along with a man clad in an apricot yellow kimono, sporting a mustache and sunglasses. Genshin-san, we've been waiting for you. The man exclaimed with a broad smile, seizing Genshin's hand and pulling him into the crowd. I'm Hasegawa, your friend. It's quite a surprise to find you today. Come, let us drink heartily. Wait, who are you? Genshin questioned, eyeing this man with confusion. Although he felt a sense of familiarity, he could not recall this person in his memories. And why have you called us back? To drink? Genshin inquired, observing the inebriated figure beside him. Not a wig, it's Katsura. The tipsy man insisted, squinting at Genshin. Come, Genshin, let us drink. Hey, we're drinking? If Yinmei attacks, you'll all turn into sparkling gold coins. Kenshin gazed at the diminutive Shanshan leaning against the pillar and rushed over, shaking him vigorously. Shanshan, you rascal. Wake up. With a serene expression, Shanshan retorted, go to hell, and landed a punch that sent him flying. Kenshin, observing the exuberant group around him, raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation. Well, everyone seems quite merry, he thought, as Nagakawa approached with a bottle of sake, handing it to Kenshin without waiting for a response, then seized another bottle for himself. Looking at the bottle in his hand, Kenshin sighed, I'm sorry, but I don't drink. Suddenly, he sputtered, spraying the sake all over his face, and transformed into a dead fish-eyed stare directed at Nagakawa. After a couple of coughs, Nagakawa exclaimed, Come on, Kenshin-san, you're reputed to be the best drinker in Kabukicho. Silence enveloped them as Kenshin maintained his fish-eyed gaze. Nagakawa faltered, then murmured, Oh, I forgot you might not know was Kenshin-san not a drinker before? How could that be? Could it be that in just a few years, Kenshin-san transformed from his current state into a drunken uncle? Hey, what are you talking about? Kenshin inquired, brow furrowed, as he observed Nagakawa muttering to himself. Haha, it's nothing. Come on, not everyone is adept at drinking. Take your time. As he spoke, Nagakawa lightly tapped Kenshin's sake bottle, declaring, Cheers. Chapter 81. Little Yumi meanwhile, in a small shrine, and slowly tended to the wound of a loyalist, situated perilously close to the main artery, which left her no room for carelessness and made her quite anxious. With utmost caution, she inserted the clamp, her forehead glistening with perspiration as she concentrated intently. The nearby nurse instinctively wiped the sweat from Anne's brow. Success, she finally exclaimed, having extracted the bullet lodged between the blood vessels without damaging the artery. Panting, she turned to the nurse. The next steps are up to you. Yes, Rest assured, Insama. The nurse nodded, watching as N gradually rose and exited. The pace of war quickened, its frequency escalating. Even legendary troops found themselves retreating step by step under the dual onslaught of the Celestials and the Shogunate. Sitting upon a rock, and gazed at the distant spaceship, her thoughts drifting. When would this war come to an end? It was becoming quite tiresome. A blue figure began to emerge in her mind, a reminder that no amount of effort could alter the course of defeat. When did she begin to harbor him so deeply in her heart? But he is my beloved. How could I? Lost in these thoughts, Anne's focus waned until the sound of footsteps jolted her back to reality. She narrowed her eyes and quickly stood up, turning to face the newcomer. A girl with green hair tied up, adorned with peculiar accessories, dressed in a deep green kimono, cradled what appeared to be a camera. Her red eyes fixed intently on it. "Who are you?" Anne asked, her vigilance slightly easing upon realizing the visitor was a girl. At long last, Lady Xing reunited with that individual, who bowed his head and introduced himself. "I am Xiaoyu." Surely, Lady Xing has already encountered Lord Jinshin? Jinshin, indeed, the future Lord Jinshin. Xiaoyu lifted his gaze, his thoughts inscrutable. "I insisted on meeting you, that fellow." The image of the always smiling individual, scratching his head, flashed in his mind. "I have met him." Lady Xing expressed her apologies for intruding at this moment, but there were matters of utmost importance to discuss. Xiaoyu's plain tone could not conceal the weight of his emotions. Lord Jinshin has ultimately arrived too late. Lady Xing was puzzled, unsure of what Xiaoyu meant. "It pertains to the future, specifically yours and Lord Jinshin's future. I am here to convey something that cannot be overlooked." "Ah, has everything collapsed?" Hasegawa observed a group of drunken comrades swaying unsteadily, unable to suppress a chuckle. To share a drink with the future Jinsan and Lord Jinshin is indeed quite delightful. With that, he donned a long-prepared white robe and stylishly affixed a curly white wig upon his head. Why this peculiar appearance evoked an unsettling feeling. Strapping a red-sheathed katana to his waist, he pushed open the door, glancing at the inebriated Jin, Shinpachi, and Lord Jinshin, offering a faint smile. "Now we merely await their arrival," Hasegawa declared, closing the door. "Thinking about it fills me with excitement." "Well, I too am a white yaksha," he shouted. "Shinsengumi. Let us engage in battle with the Yume." "Does this imply that my future self has perished?" Lady Xing lowered her head, her expression obscured. "The origin of all calamities lies in this battle against Yume. During the confrontation, Lord Jin was infected by a virus, and while you tended to his wounds, you were also." Xiaoyu began to explain slowly. "This battle against Yume," Lady Xing inquired with some confusion. "Couldn't we simply prevent Jin from being infected?" "Lady Xing, there are nuances involved," Xiaoyu replied somberly. "If both you and Lord Jin were infected in succession, your ailments would manifest around the same time. However, but I fell ill many years after Jin did, didn't I?" Lady Xing interjected before Xiaoyu could finish. "Wasn't it prior to Jin's affliction that you?" Xiaoyu appeared to struggle with his words. "So, I was indeed still uninfected before Jin?" Lady Xing pondered aloud, gradually coming to an understanding. "Ah, I see. But Lord Jinshin was unable to take decisive action. He could not end my life." Lady Xing pronounced each word deliberately. "So, it turns out the future world's fate hinges upon me. Originally, we could have altered Lord Jin's fate, but Lord Jinshin, in traversing time and space, arrived too late, and I no longer possess the strength to assist again. Is my demise the best option?" "Lady Xing, this is the task entrusted to me by your future self," Xiaoyu stated. "The remainder is a choice that you will ultimately make." "Ah, I understand." Xing smiled gently. "I believe I have discerned the course of my future actions." "Indeed, it is I." "This is exceedingly unfair to you, Lord Xing, and to you, Lord Kenshin. Little Yum, accompany me on this journey. Having an intimate understanding of a certain individual, I am aware of the method I must employ." Xing rose to her feet. "Before we proceed, allow me to bid farewell to them." Although Little Yum is a robot, her burgeoning human emotions render her unable to suppress her sorrow. "Oh, do not be sad." Xing tenderly embraced Yum, the smile on her lips unwavering. "There are certain words I wish for you to convey to him. The future's transformation is rooted in the choices of the past. Yet, is it wrong of me to possess no authority over such choices? Or is it merely the divine that has been toying with me? No one knows the choices Xing has made, not even Kenshin at this very moment. Despite a sudden emptiness in his heart, he is swiftly roused back to consciousness by Hasegawa. PS2. The foreshadowing has already been revealed. I trust you will all comprehend that there will be no further developments concerning Xing for the time being, as her storyline is currently concealed. It shall emerge in due time. Chapter 83. The battle is upon us, and I must assert that I do not know you. What is the meaning of that commotion? The celestial beings, filled with uncertainty, questioned loudly, yet their previous achievements were insufficient to instill fear in them, for they were merely human. Have they not been slain enough? Eliminate them all. A black gorilla-like celestial being bellowed. Instantly, a multitude of celestial beings surged toward the Odd Jobs Agency. Come forth. We are the heads of the Odd Jobs Agency. If you dare, come and take us. With these words, Gintoki excitedly charged toward the battlefield, followed closely by his companions. Though they were but a handful, and facing the overwhelming celestial army seemed futile, they held steadfast in their belief that failure was not an option. With unwavering conviction, they believed that nothing was insurmountable. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted, scattering countless celestial beings, and amidst the chaos, Gintoki emerged, resolutely wielding a wooden sword. With determination in his gaze, he pressed forward. Grabbing a celestial being, he hurled it into the fray, and without halting his momentum, he spun and fiercely kicked away the surrounding celestial beings. In the instant he landed, he directed his wooden sword at the two nearest celestial beings, dispatching them with swift efficiency. Seizing a genuine blade, Gintoki's movements were fluid, and the celestial beings fell before him, unable to mount a defense. The bloodthirsty instincts of the white Yado were gradually awakened once more. Simultaneously, Shinpachi's evolution was undeniable. His blade danced through the air, eliminating one celestial being after another. Meanwhile, Kagura, as a Yado, leaped high into the air, and upon landing, her figure flickered as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, dispatching numerous celestial beings. With a swift turn, she struck her umbrella toward the sky, sending several celestial beings flying. Humph! Was this how you, Kenshin-san, prevailed in your time? The sadistic Sugo snorted, lowering his stance, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the advancing celestial beings. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura erupted. Flying sword style, draw and slash. With a swift and decisive motion, the blade sliced through the air, cleaving the approaching celestial being in two, its remnants cascading down like rain. Some droplets landing at the corner of Sugo's eye. Simultaneously, behind him, Hijikata leaped forth, his raised katana delivering a fierce strike, dispatching another of the celestial beings. Hey, pay attention, Hijikata shouted, kicking one of the celestial beings away, his voice laced with a fierce intensity. Don't think I'll always come to your rescue. Who asked for your help, Hijikata-san? Sugo retorted, choosing once more to vanquish his foe while leisurely adding, do be careful. Watch out for stray bullets or errant blades from who knows where. Hey, I should be the one being cautious of you, Hijikata exclaimed, narrowly dodging Sugo's thrust, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow as he yelled back. Not at all. I'm merely concerned about you being ambushed by that fellow, Sugo replied, withdrawing his blade from the body of a celestial being with a languid grace. TCH. Everyone was engaged in battle, and indeed, those who possessed conviction seemed invincible. Even the once demoralized loyalists of the rebellion now ignited with fervor. This battle held prospects of victory. With a fierce downward slash, Gintoki descended from the heavens. The celestial being attempted to block with its long spear, yet could not withstand Gintoki's formidable strength, as the spear shattered. Gintoki's blade cleaved through the celestial being from head to tail. Before he could turn, a shrill cry pierced the air, as several would-be ambushers were felled by Amao's horizontal strike. What brings a recently recovered individual like you here? Gintoki inquired with a hint of mockery. Oh, just looking for someone, Amao replied with a smile. Well, he has already settled down. Do you still harbor some misguided hopes for him? Gintoki nodded in resignation. Of course. I intend to find him, and give him a good beating. Amao's smile turned mischievous. Ah, indeed, it seems a remarkable woman has returned from the depths of hell, Gintoki said, severing another foe with a mighty swing, his laughter echoing. For there exists an unwavering reason to return. Kenshin, observing the fierce battle unfolding below, noted a peculiar group clad in strange attire engaging the celestial beings, seemingly gaining the upper hand. What elite force is this? He wondered. Is that Gintoki? Suddenly, spotting the white figure emerging from among several women, Kenshin's keen eyesight recognized him, despite the fact that Gintoki had been inebriated at their base. Oh no. With narrowed eyes, Kenshin realized that after Gintoki's departure, nearly all the celestial beings surged toward the remaining few, particularly the girls, seemingly intent on capturing them to leverage against the white Yiksha. The girl in the pale pink kimono had no time to evade the incoming blade. Her companions appeared unable to reach her in time. "Watch out!" That cry captured the attention of everyone present, celestial beings, loyalists, and those from the odd jobs alike. Though the voice bore a youthful tone, its familiarity resonated, signaling the entrance of a formidable ally onto the battlefield. He is here, at this moment. As Gintoki engaged in battle with the subordinates of the nightmarish, a faint smile appeared on his face, barely concealing his excitement. With a clash, he unleashed his swift footwork to its fullest extent, positioning himself behind the young girl to deflect an incoming strike. Before anyone could react, his sword, Murasame, was raised with a flourish, its crescent blade slicing through the body of the ambushing celestial being, causing blood to spray forth as the being fell apart in two halves, collapsing to either side. "Are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern, shielding the girl behind him while casting a sharp gaze around at the celestial beings. Those who met his eyes dared not advance a single step further. "Is that you, Kenshin?" a voice exclaimed. Suddenly, a girl dressed in a traditional Chinese-style outfit rushed towards him and embraced him, overjoyed and reluctant to let go. Recognizing the familiar attire, Kenshin felt no anger. Instead, he gently patted Kagura's head. "Little girl, please come down." Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, he was not as towering as Kagura. Ah, what a rare sight indeed. Just then, someone resembling a wig rushed over, grabbing Kenshin's arm. "Long time no see, Kenshin. Are you a wig?" he inquired uncertainly, noting the apparent maturity of the individual, yet sensing an inexplicable depth beneath it. "I'm not a wig, I'm Kaoru," the girl retorted playfully, attempting to say something further, but was abruptly swatted away by a pair of snowy white hands. "Ah, it truly has been a long time," she said with a gentle smile, her tone warm. "So, can you tell me where you've been for the past year?" Do we know each other?" Kenshin asked, genuinely puzzled as he could not recall her from his memory. "Ah, Kenshin-sen still doesn't recognize us," Shinpachi whispered to Kaoru, who looked taken aback, then shyly smiled. "Oh dear. I forgot. This is our first meeting. I am Shimazura Kaoru, and my goal is to revitalize my father's dojo." The others exchanged glances, their lips twitching, grateful that she remembered this detail, which even the gorilla had forgotten. "Ah, I am Himura Kenshin, and I currently have no particular goal. Well, we come from the future," Kaoru declared cheerfully. "In the future, Kenshin-san, you are my servant." At that moment, a familiar figure emerged, causing Kenshin to nearly blurt out the name Suji. But he managed to swallow the words back down. "Hey, don't try to instill strange ideas in Kenshin-san while he's in the current state," Shinpachi shouted. "You should know that Kenshin-san is your mentor. Is it really okay to say such things? You might attract lightning." "Well, when that time comes, I'll just hide under Hijikata-san," Sugo replied nonchalantly. "Hey, why do you want to hide under me when you attract lightning?" Hijikata's forehead bulged with veins as he growled. "Because Hijikata-san is quite resilient," Sugo said with a mischievous expression that seemed entirely fitting. "Please don't say that. Future Kenshin and I are good friends. Speaking of which, a friend's wife should not be wronged, so you should just firmly reject Miss Kaoru. Really now, the creatures from the zoo have escaped. This is truly dangerous." With a serene expression, he wielded the great sword, sending the gorilla flying. "Hey, do not display such rudeness in the presence of Kenshin-san." Shinpachi, struggling, pried Kagura off Kenshin and adjusted his glasses. "Nice to meet you. I am Shinpachi Shimura." "Ah, hello," Kenshin replied, extending his hand for a handshake that inadvertently clasped Shinpachi's glasses. "Hey, why the glasses?" "Why indeed? Shinpachi is right here, isn't. Kenshin-san, has your demeanor turned so cruel from this moment on?" "No, it merely struck me that you appeared lifeless, while the glasses seemed to embody vitality," he retorted, exasperated. Ignoring the cacophony surrounding him, Kenshin sensed a formidable malevolent gaze directed at him. Furrowing his brow, he glanced towards a pair of crimson eyes. The man who first denied the title of the strongest night rabbit in the realm of Battasai, the one who became legendary among humanity in the universe. The single red eye of the specter flickered ominously. "If I could transform you, would that not fulfill my dream of true domination?" Referring to the virus entering Kenshin's body. To his astonishment, he discovered that beyond the Onawabanshu, there existed such a formidable troop. lowering his body. He shifted his focus as the Shura of Badasai entered his line of sight, no longer concerning himself with the Yado. After all, it was Badasai's Himura Kenshin. Hey, everyone, be careful. It's charging towards you. From a distance, Gintoki shouted, diverting the attention of the others, and an intense gust of wind sent Mayo and the others sprawling. Kenshin intercepted the strike with his sword, revealing the standoff between him and the specter, their deadly intent palpable as blade and staff sparked in a dazzling display. Chapter 84. Two Specters? A Fight from the Shadows. Though I know not who you are, I find your gaze quite unpleasant, Kenshin declared, his eyes trained on the specter's left eye, his intent to kill unmasked. Badasai, this is the title bestowed upon you by the universe. I will gladly accept it. The specter remarked slowly, your body shall ultimately belong to me. Do not utter such easily misconstrued words. With a swift upward thrust, Kenshin sent the staff flying and leapt backward, swinging his sword. Muramesa. A whirlwind of energy enveloped the blade. Tsubaim Geishi. In midair, Kenshin unleashed a massive wave of sword energy that sliced toward the specter. The specter stomped the ground with the staff, its wrappings swirling around, shattering the incoming sword energy from the side. Tsubaim Geishi. Tsubaim Geishi. Tsubaim Geishi. With 3 consecutive slashes in midair, 3 more waves of Tsubaim Geishi surged forth. The specter, unable to evade, swung its staff to intercept the first 2 strikes, yet the final wave struck its bandaged form, sending it hurtling away. Oh, as expected of Kenshin, regardless of the place, he remains incredibly strong. Hasegawa, propelled by the gust, stood up, observing the frenzied battle, exhaling deeply. Well, it seems this will be resolved satisfactorily, Tsukiyo remarked slowly, yet her gaze darted towards the rapidly approaching white figure. No, this is highly dangerous. At that moment, Xiao Yu's serious voice resonated, instantly capturing everyone's attention. If Lord Kenshin is infected here, then both the future of Yenji and Silver Time could be doomed. Silver Time approached, gravely stating, if it involves Yenji and Kenshin, then altering the future is nearly impossible. No one can defeat him. Therefore, it is prudent for us to ensure that Lord Silver Time and Yenji reach a conclusion. This is the safest course of action. Xiao Yu raised her broom, exclaiming, come on, everyone. Let us do our utmost to separate Lord Kenshin and Yenji. Leave it to me. In an instant, Silver Time vanished from sight, reappearing between Kenshin and Yenji, shouting, huh? After all these years, I have learned quite a bit from the flying sword style. With a powerful roar, he declared, Dragon Fong Flash. His lightning-fast form thrust the sword into Yenji's body, and together, they surged away, Yenji screaming in anger as they sped into the distance. Hey, are you stealing the kill? Kenshin, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead as he observed the approaching figures. Ah, this is truly remarkable. This era is filled with extraordinary heroes. Togo slowly approached. Do not worry. Once everything concludes, neither the Badasai nor the White Yiksha will be spared. The gorilla chuckled, glancing at Kenshin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this era specifically for this fellow. The Tsundere Mayonnaise, Hijikata, looked at Silver Time, exhaling a puff of smoke, and remarked, isn't that right? It has been a while, Lord Badasai. He regarded Kenshin, a man who was both mentor and friend, yet regrettably, was now oblivious to everything. Oh, although I do not understand what you all are saying, I find it surprisingly comprehensible. Kenshin smiled and shook his head, stating, then, let us proceed. There are surely things we can accomplish. As he drew his sword, a gust of air surged forth, and he shouted, Wig. Oh, Wig responded excitedly, rushing over with a katana in hand, connecting with the air currents from Kenshin's Muramesa sword. Ultimate technique, Crescent Moon Charge, slash. They both shouted in unison, and a blade of energy shot forth, sweeping through Yenji's forces, transforming numerous subordinates into a flurry of bandages and flesh. A decisive strike. We cannot fall behind. A Miao observed the united front of Wig and Kenshin, then glanced at Shinpachi and Kagura, who rushed to assist Silver Time, declaring, leave these fellows to us. Together with the determined Sogo and others, they engaged in battle. The future is not unchangeable. Hasegawa smiled, saying, well, with Kenshin here, this should not be too simple. I think you should see this first. Wig suddenly interjected. A vast expanse of black, plague-like substance enveloped the battlefield, shrouding the heavens and causing the heavenly beings to gradually collapse. Their bodies withered, confusion filling their eyes as they faced their impending demise. White Yiksha, I did not expect you to act as a shield for your comrades. However, you still cannot protect anyone. You stand there, helplessly watching. As I gazed upon those I vowed to protect gradually slipping away, a voice echoed from afar, accompanied by a crimson orb reminiscent of a core, hurtling towards Meow and the others. Yet, before it could reach them, a blue-clad figure wielding a blade stood resolutely in its path. With a swift draw of the sword, the blade cleaved through the red core with unmatched speed, causing the encroaching dark mist to dissipate instantaneously. As Genshin sheathed his sword, a subtle, undiscovered smile graced his lips. Ah, everyone has arrived. Before he could finish his words, a silhouette descended from the heavens, severing the airborne core with a single stroke and landing with a faint smile. The dark mist obscured the figure's form, but a flash of the blade revealed the core shattering. A long-haired man, with his hair elegantly tied aside, let out a soft huff. A piercing voice resonated, delivering a direct and effective thrust that obliterated the core, rendering the dark mist completely vanished. The newcomer glanced back, a slight smirk adorning his lips. Just as the situation appeared to reach its conclusion, a thunderous explosion erupted, and two disheveled figures were hurled from the smoke, crashing to the ground before the onlookers, Gintoki and Xen. Genshin's gaze sharpened as he rushed to assist the two. What happened? He inquired softly. Be careful, Gintoki replied, panting slightly, while the white-haired Yachiyo surveyed the surroundings with a hint of resignation, stating, I had hoped to remain concealed. Ah, when the time comes, it will naturally conclude. Genshin shook his head. Can you two truly not handle a mere Yenji? A formidable adversary has emerged. Both exclaimed in unison. Just as they spoke, curious onlookers, including Kagura, Shinpachi, and Kira, approached the two Gintokis. With narrowed eyes, Genshin observed as the smoke began to clear. Amidst the settling dust, Yenji found himself pinned against the wall by a not-so-tall figure, a hand thrust deep within his body. As Yenji felt Genshin's gaze upon him, a dangerously mischievous smile crept across the assailant's face. You, Yenji began, but before he could articulate further, the hand within him plunged deeper, his lone visible eye flickering with crimson light before it extinguished. The hand withdrew, revealing a figure enveloped in red light, who then raised a hand, summoning a sword fashioned from bandages, its hue tinged with crimson. The figure's eyes locked onto Genshin's, laden with murderous intent. Once again, the air thickened with hostility. This battle was far from over. What kind of threat and fear would this stranger, an entity beyond Gintoki's recollection, bring upon them? Chapter 85, Terror. The Unknown. A grueling struggle. Xiaoyu, what is happening? Gintoki asked, frowning as he approached the two adversaries, disregarding his injuries. I'm not sure, Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. In our original timeline, we were never meant to exist. Now that we have all crossed over, the adjustments the world will make are beyond our comprehension. In my memories, after vanquishing Yenji, we maintained a prolonged truce with the celestial beings. Gintoki cast a worried glance in that direction, hoping fervently that Kenshin would remain unscathed. Hey, wouldn't it be better if we teamed up? At that moment, Toshiro approached with a furrowed brow, brandishing his sword. No. Before Gintoki could respond, Shoyo spoke softly. Our very existence in this realm is already a miracle. After confronting the nightmare, altering Gintoki's fate is the extent of our capabilities. The enemies we face next are beyond our capacity to combat. Rest assured. Just then, the white-haired warrior stepped forward. Stay here and keep safe. I shall assist. Hey, spare me the worry. Gintoki exclaimed. I absolutely refuse to let you fall victim. Before he could finish, he lunged at the white-haired warrior, clinging tightly around his waist. Regardless of how much the latter struggled. Boom. Amidst their raucous commotion, the two adversaries finally erupted into battle. Clang. The samurai's blade grazed the ground, and a flurry of bandages soared towards Kenshin. Determined not to be careless, Kenshin retreated swiftly, knowing he could not afford even the slightest injury, and pulled 4 beans from his pocket. Gintoki, divide these beans into several portions. With a swift motion, he blocked the direct thrust of the sword with his hand, then sent the beans flying into the air, fearing that one alone would not suffice given the numbers against him. Oh, understood. The two leaped into the air, both attempting to seize the beans, only to collide heads, stars dancing before their eyes as they tumbled back to the ground. Hey, are you calling me? For the moment, We chose to disregard the peculiar duo bickering over their identities and focused our attention on Kenshin. A subconscious sigh of relief escaped me. Before he could launch another attack, a bandage ensnared his sword-bearing hand. As he was pulled, the hilt of the samurai's blade struck Kenshin's chest, causing him to spew blood as he was sent flying. He adjusted his form mid-air and landed, confronted by a whirlwind of flailing bandages. Fearful of hesitation, he drew his short blade, Muramasa, wielding dual swords. Dragon's Nest Flash. Reaching the pinnacle of speed, he formed a protective barrier that not even a mosquito could penetrate. Amidst the shimmering dance of blades and bandages, he locked eyes with the crimson single eye of the current nightmare. Humph! The bandages pierced the ground, hurling a giant rock towards Kenshin. Though the Dragon's Nest Flash was swift, there would inevitably be a momentary pause when cleaving through such weighty stone, a pause that could spell disaster. The figure vanished. With incredible speed, a blue afterimage darted past the incoming boulder, charging directly at the nightmare. Whoosh! Clang! First, the sound of numerous bandages brushing against his garments, followed by the clash of his dual blades against the nightmare's katana. The upright katana firmly absorbed the impact of the strike. The nightmare did not relent. The bandages whirled once more. Yet Kenshin smirked coldly, as Muramasa unleashed powerful gusts of energy. Crescent Moon Sky Charge, Twin Dragon Flash. With a fierce pull, a cross-shaped sword energy shot forth. As the specter was sent flying, the bandages that danced through the air narrowly missed their target, barely evading the blade of Kenshin. With a fierce shout, the staff whirled, and the sword energy crossed, only to be dissipated by the very specter that had just been struck. Kneeling slightly, Kenshin stood firm with his blade, squinting at the specter, who was slowly rising, the samurai sword lightly grazing the ground, his gaze filled with solemnity. In that fleeting moment, even Ma Dao's cigarette fell from his lips in astonishment. They had exchanged countless lethal strikes within that brief instant. Such ferocity persisted for a minute, as Hijikata, guided by instinct, slowly inhaled his smoke, his gaze unwavering from the two combatants. Unexpectedly, the newly appeared figure, Gintoki, observed intently, despite his occasional annoyance with Kenshin. It did not equate to harboring a deep-seated hatred. What are your chances of victory, Gintoki? The white Yado inquired, his hands resting on his waist. Do you not know yourself? Gintoki scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. It's evident that you have not only failed to improve, but have regressed considerably. Focus. The moment an opportunity arises, insert yourself into the fray. You shall deliver the final blow. The white Yado instructed earnestly. Understood. Hey. Why has Kenshin sheathed his sword? Is he not going to fight anymore? Ma Dao shouted deliberately. With a piercing gaze, those around, familiar with Kenshin, understood that if he sheathed his sword amidst battle, the ensuing assault would undoubtedly be tempestuous. Especially for Sugo, who could attest to this from personal experience. By the way, who are you? Kenshin began to gather his aura. I doubt that half-dead specter will yield anything for you to absorb. The crimson eyes flickered, remaining silent. An overwhelming dark aura naturally enveloped the surroundings, embodying a chilling atmosphere directed at Kenshin. Not going to speak, are you? Kenshin lowered his stance. Well, I have no desire to know. Flying sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. An instantaneous strike erupted. A streak of light surged forth, stirring the dust as it lunged towards the specter. The black, plague-like virus spread, transforming into ominous black orbs suspended in midair, obstructing Kenshin's path. Should he evade, the nine-headed dragon flash would falter, yet should he not, the specter would claim victory. This was a dilemma. However, Kenshin exhibited no trace of panic. The light charged forward without hesitation, instantly splitting into 9 smaller beams, encircling the specter. The specter wielded the toxic darkness with finesse, akin to a death god's ultimate technique, forming an impenetrable defense. Despite the speed of the light, it could not breach the barrier. The beams converged once more, and Kenshin, suspended in midair, gazed down at the dark orb, a thrilling smile gracing his lips. The air around his sword, Muramasa, surged forth, dispersing the ominous clouds and revealing a sliver of blue sky. Crescent Moon Sky Charge. A thunderous roar erupted. A crescent moon, bathed in a hue reminiscent of the azure sky, howled fiercely as it charged towards the dark mass below. Effortlessly, it sliced through the toxic miasma that loomed at the top, revealing the enchanting specter within. its singular red eye fixated on the sword master above. Humph. It's time to end this. With a graceful somersault in the air, the blade pointed downward, poised to pierce the specter's crown. The katana swung horizontally, and a stream of black miasma erupted, shattering the swordmaster's azure aura. Amidst the explosion of smoke in midair, the tip of a blade collided violently with the katana's hilt, unleashing a gust that dispersed the surrounding haze, unveiling the two adversaries in confrontation. Humph! With a flick of his left hand, a bomb appeared in the swordmaster's grasp, its countdown barely 3 seconds. A soft chuckle escaped him as he vertically aligned his body, delivering the explosive device into the specter's robes. With a forceful thrust of his sword-wielding hand, he propelled himself upward, leveraging the katana's tip. Once more, he soared into the heights. Before he could descend, a thunderous explosion resonated, sending a rush of air propelling him skyward again. With a flawless twist, he landed gracefully. Casting a glance at the chaos behind him, a light laugh escaped him, all settled. Chapter 86. A startling shade of purple revealed beneath the bandages Yoshi. With this, it's completely over, Gintoki exclaimed excitedly, prompting cheers from those around him. Truly, the swordmaster never disappoints. Madao grinned as he lit a cigarette, remarking on the explosive display, as always. Chuckling softly, Gintoki turned to the group of girls. It's finished. With this, the future can change, right? Both the swordmaster and Anki can live. Ami clasped her chest, exclaiming, "Ah, no one will vanish from the future. You all must remain in front of me, or I'd feel quite lost." Gintoki smirked. "Well, there go my dining companions. How tedious," he retorted quickly. As Kenshin approached, step by step, Ami rushed forward, concerned for his well-being. "Ah, thank you." He wiped the sweat from his brow, but before he could finish, a sudden, sharp pain surged through his abdomen. The pained expressions of those nearby left him bewildered as he clung to someone familiar, yet his hands felt inexplicably sticky. "Sister!" A frantic figure raced towards them, eyes wide with horror, witnessing the katana that pierced through both their bodies, unsure of how to react. A fleeting glance revealed the crimson eye and the stance of the one who had cast the sword. "You fiend!" In that moment, as Kenshin and Ami were pierced, the rest, Shiroyasha, Gintoki, Tsukuyami, Jubii, and the others, charged towards the specter. Hiss! With a swift stroke, Kenshin severed the blade that had connected their bodies. Ami collapsed, soft and lifeless. Kenshin hurriedly cradled Amiao in his arms, entrusting her to the nearby-eyed boy. "I leave my sister in your care." As his words fell, he seized the broken samurai sword, drawing it forth with a mighty roar. Blood gushed forth, and as he gazed at the crimson fluid staining his hands, he was haunted by the visions of those he had failed to protect, including the disappearance of Shing. Could it be that my strength is insufficient to safeguard even a single girl, regardless of how unfamiliar she may be to me? Clenching his fist, blood trickled down, and the sword Murakumo trembled slightly. Raising his gaze, he locked eyes with the besieged Yenshur. Even amidst the onslaught, Yenshur's eyes had never wavered from Kenshin. With a firm grip, he lifted his sword, unleashing an unreserved torrent of air that swept away everything in his vicinity. Boom! Before the assailants could react, a figure enveloped in swirling dust struck Yenshur's arm with a single blow, propelling her backward with great force. "What can your hands protect, Batasai?" Unlike Yenshur's hoarse voice, this was a lower, more resonant feminine tone. Kenshin felt a flicker of familiarity, yet his mind was clouded by a peculiar state, leaving him little room for contemplation. Thus, he propelled Yenshur backward. Noticing Kenshin's silence, Yenshur raised her hand and drew the Murakumo short sword from his waist. She parried the strike with precision while simultaneously thrusting towards Kenshin. With a swift grasp, he caught the razor-sharp Murakumo short sword in his hand, disregarding the blood. Kenshin, consumed by a frenzied determination, once again swung the Murakumo, cleaving through Yenshur's beaded shoulder, shattering the beads that scattered to the ground. Yet, the sword became lodged in her shoulder. "I can protect many. Whatever I desire, that which I can perceive, I shall safeguard. I will protect." Staring into Yenshur's singular red eye, Kenshin cast aside his own injuries. For just moments ago, he had received a message from the system. Ding! Host infected by virus. Choose to expend J after the task to eliminate the virus. Proceed with confidence. "Ah, Yenshur, who are you truly?" A soul returned from the depths of hell. "I vowed to exact my revenge upon you." The low, haunting voice continued. The Murakumo short sword was wrenched from Kenshin's grasp, descending with a vicious strike. Kenshin evaded by tilting his head, delivering a kick that sent Yinshi sprawling. He then raised his sword, regarding her with an emotionless stare. Though I may not know many of these fools behind me, they have all seen battle, shared drinks, and fought side by side. They are the ones I must protect. Anyone who dares to harm them, no matter who it is, must answer to this sword and this heart, Kenshin proclaimed, pointing at Yinshi. Is that your true sentiment? Who cares? The swift motion activated once more, and he appeared before Yinshi in an instant. As he aimed to strike down with Murakumo, Yinshi deftly parried with her short sword, engaging in a swift exchange that culminated in the blade piercing Kenshin's chest. The downward strike had not yet landed when Yinshi raised her hand, forcefully sending him flying. Kenshin, undeterred, retaliated with a punch aimed at Yinshi, who dodged to the side, leaping into the air to seize the Murakumo long sword mid-flight. The fallen specter, with but a single eye remaining, gazed at Kenshin, who had suddenly appeared before him. The Muramasa blade in his hand thrust forward with unrelenting speed, piercing Kenshin's abdomen and bringing an abrupt end. Despite his grievous injuries, Kenshin managed a faint smile, swiftly withdrawing the Muramasa dagger still lodged in his chest. Gripping the specter's sword-wielding hand firmly, he lifted his gaze and declared, "Yam-aim." With a decisive thrust, he drove the blade into Yamami's chest, penetrating deeply as if to breach the heart itself. The two stood in stillness, their postures frozen in time, while the surrounding onlookers gaped in disbelief, rendered speechless by the intensity of the battle. A silent tear escaped from the small girl, leaving one to ponder why a mere automaton would weep. Who could say? Suddenly, they pushed away from each other. Kenshin withdrew the Muramasa blade from his abdomen, spitting blood as he glanced at Yam-aim, who bore the fatal wound to her heart. An empty shell of her former self. Surely, she must perish now. Well done, Azura, Yamami's voice emerged, gradually transforming into a crystalline clarity as the bandages entwining her began to unravel. Panting, Kenshin noticed a flash of purple amidst the scattered bandages, his eyes widening in astonishment. What was this? As the bandages fell away completely, the pallid visage of Anko, stained with blood at the corners of her mouth, tilted backward slowly. Anko! Kenshin stumbled forward, scrambling to catch her, his trembling gaze fixated on the spreading bloodstain on her chest, rendered speechless. Wait, why? Why? Little you, tell me why? Silver Time and his companions rushed over, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of Anko collapsed in Kenshin's embrace. Silver Time seized the inconsolable Little You, inquiring with urgency. In the future, Lord Silver Time, you are not the first case of the White Curse, Little You explained softly. Anko was the true first instance. It seems she was aware of the virus afflicting her, so she took a ship to the cosmos, ultimately perishing on a desolate planet. Could it be that Kenshin had contemplated the sequence of events leading to that moment? Silver Time's thoughts turned to the implications. Indeed, Anko's sudden departure caused Lord Kenshin to vanish for 5 whole years. Meanwhile, your affliction allowed the White Curse to spread. As Lord Kenshin sought Anko's whereabouts, all evidence pointed to you, leading to the confrontation in which you, infected with the White Curse, battled Lord Kenshin and ultimately prevailed. My appearance transported Lord Kenshin to this world, yet it was still too late. But I remember, did Anko not contract the virus while healing me? Silvertime pondered. In your past memories, do we exist? PS2. Thus, Lord Kenshin's words in the future resonate with the lament of having arrived too late to end it all. Chapter 87. The Marks of Blade, the Scars of Heart. You always profess your love, yet why do your eyes linger on me? Words unspoken? I understand, but this is impossible because you have chosen this path. Ultimately, you will find yourself abandoned on the ground while I seek companionship elsewhere. I apologize, but I must act in this manner. This is my retribution against you. Please forget those who have treated you so poorly. Kenshin Himura altered the fate of Gintoki, yet he could not change the destiny of it. If it were to continue existing in this manner, even into the future, the world would still face destruction, albeit orchestrated by the Star Master. I do not believe it can fully reach the desolate planets in the universe. At such a time, rather than allowing Kenshin to act against him with lethal intent, it would be preferable for him to falter now. His gaze radiated unwavering resolve. For this is also a form of protection for Kagura, safeguarding the future that belongs to everyone, rooted in Anne's will. Gintoki, clutching tightly, remained silent. The emotions in his eyes were indescribable, yet he felt an urge to leave, fearing that lingering even a moment longer would evoke a sense of guilt for causing his demise. Why must an act this way? Kenshin slowly inquired. Is it because you too fell by my hand? No, I believe I understand you too well. You would never strike me down openly. And replied weakly with a faint smile. You are so foolish, always hesitating at critical moments. But we will find a way, right? Where are the sins of beans? Suddenly recalling the potential salvation, Kenshin shouted towards Shinpachi and the others, only to be met with silence. After all, during the recent siege against the Nightmare Brigade, not everyone emerged unscathed. Kenshin turned En's face towards him, pondering what binds them in this endless struggle. They embraced tightly, if only for a moment, wishing to fuse their very beings together. I once thought you and I were ensnared in a slow entanglement, neither willing to speak first. Yet here I find it even more perplexing. No, do not say that, Kenshin exclaimed, tirelessly administering every hemostatic pill into En's mouth. But with a surge of blood, all the medicine was expelled. Trembling, Kenshin took the medicine into his own mouth and fed it to En directly. You shall not perish. After administering the medicine, Kenshin lifted his gaze to En, saying, I know I have encountered my future self, who assured me that we will marry, live together, and continue in unabashed happiness. Therefore, you will not die here. Please, do not abandon me. His trembling hand caressed En's face as her long purple hair cascaded to the ground, enveloping Kenshin's hand. Those around them remained silent, for they bore the weight of having driven into this fate. Had they not insisted on changing things, even 5 or 10 years spent together would have sufficed. After all, being together is preferable to enduring 15 years of suffering. If pain is inevitable, let it arrive before this anguish truly commences. I fervently wish for us to live happily until that day arrives. Yet, this group of individuals seems to be the very architects of our future's demise. Kenshin, I find myself gradually unable to keep pace with you. As darkness encroaches before my eyes, I nonetheless navigate by instinct, seeking the contours of your face. When my fingers brush against the brief scar on your cheek, I pause. Kill me, and suddenly declares, grasping Kenshin's hand and placing it atop the short blade. Muramasa, still embedded in her heart. With trembling hands, she faces the choice once more. Yet this time, there is no one to coerce her. Even the self-deception within her mind lacks a target. Not even the faintest consolation in the aftermath can be afforded. Between the world and my beloved, I am called to choose again. Future self, what will you do? We have faced a choice once before. What shall we do this time? Regardless of the future or the past, and is simply En, and Kenshin has always been Kenshin, the crimson-hued one. Call me Crimson. That is my true name. Crimson, the sun gradually emerges, yet the light remains obscured by patches of darkness that cloud my vision. Yes, Crimson, she urges. Yes, Crimson, take action. While I still remember you. And smiles beautifully, and that smile once again pierces Kenshin's heart, causing the nearby girls to avert their gazes. I cannot do it, I cannot. Kenshin mutters, his hand that has always wielded a sword trembling as never before, as if his very faith is crumbling. When did Kenshin become so sentimental? En's face regains a hint of color, yet Kenshin knows this is merely a fleeting moment of vitality. Enough of my rambling, he says with a slight smile, gently brushing aside the strands of hair from En's forehead, gazing tenderly at her. This is the moment I have longed for, to embrace you like this. Are you not going to take action? En rises, gripping Kenshin's hand. Or do you wish for me to act instead? Her eyes narrow, thoughts drifting back to that fateful day, the moment when her faith wavered the most. Understanding that sentiment seemed to drain her of all strength. It was the resigned acceptance of a decision made. Despite the pain, she vowed not to evade this time. This is my will. With a faint smile, and closes her eyes. Kenshin follows suit, asking, might I request you all to turn away for just a moment? And feels bashful, and the others silently oblige. In an instant, he kisses En's lips, and as the inevitable blood fills the hollow void, there are no regrets. This kiss shall never part. It is my cowardice once more. Blood trickles slowly from the corners of their lips, and En's eyes brim with tears. This day marks the first time in 2 years that she confronts her heart. It is not too late. At the very least, everything has unfolded as she wished. Crimson, she whispers, opening her eyes once more. Are you here to reclaim your sister? Is that so? I feel a twinge of remorse. For I must leave him alone in this world. Slowly parting from the one in her embrace, she wonders what her heart truly feels without having opened her eyes. Had she not just spoken of her sword and heart? What does this mean? Sword? Heart? Chuckling softly, the people around turned to gaze at the lifeless figure. Who among them had not shared a moment with her? In the alleys and taverns of Kabukicho, in the bustling streets, had he not, in a sense, buried the happiness of the authorities with his own hands? Kenshin. Suddenly, a voice drew the collective attention. Grasping Aki's pale hand, Kenshin placed the Muramasa short blade into her palm, then seized her hand. That scar was far too insignificant to bear the weight of all their burdens. Yet it deepened simultaneously along its trajectory. The sound of the blade grazing against her cheekbone resonated ominously. How profound must one's hatred be to inflict such deep pain? With a swift motion, the blade ultimately fell, leaving a haunting scar, etched into memory. At the moment the scar was completed, the Muramasa short blade rang out with a shattering sound, breaking into two. How could it have broken? Was it that the profound force manifesting on her face was so unbearable that even a divine weapon like Muramasa could not withstand it? Aki. PS2. Some may question the necessity of such torment, yet it remains, at its core, a war. No individual is invincible. Even the mightiest have their unforeseen vulnerabilities. In this instance, it was Aki, not Kenshin, who made the choice regarding her future. Chapter 88. The Binding of the Blade of the Batasai. If memories are the ties that bind individuals together, then why do my recollections consist solely of those I dare not confront? If change is merely the first step of humanity, does my fate entail silently enduring? The final chapter of the Sano Joy movement concludes this disastrous era. Ding. Task completed. Simultaneously, the Fate Task 2 concludes, and dual rewards are dispensed. Oboro Muramasa. Causality abolished. A weapon of the same tier as the Tensai Zangetsu. Associated skill, Hyaki Ranshin, cannot be used. The final Fate Task is issued, and concurrently, the last chapter of the Sano Joy War commences. Fate Task, Matsuyama. Consume all J, and the Yume virus will vanish completely. Rewards, temporary flight capability, 1 minute, and 1 fusion card. Talent card, Spirit. Talent card, all is finished. The host may comprehend the ultimate secret art, Tensai Juryuko. Unlock the ultimate skill grid. Countdown for the Sano Joy chapter. 2 months. Is it possible? Kenshin sat alone on the rooftop, intently observing the heavenly battalion. Following the previous incident, his memories had stagnated at the moment of Aki's demise in the Yume battle. Yet the specifics of her death remained a blur, lost to time. After having nearly defeated the enemy, Kenshin's gaze seemed to drift far away, lamenting, alas. We are nearly spent as well. Perhaps a brief respite is in order. Observing Kenshin, Jin realized that the previous attempt to take him out for drinks had yielded no results. He could think of no other solution. You've worked hard. Take a break. A calm voice interjected. It was the wig, which followed Jin up to the rooftop, slowly addressing Kenshin. There was nothing to say after finishing his duties, and a palpable silence enveloped the atmosphere. The reinforcements arrived 2 days later. Before that, I had advised you to temper your demeanor, as it would be more appealing. Observing the encampment across from us, the wig-wearer couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. If one couldn't contain themselves, there was another volatile individual below. No jokes, please. He hasn't shown his true colors for days. Jin stared vacantly into the distance. Ahahaha, it must be because of Kenshin. Like a woman scorned. I've had no choice but to seek you out. We truly began our encounter on the wrong foot. Choji, scratching his head in a foolish manner, chimed in. I heard you three are from the same sect. It seems there's mutual disdain, yet an unexpected fondness for the elder brother. Hey, stop joking around. That quip is utterly unamusing. Kenshin relaxed, reclining on the rooftop. Perhaps you should speak less and just lie there. Jin retorted without turning back. I've heard your thoughtfulness has been severed. Ahaha, don't fret. My thoughtfulness was severed long ago along with my umbilical cord. He replied with a grin. Despite the pained expression on Jin's face. Remember when we took Kenshin to the flower district? Choji pondered aloud. By the way, you and Takasugi both courted the same woman. The last time was supposed to be a leisurely outing with Kenshin, yet you all seem to be having a blast. The wig-wearer grimaced. I recall that lady thought Takasugi was preferable, and you two ended up fighting. Could that be the reason? Before he could finish, a katana sliced through the air before Choji. That was close. A stray bullet just whizzed by? Raising his head, veins bulging and eyes reddening, he warned. I advise you to be more cautious. Choji, momentarily dazed, crossed his arms. Later, I inquired about that lady. and she said Takasugi lacked charm, remarking that he was so dull that he wouldn't even grunt. A sword came hurtling towards him, the hilt wrapped in a plastic bag, the blade narrowly missing his groin. I bought you some ointment. Shut up and apply it. He glared at the person on the rooftop. The two disgruntled individuals stepped forward, their tension palpable. Even Kenshin felt the need to crack open his eyes momentarily before closing them again. Wigwearer, this is precarious. Are you finally going to mock the wigwearer? Choji exclaimed. The long-standing pressure had escalated to the point where these two could barely meet without bickering. Hey, you're the one who exacerbates their stress. The wigwearer couldn't help but retort. Let us visit the flower district once more. Choji proposed. Where on earth would we find a flower district in this wasteland? Came the sarcastic reply. Then let us seek out Dr. May. Before Choji could finish, a silver flash zipped past his eyes. My hand slipped. Kenshin, still reclining, remarked slowly. Everyone. At that moment, Kuriko appeared on the rooftop. If that's the case, why not kick a can to relieve some stress? What do you think? What? Kicking a can? Don't spout nonsense. Although we're in a stalemate, we're still in the midst of battle. Hey, you lot should contribute to the conversation too. The wig-wearer turned around, his expression cracking under the pressure. At this moment, the little ones hold the advantage. Isn't your height just perfect for hiding inside a soda can? Truly a can-like figure. Gintoki and Takasugi faced each other, with Gintoki launching the first attack. Are you already making excuses for your impending failure? Isn't stealth your forte? Takasugi retorted fiercely. If you're so confident, let us see who can kick the can first. With that, both dashed into the bushes. Unable to suppress his urge to comment, the wig-wearing character exclaimed, You're both so eager to play. You should hurry and hide. Slowly. Kuriko interjected, I'll take on the role of the demon. He then turned to Kenshin, who stood aside. Are you not joining in, Kenshin Dano? Oh, I really have no interest. Kenshin waved his hand dismissively. You all have fun. I'll continue my patrol. As Kenshin walked away, Gintoki and Takasugi, who had just entered the bushes, peeked out. There's no helping it. It seems the impact on him was too great. That's what you get for learning from me. Hey Kuriko, let us get started. As Kuriko began counting, the wig-wearing character and Chizuru, upon peeking out, caught sight of two injured demons stealthily opening the door. Their expressions changed dramatically. Oh no. Spies. Before they could say more, the formidable forces of the shogunate surged up the hill, shouting, Kill them. Don't let a single one escape. The shogunate troops rushed into the temple, and with a deafening explosion, they were engulfed in chaos. Gintoki, the wig-wearing character, Takasugi, Chizuru, and Kuriko all burst forth. Although there were only 4 of them, they quickly found themselves ambushed, and the retreating shogunate troops were unable to mount an effective counterattack. Well, the initial plan was to lure out the spies. The wig-wearing character remarked. Chapter 89. Retreat to Headquarters. Yagyu. My apologies, this route is blocked. In their panic, the shogunate troops, rushing down the long staircase, caught sight of a solitary, slender blue figure. Ignoring the shogunate's fearful commotion, Kenshin slowly drew Muramasa, though he still bore 2 swords at his waist. They were not mismatched, but rather the Muramasa and the Abrazukyo. With a flick of his wrist, the blade spun, creating a fissure beneath Kenshin's feet. He slashed horizontally, unleashing a newly transformed sword energy, a manifestation of his evolved spirit. With a swift motion, the Muramasa was in hand, charging into the fray. His blade struck against the samurai's sword. Though the opponent managed to block the blow at the last moment, the overwhelming force sent him crashing into several others. Yet, Kenshin did not falter. With his sword before him, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, cutting through the crowd with unparalleled ease. No one could impede his advance. Even the most rudimentary slashes proved devastating. The disparity in skill was glaring. The samurai began to retreat upward, while those at the rear, oblivious to the chaos, pressed forward, causing pandemonium to ensue. Gintoki, came a loud cry. Kenshin leapt high into the air, and from afar, it seemed that Gintoki sensed it as well. Springing up with equal fervor, suspended in midair, he gazed at Kenshin, while the dragon hammer descended with ferocity. The unspoken synergy between the two was palpable. The force of their strikes generated powerful tremors on the ground, causing nearby foes to be cleaved in twain, while others were rendered unsteady by the sheer might of the blow. Thank you. With eyes closed, Kenshin was aware that Gintoki and the others had been attempting to console him, yet the foolish tendencies of a simpleton were steadfast. Surprisingly, they proved to be somewhat beneficial. Ah. The four individuals in the rear seemed to sense a shift, exchanging faint smiles, and thus intensified their efforts in battle. Kukiryu flash, airspeed. The long staircase elicited a slight smile from Kenshin as he unleashed the linear assault of Kukiryu flash. He charged upward along the staircase, transforming into a streak of blue light that surged past. The staircase appeared as though it had been obliterated, with chaotic debris swirling in the wake of Kenshin's force. In an instant, he reached the top and encountered Gintoki and the others. Kenshin offered a gentle smile. Sorry to have worried you. Oh, it's nothing. Gintoki chuckled, draping an arm over Kenshin's shoulder. We still have a long journey ahead. However, upon turning to behold several missiles soaring from the shogunate's stronghold, Kenshin smiled subtly. As the azure glow of Muramasa began to emanate from his hand, intertwining with the blades of Gintoki and the others. Come, let us show them what we are capable of. Kenshin licked his lips, lowering his stance, while Gintoki raised his sword horizontally. Kirishima knelt partially before Kenshin, and Shinsuke assumed a stance to draw his blade on Kenshin's left. Chizuru held his sword behind his back, and Kuriko raised his weapon high. Sujetsu Tenko. 6 fierce roars erupted simultaneously, their combined sword energies coalescing into a colossal luminous barrier that obliterated the incoming missiles. The relentless force surged toward the shogunate's encampment, demonstrating to them the essence of legend. Move. The command was issued without hesitation, and the flurry of 6 sleeves billowed as the figures of the 6, previously standing resolute, vanished into thin air. Those who had relocated the majority of their subordinates departed with nary a worry. As they departed, a figure clad in black upon a distant mountain, witnessing that earth-shattering strike, let out a cold huff. It seems I can no longer allow you to remain united. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished from sight. Well done. At this moment, Gintoki and the others, now returned to their base, were met with the reverence befitting heroes, yet Kenshin, unperturbed by the accolades, graciously declined one offer after another, continuing to stride forward. I have returned. Indeed, this individual was the same nurse who had once appeared, now trailing beside Akane. Welcome back, Lord Kenshin. As the petite nurse approached, she wrapped her arms around Kenshin. He playfully embraced her for a moment before recalling the urgent matters that awaited him that evening. Brother, you should wash up first, she urged. Indeed, he replied, closing the bathroom door behind him. As he shed his garments, the scars that marred his body bore witness to the price he had paid, a testament to the turmoil of war. The memories etched upon his chest and abdomen were indelible. Kenshin found himself lost in thought in the bathroom. Someone had been searching for him. Yet apart from Gintoki and a few others, he was unsure of who it could be. Who could it possibly be? He mused. Deciding not to dwell on it too deeply, he would discover the truth soon enough. After bathing, Kenshin donned his customary blue attire, which seemed to dominate his wardrobe, save for one red outfit of special significance. Upon emerging from the bathroom, he was taken aback to find an unfamiliar figure seated in his home, one that bore a semblance of familiarity. Who are you? He inquired, subtly pushing the nurse behind him, instinctively on guard. Kenshin? Himura Kenshin? I must ask, shall I refer to you as the Azura bestowed upon you by the heavens, or as the Badasai granted by the shogunate? The visitor's tone was laden with menace. Is there truly a distinction? Kenshin scoffed, a chilling aura enveloping the room. If you fail to clarify your intentions, I cannot guarantee your survival. Ah, indeed, a bloodthirsty individual, the newcomer remarked, shaking his head beneath his black hat. No wonder upon your arrival, all references to the wandering swordsman Kenshin were eradicated. What relevance does that hold for me? Kenshin retorted. Enough of this. The visitor, sensing the tension escalating, quickly introduced himself. I am Tojobu, one of the 4 guardians of the Yagyu clan. He then removed his hat. The Yagyu clan? Kenshin furrowed his brow. How can you validate your identity? By my unwavering devotion to the young master, Tojobu declared, a fervor igniting within him. Is it Koku? Kenshin asked, momentarily distracted, before shaking his head and inquiring. What brings you to me? Was not the Yagyu clan a favored ally of the shogunate? I come with a pressing request, he said, rising and bowing deeply. I implore you to assist me. What matter could the Yagyu clan not resolve on their own? Kenshin taunted, clearly harboring resentment towards past events. Our clan head has acknowledged that aside from you, Lord Badasai, there is scarcely anyone capable of achieving this. Tojobu pressed, lowering his head to the table. Please, save our young master. The young master? Yuju? Kenshin's expression soured. What has happened? What befell Koku? He ventured alone from the Yagyu home to roam the streets of Edo, and has now been missing for 3 days. Tojobu lamented. We wish to enlist the renowned Badasai to journey to Edo and locate him. Kenshin felt torn, uncertain if he should acquiesce. Lord Badasai, I beseech you, Tojobu implored, kneeling with his hands clasped in prayer. Lead the way. Kenshin finally conceded with a nod, recognizing the need to intervene. After all, the young master was someone from his past memories. Let us discuss this further on the road. Chapter 90. The beginning of everything. Edo. Once again they met. Yuju gazed silently at the tea in front of him, prompting Genshin to reflect on how swiftly time had passed. In just a few short years, Yuju had transformed into a master of the household. Despite this observation, Genshin could not help but notice the slight tremor in Yuju's hand, revealing that he still harbored fear at the sight of Genshin. As he unceremoniously took a seat, a scar on his face inadvertently became visible, causing Yuju's hands to tremble even more violently. What troubles you, Xiaojiu? Genshin inquired, his tone calm, devoid of any detectable emotion. Genshin, Yuju said, his voice low and earnest. I truly wish you would strike me now. Even if you were to place your sword against my throat, I would feel better than I do at this moment. Those are matters of the past, Genshin replied, his gaze flickering momentarily, yet he waved his hand dismissively. Taking a deep breath, Yuju set down his teacup. Xiaojiu is missing. Ever since he accompanied the 2 children from the Shimura family, he has vanished without a trace, along with Shimura Shinya. Genshin's expression grew serious. Is it possible that even with your influence in Edo, you cannot locate him? It is futile, Yuju replied with a bitter smile. Even the shogun has merely advised me to refrain from intervening in this matter. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind. Have there been reports of other children going missing in various places? Genshin asked urgently. Upon hearing this, Yuju recalled, indeed, every year, dozens of children disappear. This has been ongoing for 3 years now. I have reported this to the shogun multiple times, yet to no avail. Suddenly, Yuju's expression darkened. What do you imply? Indeed. Aside from this, I cannot fathom what else would concern both the shogun and yourself. Genshin's eyes glinted coldly. This means Xiaojiu and Miao are involved. No, this matter must be reported to the shogun. As a trusted ally, how can I fail to protect the families of my subordinates? Yuju exclaimed, rising abruptly, a chilling aura enveloping the room. It is in vain, Genshin replied slowly. I suspect that, aside from your Yagyu clan, no other families have experienced such misfortunes. From this, we can deduce 2 possibilities. First, someone is warning your Yagyu clan to refrain from taking rash actions. Second, this is due to me. His voice remained steady, devoid of any fluctuation. The events of the past, even if I wish to forget, are forever etched in someone's memory. Heaven, the way, the multitude. With each word, Yuju's murderous intent filled the entire hall. I shall investigate the shogun's residence tonight, Genshin declared, rising. There, we should find answers. No, you cannot go, Yuju interjected, positioning himself in front of Genshin. If, as you say, they are targeting you, then they have undoubtedly set traps specifically for you. Your going there would almost certainly lead to your demise. With a cold laugh, Genshin pushed Yuju aside, his presence flooding the hall with an overwhelming aura of bloodshed and despair. 3 years ago, you attempted to stop me in the same manner. And that is when everything began. As he turned slightly, Genshin let out a cold laugh and remarked, if someone is to perish while attempting to intercept me this time, would you wish it to be your daughter? Stay at home. With Xiaojiu in their hands, there is nothing you can do. This matter I shall handle. With that, he strode out of the hall. After a moment of silence, a frail voice suddenly emerged, such a bloody sword intent, truly deserving of the title of Azura, and indeed worthy of the name of the drawn sword sect. Father, am I truly so inept? Yuju's subdued voice responded. The inept Yuju, still only a voice without a figure, added, his footsteps are beyond your pursuit, and the burdens he bears are far more than you can fathom. Do you remember when you told me he wields 2 swords, one long and one short? Now, the short sword is no longer with Yuju. Do you understand? That is the fate of possessing this blade, and it is also the fate of bearing the name of Hitokiri Kenshin. In the dead of night, the moon did not make an appearance, yet the general's mansion was still ablaze with light. The sultry voices of women, the triumphant laughter of men, and a cacophony of heavy breathing filled the air. There is no hope. Standing amidst the trees in the courtyard, Genshin felt a profound despair towards the shogunate. Not lingering any longer, he turned towards the general's office. Typically, if there were a secret chamber, it would be found in the study or the bedroom. Genshin activated the system's built-in map, which revealed 2 faint green dots flickering persistently. However, as he reached the location of the green dot, he found only solid ground, indicating that it was concealed beneath, and he lacked the ability to burrow underground. Despite the system's convenience, Genshin still exuded his aura to sense everything within the study. There was nothing in this world that his aura could not penetrate. Where there is a secret chamber, he would surely uncover it. With a fierce determination, Genshin struck the floor with a powerful fist, causing a concealed panel to silently open, revealing an entrance just wide enough for a single person. A slight smile graced his lips as he leaped inside. After a swift descent, Genshin was thrust out into the open, and before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he heard a loud roar from below. Reacting instinctively, he activated a brief flight skill and gently floated to the ground. Upon looking back, he was met with the sight of an expansive crocodile pit, designed with malicious intent. Those who emerged without the ability to adjust their bodies would undoubtedly meet a fate of joyous interaction with the crocodiles. Wiping away non-existent cold sweat, Genshin remained largely unchanged. Though a hint of trepidation lingered within him, he steadied himself and strode forward resolutely. This place seemed to be a cavern or a vast expanse that had been hollowed out. Whoever could accomplish such a feat could not be the shogunate, and Genshin, having battled them for so long, had the right to assert this. They lacked such capability, thus revealing the identity of the builder. Suddenly, he flashed behind a rocky outcrop, peeking out to overhear the conversation of 2 individuals passing by, hoping to glean useful information. "Hey, why did the master capture those 2 children? And why are they being treated specially?" remarked actor A. Sho. "Lower your voice. These matters are beyond our capacity for commentary. The adults have their own reasoning when they act. We need not overthink," remarked supporting role B. "Hurry up. This place, devoid of humanity, is hardly suitable for our lingering." Supporting role A exclaimed, hastening his pace to depart. "Hey, wait for me." Slowly, Genshin peeked out and proceeded in the direction they had come from. This was undoubtedly the most promising locale. After navigating numerous bizarre facilities, Genshin found himself in a chamber filled with jars. Upon witnessing this scene, he fell silent. Chapter 91. You seem familiar. Numerous naked children were imprisoned within jars filled with green liquid, their bodies connected by an array of tubes. Genshin clenched his hands tightly, even breaking the skin of his palm. A drop of blood slowly fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he stifled the impulse to wreak havoc. So, if it weren't for teacher Songyang saving me, would this have been my fate? Ignoring everything, Genshin silently turned away and ventured down another corridor. Gripped by fear that a mere glance at this place would compel him to unleash his destructive tendencies. That would mean the end of his mission. Whispering to himself, he observed the green dot on his minimap, tantalizingly close. Genshin scrutinized the password lock, feeling a headache coming on. "System, is there any way to bypass it?" he cautiously inquired. Ding, access granted. This time, it was surprisingly swift. Ding, deducting 5J. Damn it. Too weary to critique this frustrating system, Genshin quietly pushed open the door, revealing 2 sleeping little girls, nestled together, their faces betraying an unmistakable fear. After all, they were still children. Encountering such horrors was unimaginable. Xiaojio. Gently. Genshin shook Jiubinj. As the girl rubbed her eyes and groggily rose, Genshin asked, "Are you all right, Xiaojio?" That voice, how many times had it echoed in his dreams? How many times had he waited at the door for her to return with her sister, only to face disappointment time and again? Was this time merely another dream? "I'm sorry for arriving so late," he said, affectionately brushing Jiubinj's nose. "Genshin Nissen?" she replied, seemingly in disbelief at the sight before her. "Ah, it's Genshin. Brother Genshin," she exclaimed, unable to conceal her joy. In an instant, she leaped into his embrace, the fears, confusion, and the long wait flooding back to her during the days when she was treated as a boy, yet her heart longed for memories of the 3 of them together. "Yes, Brother Genshin has come to rescue you." Genshin smiled, gently stroking the head of Jiubinj cradled in his arms. But where is sister?" Jiubinj innocently inquired. The smile on his face faltered. Indeed, the past could never be reclaimed. "Well, I am here to save you. Sister 1T be fighting. So Brother Genshin will bring Xiaojio home. I can handle this alone." It was better that she remained oblivious to such matters, for she was still just a child. Nodding with excitement. Jubi suddenly seemed to have an epiphany as she roused the two girls beside her. With a gleeful shout, she directed their attention to Kenshin, exclaiming, "Look, this is Kenshin Onayakin. I told you he would come back to save us." Both Mio and Shinani looked at Kenshin with curiosity, their eyes sparkling with joy despite their bewilderment. Kenshin observed the two girls, Shinani with her short hair and red eyes, mirroring his own features, and Mio with her chestnut locks and matching brown eyes. Mio's adorable smile, although tinged with fear, radiated an underlying strength, a glimmering spirit that could never be extinguished. "Is everything all right?" Kenshin's charm was palpable, though the scar on his face somewhat hindered this warmth. "Don't be afraid, Shinani and Mio. Onayakin is very strong. He will definitely take us away." Jubi, noticing their lingering skepticism, pouted and waved her small fists in frustration. Despite her usual shyness, she seemed emboldened in Kenshin's presence. Could it be that the seeds sown in their childhood had finally borne fruit? "Don't worry," Kenshin said, a hint of surprise in his gaze as he regarded Mio, though a slight pain throbbed in his mind. Observing Kenshin's prolonged gaze on Mio, Jubi grew annoyed and remarked, "Onayakin, are you?" Kenshin chuckled, scratching his head. "Mio, do you have an older sister or something?" Tilting her head cutely, Mio pondered for a moment before replying, "No, it's just my dad and my little brother at home." "Is that so?" Kenshin felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gently ruffled Mio's hair. "I just have this strange feeling that I've seen you somewhere before. But you're so young that we couldn't possibly have crossed paths. It's quite peculiar." Shaking his head, he chose to set aside this puzzling matter and crouched down, turning his back to Mio and the others. "Climb on. Onayakin will take you outside." Seeing Kenshin's not-so-broad back, little Jubi cheered and was the first to leap on, while Mio hesitated but eventually climbed up as well. Only Shinny gazed at Kenshin's back, her eyes flickering momentarily before she too nestled in, securing her grip. "Hold on tight, and no matter what happens, don't speak." Kenshin is not to be trifled with. The minimap displayed a multitude of red dots indicating the exit. "Am I to be considered blind?" Kenshin instructed, "And close your eyes." He turned slightly, smiling at the three little girls behind him. "Okay," they chorused. As Kenshin noticed that Mio and the others had closed their eyes, he exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on the earthen ceiling above. The Muramesa had yet to be drawn, but a crimson-hilted blade with a long, straight, semicircular spine and a subtly curved edge materialized in his hand. The moment it appeared, Kenshin's aura shifted, becoming as ominous and silent as a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. A formidable power emanated from him. Nine-headed dragon flash, void slash. The azure currents around him gradually transformed into a deep purple hue, coalescing into a spiraling drill that combined the penetrating force of the void slash. Kenshin leapt boldly, soaring directly toward the earthen ceiling above. "Since you have set traps ahead, do you truly believe I would foolishly walk into them? The continuous spinning consumes my energy at a relentless pace. Engaging in such endeavors while safeguarding delicate young girls is indeed beyond human capability, and I must allocate a portion of my strength to protect them. Nevertheless, I can sense the resistance diminishing, gradually becoming more palpable. Do not open your eyes." I can only utter this phrase before the earth scatters. The sword heart bursts forth from the ground, gazing at the astonished crowd in midair. With a cold smile, the sword heart realizes that the swirling energy has unknowingly bound tightly to the blade. The crescent moon slash. Unlike the usual azure crescent, the crescent moon slash emanating from Oboro village is devoid of its grandiose might. However, the transformation into a violet crescent has significantly enhanced its sharpness and stealth. Almost before anyone could react, the swift crescent had cleaved the ambushers in two. Immediately, as the sword heart lands and steadies itself, it has yet to utter a word when a metal staff seizes its attention. Before it could react, the staff strikes fiercely against the sword heart's face, sending it flying. Clad in white, the staff touches the ground with a crisp sound, despite standing amidst the dust with a straw hat still perched atop. Even in that fleeting moment when you shifted your form to protect the girls behind you, the injuries you sustained are undeniably real. After all this time, clinging to the naive notion of protecting everyone is truly foolish. As the dust settles, a thunderous roar disperses it entirely. Oboro. Chapter 92. For what purpose do we wield our swords? Without painful lessons, there is no meaning. If one does not sacrifice something, nothing can be gained. Oh, once again we meet. Himura Kenshin. Slowly turning, Oboro gazes at the figure emerging from the dust, speaking softly, "It has indeed been years, and I find myself missing you." The tone is faint, devoid of discernible emotion. Oh, to be remembered by the Batusai is truly an honor. Oboro squints. "So, as a legendary assassin, what brings you here?" "I came to save someone." Before the sentence is complete, a blue figure swiftly darts forth, "But now I have changed my mind." Compared to the Kenshin of years past, this time he faces an old adversary. The flames of rage burning within threaten to consume his reason. All he desires now is to dismember the person before him. Tornado flash. With one hand wielding the sword, he spins and strikes down upon Oboro's upright staff. Oboro smirks disdainfully. "You still haven't improved." With a flick of the wrist, she sends Kenshin flying, lightly tapping the ground with her staff. "Have you forgotten this scene? Or is it that your memory instinctively avoids it?" "The sword in my hand. It is wielded solely for those I hold dear. There is no one I cannot protect." With a surge of determination, I summon the surrounding earth, raising clouds of dust. I am confident in my abilities now. The staff in hand tightened, and indeed, compared to the past, this individual had undergone a profound transformation. "Now then, the sword you wield. I shall take it." With that, Rome strode forward, thrusting the staff directly at Jinshin's heart. Yet, Jinshin appeared to have anticipated this move, slightly sidestepping to evade the direct assault. Simultaneously, Rome swung, and a brilliant meter-long violet light erupted from the blade, descending with ferocious force. Boom! The violet sword energy engulfed Rome's figure and subsequently shattered an expanse of houses with relentless momentum. With a gentle exhalation, Jinshin slowly angled his still-smoking sword towards the ground. His gaze piercing through the dust-laden air. "Come forth. Do you still wish to ambush me while feigning death? Do not harbor such dreams. Truly, it is as the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart." Amidst the dust, a shadow of Rome gradually rose. And then a tempestuous onslaught tore through the haze, unleashing a flurry of flying needles towards Jinshin. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Rome lifted his hand lightly, a swift gust dispersing the foremost wave of needles. Jinshin, unwilling to be complacent, prepared himself as Rome unleashed a flurry of strikes. A torrent of winds knocked down all the flying needles. At that moment, a concealed needle, nearly undetectable, pierced through Jinshin's blade winds, hurtling towards him. Yet Jinshin seemed to have foreseen this. Rome's hilt intercepted the needle's trajectory. The needle, unable to breach the integrity of Rome's formidable weapon, fell to the ground in resignation. "Ah, to the left and right, who will you protect?" This faint voice caused Jinshin's gaze to sharpen, as he felt the rapid whirring of steel needles slicing through the air from both sides, his expression shifting dramatically. Clang! Hiss! Spinning around, the blade of Muramasa at his waist deflected the needle from the left, but the other needle aimed at the maiden was too swift to obstruct. Just as the steel needle mirrored the maiden's expressionless smile, a hand shielded her vision, and the needle pierced through the flesh of the palm, but was ultimately grasped firmly. "Rest assured, for I am here." The calm voice bestowed an inexplicable sense of security, leaving the maiden in a daze as she lifted her head, perplexed by the emotions swirling within her, for she was undeniably bound by her mission. How stubbornly antiquated. Have the events of the past not enlightened you? Rome taunted. Still clinging to the aspiration of safeguarding all. Your sword lacks such power. Thus, such matters necessitate my body to protect the other half. With a firm grip on the hilt, Rome's aura thickened. Rome. This blade is known as Rome Muramasa. Oh, only by tasting your blood can it truly be sharpened. Huh. How I anticipate this. Boom. Unwilling to engage in further dialogue. Although stronger than Rome, Jinshin bore the weight of the 3 children behind him, and with this concern, he was compelled to deflect Rome's strikes aimed at his back. Though despicable, Jinshin understood that in the face of a more powerful adversary, this was the most prudent strategy. This time, 3 needles. Rome sneered as he retreated, while Jinshin, upon hearing Rome's words, immediately executed a horizontal spin on the spot. Simultaneously, he reversed his grip, and both Muramasa and Rome Muramasa leaped from their sheaths, executing a whirling slash that cleaved the 2 needles in half. At that moment, the last steel needle flew past Kenshin's forehead, narrowly missing its target. Defeated, just as Kenshin landed. He had yet to react when a staff pierced through him with devastating force, time seemingly freezing at that instant. It is prudent not to draw hasty conclusions. Raising his head, Kenshin let out a cold laugh, firmly clamping the staff that had pierced under his arm against his chest. With a mighty roar, he lifted the blade. Just as he raised it, a needle shot from the blade, aimed directly at Kenshin's eye, but his right hand moved even faster. Charge! A swift upward thrust. The dragon source technique was unleashed. Speed and power reached their zenith, cleaving the incoming needle in half, while simultaneously, the blade struck fiercely at his shoulder, sending him soaring into the air. Experienced the full force of my wrath. His eyes glimmered with overwhelming killing intent, and all the pent-up frustration within him was released in that moment. Everything unfulfilled in his mind was poured into this instant. Dragon hammer flash, soaring into the heights. Yet in an instant, the staff descended, proving that the blade surpassed the Night King Fengxian. Yet, Kenshin seemed to have predicted this move, sidestepping just in time. His body twisting to deliver a slicing blow to the blade's chest, then leaping slightly upward once more, a devastating strike. With a muffled grunt, the blade was sent crashing to the ground by the force of this heavy attack, creating cracks upon impact, only to rise again. At that moment, Kenshin descended with absolute speed. I will not allow you to succeed. Gripping the staff tightly, he calculated the timing and launched a swift thrust aimed at Kenshin's abdomen. The blade's edge grazed the surface of the staff, sparking flames as it veered off course, and Kenshin delivered a slicing blow to the ground. The violent impact once again propelling the blade high into the air. It is time to end this. Lowering his stance slightly, an overwhelming and perilous aura surged forth. It was the moment of being locked onto by the strongest enemy, a fear of everything around turning against him. The space began to tremble, while the air revealed visible distortions. Ah, it is over. The blade smiled faintly in midair, a smile that caused Kenshin, poised to deliver a lethal strike, to flinch. This time, 12 needles. The blade slowly uttered those words, causing Kenshin's expression to shift dramatically, while in his ears echoed the sound of whistling. What is happening? Chapter 93, The Weak. Blood dripped slowly onto the ground with each breath. The blood from the wounds on his shoulder trickled down his arm, yet his gaze held no trace of retreat, fixated on the lifeless enemy that lay before him. Are you all right? Ignoring the anxious calls from Jubi, Kenshin unexpectedly heard a soft, gentle voice, momentarily taken aback as the voice felt strikingly familiar. Ah, I am fine. Awakening. Kenshin turned slightly to see Mayo resting her head on his shoulder, tightening his grip on the blade. He smiled and said, without a word, Mayo buried her head deeper into Kenshin's clothing. Do you not wish to speak and disturb me? He truly understands the situation. With a faint smile, Kenshin gazed at the distant figure of Oboro, exclaiming, it serves no purpose. Oboro, have you already developed an immunity to poison? Oboro squinted, then fixed his gaze upon Kenshin's eyes. What do you intend to do? This place is completely surrounded. You alone cannot hold them off. Hence, you devised such a despicable plan. With a forceful step, the ground shattered beneath him as he struck Oboro's staff with a mighty blow, the overwhelming power forcing Oboro to stagger back. You of the heavenly path are resorting to such tactics to uphold its authority. Anyone can be sacrificed. He effortlessly blocked Oboro Muramesa's strike. You, who have repeatedly defied the heavenly path, will inevitably face its retribution. With a cold shout, the base of the staff was thrust aside, revealing a blade that pushed Kenshin away with a powerful slash. We shall not spare those close to you, whether they be your beloved or cherished ones. 3 steel needles shot forth but were crushed under Kenshin's foot, while he grinned. How laughable! Have you forgotten my sword? The heavenly path need not consider the thoughts and will of mere mortals. So, am I merely a mortal? Kenshin retorted. I am a master of the blade. With a resonant voice, Oboro Muramesa's purple aura flickered. His resolve remained unshaken, growing ever stronger. Himura Kenshin, time and again you rebel against the will of the heavenly path, daring to challenge its authority. What grants you such audacity? A mere insignificant woman? Boom. This time, Oboro could not withstand Kenshin's strike. The deep purple energy enveloped the blade, amplifying its might and sending Oboro hurtling away. Simultaneously, Kenshin discreetly unleashed a secret technique. Without pausing, he pursued Oboro, who, upon realizing the situation, aimed the blade of his staff at Kenshin. At the moment Kenshin broke through, the blade unexpectedly elongated. Kenshin seemed to have anticipated this, sidestepping the blade while the purple aura of Oboro Muramesa reappeared in his hand. He struck Oboro's chest once more, sending him flying again. The crescent moon sky strike. The momentum did not waver. Reversing the blade, he sliced upwards against Oboro's chest again, and the trajectory left a purple crescent arc that sent Oboro soaring away. With a swift horizontal slash of the staff, Kenshin once again foresaw the move, blocking the staff's advance with the hilt of his sword. He coldly commanded, "Explode." Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than the purple sword energy erupted, drowning out Oboro's voice. However, just as Kenshin landed and had yet to catch his breath, a white shadow suddenly appeared, kicking his left hand aside while the top of the staff pressed against his chest. With a sudden surge of force, Kenshin's eyes widened. The overwhelming energy surged through him, sending the three girls behind him flying instantly. Had he let his guard down? It was merely a decoy. Oboro's mocking tone echoed as Kenshin steadied himself, his gaze locking onto the three girls still airborne. A realization struck him. Could it be that your target from the very beginning was these three girls? Oboro launched a flying needle aimed at each of the three girls, declaring, "Come, let me witness your choice once more." His eyes narrowed in intensity. My thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that day when I first encountered my future self, realizing that I had chosen to forsake Master Sanyang. Was this choice no different from the one I face now? My strength can save at most two, while the fate of the remaining one seems almost inevitable. What is it that you truly seek, Rong? Why must I constantly confront such choices? Is there truly no way for me to rescue them? Gradually, my consciousness retreated to the depths of my soul, where darkness reigned, yet this time I perceived a flicker of light, a constellation of stars, seemingly whispering to me, "Believe in yourself." The words of Kenshin. It is indeed possible. In the midst of darkness, such a voice emerged, soft yet joyous, a tone I could never forget. "Go forth, Kenshin." I understand now. I opened my eyes. Merely a second had passed. Kenshin's gaze sharpened, his aura radiating outward. The confusion within his eyes vanished. In just a few seconds, his presence had intensified. "Himura Kenshin, you are indeed a formidable individual." Rong's expression hardened, realizing she was no longer a match for him. Yet, retreat was not an option. I must accomplish what I set out to do. Whoosh. With swords in hand, a surge of energy enveloped them. One gleamed in azure, the other shone in a piercing violet. Kenshin's gaze remained unwavering. Both swords were released simultaneously, soaring toward the distant Miao and Jiu Bingwei, intercepting the steel needles shot by Rong. In the same breath, Kenshin grasped the sheath, embracing the shrine maiden. As the sheath descended, it deflected a majority of the incoming needles. However, a few still flew toward him, only to be blocked by Kenshin's horizontal strike. Simultaneously, his form blurred, and he caught Miao and Jiu Bingwei in midair, cradling them in his arms. As they landed, his eyes narrowed, shifting positions. Rong's blade was angled defensively before him, yet it proved insufficient. After a fierce clash that sparked a tempest of fire, a segment of the blade from his staff pierced Kenshin's right chest, penetrating through. "I have succeeded. I can protect anyone I wish to safeguard." Though blood trickled from the corner of my mouth, my eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, sharp and unparalleled. My aura surged once more. Anyone who seeks to harm must possess the resolve to withstand my blade. This is bad. I never expected his conviction would be further solidified. What a blunder. Cursing silently, Rong's expression remained unchanged, yet her movements were swift as she lunged for the nearest Miao. Boom. In a moment of crisis, Muramasa fell from the sky, striking between the two adversaries. Rong was forced backward. With a glance, Muramasa stood upright before Kenshin. "I have seen through your techniques." With a decisive kick, Kenshin launched Muramasa into the air, while the purple radiance of Rong's blade re-emerged. A horizontal wave of sword energy surged toward Rong. In the very instant the strike was unleashed, Muramasa descended, only to be countered by Kenshin's downward slash with Rong's blade. As the spinning blade hovered midair, a vertical blue sword energy shot forth, catching up to the prior purple wave, forming an immense cross of sword energy. Is this the core secret technique of the flying sword style, the reading of moves? With a pallid complexion, Hong gazed at the oncoming cross-shaped sword aura, acutely aware of the futility of resistance. In a swift motion, he vanished from sight, eluding Jinshin's eyes, breaking through barriers and the confines of the general's residence. Soaring into the night sky, the intersecting sword energies, one violet and one azure, ascended towards the heavens, to the very realm where the stars reside. a place that also embodies Jinshin's heart. Indeed, I am a weakling. Yet does that render me incapable of safeguarding what I hold dear? Home, the cherished entity I once failed to protect. Dare you attempt to seize it from me again? That was the anguished roar of the Blade's sanctuary, known as Azura. Chapter 94, Half-Body All is Well. Having repelled Hong, Jinshin felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Yet he maintained his resolve, smiling at the girls behind him. Be cautious. Before Jinshin could react, a shout from Miao pierced the air, followed by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling away. His cloak billowed, black chains clinked softly, and a faceless mask obscured his visage. A slender figure remained poised, drawing a blade, motionless. Suddenly, a blue silhouette erupted forth. Longfong surged toward the stranger's chest, but the newcomer deftly spun his black blade, deflecting Longfong aside as they narrowly avoided collision. Jinshin glimpsed the emotionless crimson eyes beneath the mask. Once again, the Tianlok Moonslayer elicited a faint smile from Jinshin as he turned to the faceless man. You have indeed arrived, Su. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed along the black blade as the stranger spoke in a flat tone. Desire. Desire? Jinshin was taken aback. Was this individual not the same Su from before? Though surprised, his tone remained unyielding. The Tianlok Moonslayer is indeed a colossal blunder. Kill. A single word, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, surged through Jinshin, who instinctively raised the Hong Muramesa to shield his chest. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared before him. With a swift motion, the Tianlok Moonslayer was drawn upward. What? Before Jinshin could voice his astonishment, he was sent soaring into the sky, barely managing to push Miao, Sinny, and Jubingwei away with gentle force, only to be enveloped by a tempestuous barrage of slashes. Who are you? The clamor of clashing blades resonated incessantly. Although he had lost the initiative, Jinshin managed to counter with erratic strikes, recognizing the technique and shouting in astonishment. Divine Speed Dragon Soar Slash and Dragon Nest Slash. Is that truly their name? While pondering this, Jinshin's blade did not falter. He accelerated once more, the blade's shadow flaring in a dazzling display, making it increasingly arduous for him to defend. After all, to endure too long is to invite failure. No longer would he concede. He resolved to retaliate immediately. With determination, his strikes quickened, carving lines in the air, phantoms of sword energy lingering in the atmosphere, an assured counterattack. His movements remained relentless, as the violet radiance of Hong Muramesa rekindled, akin to flames igniting. Entwined around the blade, it was poised to be unleashed. The corners of the mouth concealed beneath the mask curled slightly, and the black blade in hand instantly radiated a dark aura rivaling the violet brilliance of Muramesa. It danced incessantly, akin to flames igniting in vengeance. Whoosh! This strike of sword energy was starkly different from the previous one. The unleashed sword energy burned fiercely, leaving traces of black mist in its wake, while the crescent-shaped sword energy surged directly towards the heart of the blade. The heart of the blade narrowed its gaze. The violet brilliance surged forth once more. The purple sword energy was unleashed with intent, charging at the opponent. The two energies collided mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that obliterated the surrounding general's residence. The two combatants showed no signs of hesitation, as if their movements were synchronized. The black and purple sword energies clashed violently, igniting a series of explosive encounters that left the surroundings in utter disarray. Boom! Clang! After unleashing their final sword energy, both plunged into the smoke, their blades clashing amidst the dust, yet they found themselves once again in a standoff. I'm beginning to believe you are not merely an illusion. The heart of the blade gritted through clenched teeth. A half-whispered phrase stirred boundless murderous intent, amplifying the pressure and forcing the heart of the blade to retreat. Simultaneously, the blade was sheathed, and as it was drawn again, an unsettling sound resonated, sending tremors throughout the vicinity. Is this the dragon's roar flash? The tone seemed resolute, as the heart of the blade landed and sheathed the sword, countering the dragon's roar flash with its own. In that moment, the vibrations continued unabated. Hiss hiss. Both combatant sleeves tore as the blades were fully drawn. Once again, they surged towards each other. Once more, a collision ensued. A flurry of lethal intent engulfing the air as they narrowly passed each other. Their gazes reflected the same unwavering resolve. Their hearts echoed the same visage, and their hands executed identical sword techniques. intertwined with determination and murderous intent. One transformed into a black stream of lethal silence, the other, a blue stream of solitary persistence. The ultimate technique, nine-headed dragon flash. Boom, 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 boom. The two streams of light flickered incessantly within the ravaged general's residence. Each clash sent dust swirling into the air. The sounds of weapons clashing never ceased. Their figures accelerated, appearing as if multiple streams of light had converged. With a final strike, both combatants' shoulders were simultaneously struck, blood sprayed forth, intermingling with the relentless, murderous aura. Why must I bear the same fate as you? Though I emerged from you, we are not the same. The momentum surged once more, yet the heart of the blade, burdened with the knowledge of its own limits, realized that the ultimate move could not be retained. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if a sense of unwillingness flickered in the eyes of you, who, after striking Kenshin away with a single blow, vanished into thin air. Who could this person be? So reminiscent of the flying sword style? Breathless, Kenshin sheathed his blade, the Oboro Muramasa, at his waist, casting a puzzled glance towards the direction where you had departed. And what was the source of that inexplicable feeling of solitude? Unable to fathom it, Kenshin chose not to dwell on it. Slowly, he walked towards the three girls, gathering them in his embrace as he gently departed from the ravaged scene. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, Oboro stood at the eaves, watching Kenshin fade into the horizon. A hint of melancholy crossing his features. How much longer can you endure? Your will, your spirit. Behind him, the faceless mask suddenly lifted, revealing crimson eyes filled with piercing, murderous intent. Eternal and vibrant. Extra, I am but a mere human. I do not know what I am called. I only recall waking up to the sight of a gentle smile, a soft voice that made me feel a profound sense of kinship. Others say that children are born weak, incapable of speech, and pure in essence. Yet they have never regarded me as a child. Why is that? After all, I too was born not long ago, wasn't I? Take care now, Kenshin. Those were his words to me. Though I did not fully comprehend, I nodded, feeling deep down that I should not rebel against this individual. As time passed swiftly, I found myself reluctantly accepting new experiences. I could not understand why I had to heed the teachings of that man in the conical hat, who wielded a weapon called a sword to slice through those akin to myself. However, he instructed me not to question, so I continued, killing relentlessly until I encountered her. She had resplendent purple short hair, her smile gentle, reminiscent of his yet infused with a different significance. What could that possibly mean? I did not understand. Then, he grew dissatisfied with these confines and took me to the cosmos, where I battled against nameless foes. Although it was often arduous, I managed to vanquish them one by one. Consequently, I was bestowed with the title of Badasai. Some say there exists another being on this war-torn earth who mirrors me. I felt a flicker of anticipation. Could he be my brother? Bruised and battered, I returned to my room, where a girl sat on the bed, awaiting my return. She observed me with a glimmer of an emotion I struggled to comprehend, yet she remained silent, gently tending to my wounds with delicate, meticulous movements. This life is rather pleasant. The girl gradually became my source of motivation, awakening a new emotion within me, an unwillingness to be bound, an aversion to being watched. I yearned to venture out and behold the landscapes I had never seen before. Yet, would such actions betray the people here? Perhaps it is best not to depart. A considerable amount of time has passed, and while I was originally in slumber, a stranger led me to a secluded place. There, he was bound, his hands restrained. Yet despite the cold sweat dripping from his brow, he wore a gentle smile. Then, a figure standing beside me handed me a knife. Whether I severed or spared, the will known as Song Yang, and this individual would cease to exist. Thus, I plunged the blade into his heart. Even as he collapsed, he maintained that smile. For reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort welled within me, and my face grew wet with tears. I found myself speaking less, transforming into a relentless harbinger of death upon the battlefield known as the arena, slaughtering all who dared to challenge me, whether willingly or by compulsion. From that day forth, I asked, "Shall we escape together, sword?" Consequently, I led the girl through a path of carnage, where none could stand against me. We fled for what felt like an eternity, during which I grew increasingly concerned for her well-being. Gradually, she began to constrain herself, declaring herself my wife that fateful night. We traversed many lands, where numerous souls remarked upon my resemblance to a legendary figure of the current Bakumatsu, Kenshin Himura. A peculiar feeling began to stir within me. I sensed a kinship with this man, igniting an impulse to seek him out. However, the girl in my embrace caused me to unconsciously abandon such thoughts. We settled in an obscure little town, discovering for the first time that my hand, which once wielded a sword for killing, could also nurture. A burgeoning emotion took root within me, as the villagers spoke of our apparent happiness, declaring us a blissful couple. Was this what happiness entailed? I began to long for such a life, believing that living this way for eternity would be splendid. Though I did not fully comprehend it, my concern for her deepened. The skills of my swordsmanship and the essence of my soul began to resonate. Until that fateful day, when the cacophony of cannon fire engulfed everything, flames consumed the village, leaving its inhabitants, children and elders alike, lifeless upon the ground. It was only later that I realized this once cherished village was doomed from the moment we arrived. I commenced my rebellion. No one could stand against me as anxiety surged within. Had they awaited my return all along? The girl gazed at me with silent tears as I returned, devoid of resistance. I could not fathom why I did not fight back. Thus, I was captured by a man wielding a flying needle, another brandishing a black katana, and yet another who was unarmed, who took us back to a place called Tiandao. Before a gathering of grotesque beings, my sheathed blade was once again presented to me. Kill her, human. The crowd below erupted into a cacophony, and yet I was inexplicably engulfed by a swell of emotions. This feeling caused my hand, which clutched the blade, to tremble, as an odd current seemed to swirl around me. Then, the girl suddenly collided with me, crashing against my sword. "Hurry, remember," she implored. But her words remained unfinished as she fell to the ground. A sudden wave of force overwhelmed me, causing my mind to spiral into darkness. The flying sword style, Yado Matsuyama, Fujibayashi, and Fujibayashian. Was this what triggered such memories? Ultimately, I am still too weak. I pushed open the door, and, under the watchful gaze of the celestial beings and the ever-observant Oboro, stepped onto the stage. I am merely a human. I picked up the mask from the podium and slowly, deliberately placed it upon my face. A human who cannot even protect a single woman. The mask obscured my entire visage, leaving only a pair of numb, crimson eyes that had forgotten everything. Why half of me? We are no longer considered one. Why must I bear your fate? I shall find you. Tell me. This answer. Himura Kenshin. PS2. Is it merely a figment of my imagination that I feel an infinite terror akin to Zhengzha's replicants? PS3. What if Kenshin were to become the person Oboro envisions? Answer. It would be just like this. Chapter 95. Takani Myo Master Kenshin has returned with the heir. The figure of Higashikata appeared, his tone brimming with excitement. He stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, he actually succeeded. With that, he dashed outside, only to behold Kenshin, bloodied and bearing 3 girls in his arms, approaching step by step. Father. The tone of Jubii was somewhat cold, leaving Yajuku feeling somewhat awkward. Is Kenshin all right? Just how strong has he become? Yajuku pondered. Though he did not concern himself with such matters, there was hardly any significant conflict, especially since Kenshin was so affectionate with his daughter. Yet, seeing Kenshin in such disarray, Yajuku couldn't help but voice his concern. Go, little Q. Kenshin gently placed Jubii on the ground, encouraging little Q to approach. Little Q took a couple of steps toward Yajuku, but suddenly halted, turning back to gaze at Kenshin. Brother Kenshin, aren't you coming? Is Myo-chan coming too? My. Little Q is quite bold today. Myo teased, peering out and playfully addressing Jubii, while softly adding, well, Shinpachi must be worried too. Father, we shall part ways for now. We will come to find you later. As for Shino, she remained silent, merely shaking her head at Jubii to express her stance. Faced with such a situation, Jubii, resigned, lowered his head and walked over to Yajuku's side. Then it shall be so. Kenshin turned away. Farewell, Yajuku. Farewell, Q-chan. Clenching his fists, Yajuku slowly responded. Farewell, Kenshin. This turn of events marked a definitive farewell to the past, a departure that would lead to an unwilling conclusion of never meeting again. The debt of gratitude I once owed you has now been repaid. As I gazed at Kenshin departing, Yuju murmured, and it was only the soft call of the family head from the side, uttered by Higashijo, that roused Yuju from his reverie. Higashijo, ensure the young master is well taken care of, and prepare a carriage for me. I must pay a visit to the general's residence. Taking the katana handed to him by a servant, Yuju caressed the blade, which had laid dormant for far too long, contemplating the imminent shedding of blood once more. Do you comprehend the necessity for my subordinates to accompany me? Never question the prowess of the illustrious Yagyu family's sword saints. With a resolute turn, his voice laced with an air of impending conflict, he declared, I believe all of this demands an explanation, be it for today or for 3 years past. Is this a severance of ties? Is this truly your home? Mayo remarked, observing the dojo with a hint of astonishment. I never imagined your family possessed such wealth. Merely a dojo, she retorted, leaping from Kenshin's embrace and racing towards the entrance. Father, Shinya, I have returned. No sooner had she spoken than a seemingly ordinary figure, clad in a blue and white kimono and donning spectacles, rushed forth, nearly arriving at the door in an instant, excitement radiating from his visage. Sister. As Kenshin witnessed the siblings' embrace, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. And you? He inquired of the soul girl still cradled in his arms. Lost in thought for a moment, the girl remained silent, merely shaking her head. Ah, so you are alone? Kenshin gently remarked. Then you shall accompany Mayo. At that moment, she grasped Kenshin's garment, and from her gaze, he discerned a hidden emotion, prompting him to reflect. Though she speaks little, her eyes have conveyed a multitude of sentiments. Thank you. Thank you for saving my sister. I am Shimura Shinya, Miyo's brother. As Kenshin became lost in thought, Shinya approached to express his gratitude. Oh, it was nothing. Kenshin waved his hand dismissively. By the way, where is your father? He is likely outside discussing matters with friends, Mayo replied, displaying a keen understanding as she walked into the courtyard. Please, come inside. Then I shall impose on you. Kenshin admitted, feeling fatigued. After the fierce battle, his attire was tattered and in dire need of a place to restore order. With that, Kenshin removed his shoes at the entrance and bowed to the dojo, a fundamental courtesy, unless one were to challenge or visit familiar acquaintances. Impressive was Kenshin's initial impression, followed by a second, remarkably clean. The wooden swords and plaques, albeit few in number, suggested that even in tumultuous times, some would still choose to honor this exceptional place. Say, Kenshin and I, what school do you belong to? Shinya inquired curiously after preparing tea. Settling beside Kenshin, his gaze drawn to the 2 swords at Kenshin's waist, eager to learn more about his martial lineage. The Hiten Mitsurujiryu. And you? Kenshin replied, sipping his tea. The 10 Heavens Heart School, which symbolizes non-lethal protection, Shinya proclaimed with a hint of pride. Kenshin's eyes widened in surprise at the existence of such a style, reminiscent of the memory flow. Shinya, Kenshin and I is exceptionally strong, capable of unleashing sword energy. At this moment, Miao tidied herself slightly and positioned herself opposite Kenshin. Is Oni-chan Yomi really that strong? Indeed he is. Miao smiled at Kenshin, causing him to momentarily freeze. That smile felt remarkably familiar. So, Oni-chan Kenshin, could you possibly guide me? No Buddha, you are truly passionate, albeit somewhat reckless. Well, all right then, she said, as she unfastened the Aburozukyo and Murasame from her waist and stepped aside. Miao, too, stood up and retrieved a wooden sword, first handing one to Nobuta and then another to Kenshin. My brother can be a bit much, so please go easy on him, Miao said, playfully sticking out her tongue. The spirit of an individual is truly invaluable. Kenshin nodded appreciatively, stepping past Miao to face Nobuta, softly saying, Miao, I entrust the Shinto priestess to you. Understood, she replied, taking the Shinto priestess's hand and leading her aside. Nobuta, make your move. With that, Nobuta shouted loudly and charged towards Kenshin. Swish. In a flash, Kenshin drew his sword, the wooden blade pressing against Nobuta's chest, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Incredible, Nobuta exclaimed in awe. You will reach that level too. Kenshin smiled, ruffling Nobuta's hair, then glanced at Miao, who was covering her mouth and giggling. What has you so amused? He inquired curiously. Well, Oni-chan Kenshin, you might want to freshen up, she said, pointing behind him. Kenshin moved only to feel a chill enveloping him, realizing that his back was likely bleeding anew. Miao, I beg of you, he said, his tone tinged with resignation. Hee, follow me. Miao playfully stuck out her tongue and led the way. Nobuta, if you dare to bully the Shinto priestess, I won't let you off easily, Miao threatened as she turned back to intimidate Nobuta just before exiting. I couldn't resist. I still have to call you Nobuta? Satisfied by the fearful expression on his face, she departed. Should the plan be executed? Her whisper was so soft that no one noticed. Chapter 96. The heartless heaven and the flying sword technique here are my father's old clothes, Miao said. Her cheeks flushed as she laid the garments on the ground. I'll leave these here. You can take them yourself. Thank you, Kenshin replied, his voice slightly awkward. Miao chuckled, rising to her feet. I'll take my leave now. Remember to come find us in the hall. By the way, father seems to want to see you. Understood, came the muffled reply from within, as the sound of clothing being donned echoed. Miao paused for a moment before departing, unaware of what her father might want with Kenshin. My father wishes to see me? Why do I feel as though it's a situation where a father-in-law is meeting his son-in-law? Wait, why am I even thinking that? Miao is younger than I am. Forget it, this isn't the time to ponder that, Kenshin thought, dismissing his chaotic thoughts as we shift our focus back to the hall. Miao, you're finally back. Shimizu Ken exclaimed excitedly as Miao walked in slowly, the weight in his heart finally lifting. I'm sorry for causing you concern. Miao bowed and glanced around. No Buddha, where's the Shinto priestess? She said she needed to use the restroom, so I escorted her to the door and then hurried back. The unexpectedly innocent Shinbaki remarked, a hint of blush adorning his cheeks. Miao, Shinbaki mentioned you brought back a man, said Drichinjin, glancing around. Where is he? He was a bit dirty, so he went to take a shower, Miao replied slowly. Oh, I see. Could you recount the events for me? Yes. A single person rescued all three of you, Drichinjin exclaimed, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Did he mention what school he belongs to? Someone like that cannot possibly be nameless. Brother Kenshin said he belongs to the Flying Heaven Sword style. Before Miao could respond, Shinbaki shouted excitedly. Wait, say that again. What school? Drichinjan's eyes narrowed, disbelief etched across his features. Observing Drichinjan's reaction, Shinbaki felt a twinge of trepidation, mumbling incoherently, while Miao sighed softly, the Flying Heaven Sword style. Nonsense. Do you even know who he is? Drichinjan roared, causing the already frightened Shinbaki to retract his neck further. That is the sworn enemy of the celestial beings. A loyalist. How could you bring such a person home? If the celestial beings were to find out, what does it matter? As long as he saved me. That is all that counts, isn't it? Miao's words momentarily restored Jan's composure, and he sighed. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that I fear for you and the Flying Heaven Sword style. Although the sword techniques are well known, only one individual has truly mastered and can wield them effectively. After a pause, Drichinjan continued. Do you think we did not study the swordplay depicted in that manga when it first appeared? Yet the truth is, no one has been able to execute it. Attempting to do so only leads to severe physical burdens and even irreparable injuries. However, the principles of swordsmanship have been absorbed. The so-called secret techniques of the Yagyu family are derived from reading the moves, while our heavenly heartless style is rooted in the Shinkajiryu sword principles. So it's about one's conduct in the world? Miao murmured. I truly wish to meet this individual. To wield the Flying Heaven Sword style without hesitation. Does his body truly suffer no consequences? Drichinjan inquired, curiosity piqued. Just then, Kenshin stepped through the door. Clad in a slightly faded red kimono with a white hem split into 3 parts, his crimson hair was tied back with a black ribbon, cascading into a ponytail down his back. The slightly drooping strands of red hair obscured the scars on his face. Brother Kenshin. Upon seeing him, Shinbaki's spirits soared, and he exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Kenshin nodded in acknowledgement and sat in front of Drichinjan. You must be Miao's father. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Himura Kenshin, the Shura of the battlefield, the warrior of the Batosai. I have long admired your reputation. Drichinjan nodded in response. Drichinjan, a humble warrior with little renown. You jest. I hold great respect for the sword principles of the heavenly heartless style, Kenshin said with a smile. May I be so bold as to inquire how you came to learn the Flying Heaven Sword style? To be candid, many of us have tried to learn it. Yet our arms suffered severe injuries, or our waists could not coordinate, resulting in grave internal damage. Ken Shimura, fearing that Kenshin's thoughts might stray, hastily clarified, Of course, this is not theft. I am merely curious. You need not say anything. It's nothing. With a little practice, one can achieve it. Kenshin replied with a hint of skepticism. Is it truly as terrifying as you say? Indeed, it is quite fearsome. What can I say? Some merely practice a little and achieve greatness. This is the nature of comparison among people. I, however, do not feel that way, Kenshin said with a smile. Pray tell, what does the Hiten Mitsurujiryu signify to you? Suddenly, Ken's eyes sparkled with understanding. Kenshin instantly realized this was a discourse on their respective sword philosophies, an art of killing. He pondered many thoughts, yet ultimately concluded, my sword has slain all. Indeed, to acknowledge this truth is to surpass many. It seemed that the legends surrounding him were not mere fabrications. And what of the 10 heavens heartless style? Fiction, he replied slowly, yet this could be deemed a denial, which did not incite Ken's wrath. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Precisely. This is the ideal sword philosophy, the world I yearn for. Now it is my turn to inquire. What is a sword? Kenshin focused intently. A sword is a weapon. It is also a companion that embodies my name and teachings. However, for us practitioners of the 10 heavens heartless style, the sword is a harbinger of discord. Ken declared without hesitation. Ah, that is a commendable perspective. Kenshin applauded, smiling. And what is your interpretation? Do not attempt to mislead me. Ken's query was clear to Kenshin, yet regrettably, he had only grasped that one phrase. Had not all his experiences echoed that sentiment over time? Are you truly sincere? Absolutely. Then all those legends are true. Naturally. I see. The sword is a deadly weapon. The art of swordsmanship is a means of killing. No matter how beautifully one may embellish it, that remains an undeniable fact. To kill in defense. To kill for survival. These are all sins. PS2. Additionally, this chapter serves as mere exposition. Chapter 97. Shinya Imai. With that said, I shall not intrude further. As dawn gradually broke, Kenshin held Shinya's hand, standing at the entrance before Ken Shimura, Mayo, and Shinpachi. Will you truly not stay? Mayo gazed at Shinya with a hint of reluctance. Although Kenshin had already explained his intention to leave Shinya at the dojo the previous night, her reaction was unexpectedly profound. She clung tightly to Kenshin's clothing, unwilling to let go. With no other choice, Kenshin could only depart Edo with Shinya. Though silent, their mutual gaze spoke volumes of their feelings. Oh, Mayo said, her head drooping in melancholy, when suddenly a large hand covered her head. I shall come to see you again, Kenshin murmured, gently patting Miyo's head, simultaneously making a promise. If I find myself without a place to go, I shall rely on you. Ah, this place shall always be open for you, Ken Shimura said with a smile, clasping his fists. Though a tinge of regret colored his words. Farewell. Indeed, we shall surely meet again. With a wave, Kenshin turned decisively, while Mayo stood at the doorway, gazing blankly at the distant figures fading away. Sister, could it be that Shinbaki can no longer suppress his reckless desires? With a resounding punch, he sent Shinbaki flying. In a moment of distraction for Shimura Ken, Miao's lips curled into a subtle smile. In truth, I am somewhat familiar with you, Kenshin. Digging a pit, digging a pit, digging a pit. This journey began with me alone, then paused midway, only to have an accompany me for an extended period, ultimately offering herself an apologetic smile before I was left solitary once more, with a slight tremor in my arm. Kenshin released his thoughts and turned to observe the little loli still by his side, remaining silent. The priestess offered a slight acknowledgement, her tone laced with curiosity. What is your name? You've been referred to as little girl for quite some time. Kenshin's habitual smile returned. My name is Imai Shinini, she replied slowly, her voice cool and desolate. There was no one among the girls he knew that resembled her. Shinni-chan? Kenshin murmured, glancing at her with a puzzled expression, scratching his head as he focused on his Muramesa. Is the person you wish to learn swordsmanship from truly the one you speak of? Will all of this yield answers? Swordsmanship? Kenshin exclaimed, then laughed heartily. Well, my swordsmanship is quite poor. It couldn't be worse. With your talent, it would be wiser to find someone far more skilled than I. The legend of swordsmanship. Does that imply that as a legendary swordsman, he must indeed be excellent? Though a flicker of joy stirred in his heart, he couldn't help but think such techniques were entirely unsuitable for her. Methods of killing. Yes. Once we reach the encampment, I shall procure a wig for you. In the future, Shinini-chan, you should grow your hair long and tie it in front of your chest. It will surely be more beautiful than a wig. Yet, as he spoke, Kenshin recalled the times the wig had unintentionally fallen into disarray, leaving him uncertain. By the way, are you truly not a girl? Had I not checked during my bath, I would scarcely believe it. Without a word, she merely gazed at Kenshin, following in his footsteps, her small hand slowly reaching for the hilt of Muramesa. In that instant, everything before him seemed to transform. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like countless small rivers, broken swords scattered, crows soaring through the sky, and the remaining figures slowly fading. As the rain began to fall from the heavens, Shinini gently touched her face, only to find blood. In the distance, a figure cradled another in their arms, bearing wounds yet persistently advancing forward. Under this torrential rain of blood, a trail of clear water flowed down a face obscured by shadows. Shinani, are you all right? Hey. Kenshin shook her vigorously, and gradually, she returned to her senses, her gaze locking onto the anxious and frantic man before her. What had she just witnessed? She responded softly, this time with a tone of affirmation. That's good. Phew. From now on, do not casually touch Kenshin, my weapon. Girls should refrain from violence. After all, I prefer gentle girls. Kenshin exclaimed, hopping with inexplicable energy. She affirmed once more, this time with certainty. Well then, regardless, once we reach the encampment, remember to steer clear of that white-haired one. With a fierce tone, after uttering those words, he stepped forward, and Jinshin's gaze sharpened. In an instant, Lin Jingniao took flight. A streak of black light appeared. Jinshin had already anticipated this moment. He raised his blade to defend, but was struck down from above, sending him flying backward. Long time no see. Rong leaped down from the tree and slowly approached the priestess, utterly disregarding the two individuals locked in a standoff nearby. Instead, fixing her gaze upon the priestess with a peculiar smile. Beware, priestess. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a swift figure rushed over, only to be intercepted by an even swifter shadow, which sent it hurtling away. Nevertheless, Jinshin managed to catch the priestess in his arms, landing gracefully on the ground and placing her behind him. He unsheathed the blade, and both Rong and Yu's expressions turned grave. These two adversaries were not easily dealt with. Are you once again trying to protect the child behind you? Rong asked with a casual smile. Is that not permissible? Jinshin raised an eyebrow. It is not that it cannot be done. Recently, I was recommended a manga titled Fate, Rong replied, waving the manga playfully. I find your ideals and those of Amiya to be strikingly similar. I mean the heroic spirits, of course. TCH, you could say that I'm like Shiro Amiya. But I am certainly not like that Red-A. Jinshin scoffed, curling his lip. Oh, is that so? Long chuckled. Amiya was sent to his demise by those he protected, which is why he awakened as a heroic spirit and obtained that power. Furrowing his brow, Jinshin was puzzled by Rong's words. What do you mean by that? It implies that if you, too, were to be led to your demise by those you protect, what would happen? What? Before he could finish, a sharp pain struck his back, and before he could react, he was hit by a swift blade of energy, sending him flying. This is what I have yearned to achieve. As the dust settled, Jinshin's arm trembled uncontrollably, having barely managed to block the strike, while blood flowed incessantly from the wound at his waist. Such an injury left Jinshin not only physically compromised, but also emotionally shattered. His mastery of the flying sword technique was nearly crippled. From the very beginning, this has been a trap we laid. Rong stepped forward, and at that moment, Su emerged from the shadows, holding the Tian Suajan Yu, which still glimmered with a faint dark light. Kai was the most crucial part of our plan, aimed at utterly destroying your protection. Destroy? Since when has Fatsuin Jinshin warranted such attention from the celestial path? Jinshin laughed disdainfully, yet behind him, a shadow loomed, radiating a murderous intent. You? No, we are solely interested in your power. Rong continued. Since the last time you caused a ruckus in Jianhai, we have been keeping a close watch on you. From defeating Fengxian to slaying Yen Sha, we have witnessed it all. This has led us to consider the idea of bringing you under our wing. Yet you, who constantly opposes the celestial path, we believe that you cannot coexist with the heavenly path. Thus we have devised a new approach. From my ideals to my will. Have you destroyed me? Jinshin slowly uttered. Destroy my guardians? And those I hold dear? What the heavenly path requires is a heartless executioner, not a blade master-bound by emotions. Hong, Suyu, and Hai surrounded Jinshin, creating a seemingly inescapable predicament. Then there is Xing. The choice is not mine, but that of the heavenly path. And that girl was slain by your actions, step by step, severing your emotions. Despair, leading you to ultimately lose faith in everything. This is precisely the kind of individual we of the heavenly path desire. Regardless of who it is, all are the same. Yet the strong always possess more choices. You are formidable, worthy of the heavenly path's endeavors. Hong gazed at the bowed Jinshin. To his front stood Hong, lightly touching the ground with his staff on the left. Su wielding Tian Suajan Yu on the right, Yu holding a broken sword, and finally, Hai, the priestess, with a dagger in hand. A low, melancholic laughter began to spread, embodying a sense of helplessness and anger at fate being manipulated by others. Yet, what does anger matter? Beneath this grand tapestry of history, all choices are rendered void. Neither oneself nor anyone else can alter the outcome. The strong lose their cherished possessions. The weak cling to survival, devoid of autonomy. Trapped in an existence preordained. Is this what one truly is? It feels as though one is following a meticulously scripted future, step by step, down a path long predetermined. Has this script finally reached its grand finale? Then let me struggle once more. Perhaps it is futile, but if it is futile, so be it. The short blade of Muramasa, so finely severed, now rests in the hands of you, its broken shard seeming predestined even at that moment. Have you made your decision? This is your final opportunity. Hong slowly articulated. Perhaps you will not acquiesce, yet we shall not press you unduly. You may still depart. We shall not obstruct you. Of course, I shall await your arrival in Edo. Ultimately, you will join the ranks of the heavenly path. Hong's tone was resolute. Neither Su nor Hai will stand in your way. As he spoke, Hong cast a glance at the figure standing nearby. However, the one behind you requires your own discernment. No need. The voice was icy and resolute as Jinshin lifted his head, his gaze tranquil. I will not join the heavenly path. Is that so? As expected. Hong chuckled softly, then turned away. Depart. Leave this place to them. You may go, but the priestess must remain. Jinshin spoke slowly. Oh, do you still possess the privilege to bargain? Hong's smile turned enigmatic. Indeed. Surprisingly, the priestess agreed. After observing her expressionless face for a long moment, Hong could glean nothing from it, letting out a cold snort and departing helplessly. This battle with you will not conclude so easily. I shall return everything to you. One by one. What is the meaning of it all? He murmured, while the fractured Muramasa blade emanated a black and red aura that extended and solidified the broken part, transforming it into a long sword. In this world, there has long been no meaning for me. Yet, in this moment, the world in which they exist. Regardless of the injustice it may impose upon me, I shall protect it. Slowly placing my hand upon the hilt, I steeled myself. The thoughts of the weak. A roar. In response, a blade of energy sliced through the air. Jinshin remained unperturbed, raising his hand. Though the sword was not drawn, he expertly evaded the blow, positioning himself before the believer. Why hold back in the end? If your intention is truly to kill, it cannot be so simple. Drawing in his abdomen and rolling aside, he evaded the lethal strike, yet the sword questioned the believer. Seeking an answer, the believer remained silent, seemingly lost in confusion. Believer, your essence. You have not yet fallen. There is still a chance to break free from the control of the heavenly path, the object of your guardianship, even if it means causing me harm. I will not yield. How could I forget the clarity within your gaze? Distracted in battle. How bold you must be. With a cold snort, the long blade slashed wildly. A cross-shaped scar appeared, sending Jinshin flying. However, Jinshin paid no heed to the desire, merely reiterating, Believer, in thought, someone once taught me, steadfastly pursue your path. Continue unwaveringly. Even if alone, complete all that remains unfinished. Songyang, he murmured to himself, yet Jinshin did not hear. Blocking a strike with a horizontal motion, Jinshin launched a series of 3 kicks, yet they were all deftly neutralized by desire. Frustration mounted as blades clashed, igniting sparks. Purple and black light erupted simultaneously. In an instant, the spirit of battle interwove. Believer, I have faith in you. None of this is truly your will. The 2 opposing blades sparked as they clashed. With a resounding boom, they separated. What a tedious fellow. Desire snorted coldly, once more initiating 9-headed dragon flash. Anticipating this, Jinshin swiftly drew his twin blades. He forcefully parried the assault of the 9-headed dragon flash. The sounds of clashing swords echoed endlessly. Have you finished? The believer replied coolly, then gradually exited the battlefield. Jinshin, in a state of panic, could not afford to block the attack any longer, urgently calling out, Believer, an opportunity. Eyes narrowing, the offensive surged once more, leaving numerous wounds in Jinshin's moment of distraction. Delays must not persist. Knowing that lingering in battle was unwise, he continued to block, yet suddenly vanished within the sword's light. His figure reappeared. The sword that had not been drawn still held its latent force. Time stretched on. The blade gradually emerged from its sheath. The air currents began to manifest. Boom. A gust of energy solidified the flow of light. Ignoring the still struggling desire, The energy forcefully drew desire before Genshin. In the next instant, an unparalleled radiance flashed, and the sword was sheathed, standing behind desire. Using force in such a manner is ultimately unwise. Especially given the injuries I already bear, Genshin dared not linger. Swift as lightning, he vanished from the battlefield in an instant. Have you gathered it? From a distance, Rong inquired slowly of Su, who held a peculiar instrument. The ultimate secret of the flying heaven swordsmanship has been collected, Su replied. Then Desire could only smile eerily. Watching as Desire's arm shot forth in an instant, Rong's tone unchanged. Even the ultimate secret of the flying heaven swordsmanship is now in hand. Fey Village Genshin. What other trump cards do you possess? Rong. If Desire is not treated soon. Though Su spoke thus, there was still no trace of emotion. There remained Hai. This time upon returning, remember to transfer the collected information into Yu's mind. I trust he will not disappoint us. As for Hai, upon reaching this point, Rong paused momentarily. Assign her a task. There is a fellow in Edo named Sasaki Saburo who is quite restless. Understood. Su nodded, then leaped down. Carrying Yu on his back. Notify the troops. Since he is unwilling to join us, we must ensure he thoroughly experiences despair. Release the news regarding Matsuyama. Prepare. In 3 days, we shall execute the heinous rebel, Yoshida Matsuyama. Rong issued the command, and at that moment, the grass behind him stirred slightly before returning to tranquility. We eagerly anticipate your return. Chapter 99. The final mission. The battle to save Matsuyama. 2 days had passed since that battle. Is there still hope for victory? Quietly, gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground and the endless desolation, Shower couldn't help but murmur. Rest assured, we shall not fail. Suddenly appearing beside Shower, Gintoki gently patted his head and said, we will surely prevail. Can you tell me where Haruma has gone? Leaning against a tree, Kenshin turned to Gintoki and spoke slowly. He claimed his role was too minor. He quit. Gintoki replied without looking back, grasping Shower's small hand and moving towards Kenshin. Oh, he was always a figure of little significance. Kenshin chuckled, saying, honestly, he went to space, feeling that the restoration had little future, and thus he resigned. Gintoki brought Shower before Kenshin. In space, he would have greater opportunities for development, wouldn't he? Quite perceptive. Kenshin nodded. What do they say about the Whigs? As for the path he chose, we have no grounds to interfere. If we truly fail, we were counting on Haruma to thrive and provide for us. Gintoki chuckled. If I am not mistaken, the next battle should determine our final confrontation. Meanwhile, Kenshin rubbed his forehead. Speaking of which, your own base has surprisingly been bombarded. Is that my fault? Gintoki shrugged. The long-range missile launch caught us off guard. We received no prior warnings. Well, living is what matters. Kenshin nodded, recognizing that this was an inherently unequal battle. We only have this final opportunity. I understand. Gintoki waved his hand. I will first seek out the others. Some matters need to be prioritized. Yes. Nodding slightly, Kenshin watched Gintoki depart, lost in thought. When he felt a tug on his garment and turned to see Shower standing beside him. What is it? Can brother still find sister in? Shower looked at Kenshin with hope, and Kenshin, taken aback, forced a smile. Of course. Sisterin returned to her homeland to find her sister and live there. After all, I am quite concerned about her in this war-torn era. Then let us go find her. Shower's eyes brightened as he gazed at Kenshin. All right. Once the war concludes, brother will go seek Sisterin, all right? With a smile, Genshin cleverly employed foreshadowing in his words, indirectly responding to Shower. As she spoke, she opened her arms, inviting Genshin for an embrace. He willingly complied, bending down to scoop her up. Hey, Shower has grown heavier. No way. Shower pouted, glaring at Genshin. Just joking. Please don't hit me. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room, where 4 pillars stand tall and distant. Gradually, from the first pillar, 4 colors, red, black, blue, and a red-tinted black, began to emanate. In an instant, a figure cloaked in gray appeared in the center of the 4 pillars, shrouded in mystery with a hood drawn over his head. Why are you so fixated on that warrior? His voice was hoarse and chilling, reminiscent of the depths of hell. Crush his will. He will become the strongest weapon under Tian Dao. You know, the will of earthlings is quite fragile. Rong bowed his head slightly, speaking slowly. Isn't there already a desire? What significance does his existence hold? Upon hearing this, he continued, the first time we met, he delayed my neural toxin's onset by 2 hours. The second time, I was nearly immune. Rong stated, This is something desire lacks. Oh, is that so? The voice hesitated for a moment before a light chuckle followed. Then are you truly committed to this matter regarding Songyang? The tone rose slightly. I am confident it will be successful. He cast a glance at Su, whose eyes behind the mask betrayed no emotion. This time, I believe I will utterly destroy him. That is commendable. The figure turned toward the priestess. Kai, you seem to be hesitating. The priestess remained silent. There are many voices within Tian Dao, and I do not wish for you to falter. If you hesitate, then this task shall be entrusted to you. With that, he gestured towards Rong. Rong understood and presented the task list before the priestess. This man has been rather restless lately, the voice said slowly. Thus, I entrust him to you. Deliver a result that satisfies me. Yes. Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. 2 days passed. Rong, I hope you can handle both the restoration and the warrior matters concerning Songyang. Understood. Then I shall not say more. The remainder is yours to manage. Farewell. Upon finishing, the figure vanished in an instant, leaving the space in silence, with only the 4 colors of light flickering gently. Kai, I hope you do not disappoint me. Rong's tone was slow. You may leave now. As she spoke, the radiance representing the priestess almost instantaneously faded away. Rong was engulfed in confusion. Su opened his eyes, gazing at Rong. I understand that those who are lost dwell on the brink of rebellion. Such individuals are a liability to Tian Dao. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Rong's eyes. However, I still wish to offer her one last opportunity. Mercy of a woman. At this moment, desire coldly scoffed. What you should contemplate now is your own survival. Rong spoke slowly, producing a small black disc from his embrace. This is the ultimate essence. At that moment, the technique that brought you face to face with death must have a name in your mind now. The heavenly soaring dragon flash. With each word spoken, I effortlessly caught the disc that Oboro tossed to me and swallowed it whole. Closing my eyes. Is this truly the heavenly soaring dragon flash? It is simply magnificent. Then let us await their arrival. Oboro lightly tapped the ground with his staff. Execution of Matsuyama. It officially begins. Attention. Task announcement. The final battle of the Sanojoy War, Matsuyama. Tomorrow, Matsuyama will be publicly executed before the battle. As his disciple, shall you merely stand by and watch? Task requirements. Rescue Matsuyama while ensuring the survival of Takasugi Shinsuke, Sakata Gintoki, and Katsura Kotaru. Failure penalties. 1. If Matsuyama dies, all medicines within your possession will vanish, and you shall suffer from ailments for 2 years. 2. Should Sakata Gintoki, Takasugi Shinsuke, or Katsura Kotaru perish or be captured, there will be no penalty. Success rewards the power to breathe in outer space. 1 flowing blade of fire. 1 mirror flower. Water moon. 1 mystic eyes of death perception. Additionally, the Holy Grail, unpolluted. Ignoring the extraordinarily generous rewards this time, Kenshin's eyes narrowed. The news of someone he had not seen in ages emerged. Yoshida Matsuyama. How could you die? How could you possibly die? This time, I will definitely bring you back. For I am no longer alone. With his resolve strengthened, he vowed that this time, he would not venture forth alone. The 4 of us, we shall surely succeed. I must inform the others. With this thought, Kenshin tightly held on to his child and employed his swift footwork, racing towards the camp of Gintoki and the others. Chapter 100. Naraku 4 Courtyards vs. Matsushita Private School's Young Demons by noon. This day was destined for turmoil. Even the heavens seemed to foresee it all. The sky churned with dark clouds, yet not a single drop of rain fell. Thus, the oppressive, murky sky weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts, creating a tense and restless atmosphere. This time, it will be the last. On the cliff, Oboro observed the orderly formation of the Celestials and the Shogunate, then glanced back at Matsuyama, grinning widely. Kill! A commander from the Celestials shouted, rushing towards the Sanojoy warriors. However, among the ranks of the Sanojoy, aside from the vast army, only one legendary figure appeared. The White Knight Demon, Sakata Gintoki. Charge! With a cold shout, he transformed into a white shadow. At the moment the 2 armies clashed, he pierced through the front line of the Celestials like a spear. 1 strike. He eliminated 3 Celestials. With a leap, he brought his blade down upon the earth. The ground trembled, sending countless Celestials flying. The White Knight Demon roared, heedless of the bloodshed. With each swift strike, the fury and murderous intent in his eyes surged. That figure standing atop the high cliff. The White Knight demon recalled the last time he saw Gintoki on the battlefield, his white clothing fluttering. Surrounding him were countless corpses, the blood slowly sliding down the blade. A frenzied killing intent. Today, we have finally captured a truly heinous villain. Thus, it is the very individual who persistently seeks to undermine the harmonious existence of our celestial beings and Earth. He is also the master of the anti-foreign legends. Though Oboro's voice was soft, this utterance momentarily stunned the fierce anti-foreign warriors, only for them to be met with multiple blades that struck them down, leading to their demise. Oboro. A single slash cleaved a vast chasm, the intent to kill intensifying with each moment. The figure standing behind that individual is precisely the target for which I have fought relentlessly until now. The very notion of anti-foreignism is fundamentally flawed. All you have brought to this earth is chaos and destruction. The most heinous among you are undoubtedly those few individuals. However, the true transgressor is the one who has the audacity to instruct such beings. Unfazed, Oboro murmured with unwavering resolve, "Thus, for the sake of our shared equilibrium, such individuals shall be executed before all." You scoundrel! My anger swells. The blade in my hand slices through the air with increasing swiftness, manifesting faint currents. Prepare to welcome our arrival. Resist and eradicate the turmoil. You are powerless to alter the course. As he spoke, he revealed the ranks of the celestial path, donned in their standard attire, alongside the bound and kneeling Matsunaga. My gaze narrowed. A chill enveloped me. Gintoki followed the most suitable trajectory of his strike, delivering a fierce blow. This strike, while cleaving the earth, sent tremors through the cliff where Oboro stood, causing stones to tumble. It's time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Celestial Path members leaped forth, forcefully entering the fray. As for you, the White Knight, sighed Oboro slowly turned. It is entrusted to you. Lust. No sooner had the words been spoken than a shadowy figure appeared. The blade in hand lunged directly at Gintoki, who met it with his own, the tips clashing and sparking. However, Gintoki could not withstand the momentum of the assault and was sent flying. It is not so simple. A flash of brilliance passed. A wig fell from the air, intercepting the one who sought to pursue Gintoki again, staring intently at Lust, careful not to show the slightest negligence. Dear nobleman. Oboro chuckled lightly. This truly is an intriguing match. Although he said this, Oboro understood that even combined, Gintoki and the wig could not defeat Lust. But they could certainly delay him. Demon Brigade, charge with me. To the left. Upon spotting the familiar figure he had longed to see even in dreams, the diminutive Takasugi disregarded everything and charged passionately toward Matsunaga with the Demon Brigade. Takasugi Shinsuke, the leader of the Demon Brigade, with a flick of his cloak. Oboro smiled nonchalantly. It seems I can no longer afford to be leisurely. This shall be entrusted to you. With that, he leaped into the midst of the Demon Brigade, landing with a cloud of dust. Oboro's eyes narrowed instantly, a murderous intent wafting in the air. What about the blade hall? Takasugi inquired. His blade struck against Oboro's staff. Yet Oboro's gaze remained unchanged as he posed an utterly unrelated question. You need not concern yourself with this. Takasugi growled fiercely. Disciples of Matsunaga. Surveying the battlefield, there stood Gintoki and the wig engaged with Lust, as well as the formidable Takasugi before them. A smile crept across Oboro's lips. Your cherished possessions are now firmly within my grasp. Get lost, roared Takasugi in fury. The faint echoes of battle cries linger in the air, while the small figure in my grasp clutches tightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. With a gentle chuckle, I reassure. Fear not, little one. As I traverse to the other side of the woods, I address Lord Kenshin. Though I am unaware of your reasons for departure, I implore you. Heko. Indeed, it is Heko, who now stands armed before Lord Kenshin. With a deliberate motion, Kenshin gradually releases the girl from his hold, allowing her a moment of respite. Rest assured, Lord Kenshin, Heko promises, lowering her gaze to meet the solemnity in the girl's eyes. Your confidence in me is well placed. Kenshin, glancing at the child, conveys encouragement through his gaze, prompting her to step toward Heko. Have you decided where to go? Kenshin inquires. After all this time, I believe it's time to return to my homeland. Heko replies, grasping the child's hand with a gentle smile. Turning away, Kenshin solemnly states, You are not one who forsakes honor. You are entrusted with a noble task, to safeguard this girl and lead her from the battlefield. Do you comprehend this responsibility? Yes. I understand, Heko responds, her voice trembling slightly. But before you pass on any further directives, dare to show me your resolve. The weight of her words hangs in the air. Indeed, I will await that day with unwavering determination. Without further dialogue, Kenshin strides toward the source of the cries, each step seemingly heavy with purpose. You will come looking for me, won't you? The child whispers, biting her lip as she struggles to articulate her thoughts. With a dismissive wave, Kenshin leaps away, vanishing into the distance, leaving behind two individuals lost in contemplation. A fierce clash of blades resounds as two swords collide against a seemingly delicate edge. Yet, this slender blade withstands the tremendous force capable of splitting the earth, holding steadfast. In a moment of synchronization, Jin and Henku seamlessly exchange positions, and in that instant, a dark, blazing sword energy surges between them, cleaving the ground with a resounding crack. I always believed no one aside from that individual could wield such a weapon, Jin exclaims with a grin. However, you still fall short in comparison. Henku shifts her stance, attempting a lateral strike, but the rigorous training imparted by Kenshin has rendered her formidable. A resounding clash echoes as their blades meet, creating shockwaves. While Henku and her opponent are momentarily locked in combat, Jin supports Henku from behind, delivering a decisive downward strike. Henku's opponent flinches, instinctively retreating to evade the blow. I have never underestimated you. Henku's adversary sneers. If pure physical strength cannot surpass you, then let us see what else can. With a thunderous roar, black flames erupt from the blade, igniting the air with intensity. Bring it on. A figure hurtles forward, clutching a blade in her mouth. As she deftly retreats a few paces before seizing the hilt and deflecting a sudden strike from a staff, without glancing back. I have underestimated you, she acknowledges, her gaze narrowing as she retaliates, unleashing a flurry of 3 flying needles. Meanwhile, Henku executes an aerial maneuver, striking with precision. 3 flying needles fell to the ground, once again confronting the enigmatic figure. The short cedar revealed a distorted smile. He has arrived. Huh. A sudden wave of trepidation surged forth. Eyes hurriedly darted towards the source of the disturbance. There stood a man clad in blue, with his left hand resting upon the hilt of his sword at his waist, and his right hand poised above it. He surged toward the battlefield below with great haste. A glint of murderous intent and a hint of yearning directed at the ethereal and Matsuyama. The legendary Kenshin Himura, the master of the Hiten Mitsurugi style, had officially entered the fray. P.S. Due to Gintoki and his comrade's significant power enhancement, although the manga does not reveal how they were defeated, Kenshin's arrival has compelled the enigmatic figure to confront the 4 of them. This indeed presents a fair confrontation. Additionally, Gintoki's wig is not a sign of weakness. Rather, it is only through their combined efforts that they can withstand the enigmatic figure's onslaught. P.S. 2. The manga has indicated that this Matsuyama is a mere illusion. So the simultaneous appearance of the phantom and the false Matsuyama should not be overly scrutinized. Furthermore, let us celebrate the milestone of 100 chapters. Chapter 101, The Fragmented Battlefield. The pros and cons of combat. Boom. In midair, a black crescent moon collided with a purple crescent, producing a thunderous explosion. Whoosh. Dust swirled as a blue figure emerged from the haze, landing upon the earth. Instantly, the ground beneath shattered, sending numerous members of the heavenly path flying. And at the moment Kenshin touched down, the black-masked figure leaped from the precipice. The Tensai Zangetsu pointed ominously at Kenshin, brimming with provocation. Humph. A smirk played at the corner of Kenshin's mouth as he lowered his body. Had the final battle finally arrived? It was time to unravel all past grievances. Without uttering a word, the figure thrust Tensai Zangetsu into the ground, dark energy swirling ominously around him. This time, it would not be so simple. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kenshin vanished in an instant, leaving the figure's eyes wide in shock. A sharp pain struck his jaw, and he was sent soaring into the sky, fully aware that the situation had turned dire. I have no time to waste on your prattle. Time is of the essence. There is no luxury for me to chain together attacks against you. Kenshin, unwilling to linger, sheathed his sword, a surge of energy emanating from him. Tenshin Shosen. A direct and unambiguous move. With blinding speed, he struck, propelling the figure into the air with even greater velocity than before. Without a glance back, Kenshin wielded the blade, charging toward the cliff. That figure was now within arm's reach. Boom. Just as he had taken a few steps forward, a wave of force surged forth. lifting the earth beneath Kenshin's feet. His forward momentum faltered as he steadied himself, gazing skyward. The cannon of a warship was aimed directly at him. Fire! It aimed to halt the Blade Master. From the heights of the sky, the sound resonated as countless warship cannons trained their sights upon Kenshin. A dangerous smile crept across Kenshin's lips as the violet flames of his blade surged once more. Gitsuga Tensho. With the sword held before him, he swept upward. The purple sword aura sliced through the threats above him, exploding like fireworks. Flames flickered in the air, casting a dazzling glow. Kenshin rise. Gintoki was grazed by a blade from the figure, but disregarding the wound upon his shoulder, he roared in defiance. Once again, the blade was raised high, striking down towards the foe before him. Come forth. The wig was surprisingly invigorated. With a mighty roar, his figure surged forward, delivering a swift slash that sought to engulf his target. Just as the opponent attempted to retreat, Gintoki emerged from behind the wig, thrusting his blade directly at him. Trouble. I never anticipated that the combined assault from these two would prove so formidable. Though eager to match swords with Kenshin, especially now that he had mastered the Tensho Senryu, he wondered just how much further he had to go to bridge the gap between them. Yet, the two in front of him were not adversaries he could easily dispatch. How long can you endure? With a single stroke, he repelled Oboro, who looked at him disdainfully, stating, even if you have struck him countless times before, we are here now. The four of us have always fought together. Thus, you are but an obstacle in his ascension to the heavenly path. Opening his eyes, devoid of murderous intent, his calm gaze inadvertently made Isai furrow his brow. The harm inflicted upon us in our absence shall be repaid time and again. The blade pointed unwaveringly at Oboro. Was it this wretch who had persistently inflicted suffering upon him? Did such actions occur without my consent? Come forth. The staff spun gracefully before embedding itself into the ground, locking eyes with Isai. The blade-holding hand retracted to his chest, directing the weapon towards Oboro. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Isai's eyes as he instantly sprang into action, thrusting his blade forward with lightning speed. Clang! A light strike against the staff diverted Isai's incoming blade, and with a deft kick, the embedded part of the staff was dislodged, sending a clod of earth crashing into Isai's abdomen, propelling him backward. With a grunt, Isai landed on the ground, stumbling back a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Soon, a shadow loomed above him, and he knew he could not afford to look up, otherwise it would spell his doom. He rolled to the side, where the ground had been shattered by the impact of the staff. Cautiously raising the staff, he gazed down at the half-kneeling Isai, whose expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, yet was deeply intimidating. How careless! Wiping away the blood, he set off once more towards Oboro. Failure was not an option. Just as Kenshin, who had just dealt with the battleship, had no time to react, he was struck hard by a wave of sword energy, leaving a massive gash on his back. Turning around, he unleashed a counterattack of his own. Boom! With a swift motion, his black blade shattered the incoming purple sword energy. Clad in black with a matching mask, Kenshin narrowed his eyes. Had he truly been struck by the Tensho Senryu without a scratch? No, he was not unscathed. Observing closely, he noticed the opponent's chest and waist garments bore marks of damage. It seemed he had indeed been hit by the Tensho Senryu. Could it be that this fellow had a rapid recovery ability? Without thinking, he inquired, sword poised against the void, while the wound on his own back continued to bleed profusely. Guess what? Guess what indeed? Came the furious retort. The purple sword aura once again coiled around the blade, and with a sudden surge, Kenshin charged forward. With a single slash, though the foe raised his weapon in defense, the earth beneath him could not withstand the force of the blow, fracturing beneath him. The initial clash between the heavenly lock and the obscured village was a stalemate. The intersection of blades ignited fierce sparks. The two adversaries, locked in a gaze, both radiated an aura of lethal intent. There was no time to delay. Witnessing the dwindling numbers of the Imperial loyalists, Kenshin resolved to act. He spun mid-air, landing behind the void. His heart sought tranquility as he gradually came to a standstill. The void, unconcerned with his motionlessness, approached Kenshin from behind, thrusting his dark blade directly at Kenshin's chest. Yet, with eyes closed, Kenshin instinctively sidestepped in an instant. Simultaneously, he swung his right hand backward. The void, caught off guard, managed to parry the strike, but was forced to retreat repeatedly. Words remained unspoken. His eyes remained shut, With his heart attuned to his surroundings, he could intercept any imminent moves. Reading the opponent's intentions was also the heart blade. The offensive failed. The void, unwilling to accept defeat, swung his blade again, sending a wave of sword energy forth. As it neared within 2 meters of Kenshin, a sudden shift in Kenshin's demeanor occurred. In a heartbeat, he drew his sword. Flash. Reading the moves? Witnessing his opponent shatter the sword energy, the void expressed his surprise, murmuring, "So the heart blade can be activated by reading the opponent's intentions beforehand?" Kenshin, lost in thought, felt a newfound confidence. Chapter 102. The Schemes of Obscured and the Defeat of Isuk. Currently, Kenshin and the Void found themselves in a standoff, while on the other side, Gintoki was engaged in a vibrant battle, prompting a shift in focus to the confrontation between Isuk and Obscured. Ready? Begin. I don't want to criticize you. But seriously, this is a grave moment. Focus. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Isuk maintained his blade's momentum, delivering a direct downward slash. Obscured smiled coolly, effortlessly blocking Isuk's sword with his staff, while taunting, "You wish to protect that man? None of your business." A furious shout erupted as Isuk drew his katana, striking down once more. This time, however, Obscured chose not to parry, retreating a few steps instead. "Why are you so concerned about that man? Are you a woman?" Obscured launched into mockery. Must caring for someone be a feminine trait? Spitting contempt, Isuk grinned viciously. "I merely feel displeased watching him being cornered by you lot. That is the consequence of his defiance against fate. If he chooses to oppose destiny, he must be prepared for such an outcome." A palpable killing intent shone in Obscured's eyes. "Fate? How laughable." Isuk stood firm with his blade. "You and we have long been entangled in a life-and-death struggle." "Not necessarily. There are no permanent enemies. In the end, Himura Kenshin will side with us." Obscured's smile was enigmatic. Isuk paused, then seemed to ponder something. "Perhaps if you were to release my teacher, there might still be room for negotiation," Isuk remarked. But before Obscured could respond, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Alas, that is an impossible scenario." Obscured remained silent, only smiling mysteriously. "TCH. A direct thrust. Though I cannot master the flying heavenly sword style, who says one must adhere to it? A swift, unparalleled strike. An unstoppable thrust." Matching the speed of Kenshin's dragon tooth flash, surged toward Obscured. "So, do not underestimate my capabilities." A gasp of astonishment escaped as Hong leaped into action, evading the strike while simultaneously lunging downward. Meanwhile, Ai Shan sidestepped to avoid the attack and thrust his blade towards the airborne Hong, who found himself with no leverage. In midair, he made a choice and directed his descent towards the earth. Just as he was about to land, a concealed needle darted toward Ai Shan. After taking a few steps forward, Ai Shan felt a chill creep up his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his sword defensively, successfully deflecting Hong's needle, which spun and embedded itself into the ground. "Hidden weapon, is it?" Ai Shan scoffed, plunging his sword into the earth and sliding forward towards Hong, igniting sparks as the blade scraped the ground to amplify his next strike's potency. Arriving before Hong, he drew his sword and thrust it forward. Yet, Hong seemed to anticipate this move, deftly sidestepping while his staff aimed for Ai Shan's chest. However, both were not ordinary warriors. Their gazes sharpened, and they both evaded the strike with finesse. "Not bad," Ai Shan chuckled. Hong, not one to be outdone, retorted, "I don't wish to receive praise from someone like you." At that moment, the needle, previously dislodged, trembled before suddenly launching itself into Ai Shan's arm. "Nanny!" Ai Shan exclaimed in shock. "Wasn't it already released? Why is it still moving? And I can't seem to muster any strength." "You've been poisoned," Hong replied, slightly shifting his staff to send Ai Shan flying once more. Observing Ai Shan supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Hong coldly regarded the wound on his shoulder inflicted by Ai Shan's sword, speaking with disdain. "Your left hand is no longer of use." Even with one hand, I can still defeat you." Ai Shan lowered his stance, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he struggled to suppress the beast within. Such bravado. After uttering those words, Hong's staff shed its outer shell, revealing a long blade within. The moment he grasped the sword, his aura transformed dramatically. It surged and intensified. To think he had a hidden card. Ai Shan heightened his vigilance to its peak. "Even during my battle with Kenshin, I never heard of you wielding a sword." "No, in truth, I am not particularly skilled with a sword. Hong admitted, his hand trembling slightly. But today, I wish to give it a try. Are you implying that you can defeat me without exerting your full strength? Ai Shan narrowed his eyes. Such a remarkably confident declaration. Because you are far inferior to him. As soon as the words left his mouth, shadows flickered. Hong appeared before Ai Shan, delivering a downward slash that cleaved the earth, creating a fissure. Hey, this isn't merely a matter of skill. Ai Shan managed to sidestep, revealing a dangerous smile. What a pity. With that, he thrust his sword from behind. The target isn't you. Hong grinned enigmatically, causing Ai Shan's heart to skip a beat as he quickly glanced over. Insure, be careful. Boom. Before Ai Shan could finish his warning, the fissure erupted upon contact with Insure, engulfing everything in a blinding explosion. Damn you. Ai Shan seethed, turning back in fury. Yet the figure before him was no longer Hong. Without further ado, he thought, whoever you are, anyone standing in my way shall be cut down. However, the strike ultimately did not land. A shard of the blade pierced through the chest of Asong. In disbelief, he turned around, only to find that Rong had somehow appeared behind him, the blade almost buried halfway into his body. Have you forgotten me simply because I removed my coat and donned a hat? Rong chuckled softly. Indeed, you are still far from his level. As he spoke, Rong slowly withdrew the knife from Asong's chest. Despite the excruciating pain, Asong felt nothing. He relied solely on his strength. And visions of many people flashed before his eyes. Songyang, Jinshin, Jin, and countless others. With a sudden burst of resolve, he grasped the blade still lodged in his chest. Disregarding the blood that flowed from his wounds, and muttered to himself, is this the end? Far from it. What nonsense. How could I possibly lose to someone like you? Return my master to me. In a fit of rage, Asong swung his arm backward, the hilt of the blade striking Rong's cheek with such force that it contorted his face and sent him flying. As Rong landed some distance away, he coughed up blood. Upon lifting his gaze, he saw Asong approaching with fury, mingled with a hint of barely perceptible hope, delivering a downward strike with his blade. I can't exert any strength in my left hand, but nothing else matters now. All I desire is to annihilate everything. A sharp pain coursed through Rong's shoulder as he coldly observed the samurai sword sliding down from his flesh, the wound slowly appearing. A glimmer of admiration crossed his eyes. To inflict injury upon him was indeed commendable. However, do not presume that you have triumphed. What was that at his feet? Asong hesitated to contemplate it. Regardless, he believed he had essentially won. With a sudden movement, he stepped onto the casing of his staff, unleashing 3 flying needles that pierced through Asong's knees. And the final needle found its mark in his elbow. The samurai sword that had just struck Rong's chest could not penetrate further. From the very beginning, I have been provoking you. Rong retreated a step, distancing himself from the blade. Even the point where you stand, I deliberately chose to place myself here. You scoundrel. Rest assured, you will not perish. You still hold your value. With his gaze shifting away from Asong, Rong sheathed his blade back into the staff. His sight now directed toward the battleground where Jin and the others clashed. The remainder of the struggle lay with those two. PS2. The next chapter will shift to Jin and the others. Do not underestimate Jin. Although he appears to be inept, in fact, Yu is the strongest among them and has mastered the heavenly soaring dragon flash. PS3. Additionally, who is that burly character in the manga? Seeking clarification. Chapter 103. Heavenly soaring dragon flash? Jin's unyielding spirit. With dual blades appearing simultaneously, Yu faced the relentless advance. He attempted to block the oncoming assault, but could scarcely withstand the force of their combined attack, being forced to retreat repeatedly. With a fierce roar, Jin lunged upward, trying to disarm Yu of his sword, while the other, adorned with a wig, coordinated a downward strike. Should they succeed, this battle could very well reach its conclusion prematurely. With a fierce aura, Gintoki's blade clashed against Yu's weapon, yet it yielded no response. Yu swiftly lifted his left foot and pressed the faux samurai sword beneath it. How distant it felt. With a mocking laugh, he stepped forward, delivering a kick to the chest of the faux warrior, sending him flying. Gintoki let out a furious roar, unleashing his swordsmanship once more. Yu, unable to match the now frenzied Gintoki in combat, retreated helplessly. Although Gintoki pursued relentlessly, Yu adeptly countered each strike while retreating, appearing quite at ease. Get out of the way. A voice called from behind. Gintoki smirked, realizing that this opponent would not succumb easily. With that, he leapt into action. In an instant, A brilliant streak of light from his sword aimed directly at you. As Yu's eyes widened in surprise. His only defense was to raise his sword vertically before him. Nonetheless, he was still sent crashing back. Standing side by side, Gintoki faced Yu, who was half kneeling on the ground. Very impressive. Now that's a worthy opponent to kill, Yu sneered. I wonder how you will react when you lose your precious Shinsuke. Yet this thought was nearly impossible to realize. Gintoki had never been one for idle chatter, disinterested in conversing further with Yu. In an instant, he closed the distance and struck with his sword. Yu, while parrying the attack, delivered a side kick that sent Gintoki flying. People say I am his other half. But I am who I am. Why must I always be cast in his shadow? Yu's aura grew ever more terrifying. Your existence resides in my memory. Yet I must kill you. What nonsense are you spouting? Gintoki furrowed his brow. Do you not understand? You need not comprehend. With his sword poised before him, Yu's gaze turned dangerously intense. In a flash, Gintoki found himself hurled backward, his vision clouded by shock as pain erupted from his waist. That move. Gintoki landed and charged forward. It's the dragon's flight. Not bad at all. Yu retorted with a cold laugh as he retreated, evading the attacks from both the foe warrior and Gintoki. Even midair, Yu was undeterred, unleashing a direct strike of sword energy. Gintoki, having just arrived, countered and shattered the energy with a swift motion. Yu narrowed his eyes slightly upon landing. It seems you are no ordinary opponent. Few can dispel their own sword energy with one hand so effortlessly. You possess your own unique qualities, Shinsuke. Is everything all right? Gintoki asked, rushing to support the foe warrior. It's not the foe warrior, it's Katsura. He sighed. My ability to perform waste strikes is incapacitated. I can only assist you now. It's fine. Gintoki's gaze shifted towards Yu, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. I can handle him myself. Prepare yourself. Draw your sword. He lowered his body, bracing for Gintoki's charge. We used to spar in this very stance. Who would have thought we would find ourselves in a life-and-death moment now? Gintoki raised his sword, pointing it at Yu. But compared to him, you are still far too lacking. With a thunderous roar, he charged at Yu, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Clang! The strike was deftly caught, and Gintoki was not surprised. Without missing a beat, he launched a powerful punch forward. As his opponent attempted to evade by tilting his head, he exerted force to push Gintoki back. Yet, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Gintoki charged forward once more, not granting a moment's respite before delivering another slash. Humph! Dragon's nest flash, he uttered coldly. The blade's momentum surged, enveloping Gintoki's figure in a tempest of slashes akin to a torrential downpour. However, this silvery gleam would not fade, no matter the odds. The speed of his strikes was astonishingly on par with that of the dragon's nest flash. Blade against blade, Gintoki stood undaunted before his adversary. This fellow, could it be that his sheer speed in slashing rivals that of the dragon's nest flash? What a formidable man he is. With narrowed eyes, he infused new techniques into his blade, the gusts of energy intensifying both the speed and power of his strikes. Even Gintoki, no matter how strong, began to struggle to keep pace with the rapidity of the slashes. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear. Gintoki hastily freed one hand to grasp the incoming samurai's sword, drawing a second blade. With a ferocity enhanced by a berserker and bloodlust buff, he once again matched his opponent's slashing tempo. What an astonishing speed of strikes. The wigged one gasped. Could it be that Gintoki is as strong as Kenshin? As he pondered, Gintoki and his opponent summoned even greater strength. They both shouted in unison. The clash of blades erupted with such force that it fractured the air itself. Could these two weapons truly withstand such velocity? Ultimately, they were not the true Muramasa, murmured Gintoki, as the energy from his body surged into the blade, mending its flaws. He regarded his opponent with an air of indifference. It seems this battle is coming to an end. I still have to find that fellow. With that appearance of yours, you'll be instantaneously defeated. Gintoki mocked. Though I'm unsure how you acquired his sword techniques, after battling alongside him for so many years, I am thoroughly familiar with his moves. No wonder you were unfazed by the dragon's nest flash. You even instinctively called out the name of the dragon's soaring flash in an instant. The White Knight demon truly lives up to his name. His opponent replied coolly. While I cannot learn them, after years of warfare, I have gleaned some insights about you Celestials. I have heard that you are researching a means to store skills. And as Kenshin is undoubtedly your greatest headache on the battlefield, I presume you have successfully collected his techniques, including the nine-headed dragon flash. If I am not mistaken, you should be the first beneficiary of this endeavor. You are indeed astute, young master. Though I wish to deny it, you have struck remarkably close to the truth. Gintoki retorted with a cold smirk. Ah, the nine-headed dragon flash, you say? No, this time it is the heavenly soaring dragon flash. Nanny, he exclaimed. And in an instant, a dazzling flash of the blade swept through the air. Bang! Ufti! Two distinctly contrasting voices lingered behind Gintoki and the wig, as Gintoki's bloodied hand clutched the sword, a wound traversing from his shoulder. The wig, shielded by Gintoki, bore witness to the slow, dark crimson trickle of blood from the blade. Indeed, was it a lack of proficiency that led to this? The truth, however, was that in that fleeting moment, Gintoki had momentarily halted the devastating strike of the Tenseiga with his unparalleled strength. Seizing the opportunity, the wig pierced through the shoulder of the enemy, both parties sustaining injuries in the process. The Tenseiga is truly fearsome. Gintoki wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling that ultimate technique from Jump. Kenshin, when did you learn this, and who divulged your data? I nearly met my end. Yet, we emerged victorious. The wig stood tall, locking eyes with the enemy. Yes, we have triumphed. The enemy replied with a sinister smile. At that moment, a white figure descended before Gintoki and the wig, their eyes narrowing in response. Suddenly, a flash of the staff swept across. Chapter 104, Failure. The battle cannot continue. Gintoki's gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering. No one can obstruct my path. A furious roar erupted. The purple aura of the Oboro Muramesa reappeared. The enemy struggled to rise, possessing the ability to recover, but the foe before him was not easily subdued. Crescent Moon Slash. With a clash, the sword energies carved a fissure in the earth between them, the ensuing explosion creating a deep crater at their point of contact. The two figures, undeterred, surged into the swirling dust. The sounds of clashing blades echoed incessantly, the force of their combat sending everything around them flying. However, Kenshin found himself ensnared in this battle. After a feint to repel the opponent, he charged towards the cliff's edge. Not so fast. Realizing the trap, a flicker of anger crossed the enemy's otherwise indifferent face as the black radiance of the Tenseiga surged forth. A linear blade of energy shot towards Kenshin's back, yet Kenshin, without a glance, continued his advance, swiftly countering the incoming attack and accelerating his pace. The two pursued and fled, the distance to the cliff diminishing rapidly. A cold snort resonated from behind, accompanied by a vicious wind rushing toward the nape of Kenshin's neck. He deftly blocked the strike with the Oboro Muramesa, but the swirling energy was beyond his capacity to withstand, sending him hurtling away. Yet, this was precisely what Kenshin desired. He harnessed that force to propel himself to the cliff's edge, charging towards Matsuyama. This is bad. Time was of the essence. The chase was futile. The enemy focused intently on Kenshin, not once breaking their gaze, while the energy around the Tenseiga surged ominously. That black aura flickered like flames, chilling in its stillness. Crescent Moon Slash. With indifference, the enemy unleashed a flurry of strikes, black blades of energy cascading forth, as Kenshin sensed the imminent danger. With a swift flicker, the sword energy exploded beneath their feet, yet Jinshin deftly evaded all the oncoming blades in this battlefield resembling a site of bombardment. Pressing onward towards their objective, grasping tightly, Songyang Jinshin could not suppress the urge to weep. For you, for our shared dreams, how much have I sacrificed, and how many truly understand? Teacher, how should I face you? Boom. A surge of sword energy surged towards Songyang, only to be effortlessly shattered by Jinshin's casual strike. He tightened his grip on the back of Songyang. Teacher, this time we shall not fail. Ah, understood. With a gentle smile, Songyang leaned her head against Jinshin's shoulder. Do not be overly headstrong. Huh. With a light chuckle, his gaze turned towards the shadowy figure below. Rest assured, I shall dispatch you first. A furious roar erupted, and in an instant, he appeared before Su, delivering a swift downward slash. Su had no time to ponder how Jinshin traversed such a vast distance, and raised his blade to defend himself. However, this attack was unexpectedly powerful. It sent Su crashing into the earth, and his weapon, the heavenly Lockmoon Cutter, slipped from his grasp. Just as Jinshin aimed to behead Su with a decisive strike, several flying needles shot towards Songyang, positioned behind Jinshin. He could not afford to be careless and deflected 3 of the needles with his blade. Yet Su seized the opportunity to swiftly distance himself from Jinshin. Has Lang emerged? Given the fragmented battle, Jinshin was unaware of the fight involving Ace Han and the others, believing instead that Lang and his companions were merely lying in wait to deliver a fatal blow. Had it not been the same in the past? Behind Lang stood Su, Yu, and a multitude of celestial Dao warriors. You may easily take him. Will you be so generous? Jinshin quipped, raising an eyebrow in mockery. Of course, for we have a far superior option than Songyang. Lang replied with a sinister smile. The noble White Knight Demon, leader of the Ghost Soldier Brigade. What? Jinshin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. See for yourself. As Lang stepped aside, revealing the scene, Ace Han and the one with the wig lay bound on the ground, their bodies marred with numerous wounds, though none were fatal. Yet, Gintoki stood before Ace Han and the wig-wearer, blade in hand. You scoundrel! When did this happen? Jinshin clenched his fists, a foreboding sensation creeping in. I deliberately separated you for this very moment. Lang replied with a calm smile. Otherwise, could you execute a combined attack? You had planned this all along. Tailored just for you. Release Songyang. Lang gently raised his staff. Your sword has become ineffective. Silently grappling with his emotions, Jinshin realized that once again, they faced defeat. Was there nothing he could do now? Even moving seemed impossible. An explosive device was strapped to them, and Lang remarked nonchalantly, feel free to see if you can rescue them. So what do you wish for me to do? Jinshin slowly inquired, observing Songyang, who was forced to kneel aside. Nothing much. After the Jianghai battle, do you not comprehend? Lang spoke slowly. What shall your choice be this time? Wait, what exactly are you talking about? The voice of the wig-wearer trembled. Jinshin, what do you truly intend to do? What choice? Allow me to handle this. From behind the hazy figure emerged a robust man clad in black, adorned with a conical hat. This sight was indeed illuminating. As he spoke, the figure retreated slightly, circling around to observe the 4 individuals. It is truly lamentable that the youth, burdened by concerns for their nation and its people, have met such a fate. Is this the outcome you envisioned? Your students, much like your teachings, have perished without purpose. In silence, Songyang remained unresponsive. I distinctly recall not instructing them in this manner. He retorted, you would dare to suggest otherwise? A disdainful smile graced his lips as his gaze fell upon the fallen figures of the wig and the short pine, struggling to maintain their composure. Let us see then. Will your disciples choose to die alongside you in futility, or will they slay their master in pursuit of survival? The mocking tone elicited simultaneous astonishment from the 4. This method of execution seems fitting for one who claims the mantle of educator, does it not? The choice lies before you. Will you be a teacher or a comrade? Decide.